This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Klein and the Synthesizer, December 5th. 3:35 New Yuan. Lu Luo looked at the calendar on the bedside table with a dazed look in his eyes. After sitting in silence for an hour, he slowly stood up. Today is the third day since he came to this world. There are Western-style buildings with different styles, some strange furniture, and books with words he has never seen before. Everything in front of him is so strange. A few days have made him realize that this is not the original world. But the feedback from his memory is so familiar. He knows these strange words in the books, and can pronounce and speak accurately. But this is not Chinese, nor English, nor any language he knows. Lu Luo doesn't know what's going on. But he is getting familiar with his memories as soon as possible and knows his current name. Klein Alex. On the first day, his pronunciation was a little inaccurate, and he often spoke Chinese. But by the third day, the language of this world had become much more familiar. At least, he could not feel any flaws. Memories were already merging quickly, and the language was basically mastered. But many of a person's habits could not be changed by relying on memory. Many of Klein's previous habits made him feel very awkward. For example, the original Klein especially liked to look in the mirror, and was very vain. These things take time to get familiar with. Did I travel through time? Lu Luo looked at the face in the mirror, which was completely different from before, and murmured. Lu Luo's former life was an independent game designer, with strong working ability and good income, which allowed him to live a petty bourgeois life. But because he didn't like socializing and didn't join any company, he had strong ability but insufficient resources. From beginning to end, he couldn't make an independent game of his own. After many twists and turns, Lu Luo made up his mind and took out all his savings to develop a game called Synthesis of Everything alone. He clearly remembered the design ideas when he was doing a good job of the basic game. When thinking about the prop model, he accidentally saw a strange block scattered in the house. This block was a strange trophy he won when he participated in an unknown game design competition before. This trophy didn't even have a base. Seeing this block, Lu Luo thought the model was good and had a sense of structure. When Lu Luo was about to pick up the block to take a closer look, the moment he touched the block, he felt suffocated and fainted. At the moment before he fell into a coma, he remembered the name of the game design competition, Tarila. When he woke up again, he had come here, and the name of the country he was in was Tarila. The parents of Lu Luo's previous life died in an accident, and he didn't have a girlfriend. He was alone and had nothing to worry about. So although Lu Luo was very surprised about the time travel, his excellent psychological quality allowed him to quickly accept this fact. And he suppressed his curiosity and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The reason is very simple. In his current memory, he clearly knows that his family, his current parents, and this world are not that simple. Various memories of extraordinary professionals are imprinted in his mind, clear and incredible. And this body of his, in his childhood memory, the scene of his mother smashing the skull of an ogre with one hand is still vivid. LV Luo is a cautious person. All this undoubtedly tells him to be honest, and not to commit suicide. Don't worry about whether these are true or not. In short, don't act rashly before you are sure. For the past 3 days, he has been locking himself in the room and not going out. He will only quietly leave the room when he goes to the toilet. Every morning, noon and evening, someone will deliver food to the door of LV Luo's room. So although he squatted in the room for these 3 days, he did not starve. Hiding in the house is because he is afraid that someone will find out that he is not right. Although there are memories, some personal habits and small movements cannot be made up by memory, and need practice. Lu Luo looked at the mechanical clock on the table. It was 1900 hours. The food delivery person should be here soon. Knock. 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 The violent and rapid knock on the door interrupted Lu Luo's thoughts. Klein, you have been autistic for 3 days. Isn't it because you don't have the qualifications of a warlock? Can you make some progress? You don't have any fighting talent anyway. Instead of going to die, you might as well be an arcane mage in this city. Making bread and making water is also good. The salary is high and it is safe. The sound outside the door activated some of Klein's memories. The original owner of this body was unwilling to accept that although he had magic power, he did not have the qualifications of a warlock. He studied forbidden magic experiments in his bedroom, and forcibly used his own blood to perform a blood sacrifice to summon a demon. But Klein failed and paid a huge price for it. He did not summon a demon, and only Lu Luo's soul came to this world. Seeing that Lu Luo did not answer for a long time, the tone outside the door seemed to soften a little. Hey, forget it. I won't discourage you. Katie is very worried about you, so she asked you to go downstairs to eat. And by the way, I want to ask you what you think. Lu Luo knew this voice. The owner of this voice was Klein's fifth youngest sister Mira. He was the third among 5 brothers and sisters. Got it, Mira. I'll go down in a while. Hey, strange. Why did he call me Mira? Don't you usually call me a shorty? Did you take the wrong medicine? Mira touched her chin in a strange way, turned her head and muttered. Although it was a little strange why Klein called her by her name. She didn't think much about this detail. Lu Luo in the room also immediately discovered his negligence. He was a relatively careful person. Nicknames. This is a bad habit that exists all over the world. I didn't expect that it also exists in the other world. And he gave his own sister a nickname. He is really a stinky young man from the other world. He should pay attention next time. Lu Luo picked up the cube on the bed. This cube was the trophy, and also the proof that he was a time traveler. The existence of the cube made him understand that everything before was not a dream. He really traveled through time. Cube. Cube. How should you use it? Lu Luo played with the cube. There was a little blood on one side. It was done by Lu Luo. He really wanted to try the popular routine of dripping blood to recognize the master. Unfortunately, he failed. The cube did not react at all. In addition to dripping blood to recognize the master, Lu Luo also tried many other methods, such as kneeling, drawing circles, chanting spells, and even spitting. But it still didn't work. But Lu Luo felt that this thing was definitely not as simple as an ordinary cube. Otherwise, it would not be able to take him through time. Just as he was about to open the door and go downstairs, he suddenly saw the career plan on the bedroom door. This was exactly what Klein originally expected. And he became a little curious. It clearly wrote Klein's expectations for various professions. First priority profession, knight. X. 2-week physique. Second priority profession, warlock. X. No warlock qualifications. There are 2 big red X's behind the first and second priorities. Needless to say, Lu Luo also knew that there was no hope. Look down again. The XXDH priority profession. The career selection plan on the door. The priority selection items are all combat professions, which made Lu Luo's mouth twitch. This kid is really careless. Isn't it better to stay at home, honestly? There is also a piece of paper next to the door, which is a qualification test certificate of the junior college. Qualification test result, Arcane Affinity. Arcane Affinity? It's okay. As long as you are not a useless template, Lu Luo said in a low voice. After sorting out his memory, the memory of the profession gradually became clear. Knights, warlocks, swordsmen and the like are all excellent combat professions with excellent employment conditions. But the degree of danger is also very high. The Empire is now very supportive of these combat professions. After all, they guarantee the security of the border and have the task of expelling monsters. The arcane mage, or the overall mage profession, tends to be agricultural, manufacturing, industry, etc. The arcane mage, which was once a combat profession, has become what it is today because of the catastrophe of this world. And the world rules have completely changed. The gunpowder in the old world can no longer be ignited. And the wheat that can be planted in batches in legend has now become an expensive medicinal material. The once violent arcane energy has become too stable after experiencing the change of world rules. This change also embarrassed the arcane mage. But fortunately, human wisdom is endless. And they soon developed a new profession suitable for the arcane mage. Because the arcane energy has reached the extreme stability, the arcane mage can convert the arcane energy into edible substances for humans. And the arcane baker profession has been derived. Later, excellent arcane mages can directly use magic to make clean water and bread. The amount of energy used to make bread is determined by the level of the arcane mage and the magic invested. A level 1 arcane mage, if he keeps making bread and water, can solve the food problem of 600 people. This is a godlike skill in the reconstruction period after the cataclysm, when there is a lack of food and safe water sources. Even though it has been hundreds of years since the cataclysm, the status of arcane mages has not declined. Food is the first necessity of the people, and it is the same everywhere. Seeing that arcane mages are so popular, the elemental mages who were once keen on fighting have also developed various elemental specialties. Water mages are more involved in water conservancy projects and flood control construction. Fire mages are more part-time forging or combustion manufacturing. Most earth mages are architects or manufacturers. The construction of the new world requires a large number of infrastructure talents. These professions transformed by elemental mages are more popular than before. They don't have to go to the battlefield and can get a high income. Why not, since then? Although there are still many combatants in the mage department. On the whole, they have begun to lean towards life-related professions. Arcanists look pretty good. They can make their own food and drink. They are perpetual motion machines. Klein actually dislikes them so much. After all, he is too young. Ha ha, Lulu said self-deprecatingly. If it weren't for Klein's summons, maybe he wouldn't come here. I actually have such a magical skill as kneading bread. So do you want to try it? Thinking of this, Lulu felt a little eager to move. Klein's foundation is quite good. He didn't have the same sky-breaking start as other traversers, where both parents died, and he had no car or house. His family is now complete. His parents are alive, and his status is not low. He has received a good education, and has a good foundation. Although he is still a long way from being officially promoted to a professional, he has already cultivated a spiritual space, and possess magic power. He can use magic power without hard training, which saves Lulu a lot of effort, and is one step ahead of his peers in the traversal. If you want to do it, you must act. This is Lulu's philosophy of life. Empty your mind and mobilize the energy in the spiritual space. This is the extraordinary power called magic. Use magic to construct pure arcane energy. The bluish-white arcane energy begins to take shape in his spiritual space. Stable and orderly, but somewhat difficult to control. It's really too stable. Stable, without violence? It's really not suitable for fighting. If this energy gathers too much, it might form a brick-shaped or round energy block, which can't even achieve basic energy explosion, let alone fighting. No longer imagining the ability of arcane, Lulu began to concentrate on controlling the arcane energy and leading it to gather in his palm. The bluish-white light flickered in his hand. Somewhat gorgeous. Lulu carefully arranged the arcane energy according to the magic sequence in his memory. The whole process was a bit complicated and energy-consuming. Molding. Snap! A piece of yellow bread really appeared in his hand. Although it was unclear what material it was made of, Lulu was sure that this thing could be eaten. This, I made it? Just as Lulu was immersed in the surprise, that he successfully released the food-making technique in one attempt. The block beside the bed suddenly floated up and decomposed into black particles, which merged into his body in his surprised eyes. An electronic sound came from his heart, and Lulu's body could not move. Host has been detected to have activated energy. Synthesizing creations. Meeting fusion conditions. Fusion now. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Fusion completed. Synthesizer activated. After the fusion was completed, LV Luo immediately touched his body, and there was no trace at all, and the block completely disappeared. Synthesizer? LV Luo said softly. The moment he silently said the synthesizer, an illusory block appeared in front of him, one side of which was his personal attribute. Host, Klein, LV Luo, occupation, none. Physique, 0.7. Agility, 0.8. Strength, 0.7. Magic, 1.8. Skills, food making, water making. The intense joy of finally activating the plug-in filled LV Luo's mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Fuck. Awesome." But LV Luo stopped laughing immediately. The host has activated the synthesizer. In view of the host's current safety situation, please adapt to your identity and integrate into the family as soon as possible. If the host dies, the synthesizer will automatically detach. Is it dangerous for me to see my parents and family members now? Chapter 2, Facing the Family. Given the current situation of the host, please survive the meeting with your family. Looking at the prompt, Lulu forced himself to suppress the idea of continuing research. Although he wanted to stay a little longer, he knew that he didn't have time to continue to tossing the synthesizer. He had to go downstairs to eat now, and deal with his current parents and brothers and sisters. This meeting actually made the synthesizer give a special prompt. Please survive the meeting with your family. It's obvious that it won't be that simple. There are evil gods and resentful spirits in this world. Klein didn't know whether the sole possession had happened to others. So, this seemingly simple meeting may even determine his life or death. It's just meeting my parents and family. It's a small matter. Just treat it as an interview. Try to relax yourself. Lu Luo didn't dare to joke with his life. He needed to do his best. The synthesizer can only be studied slowly when he comes back. Since it has been turned on, there is no need to worry about it running away. Moreover, if he has problems in the meeting and reveals his flaws, he will most likely be killed or captured. Then it doesn't matter whether there is a synthesizer or not. Lu Luo didn't know whether he had taken over Klein's body or merged with Klein. He didn't have any family before, but now he felt that his memories were inexplicably filled with family feelings, which made him a little overwhelmed. Family members still need to get along, and the feeling of blood closeness always affects Lu Luo's thoughts. Now he is not only Lu Luo, but also Klein. You must remember. You are Klein. You are Klein. You are Klein. Klein began to repeat himself. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting his emotions and mentality, Klein walked downstairs slowly. The rooms are all made of wood, and there will be some creaking sounds when you step on them. The stairs are cleaned very cleanly, and the corridor is decorated with some old items, which makes the whole house feel warm. These decorations are very decent, and you can see the care of the decorator here, walking to the living room downstairs. Except for the eldest sister Adina, who was away for work. All the other family members were already sitting around a table. Father Esmond, Mother Katie, second brother Davis, fourth brother Joe, and Mira, who called him to eat before. Klein was the last one to arrive, and he seemed a little embarrassed. From his memory, he learned that the eldest sister Adina was 7 years older than him. At the age of 27, she was already a lieutenant in the Imperial Army, and she had a promising future. The second brother Davis is 5 years older than him. He is studying at the Royal Academy of Tarila and has excellent grades. He is an excellent swordsman and has the qualifications to become an assistant teacher of the academy. Klein, Joe, and Mira are triplets born together. Although they are triplets, they look completely different. The third brother Klein is not handsome, but at least there are no defects. He looks above average, which is not bad. The fourth brother Joe is very tragic. His facial features are very unique, even strange and ugly. His left and right eyes, ears, and nostrils are asymmetrical, and there are big defects in his appearance. Although the fifth brother Mira is pretty, her height is less than 15 feet, which is far below the average height of girls. This is why Klein calls her a shorty. Mira's talent is very good. She is the legendary child of other people's families, and a role model in the eyes of teachers. Some people have also said that Mira, who is short in stature, is born to be a perfect investigator. It is said that Mira has become a formal professional and has unlimited prospects. Mira is very good, while Klein and Joe's talents are relatively average. They are still planning what professions to apply for at the beginning of the year. Even so, the two have the qualifications of extraordinary people. Even the simplest qualifications of extraordinary people are geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. Their Alex family is a real extraordinary family. Klein, sit down and eat, Mother Katie said gently. The closeness in his heart made Klein know without looking through his memory that this woman is his Mother Katie, and the closest person to his previous life. Okay, Mom. Klein sat next to his younger sister Mira. Okay, let's eat. Father Esmond took the knife and fork first. Seeing his father move, everyone started eating. Why are you suddenly polite, Klein? Mira beside him poked Klein's elbow and whispered, Shut up. Call me brother. Understand? Klein lowered his voice and imitated the tone of his predecessor to dispel Mira's previous doubts. Mira sneered. Hee hee. Let's get it clear. We are triplets. You are just lucky to come out dozens of minutes earlier than me. And I won't call a loser brother. Klein was not to be outdone. Hee hee. I know your height of 15 nanofeet is false. You are actually only 14.9, 1.49 meters. Naichi. Klein's words dealt a heavy blow to Mira. The little girl lost interest in eating instantly, and poked the food on the plate with her knife and fork. Katie looked at Klein and Mira, who were bickering, and smiled. She would not disturb such a quarrel between brothers and sisters. And Klein was willing to quarrel with Mira, which meant that he was fine. Klein, everyone in this world plays a different role. Some people are suitable for fighting, while others are suitable for helping those in need in the rear. Katie wanted to persuade her son when he was normal. Not to be sad because he did not have the qualifications of a warlock. But she did not expect that her son's mentality had long been different. Don't say it. Mom. I have already thought about it. I want to become an arcane mage. Join the Imperial Logistics in the future. And make a contribution to the Empire. Klein said righteously. Nonsense. A child who grew up under the red flag still has some ideological awareness. Hiccup. Father Esmond patted his chest. Klein's words almost choked him to death. Klein, you have grown up in the past few days. And you actually have such mature and stable ideas. Well, not bad. Esmond nodded to Klein, narrowed his eyes, and praised him rarely. Mother Katie on the side was also a little amused. But she was very happy that her son no longer bit the bullet to practice the warlock profession. A person who has no fighting talent goes to fight, and he can only be greeted by death. It's good that you have figured it out. Arcane magician is indeed a good profession. Respected. And safer. Yes, Mom. I've been thinking a lot in my room these days. Arcane mage is the most suitable profession for me, Klein said in a somewhat depressed tone. And his tone sounded a little unwilling and resigned. Katie nodded again. As long as Klein could figure it out. She was in a good mood and had a happy meal. After dinner, Katie called Klein alone. Wait. Klein. Klein was startled, thinking that he had made some mistakes. But what Katie did next made Klein put down his nervousness a little. Katie handed over a few banknotes and put them in Klein's palm. Here are 40 tire. You've been stuck at home for so long. Go out and relax. Klein was a little dazed. He hadn't received pocket money for many years. Tire is the official currency of Tyrella. 40 tire still has strong purchasing power in the New World. 1 thal is equivalent to 100 riels. And a civilian family only needs 70 to 80 riels a day. 40 thal is a lot of money for a student who just graduated from a junior college. He nodded quickly and gave Katie a hug. Thank you, Mom. Relax and prepare for next year's entrance exam seriously. Don't slack off just because arcane mages are logistics professionals. Got it, Mom. I will. After another conversation, Klein went upstairs. Looking at Klein going upstairs, Katie's eyes flickered, and blue light appeared in her pupils. But after a while, she suddenly smiled, and the blue light in her eyes disappeared. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Chapter 3 Devil Pendant. Klein breathed a sigh of relief after returning to his small room. I finally passed the test. They shouldn't have found anything wrong. In Klein's memory, his father was an excellent teacher and his mother was a powerful master. He didn't know how powerful they were, and he didn't dare to ask. Especially his mother, although she looks like a housewife now. But her identity is a colonel in the security department of Tyrella, which is a very good position among civilians. Klein has also heard about the reason why she has not been promoted. It seems that it is because of no background? He is not sure. Katie was born a civilian. She can get to this point completely by relying on her own talent and hard work step by step. She can be said to be a real strong woman. Not a fake strong woman who only drinks poisonous chicken soup. What a dream start. She didn't lose both parents. Nor was she treated unfairly. And it seems that she doesn't have any bitter enemies. A harmonious family. Excellent strength. And a background that is not that impressive. But at least it is acceptable. The golden finger is ready to go. Which is a dream start. Although he is a bit useless. He has a synthesizer. So it is not a big problem. Hurry up and take a look at the synthesizer. Summoning the synthesizer again. Klein's personal attributes reappeared in front of him. The eye-catching 0.7 made Klein a little uncomfortable. Although there are some guesses. I am a little unwilling. Synthesizer. What is the normal strength and physique of an adult man? The previous electronic sound did not appear again. But some words appeared on one side of the floating block in front of him. These were the Chinese characters he was most familiar with. The strength, physique, and agility of a normal adult are around 0.6 to 1.0. Oh, it's not bad. He should be a normal person who is relatively thin. However, this guy's first choice is actually a knight. With his physical fitness. Doesn't he have any idea? It's not bad. Magic power is 1.8. It seems I still have a little advantage. At this time, a prompt sound came. Survival goal completed. Achievement obtained. Integrate into the family. You have obtained a new synthesis formula, Demon Pendant. Demon Pendant. Akko and Imp plus any book plus leftover apple plus blood plus fish bone. The host obtains the synthesis formula for the first time, and the following prompts are given. The synthesized item must be synthesized with 5 items, and it must be successful. The items in this formula are not repeatable. Unconventional synthesis can only be used once, and there is no other consumption for synthesis. Regular synthesis. Please explore the host by yourself. Is this considered a pass? A synthesis formula was also awarded, although it is a one-time one. But, Akko and Imp? What is it? Klein noticed that the other thing should be very ordinary. Only this item called Akko and Imp is a little different. The prompt has a book title. It should be a book, or something similar. Right, after recalling, Klein began to grope under his bed sheet, and soon found the book with a new cover in his memory. October and the Imp. The previous version was learning the magic in this book, and performing a blood sacrifice demon summoning, which made him die. Klein did not rush to take this book to synthesize, but went downstairs first, secretly took an apple, and a fish bone left over from dinner. Then he took the paper again, and began to copy the contents of Akko and the Imp. This book has a total of 6 pages, with some special symbols, and Klein didn't understand the meaning. His previous incarnation's memory also had a vague understanding of this book. Such a half-baked person dared to perform a blood sacrifice summon. Klein could only sigh again at his previous incarnation's boldness. The content was copied quickly, but it took Klein several hours to complete the description of the demon rune. Finally done. Putting the copied content aside, Klein prepared the items needed for synthesis. But he didn't know the specific synthesis method. Synthesizer. How should I synthesize items now? In response to Klein's question, the synthesizer gave no response. Klein wanted to tell the synthesizer that he didn't know how to do it, and whether he could give him some hints. However, it seemed that the synthesizer would not give hints, so he decided to try it himself first. He had full marks in reading comprehension when he was a child. Let the main will enter the spiritual world. Eat a bite of apple at the same time, and then put his hand on the bitten apple. It was a bit difficult to do 2 things at once, but it didn't seem that difficult for Klein, who had good mental strength. His fingers emitted a little bit of magic power, and the apple on the table disappeared out of thin air. Success. Klein was delighted and immersed in the spiritual world again. In the synthesis interface of the synthesizer, the apple was quietly placed in the first synthesis position. There were 5 synthesis positions in total. Klein mobilized his magic power and placed the apple in the 3rd synthesis position. The remaining apples were in the 3rd place in the recipe, and Klein didn't want to take the risk of trying to change their positions. If something went wrong, the result might be unpredictable. Apples and books were easy to get, but there was only 1 copy of OC and the Imp. With the experience of success, Klein began to put the required synthesis items into the synthesizer one by one. After the 5 items were complete, Klein pressed the synthesis button. Formula synthesis in progress. Please wait. Synthesis successful. You have obtained the Demon Pendant, Magic Weapon. Demon Pendant, Grade, Magic Weapon. Effect 1, hold the pendant. You will have the ability of the 1st level Hellfire Ball. Effect 2, break the pendant, and a demon imp will be summoned. Introduction. There is a demon living in the necklace. Klein stared at the pendant in his hand for a long time without saying anything. If the description of the synthesizer didn't say anything, then this is a truly extraordinary item. In the middle of it is a circular imp pattern, strung together with an ordinary rope. Whether from the feel or appearance, this is just an ordinary pendant. But Klein knows that this cannot be an ordinary pendant. Top quality equipment. After holding it in for a long time, Klein finally uttered a word. The best items that his predecessor had seen were just strange items. In his memory, there was not even any content about magic weapons. As a game designer, he naturally designed game equipment, although he did not know what level of items magic weapons belonged to. But just holding the pendant, he could cross professions, even cross levels, and use the Hellfire Ball of a formal warlock, which was powerful enough. The Hellfire Ball was a skill that only formal warlocks could learn. Klein, stay calm. Don't waste time. After talking to himself, Klein put the demon pendant around his neck. He collected his mood and continued to study the function of the synthesizer. The synthesis formula was not a regular synthesis, and the synthesizer had already prompted it before. So the normal synthesis still had to rely on his own exploration. In the synthesizer, only 2 sides were lit. Synthesis. Information. The synthesis interface is the interface Klein used just now. And the information interface is the interface where he checks his personal attributes and the attributes of items when checking the demon pendant. The other 4 sides are gray and black. And Klein doesn't know the specific functions. Klein picked up a book on the table at random. And when the magic power of his fingertips touched the book, the information interface lit up. Ordinary quality book, geographical knowledge, controlling the magic power. Sucking the book into the synthesis position. Klein clicked the synthesis button. And the information came again. Lack of synthesis materials, interesting. He picked up a book on the bookshelf again, and put it in the second synthesis slot on the synthesis interface. After a slight pause, Klein pressed the button to synthesize the item. Chapter 4 Wonderful Item Ingenious Pen. The power in his body was involuntarily sucked into the synthesizer. And Klein could clearly feel his magic power rapidly draining away. Synthesizing materials. Book, ordinary, plus book, ordinary. High probability of obtaining an ordinary item. Low probability of obtaining a wonderful item. Synthesizing in progress. Please wait. You have obtained a new item. Storytelling, ordinary. There was a stinging pain in his temples. According to Klein's memory, this was a situation where his magic power was close to exhaustion. Klein looked at the personal attribute column again. The previous magic value of 1.8 has now become magic, 0.8, 1.8. It takes 1 unit of magic power to synthesize an item. This is much more than kneading bread. Klein lay on the bed a little uncomfortably, having consumed so much magic power. He also put in 2 books, and finally got a storytelling book. This is really a sad story. However, what he gained was not only the storytelling, but also valuable synthesis experience and information. The effect of the synthesizer had already been shown when it was synthesized just now. Even if 2 ordinary books were synthesized, there was a small probability of obtaining a strange object. He didn't know how small the probability was, so he needed to try slowly. In Klein's memory, strange objects were items with magical powers, and each one had some strange effects. The cooking pot in their house was a strange object that could make ordinary food more delicious. It sounds ordinary, but it is a real extraordinary power. Even the most common rare items cost no less than 200 thalers. Even if Klein had a lot of money now, he still couldn't afford it. Rare items, it's really tempting. Klein didn't know what he could synthesize, but whether it was out of curiosity or profit, he had to continue trying to use the synthesizer. The thing synthesized from 2 books is another book. The synthesized materials and the finished product should have a certain relationship. It looks like I need to go out and spend some money tomorrow. The 40 thalers that my mother Katie gave me before could be used. The exhaustion caused by the exhaustion of magic power made Klein fall asleep without taking a shower. Not only the exhaustion, but also the sense of relief of taking the first step to integrate into this world made Klein sleep particularly sweetly. The next morning, Klein got up early and looked at his magic attribute. Sure enough, it had recovered to the full value of 1.8. With yesterday's experience, Klein opened the synthesizer with ease. Ordinary items also have a chance to be synthesized into rare items, even if it will be very tiring. The magic power cannot be wasted. What should I synthesize first? Klein's eyes swept over the items in the bedroom. The most common things here were books, most of which were books on basic subjects. But this time Klein did not plan to synthesize books again. Even if he synthesized these books, he would put them aside for later. Now he not only needed to synthesize rare items, but also wanted to test the effect of the synthesized materials on the finished product. After thinking about it, Klein picked up 2 old pens in the pencil case, which he had been using before graduating from junior college. Next year, I will apply for the Royal Academy of Torella, and I will definitely prepare new pens. So these 2 old pens will most likely be thrown away, so they can be recycled. It's just an attempt. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Klein placed the 2 pens on the groove of the synthesis interface and blew a breath to save some luck for himself. Synthesis materials. Pen, ordinary, plus pen, ordinary. High probability of getting an ordinary item. Small probability of getting a rare item. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. You have obtained a new item. Ingenious pen, rare item. Klein's fingers trembled slightly. To be honest, he was a little nervous. It felt like he had won a prize, which was a bit incredible. Although he had a headache because of the consumption of magic power, he didn't know what the prize was, but it didn't stop him from being excited. Unlike the previous achievement rewards, this thing was completely synthesized by himself, and it was successful only for the second time. Calm down. You are a senior game designer. How can you panic like this just because you got a small piece of equipment? Calm down. You must stay calm. Klein looked at the clever pen on the synthesizer. It was an old pen. The special thing about it was that there was a small smiley face on the cap, which made it look very special. When Klein touched the pen, the properties of this strange object finally appeared. Chiosi pen, grade, strange object. Effect, the pen has its own thoughts, and is also connected to the holder's thoughts, and writes the answer based on the holder's knowledge and characteristics. Introduction. You are already a mature fountain pen. It is time to learn to write by yourself. Although it has not been completely confirmed, the rule that the same type of items can be combined to become new items of the same type should be almost certain. Klein was a little confused. He did not understand the effect of the clever pen, but it did not matter. He just needed to test the actual effect. He picked up the clever pen and looked at the date on the calendar. Just as he was about to write, the pen slipped out of his hand and wrote on the paper, "Today is November 6th. What do you want me to do, master?" A silent speech sounded in Klein's heart. It felt like a spiritual connection. Klein could feel the thinking of this pen. A pen with its own thinking. It's amazing. Klein was amazed and began to test the function of the clever pen. Chiosi pen. Help me draw a rough map of Zenan province. Good master. The pen was drawing the map of Zenan on the same piece of paper. Klein picked up the map on the bookshelf and wanted to open it. But after thinking about it, he closed the map again. After a while, the Chiosi pen had drawn the map of Zenan. After taking a look at the map drawn by the pen, which was basically the same as his impression, Klein opened the map in his hand and began to compare it. In this comparison, Klein found many mistakes. After memorizing these mistakes, Klein closed the map again. After a pause and digesting his memory just now, Klein said to the Chiosi pen again, "Chiosi pen, draw the map of Zenan again." Good master, although it has its own thinking, it seems to lack emotions, and its response to Klein is also somewhat mechanical. The pen drew the map of Zenan again. This time, Klein picked up the map drawn by the Chiosi pen for comparison, and there was a significant improvement. At this moment, Klein had already made some guesses about the function of this magical pen, but he still needed to continue testing. Chiosi pen, help me write a Tang poem. Good master, the Chiosi pen did not refuse Klein. It wrote very quickly. In just a few dozen seconds, a Tang poem familiar to Klein appeared in front of him. Quiet Night Thoughts. Klein narrowed his eyes. Not only does it have a certain thinking, but it can also connect with the holder's thinking and write answers based on the holder's knowledge and characteristics. The function of this pen seems to be quite powerful. Chapter 5 Shopping. This world is dominated by extraordinary people. The safe zone is barely peaceful, but the suburbs are not. Warcraft and mutant species are rampant. It will be very dangerous to wander in the wild without strength. Klein does not have a deep understanding of the various magical abilities of this world, but as a traverser, the openness of his mind is far beyond the reach of people in this world. The power of the Chiosi pen is that it can accept his orders and write things with the help of his memory and characteristics. With such an ability, the value of the Chiosi pen in his hands will be immeasurable. For now, it is an important prop for him to stabilize his development. At the very least, he can rely on his memory and knowledge accumulation before crossing to write with the Chiosi pen. Making money is a very important thing. Now Tarila is relatively stable. The country is stable, and the economy is stable. Only with a stable income can you continuously collect the resources needed for the synthesizer for yourself. This wave of blood profit. Klein pursed his lips and said. He rubbed his temples, feeling a little uncomfortable with the consumption of magic power. But he didn't want to waste time here anymore. The magical effect of the synthesizer had already made him taste the sweetness, and he was already impatient to collect new materials. Klein filled the ink of the Ingenuity pen, then put a pile of draft paper on the table and instructed the pen. Ingenuity pen. Combine my memory and write 10 short ghost story manuscripts that meet the requirements of this world. Good master, Klein did not choose to let the pen serialize any novels, or write poems, or write story books. He is just trying it out now. This world is full of monsters, ghosts, and evil spirits. The market for horror novels in this world should be good. Some publishing houses are still accepting manuscripts. Let Chiosi pen write a few articles, just to test the water. If the response is good, then he will have a source of income that does not require his own efforts. And it does not seem abrupt or suspicious. Write a book, doesn't it just take hands? It is now deep winter, and the weather outside is very cold. Although it is not snowing, the biting cold wind is no joke. The outdoor temperature has dropped below freezing, and the water has frozen. Klein, who is weak, can't stand the frost outside. He can only put on a thick coat, lock the door of the room, and prepare to go out. Choosy pen is now his important item, and locking the door is a very necessary confidentiality work. After going downstairs, the voice of his mother Katie came. Klein, you're going out so early? Aren't you going to have breakfast? Yes, Mom. I have something to do now, so I'm going out. I won't eat at home. If I'm hungry, I'll make myself some bread. Klein put on his shoes, opened the door, and ran out. Katie looked at Klein jogging, smiled, looked upstairs, and said thoughtfully, there are still magical fluctuations in the room. Kid, what are you doing? The clever pen is a strange object, and the magical fluctuations it naturally brings are quickly noticed by Katie. Although she was a little curious, Katie didn't go to Klein's room to check in the end. My son will be 20 years old in a few days, and privacy still needs to be respected. Klein trotted out of the community where they lived, and when he got to the street, his mentality was a little calmer. He always felt a little uncomfortable staying at home. It was a bit hypocritical to say it, but he really hadn't adapted to the role of Klein. His mother Katie was very good, and his family members were fine. But it might take him some time to integrate into the identity of Klein. Looking at the busy streets, Klein smiled. A new world was waiting for him to explore, which felt good. Let's go around the city first. In Klein's memory, his predecessor was a person who worked very hard but couldn't do things well. His and the fourth brother Joe's talents were just okay. It felt like the talents of the triplets were all concentrated in the youngest sister Mira. His predecessor spent most of his time studying, and his mind was filled with knowledge of basic subjects in various junior colleges. This was also a helpless way. He didn't have a good talent, and his physique was also weak. Even if he exercises, he won't get good results. If he doesn't study hard, he may not even have the chance to become a mage. It can be said that his predecessor has done a good job under limited conditions. At least it has laid a good foundation for him. However, for him now, most of the academy knowledge of his predecessor is useless, and he urgently needs to improve his worldview. The worldview of his predecessor is too narrow, limited to them being a member of the Tarila Empire, Zenan Province, and Luochue City. And then, there is nothing else. The predecessor knew that there were powerful masters in this world, but he didn't know how powerful the masters were, which was embarrassing. He also knew that there were terrible monsters in this world, but he didn't know how terrible the monsters were, which was embarrassing. There were also those magical items, but the knowledge points in this area were ridiculously few. The only strange items he remembered were the cooking pot in his own home and the magic blackboard in the school, which was very embarrassing. Not only that, he also knew a little about his parents and family. He only knew that his father was a professor and his mother was a soldier. Both parents were very strong. And then, they were gone. This information was too simple for Klein. If he wanted to settle down, these were not enough. This world was not an information-based world. The mainstream media was only the magic radio and ordinary newspapers in the city center. Without a computer or a mobile phone, Klein had limited channels to quickly understand this world. To understand this world, you must first understand the cities in this world. If you want to understand the cities, there is no faster and more effective way than shopping. Klein now has a huge amount of money. In addition to the 40 thalers given to him by Katie, he also saved more than a dozen thalers in pocket money. Originally, it was used as reserve funds after the predecessor was prepared to enter the Royal Academy. Now it is a bargain for Klein, who has a different personality from his predecessor. If what he does can improve himself, he will not save money. He walked briskly on the streets of Hammerfall. He tasted the food of this world, bought a few toys that he thought were very novel, and also looked at the scenery. He basically understood the customs and habits of Hammerfall, and also had some knowledge of some of the habits of ordinary people. After strolling around for a while, Klein came to a small grocery store at the corner of the street. There were many newspapers placed at the door of the store. Newspapers are a rare media resource in this world, and a good channel for quickly obtaining information. I just don't know whether the media in this world is controlled by the will of the country or the will of the forces, and whether the information is accurate. Chapter 6. This world is dangerous. Boss, do you have old newspapers here? That is, 1 week ago. Old newspapers? What do you want those newspapers for? The grocery store owner asked in a somewhat strange tone. If you buy newspapers, you must buy the recent ones. Old news will become worthless. Of course they are useful. Newspapers from a week ago to about 2 months ago are all fine. You should have some that you haven't sold yet. Klein casually rummaged through the things in the grocery store. He was looking for something suitable for synthesis. Oh, that will cost a lot of money. At least 1 ter. He glanced at Klein and felt that he had caught a fat sheep. Those newspapers, if they were lost, they would be lost. If they could be sold, it would basically be a good thing to pick up money for free. You are too black. How about this? 50 tera for these things together. Klein picked up a bell, a fruit knife, and a glass bottle. Deal. The grocery store owner did not hesitate too much. The total cost of these things was no more than 25 tera. Those newspapers can only be sold as garbage. At most 20 rela. So he still made a lot of money. Klein helped him get rid of many old newspapers at one time, saving him a lot of effort. Klein was stunned. It seems that his bargaining skills need to be improved. He was still cheated after cutting the price in half. Looking at the happy eyes of the grocery store owner, he could only sigh that he was still too young. He put these sundries into the bag, left the grocery store, and found the place in his memory, and came to a library in Luochui's city. Except for the school, he was not familiar with many places in the city. But the library left a deep impression on him. As soon as he entered the door of the library, he could smell a strange smell of thick ink mixed with musty smell, which was the smell of books dampened. This world already has some means and techniques to keep dry. But it is obvious that this library is not doing it very well. Or simply not doing it. Here you are again. Klein, what books do you want to borrow this time? The speaker was the fat bookkeeper Billy, who knew this young man who often came here to read books. Mr. Billy, I will take the entrance exam for the Royal College soon. Not only the knowledge in the books, but also other aspects of knowledge I need to learn well. So, I brought some newspapers this time. If there are other books I need, I will tell you. Klein was very polite, but the feeling he gave Billy was a little different from his usual self. Although the predecessor also talked to Billy, he was inevitably a little arrogant. After all, his family were all extraordinary people. With the family environment and the influence of the college, it was almost inevitable that he looked down on ordinary people. This sudden change still made Billy slightly stunned. But he was also an old hand. So he smiled. What an excellent guy. If he can graduate from the Royal College, he must be a formal professional. Billy is just an ordinary person. In his opinion, being a professional is already amazing enough. Mr. Billy, you are too kind. I haven't been admitted to the Royal College yet, and the graduation rate of the Royal College is only about half. Ha ha ha. I think my vision has always been good. You will definitely be admitted, and you will be among the half that graduate. Now, don't lose your reading card. Okay, Mr. Billy. Klein politely took the reading card. Although Billy was just an ordinary librarian, he could help him very well. At the very least, he was very familiar with the arrangement of books in the library. If you have a good relationship with him, you can save a lot of time looking for books. Time is money, my friend. Klein found a seat and sat down. It was a bit strange to bring a pile of newspapers to the library. Ignoring the strange eyes of others, he began to quickly flip through the newspapers in his hand. On September 3rd, at the border of Tim Highland, the Imperial Army blitzed the Fire Blade cult branch, killing nearly 500 Fire Blade cultists at the cost of 153 soldiers and 19 professionals, and completely eliminated the local Fire Blade cult members. On September 5th, in the north of Zenon, an armed attack occurred at the Holy Light Church in Body City. Many parts of the cathedral were burned down, and a total of 23 clergy died. According to the investigation of the security department, this incident was caused by a conflict between the community and faith. Afterwards, the fourth leader of the Eye of Grilla, Bizini, claimed responsibility for the incident. On September 6th, a large number of Warcraft scavenging wolves were found in the suburbs of Tachi. People going out must be careful. Ms. Quelram, the governor of Tachi province, attached great importance to this matter and has sent troops to drive away the scavenging wolves. Similar incidents are endless, as if there is almost no peaceful day in the entire Tarila. Warcraft attacks, border conflicts, terrorist attacks, and occasionally strange events. It can be said that the farther away from the imperial capital, the worse the security. Even in the city, there is not very good security. Zenan province is already the center of the empire, but armed attacks still happen in cities in the north. The safety of this world is too different from the world before the crossing. He is so helpless now that an adult man can easily crush him. His only skill is to make bread. When he is really in danger, bread can never save him. He tightened his fingers on the demon pendant on his chest. This is what can protect him. After experiencing the information explosion era in his previous life, Klein's sense of crisis is much higher than that of ordinary people in the new world. You still have to have combat power. Although the arcane master can bring you a petty bourgeoisie life, he can't bring you real security. Klein felt the synthesizer in his body and said, "It depends on you." Putting away his thoughts, Klein continued to read the newspaper. But reports of such crises, battles, and killings continued until the end of October. Aren't the rulers of this world afraid of social instability caused by unrest? Klein had this idea. But if you think about it the other way around, this world is very chaotic and civilians have no way to protect themselves. Only by relying on powerful military force can the reckless reports of these newspapers be justified. The world is in chaos. Civilians cannot survive on their own. They need someone to protect them. And the empire is naturally the strongest barrier. So civilians must rely on the empire. Open conspiracy. Simple and crude means, even if someone understands these, they have to move closer to the empire. If you encounter a large-scale beast tide, it is not something that an individual or some small forces can resist. Klein narrowed his eyes. This was a small move in his previous life, but he did not intend to change it. Chapter 7 Information about the Academy and the Extraordinary. From these newspapers, Klein also obtained an important piece of information, which is the plan to encourage childbirth. This plan to encourage childbirth should be supported by the royal family. There is a paragraph printed in the upper right corner of each newspaper. Every additional child will give your family more hope. Not only that, this plan to encourage childbirth also has detailed reward conditions. Torila's current policy is that the first child is self-funded, and the second child is exempted from the tuition of 2 children, including the first. From the third child onwards, in addition to exempting tuition, part of the tax can be exempted, plus additional childbirth subsidies. For each additional child, the family will be exempted from more taxes. Torila's taxation is tiered, and tax exemption is very attractive to high-income families, such as their Alex family. For low-income civilians, childbirth subsidies are even more attractive. The high amount of childbirth subsidies can completely make up for the consumption of having children, which is a great privilege for civilian families. Under the guidance of this policy, most families will have more children, just like Klein's family, which has a total of 5 children. A large population can bring a large number of laborers, and the popularization of primary schools can also allow outstanding talents to stand out. The more people there are, the more extraordinary people there will be. This plan to encourage fertility is quite interesting. However, one important point is the number of arcane masters. There is too little food that can be grown in this world, and the yield is also very low. Under the pressure of a large population, an arcane master who can produce food is definitely a strategic material talent, and his value is self-evident. He looked at the clock on the wall, and it was nearly 2 hours. He silently recited the synthesizer in his heart, and when he checked his personal attributes, his magic power had recovered to 1.0. But Klein did not plan to synthesize again. At 0.8, he already had a splitting headache. If he ran to synthesize again, his spirit would suddenly drop to 0, and he was afraid he would die on the spot. Looking at the time, Klein roughly calculated the speed of his magic power recovery. During normal activities during the day, it is about 0.1 per hour. If you sleep at night, the magic power recovery speed will be faster. He has not tested the meditation state yet, but generally speaking, he can only synthesize items twice a day at most. Picking up the last newspaper at the end of October, Klein finally saw something different. October 30th. Great news. According to the transcripts submitted by various junior colleges, the overall score in 335 will be 6.2% higher than last year. According to the estimate of a professor of Royal College, the admission rate of Royal College at the beginning of next year will reach an unprecedented 25%. Here, this newspaper wishes all candidates good luck in the exam next year, with a 25% admission rate. Can only 1 out of 4 people enter? This difficulty is still quite high. You must know that the 25% admission rate does not mean selecting 1 out of 4 ordinary people, but selecting 1 out of 4 people with extraordinary qualifications. Ordinary people do not even have the qualifications to take the exam. Even if they are qualified, they still have to take the 4-choice 1 assessment. Klein pondered for a moment. If the exam was too difficult, he would also need to spend some energy on basic lessons. After all, the Royal Academy was the highest academy in the empire. It was understandable that it was more difficult to enter, and the fittest would survive. There were junior colleges in various places, most of which were established by the empire, and there were also some local, private, and popular colleges. The junior college in Luochue City, where he graduated, was a typical example. The teachings were generally some basic knowledge, basic mathematics, writing, linguistics, and some field and military knowledge. Only in the last year, the knowledge of professional advancement would be taught in separate subjects. Those who wanted to become formal professionals would widen the gap with ordinary people in this year. Klein's food making and water making skills were also learned at that time. After graduating from the junior college, you can apply for a higher level vocational college, or you can graduate and go home to start working. There are 3 highest vocational colleges in Taurilla: the Royal College, Holzvog, and Swordhammer. The Royal College is completely controlled by the royal family, and there are also some large forces behind the other 2 colleges. In addition, there are also professional colleges in other places. But on the one hand, there are not enough teachers, and on the other hand, there is a lack of support from the empire, and the education level is uneven. Klein knew that his parents arranged for him to apply for the Royal College of Taurilla in the imperial capital. His father was originally a professor at the Royal College, and he had no intention of going to other colleges, so he needed to learn about some of the Royal College. Klein stood up and came to the librarian's seat and asked, "Mr. Billy, I want to know if there are any books introducing the various colleges?" "Of course. There are many books on this subject on bookshelf 13, number 21 to 30, in Area B." "Thank you, Mr. Billy." Klein left politely, and Billy looked at Klein's back and said, "This kid will definitely become a big shot in the future." "Oh, he is 20 years old. Should he call him Mr. Klein?" Billy touched his stubble and made a wise expression. According to Billy's guidance, Klein quickly found the book introducing the various colleges, and found the page of the Imperial College in the book. He spent 2 hours reading this. After a long time, he sighed. Taurilla Imperial College, a special college for professionals, is also a special college founded by the imperial family. It has almost all the knowledge of the professional system, integrates a large number of outstanding talents, and absorbs them into the imperial official system after graduation. It controls the media, weapons, and has the most arcane mages. With so many arcane mages, it also controls most of the food sources. Whether it is riots, attacks, or wars, the royal family is not afraid. It seems that the situation is chaotic, but in fact the royal family is as stable as Mount Tai. A good method. After digesting the content of the book, Klein began to look for books about the professional system. This is also important information about his future. According to the introduction in the book, there are 5 regular levels of professions. After officially becoming a professional, it is the first level, the primary level, with the qualification to graduate from the Imperial College, and a formal extraordinary person. The second level is the excellent level, the intermediate level, and can become an assistant teacher in the academy, or some non-commissioned officers. Klein's second brother Davis is at this level. The third level is the elite level, senior level, and can serve as a college teacher or officer. My elder sister Adina is a third-level master. The fourth level is the expert level, and can serve as an ordinary professor or senior officer in the college. The fifth level is the master level, the highest level officially determined in detail. The generals of the military, the honorary professors of the college. The minimum standard is the fifth level master. Reaching the fifth level is the pinnacle of conventional job level people. But the fifth level is not the end of strength. Some unconventional professionals can break through the barrier of the fifth level. Above the fifth level is the title powerhouse. But there is not much record about the specific content of the title powerhouse in the book. It is only known that the title powerhouses are all super masters. They have their own unique combat skills, and their strength is far beyond the fifth level. For example, the generals of the Taurilla military are all title powerhouses. In addition to the professional level, Tyrella's professional system is also very diverse. The officially registered and marked professions have reached more than 50. The magic system of the mage, warlock, mind master, wizard, summoner, priest, etc. The combat system is even more complicated. For example, a knight has more than 10 branch professions. Currently, there are only 2 official recognized strongest combat professions. One is the warlock and the other is the knight. These 2 professions are almost purely born for combat. The fusion of the warlock's blood can create a strong body. By concluding a contract, evil spirits, demons, and void creatures can be summoned. In addition, the warlock itself has extremely destructive evil energy spells, dark spells, and hellfire spells. It is a perfect magic system that combines summoning, strengthening, and destruction, and is an almost impeccable combat profession. And the knight is the benchmark of the combat profession. The strong body and armor make them look down on everyone on the battlefield. From conventional fighting spirit to foot knights, mount knights, and even dragon knights. The blood knight who masters the ability of blood, the paladin of the divine spirit, and the death knight of the evil spirit. They have many skills, and they have the power to amplify and weaken each other. Their combat power is almost the best in close combat. Looking at the introduction of these 2 professions, Klein couldn't help but be fascinated. No wonder his predecessor yearned for these 2 professions. They are indeed powerful. Chapter 8 Mother's Suspicion. After arranging the books in his hand, Klein began to wander around the library casually. The urgently needed information has been found, and the remaining time can be used to expand his knowledge base. He needs a lot of knowledge now, but he doesn't know if it is here. He set his goal on the area of history books, picked and chose, and finally chose a book of brief history of the old world. Klein himself has been involved in the history of the empire, and there is no need to study it in detail for the time being. So what the new world was like before made Klein even more curious. Klein did not take the book back to his seat, but chose to stand and read it on the spot. A brief history of the old world briefly describes the situation in the old world before the disaster. Speaking of the disaster, Klein has not seen a specific description of what kind of disaster it is. The wording and description in this book are also very vague, but Klein still quickly figured it out, because this book clearly mentions electricity, mechanization, firearms and other items, which are definitely not the products of this era. The book even mentioned that some museums in the empire still preserve these items, but most of them were no longer usable. Seeing this, Klein was a little confused. Could it be I didn't travel through another world, but came many years later? This thought could only be kept in mind for the time being, and he had no way to find out the truth now. The book mentioned that around 500 BC, the rules of the old world changed overnight. Humans could no longer generate electricity. Gasoline could not burn. Gunpowder could not ignite and explode. And crops no longer grew. Natural disasters came. Earthquakes occurred frequently. Creatures began to mutate into monsters. A large number of humans died, and the whole world became chaotic. This chaos did not end until 35 BC. After more than 400 years of chaotic development, humans gradually drove out monsters and established a relatively safe area for humans. At this time, human society was considered stable, and many small countries were formed. These small countries experienced more than 30 years of war and annexed each other until 2 super empires emerged. One is Tyrella, and the other is Grandok. Tyrella set the founding time as the first year of the new era and changed the name of the continent to Tyrella. Grandok was established in the 5th year of the new era. At that time, Tyrella, which had just been established, was also plagued by internal and external troubles, and was unable to start a war against Grandok. The environment in Grandok was better, and both sides were unwilling to start a war rashly, which eventually led to the situation of 2 empires confronting each other. After reading this, Klein still has no way to determine whether this world is still the same as before. After all, the topography of this world has completely changed. But none of this matters anymore. Finding a place to live is the most important thing now. Only when you have the strength, you are qualified to explore this world. Throwing the pile of newspapers in his hand into the trash can, Klein let out a long breath and stood up. Today's harvest is full. Mr. Billy, I'm leaving. Klein handed the library card to Billy. Billy took the card and said with a smile, "Well, go slowly on the way." Klein gave the books to Billy to sort out, and then he left the library. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared next to his previous position. In the cold weather, the person wore a black long skirt and a white sweater on her upper body, which was very weighty. In winter, everyone wears thick clothes, and this proud figure naturally stands out in the library. Many boys' eyes are no longer on their books. The woman has long been accustomed to such eyes, and doesn't take these people to heart. It was a bit unexpected for her to search the trash can. But she didn't care. She took out the newspapers that Klein had thrown away from the trash can and looked through them. Just ordinary newspapers, and they are all from the past. Because I have been too busy with my studies recently, and have no time to learn about the information? The woman holding the newspaper asked in confusion. She was Klein's mother, Katie. Although it was during the vacation, she was still very concerned about her children. As a member of the military, he was strong and had an outstanding ability to read people's expressions. As a mother, she could see that Klein was different now. She had doubts in her heart, so she wanted to go out and investigate. However, when she saw Klein entering the library, Katie's doubts were eliminated. She knew that her third son studied very hard, although it was a bit strange that he took so many old newspapers. But thinking about the pressure of studying during this period, it might make him unable to get other information from the outside world in time. Which made sense. Klein didn't expect that his act of buying newspapers and entering the library would eliminate a lot of doubts for him. At this time, Mother Katie finally put aside her doubts. Katie walked out of the library slowly, and the pin on her chest suddenly lit up. This pin was a magic communicator obtained by the Imperial Army from the Royal Academy of Sciences. It had a large distance limit, scarce materials, and extremely high technical craftsmanship. In the military, it was only popularized to some powerful senior officers, although it had many shortcomings. This device that could communicate instantly greatly improved the speed of information transmission and played a huge role. Colonel Katie, we just received a tip-off that in the East District of Hammerfall City, the Fire Blade sect will create a terrorist attack on the East District Public Office. If you are nearby, please request support. Katie raised her eyebrows. She was not in a hurry when she heard the request for support. She leaned back and stretched lazily, attracting the attention of the men around her. I'm on vacation. It's better to leave the Fire Blade sect to the City Security Department and the guards. The East District. It's bad. Klein. Katie hung up the communication and rushed out instantly. The East District is the direction of home. If Klein is walking home at his speed, he should be near the public office now. Katie knows that her third son is not very powerful. If he is really near the public office, he may be affected by the attack. Don't get into trouble. Klein. Whispering. Katie's figure has begun to jump between the roofs of the residential area. Klein walked slowly, silently digesting the information he collected in the library today, and began to think about some plans for the future. The first thing, of course, is the entrance examination of the Royal College at the beginning of next year. For people will eliminate 3, and the elimination rate will reach 75%, which is considered difficult. Then it is to accumulate rare items with the synthesizer. Walking with his head down, he suddenly bumped into a railing. This is the propaganda column of the public office, which is still promoting things to encourage childbirth. This is the district public office, a department similar to a large neighborhood committee? Klein said, looking at the slogan of the public office across the road. Chapter 9 Sudden Attack. Boom! Klein was thinking about something when a sudden and violent explosion, along with a shock wave, threw him out. The back of his head hit the wall heavily. First with severe pain, then numbness. He was already physically weak, and his eyes began to darken, as if he was about to faint at any time. The pain and dizziness made it impossible for Klein to concentrate. But the strong sense of crisis made him bite his lips hard to help himself wake up quickly. He touched the back of his head and felt a burst of moisture. His eyes were still blurry, and he could hardly see anything. But Klein knew that this wetness was definitely not water. And he was injured. What's going on? Ignoring the injury on the back of his head for the time being, Klein reluctantly turned his head to look at the explosion. The direction from which it came was the East District Public Office of Hammerfall City. At this time, the building of the public office had already been on fire. Several people in red cloaks stood around the flames, muttering something. After a while of whispering, the group of people suddenly shouted in unison, "Let the flames purify everything." The flames became wilder with a hum sound under the shouting of the group of red-clothed people. The hot fireballs seemed to have spirituality and ran around, setting the house on fire. The fire also began to spread to the surrounding buildings. The black smoke covered the sky, and the high temperature and pungent smell made people feel even more uncomfortable. A group of public office staff had begun to run out of the office building, and the surrounding people also screamed and fled. Red clothes. Set fire. Klein thought of the attack launched by the Imperial Army on the Fire Blade cult in the newspaper. The clothing of the Fire Blade cult in the newspaper was very similar to these people. What is this? A terrorist attack? Klein gradually woke up from his stupor and murmured in disbelief. Although the fire was reflected, his heart was already in an ice cave. This was only the 4th day in this world, and the danger came suddenly without any defense. The leader of the red-clothed people pointed at the people who fled and shouted, "No matter how much you oppress, the flames will never go out. Kill them all." The leader of the red-clothed people waved his hand, and a group of Fire Blade cultists were holding scimitars and killing the surrounding civilians. However, Tarila is not a peaceful country. Primary education also teaches students a lot of military knowledge, and the people are very martial. Although these people fled, they are not the kind of straw that can only be harvested when they encounter danger. Some people saw that they could not escape, and began to fight back with the Fire Blade cultists with the surrounding objects. However, the Fire Blade cultists were much stronger than ordinary civilians. The gap in strength and weapons made this counterattack seem very weak. Help! A middle-aged fat woman staggered towards Klein. Klein could clearly see the fear and despair in her eyes. Puff! The sharp scimitar slashed across the middle-aged woman's neck, and a lot of blood sprayed on Klein's face in front of her. Klein was stunned. Although Klein knew that the world was not peaceful and had made many mental preparations, when the danger really came, he realized that the previous mental preparations were so pale and powerless. His physical condition was so poor that he couldn't even run away. Now his legs were still weakening involuntarily. The scimitar was retracted, and the crazy eyes of the Fire Blade cultist had already moved to Klein. Facing the impending death, Klein's heart beat rapidly, and adrenaline gradually made him sober and calm, wiping away the blood that blurred his vision. Klein's eyes became cold. There was nothing else. He wanted to live. He bit his lip for the second time, using the pain to eliminate his tension. Klein's left hand tightly grasped the demon pendant, and his right hand stretched out 5 fingers forward. When he held the pendant, the method of using the Hellfire Ball technique had already appeared in his mind, clear and clear, as if he had practiced it for many years. The Fire Blade cultist in front of him was already waving the scimitar to kill him, and Klein knew that he had no extra time. "I don't want to die." Klein gritted his teeth. Green flames burned fiercely in his palms, and a green fireball a circle larger than his fist formed in his hands and sprayed towards the Fire Blade cultist, who was rushing towards him. The Fire Blade cultist was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the lamb to be slaughtered in front of him would suddenly counterattack, and the power of the counterattack would be so huge. Boom! The Fire Blade cultist had not had time to escape, and the evil energy of the hell flame had engulfed him. The high temperature instantly burned his clothes, and the evil energy began to invade the body of the Fire Blade cultist. The hell energy decayed the Fire Blade cultist, until the green flames dissipated. The Fire Blade cultist had become a skeleton with a big hole in his chest. The whole skeleton exuded a rotten smell, fell to the ground, and broke into powder. Klein's fingers holding the pendant trembled slightly, and finally, he killed someone. Although his muscles were very stiff, the effects of adrenaline and psychological suggestion actually calmed Klein down quickly. He stood up slowly, holding the pendant tightly with his fingers. The remaining magic power should only be enough for another Hellfire Ball. If he was still in danger, he would tear the pendant off and summon the devil. Klein's counterattack was soon discovered by the leader of the Fire Blade cult. He turned around and looked at Klein. His face was covered with red tattoos and oil paint, and his expression could not be seen. "Fel Power, are you a warlock?" the leader of the Fire Blade cult said with a serious face. Klein also looked at him, but did not speak. He did not want to expose the fact that he was just a weak chicken. When the 4 eyes met, Klein felt the indifference to life in the other's eyes. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid this guy has killed a lot of people." The second Hellfire Ball has gathered in his right hand. If he strikes first, he will be controlled by others. Whether he succeeds or not, he will not sit and wait for death. Klein's total magic power is still far from that of a formal professional, but as long as he holds the demon pendant, the Hellfire Ball he uses is a real first-level spell. The second Hellfire Ball was ejected. Looking at the flying Hellfire Ball, the leader of the Fire Blade cult stretched out his hands, ready to go. An ordinary fireball with normal color appeared in the hands of the leader of the Fire Blade cult, facing the Hellfire Ball sent by Klein. The leader of the Fire Blade cult is a formal professional, and the fireball he sent is a circle larger than Klein's. Even so, his expression did not relax at all, but stared at Klein's fireball. Boom! The evil energy and the flame collided, and the flame of the leader of the Fire Blade cult seemed to be more violent. But the destructive power of the Hellfire Ball spell is stronger than that of ordinary fireballs. In this collision of spells, the two fireball spells actually fought to a draw. What a powerful force! Klein sighed slightly. If you add the support of summons and the physical enhancement of blood synthesis, the combat strength of the warlock profession is simply outrageous. No wonder warlocks are called the top magic combat profession. I wonder how powerful knights, who are also the top combat professions, are. But he didn't have time to think about it. Now he was out of ammunition and food. Without magic power, his physical fitness was just a salted fish. If the Devil Imp couldn't deal with these people, he was probably finished. Chapter 10 Salvation and Peeping. The leader of the Fire Blade cult did not move. He was a little confused about Klein's current situation. If Klein was a warlock, he might not be easy to deal with. If the other party did not move, Klein would definitely not move either. He had no tricks left, and he could only delay for a while. After fighting for so long, where are the security department and guards of the city? Klein couldn't help but complain. The Fire Blade cult would not stay here with him for too long. If they dared to launch such an attack, they would have already regarded death as their way home. Now, they could not wait any longer. Go together and kill him. The leader of the Fire Blade cult pointed at Klein and issued an order. They had already put life and death aside by launching such an attack. In his opinion, killing a warlock before dying was much more meaningful than killing a group of civilians. And it was the best thing. Fuck. Klein was already under great pressure facing a leader of the Fire Blade cult. Now that the other party rushed towards him together, he was afraid that the summoned ghost would also die. Since we can't survive, let's fight to the death. Klein made up his mind and faced life and death. His temperament changed in an instant. When Klein was about to tear off the pendant, a blue sword energy came through. Put away your determination to die. In a flash, all the Fire Blade cultists were cut in half, because the sword energy was too sharp. Some of the cultists, who fell to the ground, did not die immediately. The blue figure attacked again and pointed a finger at the Fire Blade cult leader's forehead. Blue ripples began to ripple in the air. The Fire Blade cult leader seemed to see great fear. His face twisted, his pupils dilated, and he fell down. You have finally embarked on the path of a warlock, Klein. The blue figure slowly passed by. It was Klein's mother, Katie. Klein's mind was already blacked out at this time. Katie's strength was too intuitive. The sword energy that was casually cut could easily tear a group of people's bodies apart. So strong. Cutting melons and vegetables like a normal person. But it can exert such a powerful force. It's just like a game. Klein's eyes have been staring at Katie, remembering this scene firmly in his heart. The things brought by personal strength are fully displayed in this world. Seeing her son staring at her for a long time without speaking, Katie thought that Klein was scared, or didn't want to answer questions about warlocks. So she said softly and gently, "Okay. It's okay now. Let's go home." Okay. Mom." Just as they were about to leave, the security guards of Hammerfall finally arrived. Katie was a little dissatisfied and said to the guards, who had just arrived slowly at this time, "Why are you so late?" "Lord Katie, the attack point of the Fire Blade cult this time is not just the East District. There are a total of 4 places in Hammerfall that have been attacked. The East District Public Office is the last one. So we are a little late." The captain of the guard said breathlessly. There was still blood on his sword and armor. The blood was not dry. It looked like he had just fought. It didn't seem like a lie to avoid responsibility. Katie nodded, which was considered to be an approval of the captain of the guard. The Fire Blade cult is really difficult to deal with. These guys are too crazy. This kind of terrorist organization is really troublesome to deal with. At present, the military has to spend a lot of energy to deal with the monsters. And it also has to confront Grandok in the east. It is really short of manpower. Forget it. These people will be handed over to you. Yes, Master Katie. The captain of the guard saluted Katie respectfully. After briefly explaining the matters, Katie came to Klein again, patted the dust off his body, and tidied his clothes. A mother tidied her son's clothes. With the sunset glow and the surrounding flames, the picture looked particularly beautiful. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the soldiers always felt that it was somewhat inconsistent with Katie's usual gentleness. Klein, your scalp on the back of your head was pierced by sawdust. Go home first so that I can clean your wound. Klein looked at Katie and uttered a word after a long while. Mom, you are so awesome. Kate smiled, no longer caring about the mess behind her, and left with Klein. On the top of the clock tower in Hammerfall, a girl with algae green hair sat on the hour hand of the big clock. She was not very old, about the same age as Klein. In her left hand, she held a snack bought in the city, and her legs were swinging leisurely. I didn't expect to see some interesting things when I came to Hammerfall. The Moonlight Swordsman who has been hiding in the security department. Azure Sky saw Katie and her son. After the green-haired girl mentioned Klein, a black shadow appeared behind her and said in a hoarse and low voice, Klein Alex, the third son of Esmond and Katie. He has mediocre talent and only has the qualifications of an arcane mage. Arcane mages cannot use evil energy. The girl kept looking at the direction where Klein left. She seemed to be able to see clearly even at a very long distance. When the woman's eyes moved from Klein to Katie, Katie in the distance seemed to notice something and immediately turned her head to look over and stared at the green-haired woman. Hey, we've been discovered. The green-haired girl bit the snack in her hand and stood up. I advise you not to provoke her. She is very dangerous. If we get too close, we will be killed instantly. The voice of the black shadow appeared again. I didn't provoke her. I just took a look at her. The information shows that she is very strong. I don't know why she has been hiding in the security department. Such a strong person is not something we can speculate. Third, I think this kid named Klein is very special. I always feel that my vision is quite accurate. Just like I discovered you. The green-haired girl turned around and stopped looking at Klein and Katie. She turned her head to look at the black shadow behind her. The black shadow was silent for a while before speaking. He's too mediocre, and the evil power is not necessarily his own ability, so there's no need to pay attention to him. Right? Whether it's his own ability or not. Being able to use the evil power is enough to show that he's no longer mediocre. The green-haired girl said with a smile. You want to invite him? He hasn't become a formal professional yet, and his power is too weak. Besides, he's Katie's son, and she won't agree to her son joining us. Shadow 3. It seems that you know a lot about Alex's family. Why are you so resistant? I think he's okay. You can't let me fail the task. The green-haired girl smiled and showed her teeth. But her teeth were different from those of ordinary people. Like 2 rows of serrated meat cleavers, which didn't match her beautiful appearance at all. I've already said it. As for how to do it, you should decide for yourself. The voice of the black shadow gradually faded away. She looked in the direction of Klein again and frowned. Ah, it's too difficult to invite members. Klein Alex. I hope he's okay. After repeating Klein's name, the girl jumped down from the bell tower, turned back and forth on the wall a few times, and finally reached the ground safely. Chapter 11 Growth and Goals. After returning home, Katie began to clean and bandage Klein's wounds. She was originally a soldier, and was quite skilled in simple medical techniques. She quickly cleaned and bandaged the back of Klein's head. Silence came quietly, and finally it was Mother Katie who spoke first. Does it hurt? No. Really? A little bit. After that, the two fell into silence again. The atmosphere seemed very stiff. Katie thought that Klein wanted to hide something about the warlock, so she could only shake her head and say, Klein, I know you have some secrets, and I respect your privacy. I won't ask about the warlock anymore, but you can't always hide from us. I'm your mother, and they are also your family. Do you understand? Klein's eyes jumped slightly. There was something in his mother Katie's words. Did she already doubt him? Fortunately, the demon pendant saved his life, not only in the attack of the Fireblade cult, but also made his mother Katie put down her doubts. Thank you, Mom. I won't do it again, Klein whispered, like a child who had done something wrong. Katie looked at Klein, who was lowering his head, and smiled. She didn't continue talking, but just touched his head and turned away. Klein was about to return to his room when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Why are you injured? Did you fight with someone? You are annoying. I am very tired now, and I am going back to my room, Klein said to Mira in a bad tone. This was indeed the tone Klein should have towards Mira. And he was really tired now. I'm concerned about you. But with this attitude, you deserve to never find a girlfriend, Mira said angrily. I was attacked by the Fire Blade cult at the East District office, and my mother saved me. Klein stopped at the corner of the stairs after going halfway up the stairs and said, as if he wanted to ease the atmosphere between the two, the Fire Blade cult's attack. Katie saved you. Mira sat on the sofa with her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Mira had never called her mother or mother, but always called her by her name, and everyone seemed to have tacitly accepted this. The previous incarnation was a bit brainless and didn't care much, but Klein now clearly noticed this. Why do you always call your mother by her name? Mira suddenly turned around, and there was an unprecedented brilliance in her eyes. I'm not her shadow. I want to surpass her. Klein raised his eyebrows, and he had already seen part of his mother Katie's strength. That kind of easy killing. He didn't really want to know what happened between Katie and Mira. After the two finished their conversation, Klein turned and went upstairs. In the study room of the house, Father Esmond was reading a book. When he heard the sound of the door, he did not move his eyes from the book and said casually, young people always have their own ideas. Mother Katie slowly walked to the table, her eyes without any fluctuations already blooming with blue light. Did you do this? What are you talking about? He is my child. Esmond. Father Esmond closed the book, ignored the dazzling blue light, and looked at Mother Katie. Of course, dear. He is also my child. Welcome back, Master, the Chiosi pen wrote on the paper. Klein looked at the neat handwriting and felt a little better. He had experienced too much today. He was exhausted physically and mentally. His magic power was exhausted. He was injured, and his physical strength was exhausted. He didn't even want to look at the ghost story manuscript written by Chiosi pen. Klein checked his personal attributes while resisting the dizziness caused by the exhaustion of magic power. Host, Klein. Occupation, none. Constitution, 0.5, weak, agility, 0.6, weak, strength, 0.5, weak, magic, 0.2, 2.0, skills, food making, water making. He had already prepared for the decrease in attribute values. But what surprised him was that the maximum value of the magic attribute reached 2.0, which was a pleasant surprise. But thinking about what he had experienced today, Klein was relieved. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. Although he had strong working ability, he was still an ordinary person. An ordinary person, in one day, expanded a new extraordinary worldview. Witnessed the cruel terrorist attacks and killings in this world. He broke free from fear and despair and fought against the opponent. Later, he saw the strength of high-end professionals like his mother Katie. In addition to being amazed, there was also a trace of yearning for the strong. The pursuit of strength is human instinct. Throughout the day, Klein's spiritual baptism and stimulation were not added up in many years before. Spirit is related to magic, so the improvement of his magic is justified. Thinking that one day he would be able to gallop in this world like his mother Katie, he fell asleep in a daze. He was too tired. In the dream, you killed someone, Klein said to Lu Luo. I know. Lu Luo nodded. Are you scared? Klein asked. Of course I'm scared. Lu Luo continued to nod. What should I do if I'm scared? Klein asked again. Keep killing. Kill more. Get used to it, and you won't be scared anymore. Well, let's do it. After waking up, Klein calmed down. The pain from the wound on his head made him know that everything yesterday was not a dream. He really killed someone, although it was an enemy. After a night of precipitation, Klein was much calmer at this time, and setbacks made people grow. Recalling yesterday's battle, Klein had already reached a different conclusion. If he encountered the same battle again, he would not be so unbearable. If he was not so scared at the beginning and used the Hellfire Ball to counterattack at the first time, he could kill the Fire Blade cultist in seconds. And with the fat woman's screams attracting attention, and the Fire Blade cult's concerns about warlocks, he had a great chance to evacuate the scene safely. The Fire Blade cult's attack was to cause killing and panic, and would not let too many people chase him. Even if he was chased, he could handle it by summoning the little ghost with the demon pendant, which was the best solution. His mother Katie could not be by his side forever. If Katie had not arrived in time this time, he would have died. It was not his style to put his life in the hands of others. So when he recalled the battle again, Klein didn't consider the guard's rescue and his mother Katie at all. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. After carefully recalling the battle process of yesterday several times and thinking of the best solutions, Klein went downstairs and ate his breakfast. After eating and drinking, Klein returned to the house and began to think about his own development. As a senior game designer, planning goals is of course handy. First, there are 3 goals to be determined. First, improve strength. Strength represents safety. After yesterday's incident, Klein realized that the higher his strength, the safer he would be. Second, synthesize items. Although he succeeded once in 2 syntheses, he did not think that the success rate of strange objects would be as high as 50%. The accumulation of strange objects is also a way to improve strength. But you can see it from the powerful attributes of the demon pendant and the clever pen. Third, it is to collect resources. Collecting resources includes making money and accumulating rare resources. This world has advanced materials such as magic cores and magic crystals. The high-level materials used for synthesis are definitely different. But he has no way to obtain them now. He now has to collect as many resources as possible, even if it is just money. Of course, the second and third points are all for the first point, to improve his own strength. Chapter 12 Synthesis again. Well, let's set these 3 as the main goals first. With 2.0 magic power, it shouldn't be too difficult to synthesize them. As he said that, Klein opened the synthesizer, put the bell he bought yesterday into it, and picked up a book from the junior college. After placing them, he pressed the synthesis button. Synthesis materials, bell, ordinary, plus book, ordinary. High probability of obtaining an ordinary item. Low probability of obtaining a rare item. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. You have obtained a new item. Paper wind chime, ordinary, books or paper. Bells can ring, and paper wind chimes are related to both. Such a thing, even if it is a failure? Looking at the paper wind chime in his hand, Klein fell into deep thought. After 1 synthesis, the remaining magic power is 1.0. At this value, his mental state is not strongly affected. Now it is basically certain that as long as the magic power is above 1.0, his mental state is at least normal. After another failure, the chance of a rare item appearing in the synthesis has now dropped to 33%. Klein knew that this chance would likely drop again, and he had already prepared himself to go all the way. There is already a chance of a rare item appearing when synthesizing 2 items. So will the chance of a rare item appearing when synthesizing 3 items be higher? Klein did not act rashly, and decided to wait until his magic power was fully restored before trying again. Let's take a look at the manuscript written by the Chiosi pen first. This should be the only profitable project for now. Klein picked up the ghost story manuscript written by Chiosi pen and read it carefully. After all, it was to be submitted to the publishing house or newspaper, so it had to be checked carefully. Headless. Corpse of a woman in the ancient well. Ghost. Klein quickly finished reading the 10 short ghost stories. The writing style was only average, which was his writing level. But fortunately the story was novel. Many brain holes and story structures were not available in this world at present. What embarrassed Klein was that after reading 10 ghost stories, he felt a little panic. It would be a lie to say that he was not panicked. There were really ghosts in this world, and many of them were very powerful. Fortunately, it was daytime now, and there was a big boss like his mother Katie at home. So Klein was just a little panicked. Not to the point of being scared. It's well written. That's enough. Klein did not continue to read ghost stories and expand the idea of writing and plot. Now he asked Chiosi pen to write a book just to increase his income. But it was unnecessary to deepen his investment. He still had many important things to do. Continue to write some short stories of different types. 10 of each. Good master. The clever pen continued to write books on paper very obediently. Klein was not in a hurry to let it serialize novels. He was about to go to the Royal Academy. His home was not a permanent place. After arriving at the Royal Academy, he would consider expanding the use of the clever pen. He had no plans to go out today. Hammerfall had just been attacked, and the city was still under martial law. Many guards were searching for the hidden teachers of the Fire Blade cult. Sitting upstairs, he could hear the sound of armor colliding as the guards hurried on their way. Pushing open the window, the cold wind blew in with a whoosh sound. Klein exhaled, rubbed his hands and looked down. A group of guards pushed a group of people in red clothes and walked quickly in the middle of the street. Judging from their clothes, they were indeed very similar to the fire blade cult that attacked the public office before. The efficiency of the military seemed to be quite high. Klein was not the only one looking at the captured fire blade cultists. There were also a large number of people watching on the street. Kill them! These scumbags. They are just a bunch of lunatics. The people of the fire blade cult deserve to die. Shouts like these came one after another. But the fire blade cultists seemed to have heard nothing at all. And their expressions were indifferent. They didn't care about the upcoming execution, let alone the abuse of the people. Seeing this situation, Klein frowned. The fire blade cult. According to the newspaper reports, they are very large. Is it impossible to destroy such an organization? And how did they find so many believers with such frequent suicide attacks? Looking at the crowd going away, Klein closed the window in confusion. This belief was too crazy for him, and he didn't understand the reason. Maybe he didn't know some of the methods of the extraordinary. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. There was not much time left before the opening of the Royal Academy. At most, there were only about 20 days left. Although Zenon was close to the imperial capital, it would take several days to get there from Hammerfall City. Calculated in this way, he only had about 20 days left. Time is tight during this period. I have to practice hard. After so many years of exam experience in his previous life, Klein clearly knew that cramming at the last minute was really useful. Klein sat on the ground and meditated, starting his first practice in the other world. When his magic power recovered to 2.0, Klein opened his eyes and turned on the synthesizer. There was a certain risk in synthesizing 3 items at a time, so Klein was not rash. He waited until his magic power was fully restored and his mental and physical state were adjusted to the best before starting. First put in the fruit knife he bought before, which was just an ordinary knife. Then he added an iron rod placed in the utility room at home, and finally put in a sharp steel needle. This was the synthetic item Klein had already thought of. First of all 3 items were iron items, and they all had some weapon-like properties. He was about to go to the academy. Although he was a mage, it was still necessary to have a weapon for self-defense. Otherwise, when his magic power was exhausted, he would really be a lamb to be slaughtered. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could synthesize a weapon of the rare item level, with a beautiful dream? Klein began his new synthesis. Synthesis materials: fruit knife, ordinary, plus iron rod, ordinary, plus iron needle, ordinary. High probability of obtaining an ordinary item. Low probability of obtaining a rare item. Synthesizing. Please wait. The moment he clicked the synthesis button, Klein felt that all the strength in his body was instantly drained, and his mind was blank. The blood flowing from his nostrils quickly filled his mouth, and this taste was not very pleasant. Cough, cough. After 2 coughs, Klein realized that his mouth was full of blood foam, and even speaking was difficult. The pain in his body was accompanied by a dizziness in his head. Klein could no longer stand steadily, and he fainted and fell to the ground. He did not hear the prompt sound from the synthesizer clearly. You have obtained a new item, blade, ordinary. Chapter 13 Combat Power Enhancement. When Klein woke up in a daze, it was already 4 p.m. The blood on the corner of his mouth had dried up. Now he had a splitting headache, and his muscles and internal organs were in pain. He looked at his personal attributes. After being unconscious for so long, his magic power had only recovered to 0.3, which was very slow. It seems that the magic power required to synthesize 3 items is much more than 2.0. I was careless. Klein thought that adding more synthetic items would increase the consumption of magic power, so he made some preparations for this. But he didn't expect that there would be so many more. The synthesis of 3 items would bring a huge burden to his body, making him feel like he was dying. This attempt was a bit abrupt. I'm afraid I can't synthesize 3 items in a short time. Klein didn't know what kind of damage this overload synthesis would cause to his body. But in short, it wouldn't be a good thing. His own physique was weak. Before finding a way to strengthen his physique, he should not do this kind of suicidal behavior. Let's see what was synthesized. Second blade, grade, ordinary. Weapon, damage 15 to 25. Introduction, excellent non-standard short knife. Light, strong, and sharp. Klein smiled. This sin was not in vain. He took the secondary blade out of the synthesizer and waved it in his hand. The blade of this knife is only 3.5 nanofeet, 35 centimeters. and it is a thick-backed steel blade. Because the blade is small, it is not difficult for a weak person like Klein to pick it up. The blade is very sharp, and with just a slight wave, it can cut off the corner of the wooden table. Although it was just an ordinary grade item, this knife could be considered a fine product among ordinary items, and was worth a lot of money. It just didn't have the magical effect of a rare item. Klein didn't know the price of the weapon, but he thought that such a knife shouldn't be very cheap. Looking around, Klein was helpless. His room was not big, and there was no good place to hide things. He could only hide the blade under the bed. It would be strange for a mage like him to carry such a thing. It seemed that he had to think of a way to package the blade. With this idea in mind, Klein entered a state of meditation again. In the following days, Klein entered a very boring holiday life and devoted himself to practice. In addition to eating and sleeping normally, he practiced almost all day. After synthesizing in the morning, he began to sit on the ground and meditate. After the magic power recovered, he continued to synthesize without wasting a minute. Meditation day after day has greatly improved Klein's magic power. The time he spent on practicing magic power has exceeded that of his predecessor. In a short period of time, his total magic power has increased from 2.0 to 2.4. This speed of improvement can be called a leap forward, according to the fact that one shot of Hellfire Ball requires about 0.5 magic power. He can now release 4 shots of Hellfire Ball at the limit. Now the city is under martial law, and it is very unsafe outside the city. He has no opportunity and conditions to practice Hellfire Ball, and can only meditate at home. In addition to meditation, he also has to take 1 to 2 hours every day to review the homework of the junior college and prepare for the entrance examination of the Royal College. The holiday that should have been relaxing was turned into a hellish practice by Klein, and his effort value was maxed out. His degree of hard work was even worse than his predecessor. His mother Katie, the 4th child Joe, and the youngest sister Mira saw all of this. Mira thought that he was afraid that the Royal Academy exam would be too difficult, so he forced himself to make up for it. But his mother Katie thought more. Was Klein trying to be a warlock again? Klein, your foundation is already very good. I think you should have no problem with the Royal Academy exam, Katie said with some concern. She was certainly relieved that her son was working hard, but she was also a little worried about such a degree of hard work, wondering if Klein had some psychological problems again. It's okay, Mom. I've figured it out. Thank you for keeping the secret for me. Klein blinked at Katie. His eyes were very serious. Katie was slightly stunned. Klein would never show this expression in front of her before. She knew he was talking about warlocks, so she nodded and smiled. Klein seemed to be in a good mood, so Katie was relieved. Well, you are an adult now, so you should have some ideas of your own. It is important to work hard, but you should also take care of your body. I will, Mom. Wait, Klein. Promise me that you will never try the blood fusion of a warlock easily. That is definitely not a path suitable for you. Kate said it very seriously, which made Klein slightly stunned. Blood fusion has great risks, Klein guessed. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he still nodded. I promise you, Mom. The time to go to the imperial capital soon arrived. After more than 30 syntheses, Klein only managed to obtain 2 rare items, including the previous clever pen. Only 3 rare items were obtained in more than 30 syntheses, and the success rate was less than 10%. This success rate was not unacceptable to Klein. After all, rare items are not cabbages. Otherwise, they would not be so expensive. Klein looked at his 2 newly added rare items. Traveling map, grade, rare item. Effect 1, record your route and form a map. Up to 10 kilometers. Effect 2, store a map. Introduction, it looks like a piece of toilet paper. Take good care of it. Worn amulet, grade, rare item. Effect, passively absorb a first level curse or magic for you, or actively open it to absorb 30 points of damage for you. Introduction, rich people like to carry this kind of thing the most. Both rare items can be said to be very practical items. It goes without saying that the accompanying map is a must-have item for home travel, murder and robbery. In addition, it can store a copy of the map, so that you can effectively prevent yourself from getting lost when you go out in the future. The only drawback is that this map is very torn, and it does look like toilet paper, and it is the kind that has been used. Fold the map and put it in the pocket inside the clothes. The second item is a talisman, which is a more practical item. A defensive item. It can passively resist a level 1 magic. Or it can actively absorb 30 points of damage. Klein is not sure what effect 30 points of damage will have on people. But defense is a bit better. For long-range combat, there is the Hellfire Ball. For close combat, there is the Blade, the Talisman defense, and the Devil Imp as a trump card, with the accompanying map to guide the direction. Klein's combat power has greatly increased. It sounds very coincidental that the two newly added items can be used, but it is actually because of the direction of his synthesis. Most of the things he uses to synthesize are used by himself or can be used by himself. In this case, there is a high probability that the synthesized items can still be used by himself. Chapter 14 Klein Story Meeting. The next day. Klein, Katie asked me to ask you how you were preparing. We are leaving in the afternoon. Mira knocked on the door, dong dong dong, interrupting Klein's thoughts. Stop. You are about to break the door. Are you a woman? Are you sick? Klein said loudly. TSK. You better hurry up. Don't keep us waiting. After Mira finished speaking, Klein heard footsteps coming downstairs. It's time. I feel quite nervous. Uh-huh. Klein sorted out his clothes and put all the manuscripts written by Chiosi Pen in a bag. There are already more than 100 copies. In addition to ghost stories, there are also adventure, brave, and criminal investigation novels. It can be said that all aspects are involved. There is no way people in this world like this. If it is placed in a local publishing house, it should be able to exchange for a lot of money, even if it is maliciously lowered. He can take the manuscript to the imperial capital and sell it, but it is best to deal with some in Hammerfall City. The imperial city represents the unknown. He did not experience the development of one map after another like some of his fellow travelers. He was still very weak. Therefore, the imperial city, although the most prosperous place, is also the place with the most extraordinary people. The more extraordinary people there are, the more dangers and accidents there are. So before going to the imperial city, he needs to accumulate more resources and make all preparations. Quickly going downstairs and preparing to go out, Mira called him again. Hey, what are you doing? We are leaving in the afternoon. Why are you going out now? I'm going out to do something, and we'll be back soon. Klein pushed the door open and walked out. This guy has become more and more strange recently. Mira frowned and said. She felt that Klein's personality had changed a lot since the attack by the Fireblade cult. 20 days seemed to completely change a person's 20 years of past. The city's martial law ended a few days ago, and Hammerfall finally returned to peace. Some civilians could be seen wandering on the street. After all, this attack only hurt a small number of people. Klein trotted all the way to a newspaper office in the city. In addition to publishing local newspapers, this place also publishes various novels and periodicals, and naturally purchases various manuscripts. After these manuscripts are selected, they will be classified, printed, and distributed. The wild is too dangerous, so there are few outdoor activities and entertainment facilities in Tarila. But the population is large, and there are always some entertainment needs. Then newspapers, books and the like are very good ways to pass the time. They are inexpensive and can consume a lot of time. Neighbors can also borrow from each other, which is a very popular way of entertainment. Hey, what are you doing? The receptionist at the newspaper office was not a pretty lady, but a fat old man with a beard. Although he was dressed meticulously, he still looked a bit fierce. The receptionist was very fat, and when he stood up, his belly was already on the reception desk. Klein was stared at by him, and felt embarrassed for a while, pointing to the bag in his hand and said, I'm here to submit a novel. Excuse me, where is the office for receiving manuscripts? Oh, you're not here to cause trouble, then go up. Submit your manuscripts in the first office on the second floor. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Klein shook his head. This kind of front desk was really strange. He didn't think about it anymore. There was not much time left. He needed to deal with these manuscripts quickly. He came to the submission office on the second floor and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. Please come in. Pushing the door open, a middle-aged man with glasses sat here. The gray suit made him look gentle. Hello. Sir, I'm here to submit my manuscript. Well, bring the manuscript to me. The middle-aged man did not stop his work, nor did he look at Klein at the door. He just said casually, Okay. Klein took a thick stack of manuscripts out of the bag and put it on the desk of the middleman. What does this mean? The middle-aged man looked at the thick stack of manuscripts, then stopped his work, took off his glasses, and looked at Klein in surprise. "Sir, these are all my manuscripts." The middle-aged man blinked, seeming a little unbelievable. "All of these?" "Yes, sir." "Young man, you need to be down to earth. It is not a good habit to fill in the gaps." The middle-aged man's face sank, and he said seriously, "No, sir. You can take a look at my manuscripts and choose them randomly. I have saved these manuscripts for a long time." Klein began to talk nonsense. These manuscripts were all written by Chiusi pen in the past few days. But for the sake of money, he would just talk nonsense. He did not plan to bring these manuscripts to the imperial capital. It was the best choice to deal with them here. "Did you really write all of them?" The middle-aged man took out a manuscript from the middle with some suspicion, put on his glasses, and began to read. "Deep well, this is a story about tracking down a murderer. It tells the story of a man who used a deep well to kill 3 people in a row, and then dealt with the security department, but was finally caught by the military's experts. The overall plot is very coherent, although the writing style seems to be still immature. The subject matter is novel, and the middle-aged man is very interested in reading it." Until the whole manuscript was finished, the middle-aged man still felt that he had not finished reading it. He picked up another one from the middle, headless, and read it from beginning to end. After reading several pages in a row, Klein really couldn't wait any longer, so he interrupted him. "Sir, have you read it? I have something to do in the afternoon. Will you accept the manuscripts of these stories?" "Ah? Yes. Yes. Of course. Are these really all written by you?" The middle-aged man has also read countless articles. Of course. He can't miss such an attractive article. "Of course. Sir, I wrote all of these." Klein lied without blushing or beating his heart. "Very good. I'm the publication editor of the Hammerfall newspaper." "Sut. What's your name?" "Klein Alex." "Well, Mr. Alex, are you really going to sell all of these manuscripts?" Klein understood Sut's meaning very well. Selling all of them means selling all the ownership of these manuscripts at once, including the right of fame, copyright, and the income that these manuscripts may bring in the future. But this is exactly what Klein wants. The smart pen is not without disadvantages. Continuous writing has already caused some repetitive short stories in those manuscripts. There is no way. The knowledge base of the smart pen is connected to him. He has only so much knowledge in his mind. If he writes too much, repetition is inevitable. So he has to stop while he is ahead. In his imagination, the smart pen will have a greater role, and he will continue to expand and develop it when he reaches the imperial capital. Now these manuscripts, converted into cash, are what he needs most. "Yes, Mr. Pushuite. 131 articles. All rights for sale. I wonder what price you can give me." Pushuite was silent for a while, lit a hand-rolled cigarette for himself, and fell into thought. Chapter 15, The First Bucket of Gold. Push flicked the ash off his cigarette and slowly said, "I'll give you 3 ter per article. What do you think?" Obviously, this price would not satisfy Klein at all, and he flatly refused. "Mr. Push, this kind of low-level temptation is meaningless, and it's better not to do it again. I'm just a student, and I'll soon apply for the Royal College. I need some money to sell these manuscripts. After arriving at the Royal College, the schoolwork is heavy, and I won't write these things anymore. I'm afraid I don't have the energy to write these things anymore." After hearing Klein say that he would not write these things anymore, Push's eyes lit up slightly, and the meaning of this was too great. The office was particularly quiet, and Klein's words, both threatening and tempting, made Push fall into silence again. He lit another cigarette for himself, and this time, he was silent for longer. The diffused smoke obscured Push's expression. Klein didn't like the choking smell of tobacco, which felt more pungent than the dry tobacco in his previous life. But Klein could also guess Pushuite's mood at the moment. So even though he was a little anxious about time, he didn't bother him. After smoking the second cigarette, Pushuite seemed to have finally made some decisions. "Mr. Alex, have other people seen these manuscripts of yours, or have you taken them to other cities?" Klein spread his hands. "Of course not, Mr. Pushuite. My home is in Hammerfall. How could I risk going to other cities? I can assure you that you are definitely the first person to see these manuscripts." At this time, Pushuite changed the subject. "Mr. Alex, are you confident about being admitted to the Royal Academy?" After the bluish-white arcane energy flashed in his hand, Klein looked at Pushuite confidently. Of course. Pushuite nodded. Arcanist. No wonder you are so confident. Perhaps the combat profession is very powerful. But in the eyes of more people, the arcane mage who can make food is the real iron rice bowl. Pushuite was a little excited. In his opinion, these manuscripts are of great value. Although the writing style is immature, the subject matter is very novel, which is the crux of the problem. Once he acquires the ownership of these manuscripts, he can find gunmen on a large scale to imitate this writing subject matter. And Klein also said that he will soon go to the Royal Academy to study and become a professional. And he will not have the opportunity to write again in the future. Whether what this young man said is true or not, at least it is certain. If Klein really goes to the royal capital, then for a long time, there will be no similar stories in Hammerfall. While other publishers haven't reacted yet, he can control the revenue of these themes. Release these manuscripts in order according to different types to attract readers. Not only can they make a lot of money, but they can also bring a large number of new readers to their publications. This is not only an opportunity to make money, but also a good opportunity for promotion. How about this? 1,000. I am willing to pay 1,000 tur to buy this batch of manuscripts. Privately? Is it not possible? Klein grinned. This Pushuite is ambitious and courageous. As expected, profit is always the first motivation for people to overcome obstacles. However, Klein's goal is to sell these manuscripts for money. He doesn't care how the other party handles it. Klein said with a smile. Of course you can buy it privately. But 1,000 trails is not enough. Mr. Pushuite didn't expect Klein's appetite to be so big. But he was still unwilling to give up this opportunity. How much do you want? Klein slowly stretched out 2 fingers. 2,000. Impossible. 2,000 trails. Why don't you rob it? Pushuite shouted. Robbery is illegal. Mr. Pushuite, are you instigating me to commit a crime? Klein smiled. At this time, the initiative has been transferred from Pushuite to him. I don't have it. 1,500 thalers is the highest price I can offer. If you give it to the newspaper, they may not even give you 500. Pushuite's eyes were red at the end. It seemed that he was under a lot of pressure. 1,500 thalers, even if it is not all his wealth, should be almost enough. Deal, Mr. Pushuite. But I want cash. Klein pushed the manuscript to Pushuite. So urgent? Although surprised, Pushuite did not refuse Klein. Yes, I will go to the imperial capital in the afternoon. I hope everything will be ready before then. Pushuite nodded. He quickly flipped through Klein's manuscripts. Although he just flipped through them quickly, he also made sure that each one had different content. After reading to the end, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. After carefully putting the manuscript away, he regained his spirits and said to Klein, Come with me to the bank. I like to talk business with decisive people. Mr. Pushuite. Klein followed. Klein came out of the bank with a smile. And 1,500 thalers had been put into the pocket of his clothes. 1,500 thalers. This is 150,000 reals. An ordinary worker needs to work for nearly 10 years to save such a sum of money. And he earned it in just a dozen days by relying on the strange objects synthesized by the synthesizer. This money is enough to cover the expenses of starting his extraordinary journey, all of which are the credit of the synthesizer. Even if the ingenious pen is not synthesized, the value of the amulet and the accompanying map is beyond imagination. Satisfied? Go home. He pushed open the door happily. And his mother Katie, his 4th brother Joe, and his younger sister Mira were already waiting there. The whole family is waiting for you. Are you so arrogant? Myra's attitude was still bad, and Klein didn't bother to pay attention to her. He looked at the clock on the wall and frowned. Isn't it time yet? Why do you have to come on time? What, is being on time against the law? Iron waste. Stinky dwarf. The two began to argue with each other, and even insulted each other. Katie stood up at this time, with a rare momentum, interrupting the two people who were arguing. Okay. Stop arguing. Get ready. And go. Yes. The 3 said in unison. After taking their own luggage, the 3 siblings followed Katie to the station in Hammerfall. Although it was a station, Klein had never been here before, and had no memory of it. Everything here was very new to Klein. There are a large number of guards guarding the area around the station, making it feel like a military stronghold. Chapter 16. A different train. Some ordinary pedestrians come in and out occasionally. and most of them are dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Most men wear neat work clothes, while many women wear portable dresses, which look very different from civilians. Magic power train. Mira pointed to the front and shouted excitedly. Klein followed his gaze, and saw a very mechanical locomotive parked there. The front of the locomotive is almost made of iron, and there are 2 carriages hanging behind it. The whole looks like a train, but there are no rails. This is not new to Klein. This kind of transportation is mentioned in books, and he has seen a lot of trains. Is this the technological product of this world, between trains and cars? Although he had all kinds of guesses in his mind, Klein didn't say it out loud. He still looked confused and curious on his face, looking at the train. Katie looked at the 3 people who were a little excited and said with a smile, "Ha. This is the first time you have seen the real thing. The magic-powered train. A miracle product after the catastrophe. Its main structure imitates something called a train before the catastrophe. The main power source is the magic booster developed by the Royal Academy of Sciences. Its power is comparable to that of a 4th-level mountain eye, and as long as there is enough energy, it can almost never stop. We also laid rails like trains, but they were always destroyed by monsters and had to give up. After several modifications, we finally combined some new things from the new era to transform the train. Only by assigning Earth mages as train captains can the train, a fast, safe and stable means of civilian transportation, be restored. Each train will be accompanied by 10 military professionals, which is the guarantee for the stable operation of the train, because the construction cost is very high and the operating cost is even higher. The ticket price is very expensive. For a short distance trip like yours to the imperial capital, the ticket price is as high as 11 tire 45 rela. Most of the people who take the train are businessmen or people with relatively high incomes. Katie rarely said a lot, and Klein listened carefully. The train, the ruins before the disaster. These things he remembered firmly, and he didn't know whether they could be used. The train to the imperial capital is on the 19th, and will arrive at the station at about 3 o'clock. Children, here are your tickets. Be careful on the road. Katie handed the 3 tickets to the 3 people, and hugged them one by one. Klein, take good care of yourself. I will. Mom. Joe. Come on. Yeah. Mira. Don't run. Come and hug me. Okay. I'm not a child. After the hug, the atmosphere seemed a little sad. Just at this time, the number 19 train to the imperial capital arrived. Katie is a soldier, so she didn't show too much tenderness and reluctance at this time. The young birds also have to fly to the sky. Okay. We are all adults. Let's not talk anymore. Let's go. Klein and the other 2 waved to Katie, and under Katie's gaze, they boarded the train to the imperial capital. After boarding the train, the 3 found their seats. They were 9 to 1, 9 to 2, and 9 to 3. 3 people sat in a row. Mira sat in the innermost, and Klein sat outside. What embarrassed Klein was that his luggage was a bit heavy, and the place to store the luggage was on the upper part of the carriage. Such a big box, with his weak physique, was very difficult to lift. Looking at Mira, this little sister ignored his eyes for help. Klein had no choice but to ask his silent 4th brother to help. Panting, he put the luggage on the shelf on the roof, and then he quickly slumped down on the seat and rubbed himself a glass of water. After a short rest, he began to observe the carriage carefully. Unlike the trains he imagined that were only for rich people and businessmen, the carriages of this train were almost not comfortable. The seats were hard, and there were iron guardrails on both sides of the seats. The windows are also made of iron, and can be pushed up or pulled down to completely block the view. When pulled down, they are like the windows of a bunker. Behind each seat, there is a shield that can be taken down and used at any time. The entire train focuses on safety and defense, and comfort is almost non-existent. This extreme increase in defense facilities is enough to show how unsafe the train is in the suburbs. Klein can still feel the hole on the handrail on the right. It should have been caused by some attack. Even the iron handrail was penetrated and has not been repaired in time. At the front and back of the carriage, there stood a soldier of the Imperial Army, and it was hard to tell what rank he was. Klein had a hunch that this journey might not be very safe and beautiful. The train stops for 20 minutes, and Joe is so bored that he starts to sleep. Mira took out a book to read. Judging from the cover, it should be a book about the Imperial College exam. Compared to them, Klein seems to be a little idle. He did not use magic to synthesize items today. He is now much more cautious than before. In Klein's cognition, the journey to the imperial capital is equivalent to leaving the safe zone and leaving the protection of his powerful mother, Katie. There may be monster attacks in the suburbs, so he must save every bit of strength. Klein touched the pendant on his chest and checked his cane. The cane is not a magic wand, nor a cane. Klein asked a carpenter to make it. He hid the blade inside for self-defense. Hey, finally. Let me borrow it. 10-3. It's here. When Klein checked his equipment, a girl of the same age as him sat opposite him. Her algae green hair was curled into 2 fluffy braids, and her face was filled with a youthful smile. The girl's skin was very fair. Her figure was well proportioned, and her beige dress made her look very friendly. Klein looked at the girl and raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that there was a beauty of the same age sitting opposite him, and he thought to himself, "It's really pleasing to the eye." The girl opposite suddenly patted Klein's arm and said, "Well, sir, can you help me put my luggage?" Joe squinted his eyes and continued to sleep. Mira also heard the movement and turned her eyes over. After seeing the green-haired girl, she frowned slightly and turned her head away again. Beautiful face, nice voice, and a somewhat shy look. Pure and seductive. Normal men would agree to such a small request. But after the words came out of Klein's mouth, it became, of course, no. Klein was going to say yes, but he looked at the girl's big box, and then looked at his 0.7 physique and 0.8 strength. Just now, he couldn't even lift his own box. "Well, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just can't do anything. Thanks." Sir. You. Chapter 17. Lilithana. Lilith's tone stagnated, and she thought to herself, "What's going on? Why doesn't this person play by the rules? Is it because I'm exposed? What did he find out?" Lilith continued to pretend to be in a difficult situation, looking at Klein and said, "Sir, can't you help me? I really can't lift it by myself." She seemed to try to pull up the box, but she couldn't lift it. Klein stood up, and just when Lilith thought Klein was going to help her, Klein patted Joe beside him. "Hey, Joe, don't sleep. Help me. I'm going to the bathroom." Fourth brother Joe looked at Klein dazedly, then turned his head to look at Lilith, and then closed his eyes again. "Don't make trouble, brother. I'm very sleepy and want to sleep." After that, he leaned back on the seat again. Klein saw that Joe was unwilling to help, so he had to spread his hands to Lilith and made a helpless expression. Lilith was stunned. What kind of brothers are these? Are they blind? She should look okay, right? A woman like this. She is not willing to help carry something. They don't know how to seize such a close opportunity. Is there something wrong with their orientation? Lilith stood there in disbelief. She never thought that her plan to get close to Klein would lead to such a situation. According to her original scenario, the two of them should not meet in the car, chat, communicate, and then let Klein fall in love with her. If Klein really has special qualifications, she can invite him to join. She can complete the notification of the club's tasks and have one more subordinate. Why not? This was the script she had originally designed. Lilith really didn't expect that something that she thought was simple would turn out to be so bad right after she started. She was standing there now, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Beautiful lady, I can help you." At this time, passengers in other seats couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to come up and talk to Lilith. Lilith was a little helpless. If she lost her temper at this time, all her efforts would be wasted. "Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to bother you. It's my honor to help a beautiful lady like you," the man said very gentlemanly, helped her pack her luggage, and then returned to his seat and left a business card for Lilith. Lilith didn't refuse, and took the business card with a smile. However, the man didn't take any further action. Leaving the business card was enough. The people on this train were all of high status, and no one would act rashly. Even if the man had a good impression of Lilith, his behavior would not be too presumptuous or rude. Because on the train to the imperial capital, people you can't mess with may appear at any time. Looking at the eyes of the men around her, Lilith felt that there should be nothing wrong with her charm. If there was nothing wrong with her, then it was Klein's problem. Well, both of them were weird brothers. Lilith calmed down and thought to herself, "It's okay, Lilith. The journey has just begun. You have plenty of opportunities." On the other side, Klein did not go to the toilet, nor did he look back at Lilith. He just stood in the middle of the two carriages and listened to the situation behind him silently for a while. This woman is weird. Klein is a fairly careful person. When he first arrived in this world, he could immediately react to the differences between his small movements and those of his previous life. And he quickly changed some of the incoordinating small movements. As a senior technical geek in his previous life, he did not like socializing in reality. The internet has its own beauty and wealth. In reality, he was submissive. But he fought hard on the internet. Usually, when it comes to beauties, like most men, he just takes a few more glances. Who would really do those crazy and stupid things to a woman they don't know, in the era of information explosion? What kind of beauties have you not seen? Although this green-haired girl has some exotic style and a swing-first flavor, it is not enough to impress Klein. What's more, when he clearly refused, she still asked him for help. This behavior made Klein feel that something was wrong. There were many people around who were willing to help her. If a beautiful girl went directly to others, she would definitely agree. But this girl actually went to him twice in a row, which was not normal. Coming to this world, Klein lived cautiously. There are too many dangerous things in this world. And he is still very weak and has no capital to waste. After being attacked by the Fire Blade cult, Klein cherished his life even more. Before he has enough strength. A woman? A girlfriend? Hee. After staying there for a while, Klein returned to his seat silently. Sorry for what happened just now. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Rejection is rejection. But courtesy is still required. It's okay. Someone has already put it up for me. Well, we are about the same age. Are you also going to apply for the Royal College? The physical contact did not work. So Lilith changed another way. Klein did not answer her immediately, but raised his eyes and thought for a while. After a while, he answered, no. The veins on Lilith's forehead jumped suddenly, and she almost jumped up and chopped him off with a knife to teach this bastard a lesson. But this anger was finally suppressed by her. This guy is completely lying with his eyes open. Before taking action, Lilith had naturally already investigated the background of Klein and the other two. Now she was helpless about Klein's attitude of being stubborn and refusing to communicate. After hearing the conversation between Klein and Lilith, even Mira, who was reading a book on the side, raised her head and glanced at the two. A senior technical geek is really good at creating a cold atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere was exactly what Klein wanted. He just wanted to reach the Imperial capital safely. He didn't want to cause any trouble or make any new friends. But Lilith certainly didn't give up so easily. Is that so? I'm a student applying for the Imperial College. Nice to meet you. My name is Lilith. Lilith Anna. Oh, then what? I've given you my name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself formally? Are you a gentleman? Are you a man? Lilith's forehead had several veins and her eyebrows were jumping. She lowered her head to hide her distorted expression. At this time, Klein's voice came again. Sorry. I was distracted. What did you say just now? Boom. Lilith stood up suddenly, took a deep breath, and said to Klein, Excuse me. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Lilith walked quickly towards the middle of the two carriages. When she was halfway there, Klein's voice came from behind her. Well, actually you don't have to report to me when you go to the bathroom. We are not familiar with each other. Lilith staggered and almost fell. She pretended not to hear Klein's words and continued to walk forward. She wanted to crush Klein's head now. But that was not the result she wanted. Chapter 18 Lilith's Interest. When they arrived at the middle of the train, Lilith did not really go to the toilet. And she also stopped at the same place where Klein had just been. He seemed to have noticed something was wrong. And his previous actions seemed to be intentional. Lilith seemed to be talking to herself. But when she finished speaking, a black figure emerged from the shadows at the junction of the two carriages. When Klein came over just now, he did not notice that there was another person here. And everything about himself had been exposed. The figure of the black shadow was still hoarse and low. He came over just now, but he did not go to the toilet. You failed. Yes, I failed. I was too eager and too deliberate. Lilith admitted her failure naturally. In front of the black shadow, there was nothing to worry about. But it doesn't matter. I have gained something. Gain? The black shadow asked. Shadow 3. Don't you think he's too vigilant? Lilith smiled slightly, as if the anger just now had disappeared, and she didn't care about her failure. Black Shadow was silent for a while, as if thinking, before answering. I don't know. But why are you so persistent about him? I don't think he's a good candidate. Shadow 3. This is the second time you stopped me. It seems that this client is very special. I just think he's too mediocre. Yes, mediocre. If a person is useless enough, then there's no need to worry about others taking advantage of him. This turn was a bit urgent, and Black Shadow nodded. But you stopped me twice in a row, which only proves that he is not an ordinary person. Right? Lilith touched her lips, and sharp teeth appeared from her mouth again. I am more and more interested in him. Sharp teeth, sharp eyes, the innocent look before disappeared, and a wicked smile, feeling a little fierce. After tidying up her hair and clothes in front of the mirror, Lilith returned to the carriage again. Looking at Lilith entering the carriage, the Black Shadow also disappeared in the shadow of the carriage. Klein looked at Lilith, who came back, and immediately turned to the mode of closing his eyes and resting his mind. Lilith did not talk to him again, as if all the embarrassment just now had been forgotten. The train returned to calm again. At this time, the soldier standing at the head of the carriage picked up the magic loudspeaker and said, "Train number 19, which ends at the imperial capital Palomia, has started now. Please sit down." Boom! After a series of vibrations, this magic-powered train finally started. The train was not fast. Klein estimated that the speed was about 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, which was relatively stable. But if you don't take the train, civilians have almost no way to travel far across the city. Acting alone without strength is almost like seeking death, unless you hire a mercenary or follow a caravan. But in that case, the speed is either too slow or the cost increases by 100 or 1,000 times. In terms of comprehensive benefits, it is far less convenient and fast than the magic power train. On the way out of the city, you can also see some suburban buildings. Most of these buildings are military buildings, with watchtowers, bunkers, and fences, and almost no civilian buildings can be seen. From this aspect, it is easy to judge how dangerous the area far away from the city is. After leaving the city, the road began to become bumpy, but with the fine-tuning of the road by the Earth Mage, the train vibration can be effectively reduced. The train ran in an orderly manner, and most passengers chose to read or rest in their seats. Lilith did not talk to Klein again, and the journey was unexpectedly calm. Until the morning of the third day, the train had been running for more than 30 hours, and Klein and his team were only about 2 to 3 hours away from the imperial capital. In the sunlight through the window, Mira stretched and said to Klein, "Klein, don't you know how to make bread? The food on the train is quite expensive. You make some and we'll make do with it. We don't mind if it tastes bad." "Make do with it? It tastes bad? Hee. Anyway, I don't need your magic power." Although Klein retorted to Mira, he didn't intend to refuse such a request. Not only Mira, but Joe and himself were also hungry now. The food that their mother Katie brought them had been eaten. If they bought it on the train, the price was too high. They were all students, so it was not worth it. The bluish-white arcane energy flashed in his hands, and soon Klein had kneaded out more than a dozen pieces of bread. "Where's the water? What do you want me to eat?" Mira stuffed a large piece of bread into her mouth and yelled at Klein. "Eat my food? Drink my water? And you dare to yell at me if you don't want to eat it? Spit it out," Klein said angrily with a constipated look on his face. But he finally rubbed out 3 cups of water. Unknowingly, Mira had eaten several pieces of bread with water. "Klein, I didn't expect that a half-baked person like you could make such delicious bread. I feel that your success rate in the exam has doubled from 10% to 20%. Uh-huh. He didn't bother to pay attention to Myra's ridicule. He ate his bread bite by bite, and it tasted good. At this time, Klein saw Lilith opposite him looking at him with a strange look. Being stared at like this, Klein felt strange, and he casually took out a piece of bread just now. It was the worst, ugliest piece that no one ate just now, and handed it over. "Are you hungry? Come on. Eat some. Don't be polite. It's all made of magic power. It can't be wasted." Lilith frowned slightly, but smiled immediately. "No, I'm not hungry. Don't pretend. I haven't eaten for so long. Here, leave it there. It's not good for you if you don't eat it." Klein put the bread in front of Lilith, and then ignored it and continued to eat his bread. Lilith stared at the arcane bread in front of her, hiding a trace of disgust. "Thank you. Take the bread. Eat it in small bites. Very politely. Mira, Look at her. This is called a lady. Is there anyone who eats like you, like a pig? Klein mocked Mira again. But Mira just tsk and turned a blind eye. Lilith on the side ate the bread in small bites. She was not pretending to be a lady. But it was really hard to swallow. Lilith never eats arcane bread. This is related to her physiological structure. This kind of food only makes her feel nauseous. But in front of Klein, she didn't want to interrupt the connection that was established by accident. So she didn't refuse Klein's bread. She could only suppress the nausea and eat the bread. After eating the bread, Lilith went to the toilet immediately. Looking at Lilith, who was heading straight to the toilet, Mira poked Klein and said, "It's over. Klein, your bread has made people sick." Klein looked at Lilith, who was leaving, and was also confused. Ugh, ugh. Nausea. Nausea. The violent reaction after the neutralization of arcane energy made Lilith vomit continuously. In just a few minutes, she felt that her chest was almost vomited out, and her strength was also decreasing. This is made by arcane energy. Is it necessary to do this? A black shadow appeared from behind the door. Hey, you can't refuse other people's kindness. Lilith wiped her mouth and began to tidy up her messy hair. Why do you pay so much attention to him? The black shadow said hoarsely. Lilith's eyes changed for a while. This is also the question I want to ask. If it were anyone else, you would never ask. This is the third time. Why do you always stop me from paying attention to Klein? Is there anything special about him? Shadow 3? After a long silence, Lilith did not wait for Shadow 3's answer. She stroked her hair and turned to leave. Chapter 19: The Undead Attack. Klein was full and couldn't help but sigh at the power of the arcane mage. He brought his own food and drink. This was a real perpetual motion machine, not a fake one. The arcane mage was indeed a strategic talent resource needed by both empires. Just as he was sighing at the convenience of the arcane mage, danger suddenly came. ZZ! A rusty iron sword pierced through the iron-protected window and came straight at him, making a harsh scratching sound. Then, the train made a fierce breaking sound. ZZ! This time Klein reacted quickly. He immediately grasped the amulet and was ready to open the shield to protect himself at any time. However, this rusty iron sword had been grabbed by Mira. And dang! It broke into two pieces with a strong bend. Klein was a little surprised by Mira's strength. They were all born of the same mother. So why was there such a big gap? Enemy attack. A soldier guarding the vehicle shouted. He had already drawn the longbow behind him and shot with arrows. The sharp arrow flew out and pierced through the skull of a skeleton. The skull of the skeleton with a broken skull lost the soul fire and immediately fell apart. Another soldier, holding a sword, shouted to the people in the carriage. The enemy is the necromancer. If you don't want to die, those who have fighting ability, rush out with me. There is still a glimmer of hope. After saying this, the soldier rushed out first. After he rushed out, several passengers in the carriage also changed their color slightly when they heard about the necromancer. Without much hesitation, they also rushed out. These people are all formal professionals, and they know very well what it means if they delay too long in the face of the necromancer. The younger sister Mira also stood up at this time and said to Klein, "You and Joe wait here. I'll go out." "Ah, hey!" Klein was stunned and subconsciously called Mira, but he didn't know what to say. "What?" Mira was very anxious. She didn't want to waste time here. "Be careful." Klein's tone softened. Mira glanced at her two brothers and shook her head. "Got it." After Mira left, Klein looked out the window and saw that the surroundings were already crowded with skeletons. More than 100. "Brother, I'll go out for a while too." At this time, the voice of the fourth brother Joe surprised Klein. "Why are you going to make trouble now?" Joe's talent is similar to his. They are both of average qualifications. If they work hard, they can become professionals. But it is unlikely that they will achieve much success. But now, what is the situation? Joe got up and left without too much explanation. He just smiled mysteriously at Klein, left him with a back view, and left. Lilith, who was standing opposite, looked at the two businessmen who had already hidden under the chairs, and then turned to look at Klein. "Now, there are only two of us left." "Ha!" Lilith chopped off a skeleton that had crawled in with a knife. She put away her innocent look, tilted her head slightly, stretched out a hand, and said to Klein, "Mr. Klein, let me introduce myself again. My name is Lilith Anna. Maybe at this time, we should help each other. This woman really came for him. But this time, Klein did not refuse. He also put away his lazy look, looked at Lilith opposite, and finally stretched out his hand. Call me Klein. How do we cooperate? What are the details? Just follow me. I can't fight. Just about to continue. Klein stopped. It seems that he has to go. Temporary event. Deal with the attack of the necromancer. Klein knew very well that the synthesizer was the best way for him to become stronger quickly. This temporary reminder of synthesis seemed to require him to discover it himself. The rewards of the synthesizer were too superior. Just like the demon pendant, this magic weapon could make him become stronger rapidly. This is one. The second is that the necromancer did threaten his safety. There is also a third point. That is, Klein knew that in this chaotic world, fighting can never be avoided. So he was looking forward to the battle. He didn't know what his choice meant. But looking at the skeleton that had climbed to the window, Klein had already made a decision in his heart. Would you like to observe for a while? My strength is very weak, so I may not be able to help much. To get rid of these skeletons, you can only kill the necromancer behind them. So if you want to survive, you have to go out and find him. After twisting the skeleton's neck, Lilith kicked open the iron window with one foot. Her strength was greater than that of Klein's younger sister Mira. Klein nodded, followed Lilith, and jumped off the train. 10 military professionals, plus some passengers in the car, have been fighting with the attacking skeleton army. Although there are many skeletons, these professionals are more elite. Without losing personnel, they can quickly and effectively clean up these skeletons. It seems that the battle situation is favorable now. It shouldn't take long to clear these skeletons. Right? That guy is using the first-level undead creatures to consume their physical strength. These people lack some knowledge of necromancers. How do you know necromancers so well? Klein asked. After many fights, I'm naturally familiar with them. Lilith walked to a broken skeleton and picked up the rusty iron sword on the ground. It's too light. Just use it. Klein glanced at Lilith again, wondering if this woman was trustworthy and what her purpose was in approaching him. Don't be in a daze. Follow me. Compared to Klein's doubts, Lilith was much more decisive. Klein didn't hesitate for too long and followed again. If it's really as this woman said, Mira and these military professionals have fallen into the conspiracy of the necromancer. You don't have to kill the undead creatures. No. If you kill them, you will waste a lot of combat power. A complete conspiracy. If they just sit there and wait for death, they will basically be dead. Klein took out a wooden cane to help him clear the messy branches in front of him. Lilith looked at Klein in confusion. Staff? No. It's a knife. Klein twisted the wooden cane in his hand slightly, opened a small buckle, and pulled out the blade with a clang sound. Lilith looked at the blade in Klein's hand, then looked at the rusty sword in his hand, her eyes slightly shining. Good knife. Klein glanced at her, and then gave her a look that said don't even think about it. This is mine. Lilith was confused. What does that mean? I want your broken sword? You are really promising. Sullen Lilith turned around and walked into the depths of the jungle, fighting for a long time. Beside the train, the skeleton army had been almost cleared. Almost all the 10 military professionals were injured, but they finally protected the train. Almost done. 4 people for scout, 2 people for cleanup, and the others take turns to rest. Yes. The commander was the conductor of train number 19, the warrior who led the charge. Just when everyone relaxed a little, a horse neigh appeared in front. A guy wearing armor, holding a huge sword, and riding a skeleton warhorse was charging at everyone. Skeleton Knight? Second-level creature. Scatter. Looking at the skeleton knight, who had already dragged his sword, the conductor raised his sword and pushed away an already injured colleague. He raised his sword and rushed forward. All his fighting spirit was concentrated on the sword in his hand, facing the skeleton sword. Dang! The huge force reverberated in the 2 swords. The train conductor was knocked back, and the charge of the skeleton knight was also intercepted. The train conductor barely stood up. The bones of his hands were broken, and several teeth were lost. But he couldn't fall down now. If he fell, the spiritual pillar of the number 19 train team would collapse. Dia, go and ask for support from the headquarters, the train conductor whispered. But after a while, there seemed to be no response. Dia? He turned his head and saw that Dia's chest was pierced with a black sword, and his throat was also tightly grasped by a black claw. It seemed that he was dying. Everyone followed the train conductor's gaze, and naturally saw this scene. Second level. Skeleton warrior. The second level creature. The skeleton swordsman threw Dia's body aside, and began to approach everyone quickly. Every step it, and the skeleton knight took weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. For a moment, everyone in a very bad state faced two second-level creatures, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing. Chapter 20 Hesitation will lead to defeat. The distance that the necromancer can control the summoned creatures is limited. Those who dare to attack the train must be at least a master of the second level. But he chose the consumption tactic of the skeleton sea, which only shows that his strength is not strong enough. So, I concluded that this guy should be the weaker one among the second level. Lilith groped forward while analyzing the approximate strength of the enemy to Klein. Klein had no combat experience, and these precious practical knowledge could never be learned from books. Why tell me this? What is your purpose in approaching me? Klein finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. I thought you would keep it to yourself and not ask you. The purpose is very simple. Originally, I wanted you to become my subordinate. But later, as you know, you were too uncooperative. Now, my purpose is to make you my accomplice. Me? Accomplice? What do you do? Klein was a little speechless. How did this woman find him? Accomplice is too ugly. Klein, you are very special. You should know it better than anyone else. And I found your specialness. I think you are a talent worth cultivating. It's that simple. Klein's heart trembled slightly. Did she find the synthesizer? Impossible. However, Lilith's next words dispelled Klein's doubts. An arcane mage who can control evil energy. Two kinds of energy. You already have the conditions to become a strong man. As for what I do, now is not the time to tell you. Klein no longer cared about his accomplices. He had just heard an important message. Two kinds of energy are the conditions for becoming a strong man? Is that what you mean? Again, it's too early to ask this now. You will know later. Klein wanted to ask again, but Lilith suddenly raised her hand, and Klein immediately stopped and focused. A skinny figure stood in front of the two of them, with his eyes closed, as if he was controlling something. I'm on it. Try to help me, but also pay attention to your own safety, Lilith simply explained, and then dived over, leaving Klein with a confused face. He wanted to call Lilith. You're on it now? Don't you have any battle plan or something? Second level. The other party is a second level master. And the last time the first level Zoroastrian leader almost killed him. Don't be a coward. Klein, holding the demon pendant. Klein also slowly walked forward. The necromancer Hector held onto the tree. It was too much for him to control two second level creatures. But it was all worth it. After killing these people, he would harvest a large number of professional corpses. And the souls of these people were enough to fill the Black Soul Stone. Once the Black Soul Stone was full, Jason's mission could be completed. At that time, he might really get a Soul Stone as a reward. With his own Soul Stone, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds, perhaps reaching the middle of the second level, or even the high end of the second level. When Hector was imagining a better future, a rusty iron sword appeared unexpectedly. Why didn't his warning trap magic work? How did this guy get in? Although the iron sword was rusty, its powerful force still pierced his chest. Why? In such a place? Hector's body turned into ashes in a burst of bone fire. Klein was stunned in the distance. Is this the solution? Lilith is so strong. Isn't it too simple? But soon, he denied this idea. Banshees howl. The harsh sound waves appeared from behind Lilith, and the impact of this sound wave immediately made Lilith lose her balance. She swayed from side to side and was about to fall. She barely held onto a tree and stood firm. Klein, because of the distance, was not affected much. Lilith glanced at Hector and laughed softly. The bones of the undead are really generous. Hector looked at Lilith, and the anger in his eyes had reached the extreme. Until now, he still didn't understand why the warning trap was ineffective against this woman. The bones of the undead are the exclusive magic weapon of high-level necromancers. The ability is to replace the necromancer's body when the necromancer is attacked fatally, and bear most of the damage for him. This life-saving magic weapon is of self-evident value. Hector exchanged it for an unusable high-level magic weapon that he accidentally got before. Unexpectedly, it was used so easily. How could he accept it? If my servants were around, how could you have the opportunity to sneak attack? Now, die for me. Damn assassin. A bone spear appeared in Hector's hand and shot towards Lilith. Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly, split her lips, and the white teeth in her mouth had begun to sharpen. Klein's bread had a huge impact on her strength. She was originally a second-level primary necromancer. Even if she was only first level, she would not be so embarrassed. But the neutralization of arcane energy made her too weak. Just as Lilith was about to run away, a ball of green flame engulfed the bone spear and shot at Hector. Klein. Warlock. Hector turned around in surprise, looking at Klein, who was slowly walking towards him, and was afraid in his heart. Warlocks are too difficult to deal with. And he now wants to quickly get rid of Lilith, who has lost her combat power. So there are helpers. But a first-level warlock still looks half-baked. Hee. Shadow arrow. Hector fired shadow arrows in two directions with both hands. One flew towards Lilith, and the other was to block Klein's hellfire ball. But Klein is not a warlock at all. Nor is he from this world. And he will not play by the rules. He will not fight like a regular warlock in this world. And he also knows how big the gap is between him and a second-level master. So once he makes a move, he will go all out without reservation. He poured out the remaining magic power in an instant, and 3 hellfire balls came in succession, easily swallowing Hector's shadow arrow. Klein did not think that 3 hellfire balls could easily get rid of Hector. He ran forward quickly, rushing straight towards Hector. This time, he would not hesitate at all. When two people meet on a narrow road, only the brave will win. Hector looked at the 3 consecutive hellfire balls, and had no time to chase Lilith. So he could only raise the shadow barrier to resist. But the destructive power of the evil energy was too strong, and the shadow barrier he hastily used could not resist 3 shots. The last hellfire ball hit him accurately. The necromancer is a very powerful profession. In some cases, the necromancer is even more terrible than the warlock. But the combat power of the necromancer itself is very average, and can even be said to be weak. It is far from the level of the warlock, who can be close, far, and summon. It is completely a hero template and a rogue profession. Boom! The hellish evil energy shattered Hector's right arm. He endured the severe pain of the burning evil energy and used magic to extinguish the hellfire. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Klein's knife had already arrived in front of him. That's right. Klein's physique is very weak. Slow. Weak. No combat skills. And almost no advantages in close combat. But this is not a problem. If there is any profession with a weaker physique and slower speed than Klein, that was undoubtedly a necromancer who had been entangled by death for many years, did not exercise, and was injured. So according to the theory of physical relativity, Klein's physical speed and strength suppressed Hector. With a knife in his hand, Hector's left arm was also cut off by Klein. He took another bow step forward, and the fatal knife went straight to Hector's head. At the moment of life and death, Hector roared at Klein. You deserve to die, warlock. Dark curse. A black halo burst out from Hector's mouth and fell on Klein's head. The amulet in Klein's arms was instantly shattered. During this period, he did not stop at all and moved forward. At this moment, even if he did not have the amulet, the knife in his hand would still chop down. Because hesitation will lead to defeat. Chapter 21 Death of the Necromancer. Looking at Klein, Lilith's eyes sparkled with a gleam of light, and she whispered, It seems that my vision is not bad. Klein's strength is not strong, which she has known for a long time. But this does not affect Lilith's admiration for Klein. Excellent talent and qualifications are only the most basic things. There are many people with talent, but few people become strong. In this battle, Klein showed enough calmness and the courage to swing his sword against those who are stronger than himself, which is the most important thing. With the strength of not even a formal professional, he directly killed a real second-level master. At least in terms of character, Klein is absolutely qualified. I saw Hector's head rolling to Klein's feet, his eyes wide open, revealing the hatred of not closing his eyes. The whole forest was silent for a long time, until a breeze blew, and everything around seemed to come alive. The strong death aura in this area seemed to have dissipated a lot because of Hector's death. Klein, who had ended the necromancer, was still holding his knife, motionless. The blood sprayed by the headless corpse had dyed Klein's face red, with blood all over his face and an indifferent expression. Klein looked a little hideous, like a ruthless executioner. It wasn't that he wanted to act cool, but he really couldn't move at this moment. After waiting for a long time, his fingers moved slightly. The intense tension in the previous battle made him use too much force, and the fingers holding the handle of the knife were already stiff. Fortunately, this was not his first time to kill someone, and he felt much better than last time. Perhaps just like the previous dream, killing people is something that you get used to after doing it many times. What the two did not notice was that at the moment Klein killed Hector, a black crystal was sucked into Klein's body, putting away his blade. Klein began to wipe the blood off his face and asked Lilith, "Is this the end?" As he spoke, Klein squatted beside Hector's body and began to grope the necromancer's body. He was already familiar with groping corpses and looting when he was playing games. Lilith's unbalanced body had gradually recovered from the influence of the banshee's howl, and she nodded to Klein. "Well, he is a second-level necromancer, and the person who attacked the train should be him." Klein frowned slightly, and he couldn't understand why there would be such an attack so close to the imperial capital. Indeed, such an attack is too blatant. According to the information he had learned before, the closer to the imperial capital, the safer it should be. If there is an attack, it is generally just a few wild monsters, and the train guards can handle it. It is incredible that a second-level professional attacked the magic power train. Lilith actually didn't understand it either, and shook her head and said, "It is indeed a bit strange. There are relatively few monsters near Palomia. I don't know why this necromancer is so bold. Besides, at this distance, the city security department of Palomia should be responsible, right?" Klein pondered for a while. He had almost no information in this regard, and it was even more impossible to know the reason. Putting the items found on Hector in his hand, Klein said to Lilith, "Let's share the spoils." Share the spoils? Tarila did not have the word share the spoils. Lilith did not know what Klein meant for a moment, but she guessed that Klein wanted to share the spoils with her. "No need. You killed him. The things belong to you." Klein nodded and put the bag away without hesitation. The goal was achieved, and the time of the necromancer in the synthesizer should have been completed. I just don't know what the achievement reward is this time. But he has to go back now, and the reward should be discussed in a safe place. Moreover, when he killed the necromancer just now, he felt that something was absorbed by him, or absorbed by the synthesizer. At that time, he was too focused on killing Hector, so he didn't see clearly what was absorbed. This matter can only be studied later, since the mission was over. Klein said no more and turned back to the train. Lilith looked at Klein as he left, raised her hand and wanted to say something, but opened her mouth but said nothing. She originally wanted to get rid of the necromancer and show her strength to Klein, but she didn't expect that this necromancer not only had the bones of the undead, but also had a rare spell like the banshee's howl. This ability to destroy the body's balance in a large range and indiscriminately is simply the nemesis of her melee profession. In addition, she ate Klein's arcane bread on the train, and her body was weak, and she almost overturned here. In the end, it was Klein's decisive spell support and charging to behead that prevented her from exposing her hidden strength. Her plan was disrupted again, and Lilith was a little helpless, so she had to quickly step forward and follow. In fact, what Lilith didn't know was that after this battle, Klein's perception of her had changed a lot. After all, they had fought side by side. Even if they couldn't be called comrades, they knew each other. If it weren't for Lilith's sneak attack at the beginning, breaking Hector's undead bones and letting the other party use the two big moves of Banshee's Howl, Klein could be said to have no chance at all, relying on 4 hellfire balls and a short knife. It is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to kill a second-level professional. Not only that, if this necromancer is not solved, everyone on the train will be in extremely dangerous situations, and may even die. Mira, Joe, and himself, the lives of all the people on the train, all depend on whether they can kill this necromancer. There is still time for the synthesizer, and he cannot accomplish it alone. Beside the train, the skeleton knight and skeleton warrior have already slaughtered most of the dozen professionals. 2 second-level creatures, facing a group of first-level professionals in poor condition, make this battle basically a crushing situation. Dang! The short sword in Myra's hand blocked the black warrior's slash, and saved a military mage. Thanks, little girl. Mira did not say anything. Facing a second-level creature, she was under great pressure and needed to focus all her attention on the skeleton warrior. If she was distracted, she would probably be chopped in two. Now, she might be the only remaining fighting force here. Blade dance. One sword after another, Mira slashed 13 times in an instant, not only repelling the skeleton warrior, but also cutting off one of its arms. However, the skeleton warrior immediately grabbed the big sword with his left hand and attacked again. Chapter 22 Sadness and Hiding. As a dead creature, it can survive as long as the soul fire is not extinguished and the main skeleton is not damaged. No matter what kind of injury it suffers, it has no substantial impact on it. The skeleton warrior's sword stabbed straight at it, and Mira jumped lightly, stepped on the sword of the black warrior, and jumped back. But at this moment, the skeleton knight killed the train conductor with a knife, ignored the remaining soldiers around, turned around and rushed towards Mira. The attack came from two directions at the same time, and Mira was still suspended in the air and could not dodge at all. At the critical moment, Mira slashed the knight's sword with a sword and retreated to one side, although the skeleton warrior would be slashed at this angle. At this angle, it would only be seriously injured at most, not fatal. Just as Mira bit her lip and prepared to meet the skeleton warrior's iron sword, the slash she was ready to bear did not come. Not only that, even the skeleton knight in front of her stopped strangely. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? I don't know either. Anyway, the two guys stopped moving, although the skeleton stopped. No one dared to go first because they were afraid of death. Mira was also stunned for a moment, but she didn't stop for too long. In her opinion, this was a perfect opportunity to counterattack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she rushed forward, with swords and knives, and cut off the horse's legs with one knife. The skeleton knight fell to the ground, still without any action. In a moment, Mira's dagger had pierced the skeleton knight's head, and continued to attack, cutting off all the limbs of the skeleton knight, ensuring that the skeleton knight completely lost its combat effectiveness. Several other professionals, who were still hesitating, made up their minds after seeing Mira's actions and began to attack the unresponsive skeleton warriors. Although the skeleton warrior is a second-level summoned creature, it is only the most fragile undead creature among the second-level creatures. It lost the control of the necromancer and soon broke into pieces under the attack of several professionals. This difficult battle seemed to be won inexplicably. The train conductor had died in the battle, and another professional with a higher military rank began to command everyone to clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield. Carry the wounded onto the train, and we will return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Those who can do simple medical treatment, please help clean the wounds for the wounded. Please. Although they won the victory, many people died, looking at the corpses and scattered skeletons on the ground. A sad mood arose among the crowd. Some of the more sentimental ones have begun to cry silently. Perhaps among the dead, there are their comrades, friends, or lovers. But there is no way. This is Tarila, a chaotic and stable empire. Mira also participated in the battlefield cleanup. There were not many professionals left, so she could only help the soldiers who were protecting the train as much as possible. When everyone had cleared the bodies and the battlefield, Mira returned to the train, and Klein and Lilith had returned to their seats. Klein gave Mira a questioning look, but Mira did not respond to him at all and went back to her seat. This battle was also a test for Mira. She was feeling a little heavy now, and did not want to talk to others. Mira has always claimed to be an excellent warrior, assassin, and stalker. Her goal is to surpass her mother Katie. Mira, who grew up with praise and admiration, has not experienced any setbacks. After she really experienced fighting and death, she realized that everything is not that simple, and it will only be more difficult in the future. Klein saw that Mira was in a bad mood, so he stopped asking. His magic power was exhausted, and he was also very tired and needed to rest. What made Klein more surprised was that his fourth brother Joe had not returned yet. After all, they were brothers. Klein could not ignore Joe's affairs for emotional and rational reasons. Just as he was about to stand up and look for Joe, Joe had already walked back with a red cloth package in his hand. Judging from the shape, there should be a ball inside. Joe? Third brother. What's the matter? As Klein and Joe looked at each other, he suddenly felt that his once completely asymmetrical face had changed. From a strange, semi-deformed face, he became what a normal person should look like. And in appearance, he was somewhat similar to his father Esmond. Klein thought he was hallucinating or didn't see clearly. After blinking a few times, he found that Joe had returned to his previous appearance. It's okay. It's okay. Joe returned to his seat and placed the package at his feet. When he walked past Klein, Klein's eyes widened slightly. Blood? It smells like blood. Klein had just beheaded Hector, and blood sprayed all over his face. He could never forget the fishy smell. In addition to the blood, there was also the deathly aura unique to the necromancer, which was also extremely obvious. Klein looked at Joe, but saw that Joe also looked at him calmly, as if nothing had happened. Klein retracted his gaze and thought to himself, the same smell of blood, the same dead air, the spherical package. I think I already know what's in the package. It seems that none of us in the Alex family are easy to deal with. Have they all started to show their claws after leaving home? Klein didn't ask anything. There was no need. Everyone has secrets. Not to mention that his secrets may be much bigger than Joe's. Just when Klein thought there would be no more topics between the two, Joe suddenly said, "Brother, you are more amazing than I thought." Klein suddenly tilted his head and smiled. "Pretending to be in front of me?" he said to Joe. "My stupid brother. Do you know it now?" Joe was slightly stunned. And for a moment, he was really stunned by Klein. He had seen Klein's performance in the previous battle. Could it be that his brother had something to hide? My brother is right. I will work harder in the future. Although he didn't know what the two brothers were talking about. Even a half-baked person like Klein could find that something was wrong with Joe. Not to mention Lilith's sharp eyes and nose. Only Mira, who was still distracted, didn't find that something was wrong with Joe. But Lilith didn't say anything either. Just gave Klein a questioning look. After seeing this, Klein just shook his eyes slightly. And Lilith understood what he meant. The two exchanged glances. Klein meant to act according to my eyes. But Lilith actually understood it. Without asking too many questions to Joe, the train returned to calm. After a while, the train to Palomia started again. The imperial capital was right in front of them. Chapter 23, Issy and the Empress. The imperial capital Palomia. It is the political and economic center of Tarila. As the imperial capital, Palomia is definitely the safest and largest city among all cities. Other cities are carrying out terrorist attacks. But Palomia is not. Other cities are attacked by beast tides. But Palomia is not. Compared with the chaotic peripheral cities, Palomia is already the most ideal place to live in this world. It is located in the center of the empire, with a flat environment and safe groundwater, which is very suitable for human habitation. According to historical records, after the catastrophe, Palomia was the first gathering point for humans, and the first fortress of humans in the New World. It has reached its current scale after hundreds of years of development. As the train approached, the city walls of Palomia, which could not see the edge, became clearer and clearer. With the existence of earth mages, the city walls are the most effective way to isolate monsters. But when Klein and his team got closer to Palomia, they actually found a huge claw mark on the city wall next to the main gate of Palomia. This claw mark is 150 nanofeet long and more than 10 nanofeet deep, which looks very shocking. Klein couldn't imagine what kind of creature the owner of this claw mark was, and how huge a body it would have to be to leave such a mark. And why didn't the craftsmen and earth magicians of Palomia repair this obvious claw mark? As if she saw Klein's interest in the claw mark, Lilith spoke. Do you want to know the origin of this claw mark? At this time, even Joe and Mira beside them showed a little curiosity. They had never been to the imperial capital, and everything here was new to them. In addition to curiosity, I also want to know the story of this claw mark. Maybe this claw mark is an epic. Tell me about it, Klein naturally said with interest. Lilith nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with herself for successfully arousing everyone's curiosity, and began to tell the story slowly. More than a decade ago, a magical beast named Issy appeared in the Sky Province and destroyed everything. Issy is very powerful. It is said to be a superclass magical beast. Even the titled strong cannot resist it. 3 of the 7 great generals of the empire surrounded it, but were still defeated by it. Issy rushed all the way without being stopped. It seemed to have a goal. Soon, it came to Palomia. At that time, the people of Palomia thought that this would be a catastrophe that would destroy all lives. Many people began to panic and flee. The stable imperial capital was still in chaos because of Issy's pressure. The nearby cities could not gather an army to resist Issy. If other generals rushed back to Palomia, I am afraid that the imperial capital would have been completely destroyed by Issy. Just when Issy was under the city, a man stood up and defeated Issy, who had just stepped onto the city wall, and killed him on the spot. Hearing this, Mira asked in disbelief. One person? Lilith nodded and confirmed. Yes, one person. According to Lilith, the 3 generals of the Empire were defeated by Isi. So the strength of this monster is simply unimaginable. I didn't expect it to be defeated by one person. Who is he? Klein was also curious. Lilith smiled and looked at Palomia, with a trace of yearning in her eyes. It's her. Not him. She is our Majesty, the Queen of Tarila. Qianju. Qianju? Klein frowned slightly when he heard the name. But Lilith didn't hear anything wrong. Yes, a very special name. Even in the whole of Tarila. It seems that there is no duplicate. Klein nodded in approval. There is nothing wrong with the Queen's name. But the problem lies in her last name. He is too familiar with the pronunciation of Qianju, which is somewhat similar to the pronunciation of Chinese. And this name does not quite conform to the structure of normal names in Tarila. I hope it's just a coincidence. The distance between the Queen and him is as far as walking to Antarctica before. There is no need to think too much now. Klein suppressed his thoughts and continued to listen to the story told by Lilith. It is said that Isi is a huge demon dog, more than 1,000 feet tall, and can easily crash into the walls of any city. It can spit out hell and frost breath, and wherever it passes, all living things are destroyed. Your Majesty did not want the people in the city to be harmed, so he went out of the city to fight it, and killed Isi in a great battle. Before this, no one had ever seen Your Majesty take action in the years since she ascended the throne. Although all the previous empresses were super strong, Your Majesty's strength had always been a matter of debate before this battle. However, after the battle with Isi, Grandok reevaluated Your Majesty's strength. They determined that Your Majesty's strength had reached the top of the world and was the new king of the Tarila continent, because Her Majesty the Empress always wears a long scarlet gauze, and her aura in battle is like red clouds and flames. She is also called the Red King, and ranks 5th among the 9 kings of Tarila. After listening to the story of the city wall and Lilith's explanation of the Empress, Klein and the other 2 were indeed a little shocked. The strong man at the top of the world. I don't know how such a person looks at the world differently. Myra's eyes are full of yearning. The 5th of the 9 kings, the Red King, is more powerful than Katie. No, much more powerful. Lilith was quite disapproving when she heard Mira mention their mother Katie. Although Katie is strong, she is only a titled strongman. How can she be compared with Emperor Tarila? She continued. Humph. This is just the intelligence department of Grandok, deliberately belittling Your Majesty's strength. So it was reported like this. I think that with Your Majesty's strength, you should be among the top 3 among the 9 kings. Klein could feel the admiration in Lilith's eyes when she talked about the Empress. Even a calm and wise warrior like Lilith has a hero in her mind. It is very normal for a national hero to be worshipped and believed in. Not to mention that this hero is a woman like her, and is also the king of Tarila. This kind of belief has been accumulated bit by bit since childhood, and Klein can understand it. After experiencing the tension and relaxation after the attack of the necromancer, and listening to Lilith's vivid stories about the Empress and the imperial capital, several people felt that the trip was worthwhile. The train slowly drove into Palomia, and everyone finally reached the end of their journey. The end of the journey has just arrived, and their trip to Palomia has just begun. Chapter 24 Investigation from the Guards. After the train arrived at the station, it seemed that because of the attack, the security guards of Palomia came to the train as soon as possible. Klein had seen these guys in red military uniforms in Hammerfall City, which were similar to the functions of the police in his previous life. The guards did not let the people on the train get off, but began a routine investigation. Hello, Mr. Klein Alex. Tell us about the situation at that time? The person who asked Klein was a handsome blonde boy who was not much older than him. When he looked at Klein, his eyes occasionally dodged, and it was obvious that he had just become a guard not long ago. In response to such inquiries, Klein was naturally calm. At that time, I was talking to Miss Lilith, who was sitting opposite me, and suddenly an iron sword pierced through the window. Not only did it interrupt our conversation, but it also frightened Miss Lilith. It was really terrible. Fortunately, my sister Mira stopped it. Otherwise we would definitely be in danger. Klein described this vividly, and the fear on his face was just like the real thing when he talked about this part. I was very scared at the time, but my brother and sister got off the train. They said they were going to fight and help the train guards. Although I was very scared, I was more concerned about the safety of my family. and I didn't want to be named after the Alex family. So I got off the train with Miss Lilith to check. We were too weak to help them. We could only hide behind and watch, trying not to cause trouble for them. The battle was too cruel, and many people died. Really. This was the first time I saw dead people. But fortunately, they defeated those skeletons in the end. Praise your majesty. Klein talked nonsense to the blonde boy, making him stunned. Klein's overall speech seemed very chaotic, with a few sentences here and there, and he would add a paragraph from time to time. With his expression and actions, the blonde boy nodded repeatedly. In the eyes of the boy, it is inevitable that an arcane mage who has been attacked will speak in a panic and nervous manner. It is normal to forget some trivial matters for a while, and then supplement them later. This kind of narrative style, that is somewhat random, is a real performance in the inquiry course he has learned. So at this time, the blonde boy has believed what Klein said. The blonde boy pointed to Klein's luggage and said very politely, "Mr. Klein, can I check your luggage?" "Of course. You can refuse. This kind of inspection is not necessary." Klein seemed very cooperative. He was not afraid of searching the box at all. "Of course. I am willing to cooperate with your work. The strange objects and the necromancer's things are all on him. These security agents will not search him. There was nothing in the luggage. Asking them to check the luggage would allow them to take down the suitcases, saving the effort of moving the suitcases. It was a sure win. In fact, Klein also had a flaw, which was his cane. After beheading Hector, he had no time to deal with the blade inside the cane, although he wiped off the blood. But the death aura on it would not dissipate for a while. If you get too close to the cane, you can smell some of the death aura, a mixture of rot and mold. After checking the box, the blonde boy saluted Klein. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Klein. Sorry for the trouble. You can leave now." "It's okay. It's all my duty." After that, Klein carried his suitcase and slowly got out of the car. When he saw Klein struggling to pull the suitcase, the blonde boy felt a little strange. Klein's legs were not disabled. So why did he have to hold the cane tightly, and during the questioning just now? The position of holding the cane was always in the middle, which was even more strange. The blonde boy thought about it, and felt more and more that something was wrong. He was about to raise his hand to say something. The voice of a colleague interrupted his thoughts. "Gerlach, how are you?" The blonde boy Gerlach turned his head, and when he turned back, Klein's figure had disappeared from the car. Gerlach shook his head, with a little fluke, and did not chase after Klein, and said to his colleague, "Colonel Katie and Mr. Esmond's children." "No problem. They also helped the guards on the train." "Very brave." "Well, this damn necromancer is really brave." Gerlach nodded, but did not continue to talk. He always thought of the way Klein held a cane in his heart from time to time. That look did not look like a cane, but more like a sword. After leaving the train, Klein and the other two had different expressions. He himself naturally deceived the guards, and Joe did not let the inspector see what was in his package. Only Mira could withstand the investigation of these guards, and there was no more communication between the three brothers and sisters. At this time, Lilith also got off the train, and Klein subconsciously looked at her. Lilith had packed her luggage and slowly walked to the opposite side of Klein. "Then, let's say goodbye here. Mr. Klein, do your best. If you fail, we will have no chance to see each other again." Klein naturally knew what Lilith meant by failure. How could he fail? He was a top student. Humph. Easy, Klein thought to himself. Although my ability is very poor, but as a top student in 2 lives, exams are not easy for me. Walking to the station hall of Palomia. It is much larger than that of Hammerfall, and the overall planning and arrangement are more orderly than that of Hammerfall. At a glance, each train is parked in one direction, very neatly. Klein and his friends walked for a long time before they found the exit of the train station. Just as Klein was about to ask the three where to go next, Mira had already walked over with some money in her hand. She called Klein and Joe. "Wait a minute. Klein, Joe, let me tell you about Katie's previous arrangements. Before coming here, Katie gave me 300 thalers and told me that we would separate when we arrived in the imperial capital. We are all adults and should be able to take care of ourselves. Katie meant to let us develop on our own. She would not give us any help or interfere with us. She also has a heavy task in the East Territory, and her father was sent to Hogwarts for academic exchanges. So, in the academy, everything depends on yourself. If you really don't have the ability to survive in the Imperial capital, then take a bus home by yourself. We are siblings, but we are not a burden to each other. Understand? Klein certainly understood what she meant. In this world, every family has many children. Children who cannot grow up on their own will be ruthlessly abandoned. This completely free-range education method is incompatible with Klein's worldview in his previous life. But that's the fact. A genius who is unable to grow up is not a genius. Although Klein agreed with what Mira said, he still hated Myra's attitude. You should understand that I am the older brother. Humph. When I become stronger in the future, I will hang you up and beat you. Yeah. Got it. Mira nodded with satisfaction and began to distribute money. Here, Joe. This is yours. Klein. Yours. After handing out the money, Mira pulled her luggage and left in a hopping manner. Her step showed an indescribable sense of ease and happiness. Klein was a little dazed. The breath of freedom came too suddenly. But with 100 thalers in hand, Klein felt the same as Mira. Relaxed and happy. If the three of them stayed together, there would be a lot of inconveniences. He had secrets, and Joe had secrets too. Perhaps only Mira was more innocent. When the three of them were together, they could only hide things from each other. For example, Joe saw him kill Hector and didn't say anything. But he also guessed that Joe took Hector's head away. And he didn't say a word either. It might be the best result for the three of them to separate. Klein felt that the other two should think so too. Palomia. Royal Academy. I'm really looking forward to it. Klein tidied his clothes, pulled his suitcase, and blended into the crowd. Chapter 25: The Soul Stone of the Necromancer. On the outskirts of Palomia, at the location where Klein and his team were attacked, a group of people in black uniforms appeared here. A female soldier in black was examining Hector's headless body. Judging from the skin condition and the remaining magic power in the body, the deceased should be a necromancer, aged between 25 and 28. Male. The head is gone, and the things on his body have been taken away. His identity cannot be determined now. But he has the mark of the Brotherhood of the Skeleton on his body, beheaded by a sharp weapon. Was it done by a master? The person who spoke, his face hidden in the hooded military uniform, could not be seen clearly, and only the voice could be heard to be very rough. No, Captain Jason. Take a look at the incision. The wound of the deceased is shaking left and right. This shows that the beheader has relatively little strength and no skilled sword skills. The palm holding the knife shook during the chopping process, which caused such a wound. Well, pay attention to those savages and those students. Investigate those students? Captain, don't you need to search for traces of the Skull and Bone Society? Captain Jason shook his head. I just suspected that they were related to the Skull and Bone Society. So I asked you to investigate. Yes, Captain. The man called Captain Jason raised his head at this time. His face was covered with scars and looked very hideous. He looked at Hector's body on the ground with an expressionless face. Only after everyone dispersed did he grit his teeth and said, I thought you had some potential. But I didn't expect that you could die with the undead bones and the Banshee's wail. And you were killed by a few students. And you lost the Soul Stone. You are really a waste. Klein, walking alone in the city, followed the city slogans and came to the vicinity of the Royal College. Sorry. We are full here. Please go ask somewhere else. After looking around, Klein mostly got this answer. They arrived in the Imperial capital late. At least the hotels near the Royal College were full. Although the Royal College would also provide temporary accommodation before the exam. Klein had no intention of going there at all, because there were so many people coming for the exam. Even the Royal College could only provide collective dormitories for the students coming for the exam. If it was a civilian, it would certainly be a preferential treatment to save money. But for people like Klein, who had the conditions, it would be terrible. Not only could he not rest well, but it was also inconvenient for him to check the items he got from killing the dead wizard this time. Although the price of staying in a hotel would be very high during the exam season, it was worth it compared to the things he wanted to check. In the end, Klein found a hotel outside the Royal College, booked a business room, and stayed there. After locking the door and drawing the curtains, Klein sat on the bed and silently turned on the synthesizer. Sure enough, a new prompt appeared. You have defeated the Necromancer Hector. Obtained a series of items. Necromancer Soul Stone. Klein clicked the button to receive it without hesitation. A ball of black light began to gather in front of him, and most of this black light came from the synthesizer. Klein had a strange feeling that this reward given by the synthesizer would make the synthesizer itself weak. After a while, a black crystal floated in front of him. When Klein touched the black crystal, the information of the soul stone also appeared at the same time. Necromancer's soul stone, Hector, grade, miracle, effect, will of the dead. Introduction, the embodiment of the will of the world. Klein picked up the soul stone and played with it for a while. It was a thing like a black gem. It would absorb the surrounding light, which was very magical. However, Klein didn't know the specific usage yet, so he could only put it away. Before he had enough information, he would not rashly synthesize such a high-level thing. This is a miracle-level item. Miracle level. It sounds very high-grade, perhaps more precious than magic weapons, so it can't be wasted. In addition, this thing is actually a series of items, and the soul stone of the necromancer is just one of them. Then, in addition to the soul stone of the necromancer, there should be other soul stones. Fire magic, ice magic, warlock, priest. It seems that he has to figure out how to trigger it himself. After turning off the synthesizer, Klein prepared to count the spoils of this battle. Taking out the things of the necromancer Hector, Klein began to examine them carefully. A small bag of particles, a notebook, a gray stone, and more than 100 telephones. Klein first opened the notebook. He didn't recognize the other things, and would have to rely on the synthesizer to identify them later. And things like notebooks are most likely to record important information. After opening the notebook, Klein's expression moved slightly. This thing is not unimportant. The notebook is a simple 0 to 2 level handwritten necromancy book, and it seems that Hector copied it himself. Hector had made his own annotations and notes on most of the spells, as well as detailed cultivation experience. It can be seen that Hector, the original owner of the book, was very attentive when practicing and studying necromancy. Klein shook his head. Isn't it better to live a good life? Why do you do something stupid like attacking a train? He couldn't understand Hector's purpose. Until now, Klein didn't know that the soul stone was originally Hector's. Then, Klein began to check the other two items. Necromancer particles. Grade, first level. Introduction, the remains of undead creatures. Necromancer crystals. Grade, second level. Introduction, the remains of undead creatures. These two items are materials used by necromancers. There are more first level ones, and only one second level one. Klein can't use these things now, so he can only put them away first. Walking to the box, he was originally going to put these things in his suitcase, but when he was halfway through, Klein picked them up again. Klein scanned the room. There shouldn't be cameras or anything like that in a hotel in this world. But in the end, Klein still put all the notes and necromancy materials back on his body. They were all small things and not very heavy. This was a hotel in a foreign land. It was not the time to relax. Lying on the bed, Klein fell into a deep sleep, gathering his energy and preparing for the upcoming admission examination tomorrow. Chapter 26, Paladin on the carriage. The next morning, Klein made himself some bread and water and hurriedly left the hotel. Although it was still early, he didn't want to risk being late. He was not familiar with the imperial capital, so it was better to prepare early. When he got downstairs, pedestrians on the street hurried by and basically went in the same direction. Next to Klein was a carriage, and two students who were about to take the carriage were arguing with the driver. Driver, how much is it to go to the Imperial College? 45 rila per person. 45? You won't make as much as you do when you go out of the city to kill monsters. Poor bastard. Get out of the way. Don't interfere with my business. If you two don't take the seat, someone else will. As he said that, he saw Klein walking quickly in front of him and nodded. Boss, do you want to get in the car? As soon as the driver finished speaking, Klein took out a $1 note from his wallet and handed it over. I'll pay you double the fare, but you have to find me a window seat. Hey, sir, you're really generous. A window seat? Right. Come over here. The two students who were arguing with the driver looked very ugly. Klein's behavior was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Originally, they just wanted to bargain with the driver. Not that they really couldn't afford the 45 riels. Now that Klein had done this, the two of them felt embarrassed. Klein didn't have time to argue with them, and got on the carriage directly. After getting on the carriage, he found that the carriage was already full of people, and they were all about his age. And they should also be students. You? Go sit over there. Yes. You? The driver pointed at a little girl sitting by the window with a bad attitude. And the girl immediately asked, "Why?" Klein stopped him, sat next to the girl, and said, "Sorry. I'm carsick and want to sit by the window. Is that okay?" "Well, okay. But even if you are carsick, asking a girl to give up her seat for you is not what a gentleman should do. I'm not a gentleman. Is there a problem?" Klein said naturally. "Hey, is this wrong? Wrong? Should I do this?" As soon as Klein finished speaking, he sat up straight, tilted his head slightly and bowed, and cast an apologetic look at the girl. "Sorry, beautiful lady. I'm sorry to have taken your place. Is that so? Well, right. Are you satisfied? Well, satisfied? That's not right. You are pretending. Not a real gentleman." Klein shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. The carriage was soon full. 11 people were crammed into the small carriage, which seemed very crowded. Although Klein didn't like this environment, there was nothing he could do now. It was still a long way from the Royal College, and there was no other means of transportation. If he walked, he would probably be late, which would not be worth the loss. Everyone sit tight. Let's go. Drive. The carriage started to shake slowly, and Klein looked out the window, thinking about the entrance exam. Some of the students in the carriage were whispering in groups of 3 or 4, while others, like Klein, stayed alone and didn't speak. After walking for a while, the girl whose seat Klein had taken suddenly asked Klein, "Are you also applying for the Royal Academy?" Klein frowned. He didn't like this kind of small talk, so he could only respond politely, "Yes." The girl seemed to not hear the perfunctory tone in Klein's tone and continued, "My name is Becky, and I'm a paladin. What about you?" "Paladin?" Klein, who had closed his eyes, looked at the girl again. "How about it? I'm not only a paladin, but I'll soon become a formal professional. The word genius is created for people like me." Klein curled his lips. He felt that this Becky was the kind of guy who pretended to be cool with just a little bit of strength. And the way he pretended to be cool was very clumsy. Just like asking everyone he met, "Do you think I'm awesome?" This kind of thing. Not only Klein, but everyone else in the car also looked at Becky. Paladin is the top profession. It is hard to imagine that this timid girl is actually a paladin. It is really rare. "It's okay." Klein was silent again. "What does it have to do with me if you are a paladin?" Really? The girl was a little unhappy when she saw that her identity as a paladin did not seem to impress Klein. "Am I not awesome? Hey, what's your name? Don't look at me like that. Others will misunderstand." "My name is Klein." Klein closed his eyes again and did not answer. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the gate of the Royal Academy of Tarila. Looking at Klein leaving, Becky nodded with satisfaction. "Well, that's good. There should be a few more people who know me at the Royal Academy. Let's continue." After straightening his wrinkled clothes, Klein looked at his destination, the Royal Academy of Tarila. Klein felt that there was nothing special here except for the magic sculpture of the Royal Academy of Tarila carved on the stone at the entrance. It was basically the same as the university campus in his previous life, except that the area might be larger. The students who came here to register were very disciplined under the command of some assistants. There was no way. These assistants were all students who graduated from the Royal Academy and stayed in school. Klein's second brother Davis was an assistant at the Royal Academy, but Klein hadn't seen him until now. The assistant's strength was at least the second level, which was too powerful for rookies like them. The deliberately released sense of oppression made the students who came to take the test as quiet as chicks, because the content of the exams was almost completely different. The freshmen were mainly divided into 2 groups, the warrior department on the left and the magic department on the right. Klein followed the crowd and entered the Royal Academy. Arriving at the campus, soon a teaching assistant from the law department came to group the crowd and arrange these students to enter the test classroom. And the first test began. Klein saw the teacher in charge of the test in front of him, pointing to a crystal ball and saying to the student in front of him, "What's your name?" "Robuz Tellier." "Come on. Put your hand on it." The student nodded and put his right hand on it. As soon as the palm was placed on it, the crystal ball began to show light. And then flames and thunder appeared in the crystal ball. "Good. Very good. You already have magic power. Flame affinity. Lightning affinity. Very good. The teacher nodded, very satisfied, marked the man's name, and continued to ask, "Are you willing to participate in the battle?" "Yes, I do, teacher." "Good. Very good. Come and fill out this form. Then go over there. Next, put your hand on it. No magic. No affinity. Are you willing to participate in the battle?" "I do, teacher." "Okay. Fill out the form. And then go in for other tests." Chapter 27 Examination of the Royal Academy. Klein, who was standing at the back observing the situation, had already understood some of the names of the tests. The crystal ball for the test should be something to test qualifications, as well as personal magic and attributes. Water, fire, earth, plants. These are all relatively common elemental affinities. The rarer ones are arcane, lightning, and metal. Even rarer ones are evil energy, death energy, and magic energy. However, even if you have neither magic power nor attribute affinity, it still doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to participate in the battle. The tester will still give you a form and give you a chance. Let you take other tests. And if you pass, you still have the opportunity to become a student of the Royal Academy. This approach is because some places are not good enough, or some people are not qualified and have not cultivated magic. Now that he has no magic power, it does not mean that he has no possibility of becoming a professional. So if he is willing to fight, they will also conduct deeper tests on him. Many of the civilians are like this, and there are many geniuses among them. The Royal Academy cannot give up. If you don't have any magic power, are friendly, and are unwilling to participate in the battle, you should be eliminated directly. But so far, Klein has not seen such a fool. Next, what's your name? Klein Alex. Okay, put your hand on it. Klein put his palm on the crystal ball, and a chill appeared. He felt that his magic power was being drained away by the crystal ball. Soon, a bluish-white light appeared on the crystal ball. Well, that's good. You already have magic power, which is very pure, and you have affinity with arcane. Are you willing to participate in the battle? I am. Klein nodded without hesitation. Why be so stubborn? The teacher nodded because everyone's answer was similar, so there was nothing surprising. Well, arcane mages generally don't go to the battlefield. The greater role of arcane mages is on the civilian side. However, even if they are arcane mages, when they are temporarily recruited, students of the Royal Academy must apply unconditionally. Do you understand? Klein was stunned for a moment. There is such a rule? I understand. Look how scared you are. Arcane recruitment is generally for logistics, and there are fewer combat missions. Don't worry. Okay, teacher. Here is your form. Fill it out and prepare to go inside for the written test. Thank you, teacher. Klein looked at the form in his hand. It mainly asked him to fill in his career intentions, family background, and personal information. After filling it out, Klein walked inside and walked to the place where the written test was. As he walked, Klein felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. When he arrived at the classroom for the written test, he realized that he was the only one here. When he came out of the test room just now, there should have been many people, but he didn't know when the people around him disappeared. Magic or illusion? Klein walked to the side, and after a few steps, he was in a trance and returned to the same place again. He tried several times, but it was the same. He couldn't leave this area at the moment. On the table in front of him seemed to be the test paper for the written test. Klein had a clear idea of the situation. At this point, if he didn't finish this test paper, he couldn't leave, and the possibility of cheating was completely ruled out. Klein didn't know if other people were trapped in this illusion like him, but now he seemed to have no other choice but to sit down for the written test. Klein walked to the table and sat down. There was only one reminder on the test paper. The test time is 30 minutes. This test paper cannot be altered. If it is altered, it will be invalid immediately. Just like a battle, you only have one chance to choose. Interesting. Seeing this, Klein became a little interested. Normal exams give a long time, and students will be given time to check their mistakes. And this test paper not only has a lot of content, but also has a 30-minute time limit, and it is likely that it cannot be completed, and there is no right to modify it. Even if you accidentally make a typo, you can't modify it. Otherwise, the test paper will be invalid and the written test score will be 0. I feel like comparing an exam to a battle. If you make a mistake in a battle, There is no chance to start over. Klein looked at the first question on the test paper. Please describe the mental space as detailed as possible. The mental space is a world in the body created based on personal mental power. It carries magic power. Its main body is composed of mental barriers. The stronger the mental barriers, the larger the mental space, and the more magic power stored. When a wall is broken by a monster attack during a battle, what is the best way for various elemental mages to deal with it? First, use the water and ice mages to combine and condense ice to temporarily seal the broken wall. After the monster is repelled, let the earth mages recast the wall. Klein smiled slightly. His predecessor had read books for so many years just to prepare for this moment. He was very good at doing these questions. He wrote quickly on the paper. But as time passed, Klein felt more and more that something was wrong. He estimated that the time should have exceeded 20 minutes. He had only finished half of the test paper. He could not finish the rest anyway. His writing speed was already very fast. But there was still no possibility of finishing it. Klein felt that he could not continue to write like this. Turning to the end of the test paper, a simple question took up nearly half of the page. This question was very straightforward. Are you willing to fight for Tarila and for Her Majesty the Queen? This question again. Klein's mouth twitched. The purpose of the Royal Academy was too naked. If he wrote I don't want to, can he still pass the exam? But speaking of it, it was originally called the Royal Academy of Tarila. And you can tell from the name that the entire academy belongs to the royal family. The main purpose of the academy is to train talents for the royal family and the Empress. If you don't want to fight for the Empress and Tarila, then why did you come to the Royal Academy? To be an undercover agent? Klein was not so stubborn. So he could only write I am willing. After finishing this question, Klein wanted to continue to write other questions. But everything around him suddenly disappeared. Although he didn't know how much time he spent. Klein was sure that it was definitely less than 30 minutes. Just because he finished the last question, he ended the exam directly. And he didn't know how the score was calculated. The students around had reappeared. And Klein stopped one of them and asked, "Student, did you take 30 minutes?" The man looked very annoyed. "Yeah. I couldn't finish it at all. I don't even know how I did on the test." Klein nodded and stopped another person and asked, "Student, did you look at the last question?" "Yes. I looked at the test papers first. And they were all difficult. Only the last question was easy. Who knew that I would end here just after I finished writing it? Isn't this the same as handing in a blank paper?" Klein nodded again. These people made different choices. Some wrote the last question, while others didn't. The judgment of the score can only be determined by the designer of the test paper. Klein can only continue to move forward. The exam of the Royal College is more like an assembly line. And he is now just a product on the assembly line. Just as Klein walked into the college, an assistant, who was doing a written test and counting the scores, exclaimed, "The final score of this test paper is 310 points. The knowledge system is really solid. There has not been such a high score in the past few years." The assistant teacher's exclamation also attracted others to come forward to watch. Well, all the basic questions in the front are the best answers. There are 21 questions, plus the last question, which is really rare. At this time, an old voice also took over. "Professor." His name is Klein Alex, the son of Professor Esmond. The old professor nodded. Esmond is a guy who teaches average students and has no ability himself. His children are all good. He also held another report in his hand. And the name of this report was the fourth child of the Alex family. Klein's younger brother, Joe Alex. Chapter 28: The Famous Monkey Theory. Following the flow of people, Klein was assigned to the arcane assessment area by an assistant. The assistant looked at Klein with a kind look. And Klein couldn't figure out what it meant for a moment. There were not many people in the arcane assessment area. There were 5 teachers in charge of the examination, all of whom were elderly. Although their magic power had not yet begun to decline, their energy could no longer keep up with the young people. Arcanists in their prime had a lot of work pressure. So the assessment of students was handed over to these elders. The test here was already an interview, mainly testing some arcane theories and some skills in casting arcane magic. Klein observed very carefully. He had always been working behind closed doors, and he had not seen many other spellcasting situations like this. But after watching for a while, Klein was a little disappointed. The way these people cast arcane magic was too crude, and there was no value in learning at all. Next. Klein Alex. "Oh, I'm here." Klein immediately stepped forward when he heard the test teacher calling his name. The old man held Klein's information in his hand and nodded as he spoke. Klein, you already have magic power and arcane affinity. Very good. What is your written test score? The old man suddenly looked up at Klein and didn't speak for a long time. 310 points. Is this guy a ghost? Klein also saw that something was wrong with the old man and spoke. Teacher. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. The college requires that the test teacher cannot tell the student's written test score to the student himself. So he immediately covered it up. In fact, Klein's current grades, arcane affinity, magic power, and 310 points in the written test have already qualified him to enter the Royal Academy. His father is still Professor Esmond. Although many people have a bad opinion of Esmond, he is still a professor. It can be said that the subsequent assessment is almost just a show. Well, let's do this. You try to control as much arcane energy as possible in your hands. I'll take a look. Hearing the request, Klein immediately did it. With one hand and one finger, the bluish-white light illuminated his face. Constant and calm. The teacher in charge of the assessment nodded secretly. Very good. Very strong arcane control. Can you go further? Klein nodded. Of course, sir. He has done things like kneading bread many times. And now, he is basically handy with it. The arcane energy began to change in Klein's hands and transformed into a material energy form that humans can eat. Pop! A piece of yellow bread appeared at Klein's fingertips. Is that so? Now, not only the teacher in charge of assessing Klein, but also the other two teachers in charge of the assessment all looked over here. Originally, the teacher saw that Klein's control ability was very good and wanted him to go a step further. So he asked Klein to perform the arcane energy transformation. That is, the arcane energy evolved into a stable shape, either a cube or a sphere. Perform it in front of the students around him, and then give him an excellent just to pass the scene, and the assessment would be over. But he didn't expect Klein to just roll out a piece of bread for him. This made the teacher speechless. Just like when you go to buy a bicycle, the seller directly forces you to buy a Harley. There was no choice. The exam had to continue. The examiner took the bread from Klein and took a bite. Level 0 magic bread. Soft. Delicious. Very good. Excellent score. You have affinity. Magic power. 310 points in the interview. And the bread is so good. What's the point of taking the exam? Are you kidding me? You're wasting my time. Of course. The teacher would definitely not say that. Well, you are very proficient in food making and excellent in the written test. You are admitted. Klein was still in a state of confusion. He was admitted, the legendary 25% admission rate. A very difficult exam. Klein felt that this was too simple. However, what he didn't know was that many students had been eliminated in the previous exams that he felt were simple, because arcane affinity is already the qualification of a transcendent. This item alone has blocked countless ordinary people. Maybe Mother Katie and Father Esmond knew, but they didn't choose to tell Klein. Maybe they didn't want Klein to relax his basic learning. After all, the basics are the most important. Maybe he didn't want Klein to spend too much time studying warlock magic, which was too dangerous. At this time, Klein still asked with a little disbelief. Teacher, is there no test later? I heard that the admission rate of the Royal Academy is only 25%, which is very difficult. The teacher pushed his glasses and said angrily, it is very difficult. How many entry-level arcane masters do you think can make food? How many arcane masters can make such bread before they are promoted to formal professionals? Come on. Come on. Ask them. Can you make food? No. I can't. Can you? No. What about you? Teacher, I don't have magic power yet. The teacher asked 5 or 6 students who came for the test, but none of them knew how to make food. Only then did Klein understand how much his predecessor had paid for today. Not only did he learn the art of making food and water, but he also spent a lot of time secretly comprehending the warlock's demon summoning. Perhaps the previous saying that Klein was mediocre was not accurate. So who spread the saying of mediocre from? Even the predecessor himself believed it. While Klein was still in a daze, the teacher took out a form and handed it to him. This is your test report. Take it to the Academic Affairs Office of the college, and they will issue you a student ID. Thank you, teacher. Watching Klein slowly walk out of the classroom, The other candidate showed envy, but also recognized the genius. There is no way. Royal College has a special theory that is popular and is called a perverse theory by many people. This is the famous monkey theory of Royal College. But it is undeniable that almost all colleges actually agree with this theory. The main point of this theory is that the gap between people is greater and more outrageous than the gap between people and monkeys. You feel that you are very good. Sorry. You are only good among the poor students. There are academic masters above you. And there are academic gods above academic masters. There are geniuses above academic gods. And geniuses can crush each other. So you can never be the strongest. The Empress, who is as strong as tearing superclass monsters with her hands, is only the 5th in the world. This gap is scary to think about. Royal College gathers the most elite students in the whole of Tel Ella. So this theory is very useful here. There are nearly 7 million graduates from junior colleges every year. And about 400,000 students apply for Royal College. The predicted admission rate this year is 25%, which means that about 100,000 people will be admitted to Royal College. 100,000 students graduate every year. And only a few outstanding talents are remembered. Some people die. Some leave. But more people become ordinary people in this world. As a poet said, when you see those shining people, you will find that you came to this world just to make up the numbers. Chapter 29. 3 Siblings. Klein could not feel the difficulty of the exam. That was only because he was standing at a higher level than ordinary candidates. When Klein received his admission letter, his fourth brother Joe also started his final assessment. Although people often say that you can't judge a person by his appearance, few people actually do it. The one on the left is quite ugly. This kid is weird and looks average. But he defeated Taro before. And it was a complete victory. Yes, if our people hadn't stopped him, Taro would have been killed by him. Really? Then we need to take a good look. We can't judge people by their appearance. If he can defeat Taro, maybe we will have another genius in the Department of Necromancer. While several teachers of the Department of Necromancer were talking, the battle between Joe and a student had already begun. Psychic summoning. The Necromancer clenched his hands, and the gate of the underworld appeared behind him. A dozen skeletons emerged from the gate of the underworld and rushed straight towards Joe. After summoning the skeleton, the wizard did not stop, but chose to cast a spell again, letting a circle of bones surround his body for defense. It's already the first level. Alvin is really stable. He is right to do so. When facing any opponent, you must do, as the old saying before the catastrophe. Even if a lion is going to fight a small rabbit, it will use all its strength. Yes, fighting means going all out. These teachers looked at the student named Alvin and did not hesitate to praise him. At this time, Xiao still did not take any action in the face of more than a dozen skeletons. This behavior made the students watching the battle around him think that he had given up. But when the skeletons were less than 3 meters away from Xiao, sections of white bones suddenly extended from Xiao's back. Countless broken bones gathered around Xiao's ears and finally formed a skull. Ah! The sharp cry shocked the whole audience. Where the sound waves swept, all the soul fires that summoned the skeletons were like small boats in the stormy waves, which could be extinguished at any time. Banshees howl. Hurry! Everyone retreat! A teacher yelled and opened the shadow protection barrier to minimize the damage to the surrounding students. But many people have been shocked by the Banshee's howl and vomited blood. Many people revealed fear in their eyes, and it was obvious that they were frightened by Xiao's move. At this moment, Xiao's body moved. 2 bone blades extended from his hands, and each strike accurately pierced a skeleton's head. A dozen immobile skeletons were slaughtered by Joe in a flash. One blow shattered Alvin's skeleton shield, and Joe's bone blade also shattered at the same time. The second bone blade followed closely and stabbed Alvin. Alvin had not yet recovered from the impact of the Banshee's howl, and Joe's bone blade had already pointed at his throat. Originally thought this would be a battle worth looking forward to, but the result was still a crushing victory for Joe. Stop. It's okay. Joe, you are very good. You are accepted. A teacher hurriedly said that Alvin was the son of Manfred, the Imperial Necromancer. If he died here, that guy would not be easy to deal with. Joe glanced at the teacher who spoke and shrugged. Why are you panicking? If I really wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Okay. However, he still had to practice at the Royal Academy. It was not good to have a fight with these teachers. He could only step back a few steps to show that he had stopped. The bones on his body broke again and returned to his body. Joe became harmless again. He glanced at the direction of the arcane assessment area and thought to himself, Mira will definitely pass. Third brother. There should be no problem. On the other side of the Royal Academy, Mira was surrounded by students who came to register. The professor in the warrior department of the Royal Academy, who was responsible for assessing Mira, was naturally very concerned about such a genius. Have her detailed reports come out yet? It's been so long. Mira Alex. Strength Assessment 6.5. Agility 7.1. Physical Assessment 5.9. Good at swords. Clear combat thinking. Currently a formal first-level assassin and first-level warrior. The professor, who was observing Mira, nodded. Too good. A formal professional in the Royal Academy means that you have already qualified for graduation. Not to mention Mira, who is a double first-level professional. This gap is like you haven't started running yet, but someone has already reached the finish line, and someone else has already stood on the podium. A typical child of other people's families. Mira put away her sword. Although she didn't say it, she was always a little worried about her two brothers in her heart. Klein is a bit useless, but his theoretical knowledge is still quite solid. There is no need to fight in the Arcanist assessment, so there should be no problem. Joe is not so worrying. He doesn't talk all day, and his grades are not good. I don't know if he can pass. Mira was a little worried about Joe. Katie said that if he failed the exam, he would have to go back. If Joe went back alone, it would be a big blow to him. With worry, Mira went to the Academic Affairs office. Klein didn't spend too much time to appreciate the scenery of the Royal College. He followed the sign and quickly came to the Academic Affairs office. The assessment was very fast. What an amazing guy. Nodding and accepting the praise from the teaching assistant with a smile, Klein handed in the admission letter and took his student ID. The student ID is a piece of unknown material that can be hung around the waist or worn around the neck. Just after Klein handed in the admission letter, the teaching assistant of the Academic Affairs office enchanted him on the spot, and the magic pattern contained Klein's identity information. After getting the student ID, Klein felt that the synthesizer seemed to vibrate. Is there a new prompt? Klein put the student certificate in his pocket and prepared to leave the college. Having experienced 2 attacks, Klein instinctively felt a sense of urgency, and he was eager to improve his strength. In his opinion, the inside of the Imperial Academy should be a relatively safe place. Here, he will meet new people, new things, and new knowledge. His luggage is still in the previous hotel. Now he has to check in to the Academy dormitory and bring his suitcase left in the hotel. At this moment, Myra's voice appeared behind him. Wow, you're pretty fast. I thought you couldn't get through. Although she was a little worried, the first thing Mira did when she saw Klein was to mock him. TSK. With your height, will others think you are a primary school student? Brother. Mira. You are here too. Joe's voice interrupted the quarrel between the two. It seems that you have passed. Well, not bad. At least you don't have to go home and cry. Sure enough, Myra's sharp tongue is still so annoying. Klein nodded to Joe. I knew you could do it. Brother too. There seemed to be an unspoken tacit understanding between the two, and neither of them mentioned the matter of the necromancer. Mira seemed to think that the two were playing a riddle, and she seemed to be an outsider, and she was dissatisfied. Is there something you didn't tell me? Of course not. The two said in unison. This made Mira feel that there was something wrong with the two again, but she couldn't ask directly, so she had to leave with her student ID angrily. Both of them were admitted to the Royal Academy, and Mira had nothing to worry about. Watching Mira leave, Joe said a little empty, Brother, I feel the breath of the Soul Stone on you. But Soul Stone is not so easy to get. Klein's expression slightly stern, and nodded. Joe did not say anything more, turned around and left, leaving Klein alone to think. Soul Stone. Isn't it a reward for the synthesizer? Klein recalled the scene of killing Hector, when he cut off the head of the necromancer. He clearly remembered that he absorbed something from Hector. That thing? Is it the Soul Stone? Klein narrowed his eyes, and got up to go on the road. Chapter 30 The Man in Black. Leave the academy. Klein boarded a carriage again, and there were several people sitting in the carriage, either silent or sobbing. It was clear from the situation that these people should have failed the assessment. Klein closed his eyes and said nothing. He would not blow himself up at this time to attract hatred. Along the way, except for some low cries, there was only the sound of horse hooves. Unlike the bustle before coming, Palomia was particularly quiet at this time. The people living in this city seemed to know that today was the day of the entrance examination, and there was almost no noise. Many students' parents and families looked at the direction of the Royal Academy with expectant eyes, hoping that their children could successfully enter the academy. It took a little longer to go back, and everyone had different destinations, resulting in a lot of stops. When Klein arrived at the station, there were only 2 people left in the carriage. When he came back to his room, he found that the guest room had been cleaned up. It was normal for the hotel staff to clean up the room, and Klein didn't feel anything wrong. But he didn't leave in a hurry, but closed the door and reopened his suitcase. If there was one thing that Klein felt most after coming to this world, it was danger. So, after Joe's reminder, Klein's cautious attitude reached its highest point. Carefully lifted the first piece of clothing that had been folded and examined it carefully. Before he went to the Royal Academy, he folded a small cross-shaped fold inside this piece of clothing. Such wrinkles would not be possible if the clothes were folded normally. But when he looked again, the wrinkles were gone. Klein's face darkened. He continued to take off the clothes on top and lifted up the third piece of clothes. There was also a cross fold inside this piece of clothes. But the result was the same as the first piece of clothes. The wrinkles were gone. Klein was not a persecution maniac. These wrinkles were just some basic precautions when living outside. Just like when he traveled and stayed in a hotel in his previous life. He would always use his mobile phone to check if there were any cameras in the room. Being careful had become his habit. But he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. If the first piece of clothes had the possibility of disappearing the wrinkles due to the staff touching the box, then the third piece of clothes that was pressed down had no reason to shake at all. There was only one conclusion. His suitcase had been moved. Klein didn't say anything, just closed his eyes and quietly adjusted his mindset. Joe's words appeared in his mind again. Soul Stone is not so easy to get. Xiao's words are somewhat ambiguous. That is, I wonder if these people are here to find the Soul Stone. It seems that this thing is quite hot. But even so, Klein had no intention of giving up the Soul Stone. This is a real miracle level item. Even if you don't know its specific function, it is impossible for Klein to spit it out. When he opened his eyes again, Klein's expression had returned to normal. He adjusted his expression and made himself look relaxed and happy. He was somewhat thankful that he had taken away all the important things before. His luggage was full of clothes and daily necessities, without any valuable items. There was nothing valuable or revealing. Just a simple suitcase. Klein had no doubt that it was done by a thief. It was impossible for a thief to be so careful to make it perfect and not take a single stitch from him. He had no intention of abandoning the suitcase here. If he abandoned the suitcase, it would only mean that he had discovered that someone was spying on him and investigating him. He pretended to be calm, picked up the suitcase again, and walked downstairs. After reaching the first floor, 2 people in black military uniforms walked straight towards him. When they met, one of them touched Klein. "Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something and didn't look at the road. I'm really sorry." The man apologized to Klein very politely, and Klein nodded to indicate that it was nothing. But turning his head, Klein's intuition told him that these 2 people were coming for him. The one who rummaged through my box, looking for the Soul Stone? Ha! If there is a luck value on the attribute board, then my luck value is probably negative. Klein laughed at himself. Black military uniform? What department does it belong to? The military uniforms of Tarila are all of the same style, but the colors are different for different departments. The uniforms of regular soldiers are dark blue, while the uniforms of the city security department are green, and the uniforms of officers above the rank of general are red or white. Klein had no information about black military uniforms in his previous memory. Forget it. Let's go back to the academy first. Pulling up the moved suitcase, Klein boarded the carriage on the roadside again. Paromia City Security Bureau. In a room in the basement of the Security Bureau, a group of people in black military uniforms gathered here. Captain, the background information of Klein and the other 2 has been investigated. Father, Esmond Alex, Professor of Arcane Research at the Royal Academy. He is said to be a famous loser. A 4-5th level arcane mage. Currently in Hogwarts for academic exchanges. Mother, Katie, a 4-5th level swordsman. Deputy Commander of the Border Guard of the Ministry of Security stationed in the East. Is said to be strong. And her rank is the same as yours. Colonel. The scarred man nodded. If it's level 5, it's a bit troublesome. But she's from the East Border Security Department. No matter how long her arms are, she can't reach the Imperial capital. What about Klein's specific situation? Nothing suspicious has been found yet. All of Klein's luggage has been searched. And I've even touched his body. It's really just an arcane mage who has just started. And there's no sign of suppressing his strength. Okay. I get it, the captain said indifferently. Continue investigating. Now is the enrollment season for the Imperial Academy. And there are so many outsiders. A level 2 necromancer and an unknown professional appeared near the Imperial capital. If the news is released, it will cause a lot of turmoil. So this matter must be investigated for me. Yes. After the black-clothed people saluted collectively, they left the room in an orderly manner. After all the black-clothed people left, a voice appeared behind Jason. Sir, it's not easy to deal with Lord Prometheus. The higher-ups are asking why we haven't taken action to disperse the magic addiction. We can't hold on any longer. Jason's face was so gloomy that it turned black. Hector, that rubbish actually lost the soul stone, which disrupted our rhythm. Originally, the resources obtained from this soul stone were enough to deal with Prometheus. That bastard. As long as we are given enough time to develop, one day, we may surpass Cucacero and Prometheus. Then, sir, what should we do now? We have to deal with the Black Cross's mission and complete the orders of the Skull and Bones Society. We are very short of manpower. Let's first dispatch some people to investigate Klein, and the other 3 to see if we can get the soul stone back. Jason loosened his collar and suppressed his irritability. A skull tattoo began to appear on the back of his hand. This skull tattoo glowed in the darkness, and gradually ignited a gray-blue flame. After a while, the flames died down, and the skull tattoo gradually disappeared. The scarred man seemed to have received some information. Continue to spread the magic addiction. This has to be done. Use informants to disguise first. Don't touch our own people in the Dark Crusade. Yes. Chapter 31 Soul Extension. Klein returned to the Royal Academy. With his student certificate, he could enter and leave the academy at will. Many students' assessments had not yet ended, but the number of people was much less than in the morning. Klein passed through the crowd and walked into the campus. The academy was too large, and the distance between each area was extremely large. It would take a long time to walk. It was said that there was a magic power train inside the academy, but it was not open now because the school had not officially started. Going further in, Klein could already see some students who were either practicing or reading. These students, compared to those who had been assessed before, were less immature and more calm. They should be senior students. The entrance examination and the start of school for senior students were staggered, and many people had not yet finished their vacation. When passing by the practice field, Klein could still see people practicing their spells and martial arts here. The further he walked inside, the more restless Klein felt. He was not nervous, but excited. All the people here have extraordinary qualifications and have passed the college assessment. Among ordinary people, they are all geniuses. The graduates here are all people who can become formal professionals, which is what he longs for. Following the road signs, Klein finally walked to the freshman dormitory of their period. When he came to the dormitory management office, the dormitory management sitting here was actually a middle-aged man in a formal suit. Apart from anything else, wearing a suit in the dormitory management office looks very weird. Klein was a little nervous. This guy? Is he really the dorm manager? I'm a freshman. Klein Alex. Excuse me. Are you the dorm manager? Where do I live? The dorm manager turned around. Not only did Klein feel weird in his clothes, but also in his words and deeds. Student Klein, don't be so nervous. Since this is your first time here, I will forgive you for not knocking on the door and not using honorifics. I'm the dorm manager. Con John? You can call me Con or Mr. John. As a student of the Royal Academy, the first lesson you have to learn is etiquette. Remember, as long as you do one thing, I won't bother you. Klein frowned slightly. This way of speaking is so strange. Trouble me? What does it mean? What do I need to do? The dorm manager took out a card from a stack of cards on the table and threw it to Klein. The card seemed to have broken through some kind of limit in the air, making a strange sound. And when it reappeared, it had already reached the gap of Klein's collar. This extremely fast speed and impact force could cut even steel in half. But this card did not hurt Klein. Don't be afraid. It's just a simple thing. That is, precision and elegance. Klein's face was a little ugly. and he didn't understand the meaning of precision and elegance. However, he understood one thing. That is, his strength was crushed again, and he didn't like the feeling of being teased by others. He took out the card on his collar, which had numbers and letters on it. 4-502A. On the back of the card, there were a lot of magic patterns, and Klein could still feel some magic left on it. The card is your dormitory key. If you lose it, it would be very rude. Klein walked to the door and suddenly turned around and asked, "Excuse me, where is the boys' dormitory?" "Boys? No. One room per person, regardless of gender. We have been talking for too long. Go." Klein was slightly stunned. It turned out that men and women lived together. Although it was one room per person, everyone was young and energetic. Is it really okay for men and women to live together? John looked at Klein, who was leaving, and took out a somewhat old photo. The people in the photo were Klein's mother Katie, his father Esmond, a white-haired man, a person with his head cut off, and Kahn himself. Kahn touched Katie's head. "It's been more than 20 years. Time flies so fast. I know that they are your children, not weapons. I will take good care of Klein, whether he is the person Esmond is looking for or not." With these doubts, Klein found the number 4 dormitory building. After panting to room 502, Klein put the card on the door. Click! The door opened. I thought it was similar to the dormitory in college before, but when I got here, I found that I was completely wrong. Even if this place is not luxurious, it is already a super high-quality apartment. After entering the door, it is a large room with a small test bench on the left and some exercise equipment on the right. There are also practice targets at the back. Of course, the targets are still very small compared to the practice field. In addition, there is a sofa and an instrument research table. The real bedroom is at the back. There are 3 bedrooms connected to room 502. Room A. Klein stuck the door card on the magic sensing area of room A's door. Click. He finally saw his bedroom. Having seen the quality of the public area, the quality of the bedroom is already in his imagination. Clean and tidy. Cabinets, desks, hangers, etc. are all available, as well as a very large bed and a separate toilet. The whole bedroom looks very comfortable. This level of room configuration is really a bit extravagant for the Royal Academy to use as a dormitory. The charging policy of the Royal Academy is that the first year is free, and the next 3 years are 2,500, 3,000, and 4,500 respectively. A total of 10,000 TL tuition. The first year is free to allow civilian students to focus on improving their strength. After having strength, they can complete the academy tasks, and naturally have the ability to make money. If you are not too weak or too lazy, you can earn the seemingly high tuition fees by completing tasks. Klein closed the door and put the suitcase next to the door. "We need to find a way to destroy this box. Let's just combine it." Klein nodded secretly. Put the box directly into the synthesizer, and then put an iron ring into it with a flash of inspiration. And click the synthesis. "You got a storage ring." Klein's eyes lit up. Could it be? But it seems that there is no hint that it is a rare item. When he took out the storage ring, he was stunned. This thing was actually a storage ring. A small ring was perfectly connected to a suitcase, without any gaps, and it couldn't be pulled apart. Okay, it's a real storage ring. Back in the bedroom, Klein felt a rare sense of relief. His steps had never stopped, and the constant pressure made him a little breathless. Now, he finally had a little nest of his own, and it seemed that he finally had some time to breathe. Klein had just turned on the synthesizer when a new prompt message popped up. "You have successfully joined the Royal Academy. The new function of the synthesizer has been turned on." Extension. Klein was a little puzzled. He didn't receive any tasks, but he actually completed an event. This thing feels a bit too random. New function of the synthesizer. Extension? The synthesizer has a total of 6 sides, and Klein could only open the information synthesis 2 sides before. Klein quickly turned the synthesizer to the new function side. Extension, introduction, synthesize, and extend new souls to make your soul unique. Each of your soul extensions comes with its own special effects. Once extended, it will be permanently unchangeable. Soul Extension 1, Arcane Precision. Arcane Precision, Special Arcane Talent, with the qualifications to use synthesizers. Soul Extension 2, Extendable. Chapter 32, Will of the Dead. Klein's heart was slightly touched. Arcane precision was not arcane affinity in the aptitude test. What was the difference between this arcane precision ability and arcane affinity? He didn't know it now. There was extension 1, extension 2, and perhaps extension 3, or even more 456. But he didn't know what conditions needed to be met. Klein clenched his fists and began to think about the question of soul extension 2. Is soul extension related to the soul stone? I killed the necromancer before and completed the soul stone achievement. And then I was rewarded with this soul stone. Now the third function of the synthesizer has been activated. Extension. Which feels a bit tailor-made. Does it mean that I should use the soul stone? He took out the black crystal that he had been holding in his arms. And he was a little hesitant. There are too many unknown things in this world. And changing the soul sounds weird. Necromancer soul stone, Hector. When Klein held the soul stone in his hand this time and touched the flesh, he felt completely different from the last time. He felt an immense desire to devour, absorb, and strengthen. This desire came from the depths of his soul. A new prompt also appeared on the soul extension interface. Soul stone has been found. And a new soul extension can be obtained, undead will. Whether to extend, Klein no longer hesitated. And now he only wanted to get the soul stone. Extend. Connecting to the soul stone has begun. Please pay attention, ah! Klein suddenly screamed. And the soul power in the soul stone began to flow into his body. Hector, trapped in the soul stone, has been wailing endlessly since this moment. Although his body died, his soul has been absorbed by the black soul stone. He has always felt that he still has a chance of survival in the soul stone. But at this moment, he realized how wrong he was. He felt that he was being drawn out little by little, crushed, and then decomposed into particles. These particles are pure soul power. When the soul power passed through Klein's body, it was naturally filtered by the synthesizer. An indescribable substance dissipated during the filtration. These substances are mixed with emotions, thoughts, memories, and spirits. These things are all marks of Hector's existence. In the end, Hector disappeared from this world forever. And this power only left the most primitive things. A strong sense of pleasure filled Klein's whole body. And the black soul stone in his hand had already appeared several cracks without him noticing. Snap! The already dim soul stone shattered into powder in Klein's hands. Powerful, sharp, and unparalleled magic sensitivity. This is what Klein felt at the moment. He slowly walked to the window, opened it, and waved it. Let the remnants of the soul stone disappear with the wind. Klein slightly opened his eyes, and a gray color appeared in his pupils. Then he blinked slightly, and the gray disappeared again. Klein smiled, with the infusion of soul power. Your magic power has increased significantly by 2.44.5. Soul extension 2, undead will. Effect 1 spell. You have the qualifications for bone spell, shadow spell, and necromancy spell. Effect 2 body. Your body can extend bones and shadow spells, and be strengthened by summoned creatures. Haha, after searching everywhere for something, it's easy to find it. Klein wanted to laugh wildly, but he thought that was too childish. So he suppressed himself in the end. Well, hold on. The yellow magic lamp shone on Klein's desk. Klein had been reading for almost 6 hours at this time, and he was deeply attracted by the content of the book. Continuous focused reading made his eyes a little sore, and consumed a lot of brain power. However, the desire to gain knowledge and power made him completely forget these discomforts. He just wanted to gain power as soon as possible. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted Klein, who was reading the necromancy notebook. He frowned slightly, and felt a little irritated. This is already the dormitory of the Royal College. Why would anyone bother him? Putting the notebook back into the drawer, Klein slowly walked towards the bedroom door. I'm here. Wait a minute. After opening the door, Klein's brows furrowed even deeper. It's you. How did you know I live here? Standing in front of Klein was the green-haired girl he met in the car before. Lilith Anna. Lilith stretched out a finger and waved it at Klein. It's not that I know you're here, but I live here too. Hello. Klein classmate. She took out her door card, and the number on it was 4-502B. Right next to Klein. Klein felt helpless. Was he so destined to be with her, on the same train, and living together, but soon? Lilith's words denied Klein's idea. I know what you are thinking, but you think too much. There is no such coincidence in this world. I just asked Kane John your address, and then asked him to arrange me next door to you. Don't stare at me like that. Yes. Some things are that simple. I have a great background. So great that Kane John will not refuse me. He? The strange laughter made Klein feel that she was a psychopath. No. Not just her. There were few normal people in this world. Why? Don't you invite me in? Have you forgotten the time when we fought side by side so quickly? Seeing Lilith coming in, Klein had no way to deal with her. It seemed that he could not study the necromancer's notebook properly today. Come in. The two had not known each other for a long time. But their relationship was really complicated. At least they had fought side by side. After entering the house, Lilith took the initiative to close the door, which made Klein frown again. Big sister. What do you want to do? But then Lilith suddenly put away her previous playful expression and said seriously and formally, Student Klein, I, Lilith Anna, represent my organization, Tarila Outstanding Talent Combat and Magic Research Cooperative, and formally invite you to join. Ah, what? What did you say? What organization? The name is too long, and I didn't hear it clearly. Hee hee. It doesn't matter. If there is an abbreviation, you can call us Giesha. Giesha. Klein repeated. Yes, Giesha. You can understand it as a place where outstanding talents gather, Klein said without any consideration. I refuse. Chapter 33 Lilith's Invitation. Why? Lilith asked. I have no intention of joining any organization now. Lilith showed a wrong expression and walked to Klein's side. Why are you so ruthless? Have you forgotten what happened to us in the suburbs of the imperial capital? Don't say it so disgustingly. Okay. Klein was speechless. He had no way to deal with Lilith. He couldn't beat her and could only be teased by her. Lilith's eyes were filled with crystal tears, as if she was about to cry. And she said pitifully, There are many benefits to joining our GS society. You only need to complete a few small tasks. You can borrow a lot of high-level magic books. And you can also easily collect magic materials, strange objects, and even magic weapons. Don't you really want to consider it? I said. I have no intention of joining any organization now. Klein said it very decisively, without any room for negotiation. Well, just refuse if you want to. Anyway, I didn't expect you to agree at once. We are neighbors now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lilith lay down on the bed and stretched. She was wearing thin clothes. When she raised her hand, her flat belly was exposed. Klein was stunned. It was not until Lilith looked at him that he looked away awkwardly. It was hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Yes, he couldn't see clearly. He had very complicated feelings for Lilith. He had always been a person who didn't like to socialize with others. But Lilith's appearance was like a sudden knock on the door. He didn't have any chance to resist. The two of them met like this. Moreover, after obtaining the Soul Stone, he also gained the Will of the Dead, which is an ability that can completely change his future plans. In addition to Lilith's green hair, her appearance is also a plus. A beautiful woman is better than an ugly woman pestering you. Right, but Klein is now wary of everything around him. And it is not realistic for him to join such a community organization now. Lilith lay on Klein's bed. Klein could not continue to study the undead notebook and could only sit and meditate. The two of them were deadlocked for a while before Lilith moved. Boring. I've taken the initiative. But you didn't show any expression at all. A wooden man. Let's go. You have to study hard. Klein classmate. Klein's face was gloomy. Before he had enough strength, he would not consider touching women. The low-level means of seduction were useless for an old driver who had been single for 30 years. No! Seeing Lilith leave the room, Klein was relieved. This woman was too difficult to deal with. Giesha. An organization that gathers outstanding talents. If I have time, I think I can check it out. Closing the door, Klein took out the dead notebook again and continued to read it. This notebook records in detail the advantages and disadvantages of many spells, practice methods, taboos, etc. Hector's degree of hard work is no less than Klein himself. This notebook is much more useful than ordinary spell books, saving Klein a lot of time. The limit of psychic communication, the origin of all summoning necromancy spells, communicating the fire of the soul. Skeleton summoning requires materials, undead particles, to summon basic undead creatures. A variety of necromancy spells appeared in front of Klein, who absorbed the knowledge like a sponge. A senior technical geek saw a more advanced ability, and studying without sleep and forgetting food was the most basic operation. However, Klein could only study the summoning spells, bone spells, and shadow spells. He had no way to learn the rest, including spells such as decay, plague, and poison. Klein obtained the will of the undead, which was still different from the traditional necromancer. Klein studied the notebook until 3 a.m. and still did not turn off the lights. The undead are not just transformed from the dead. There are also a large number of undead creatures in the undead underworld. In addition to using corpses, necromancers can also use psychic summoning to summon the undead in the undead underworld to fight. Klein took out an undead particle, rubbed it between his fingers, and put it back. The material that connects to the underworld of the dead is what remains after the dead, and the dead particles are the lowest level of them. Lying on the bed, Klein smiled. He liked this feeling of fulfillment. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, the opening ceremony of the new school year was held at the practice field of the Royal Academy. Klein came here in a daze in the morning and has been in a state of half awake and half asleep. The feeling of the entire practice field today was that there were too many people. He didn't like this noisy environment. Klein was a little bored at this time. The person on the high platform had been talking for almost half an hour, and all the words were meaningless. Klein had heard the discussions of the senior students around him. The school's top management and elite professors and teachers had already taken the elites of the senior grades to fight at the border. The only senior management left, Ms. Fakis, refused to host the opening ceremony. Finally, this chatterbox had to take over. However, this chatterbox's means of inciting people and boosting morale were pretty good. At least the freshmen listened to him. Then, here, I wish all the college students, whether freshmen or seniors, to achieve their goals and make breakthroughs in strength in the new year. For Tarila, for His Majesty. For Tarila, for His Majesty. Everyone around was shouting, and Klein could only shout along, even though many senior students were impatient. When they shouted, for Tarila, no matter how impatient they were, they would cheer along. Perhaps this is what the Royal College needs. If Klein were also from this world, he would probably be as excited as they were. After the opening ceremony, Klein came to the lecture hall of the law department. In the middle of the lecture hall, there were signs for various professions. On the sign were the course schedules for each professional system each month. The Arcanist course will be taught 6 times a month, but the course content is only 2 sessions. There are 3 teachers in charge of teaching the Arcanist course. You can choose the one that suits you or the one you like. There is also a meditation course, which is also divided into 3 sessions, arranged at the beginning, middle and end of the month, and taught by different teachers. Meditation class is a course that students from all departments will participate in, not just the Arcanist department. In summary, as an Arcanist student, Klein only needs to take 3 classes a month. This amount of coursework is a bit speechless, but Klein soon understood the meaning. The first is the magic limit. Whether it is a warlock, a mage, or a priest, the foundation of all the law systems is magic, and magic must be cultivated through meditation. The second is that the Academy has countless types of secondary courses, including warcraft biology, pharmacology, combat explanation, horsemanship, marching, and so many other secondary courses. If you are interested, these secondary courses will take up a lot of time, and all of them are useful knowledge. Chapter 34 People who ask the same question. All magic systems require a lot of meditation time, which is the foundation of the magic system. As for the knowledge of theoretical courses, almost everyone has a different understanding, and the Royal Academy does not want students to solidify their thinking. Therefore, the theoretical course knowledge is only guided by teachers, and the road behind is for students to explore on their own, so that some geniuses can have greater development. After all, teachers are only level 3, and professors are only level 4, and some students' future achievements are more than that. After a certain accumulation of basic strength, teachers are responsible for teaching the basics of spells and advanced applications. How to deal with battles, and how to develop new spells are the foundation of the Royal Academy. Therefore, there is no need to spend so much time on theoretical knowledge. Of course, except for the arcane system. Once you learn the art of making food, the only thing that affects the quality of bread is your rank and the magic power you invest. In addition to professional courses, there are a large number of professional courses: forging, machinery, enchantment, alchemy, potions, etc. These professional courses are very useful. Basically, they can directly or indirectly improve your combat effectiveness, or increase other benefits for you. Klein wanted to see these professional skills. But now was not the time. He was not so good that he didn't need to listen to the arcane theory. So he came to the arcane classroom, found a seat, and sat down honestly. Klein didn't want to communicate with others, so he sat in a corner of the classroom. After waiting for a long time, the seats in the classroom gradually filled up, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. Seeing this, Klein was really afraid that he would fall before he even reached the podium. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The old man trembled and walked to the podium and began Klein's first arcane theory class. Hello everyone. Everyone here is a freshman. So let me introduce myself. My name is Moore, a third-level arcanist, and I will be responsible for your arcane theory course in the future. With just these 2 sentences, 3 minutes had passed. Klein was a little helpless. Although there were other teachers' courses, it would take too long to wait 10 days. It would be too rude to leave now. So he could only bite the bullet and endure this speed and continue to listen. Arcane energy. Everyone should know that after the catastrophe, it became too stable and no longer suitable for combat. However, the wisdom of human ancestors is endless, and they invented a new arcane theory. What is the name of this arcane theory? It is called arcane energy material formation, which is the foundation theory of future arcanists. Klein listened very carefully, although he already had a lot of theoretical knowledge in his memory. No one had explained it in such detail, because the explanation was very slow. Klein could understand it better. After some knowledge was explained, he also saw the light, and his eyes were opened. A class of arcane theory lasted about 2 hours. At the end, Klein actually felt that he had not finished it. When you really get in touch with it, you will understand that this teacher Moore is not simple. Although he is only a third-level teacher, other third-level teachers may not necessarily become teachers of the Royal Academy. A teacher has such ability. I wonder what level a more powerful professor is at. Today's class is basically over here. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand now and ask me. Klein hesitated. He had many questions to ask. But if he asked in class, it would be too conspicuous. He didn't raise his hand in the end. And he didn't follow Moore until he left the classroom. Wait a minute. Teacher Moore, I have some questions for you. Moore turned to look at Klein and shook his head. Why didn't you ask in class, if you don't even have the courage to ask questions? How can you overcome obstacles on the road of cultivation? Moore's question made Klein speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer him. Fortunately, Moore did not continue to question Klein, but spoke. Ask any questions you have. Klein came back to his senses and asked humbly, if we keep injecting arcane energy without converting it into other substances, will the energy eventually become a block, spherical, or square, or any shape that is injected? Ha ha! At this time, there were still some arcane students passing by in the corridor. They all laughed when they heard Klein's question. Of course, they were basically laughing. Moyer was stunned for a moment. In his opinion, this question was a bit stupid. But he had to pay attention to it, because this question had been asked before. The arcane serpent Herman, one of the 7 generals of Telella, once asked the same question when he was studying at the Imperial Academy. When Herman asked this question in the professor's open class at that time, he also caused everyone to laugh, and was severely ridiculed by a professor at that time. However, Herman's subsequent development was beyond everyone's expectations. His strength improved so fast that it was unbelievable. In that era, everyone was trampled under his feet until he became the Lieutenant General of the Empire. Is the question asked by such a person really a stupid question? At least he, Moore, is no longer qualified to judge. This question is theoretically like this. But the energy required to solidify the arcane energy is too much, and it is impossible to do it at all. So I'm sorry. I can't answer your question. Klein nodded with some regret. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Then I'll leave first. Hey, wait a minute. Young man. Moore hesitated for a while, and called Klein. What's the matter? According to the rules of the Academy, I shouldn't tell you what's going to happen next. But since you asked the same question, I think you have the right to know. Klein was slightly stunned. Has anyone asked the same question as him? 40 years ago, there was a man named Herman who asked the same question as you. No one in the Academy answered him either. And he was also ridiculed by others. What happened next? After that, he became a general of the empire, and was called the Mystic Snake. Klein looked at Moore's hunched back and took a deep breath. Someone actually asked about the theory of arcane formation. Is the Mystic Snake Hermann a powerful man, or an imperial general? Perhaps. Arcane is not just for making bread. The question of arcane energy formation has troubled him for a long time. He had this idea when he first used the food-making technique. Chapter 35 Skeleton Strengthening. Although I didn't get the answer I wanted, I had a vague direction. The next thing would depend on my own research. After finishing the arcane class, Klein returned to his dormitory. Regarding the arcane theory research, he could only proceed step by step. What he urgently needed now was to improve his hard power. I haven't synthesized items for a few days. I took out the synthesizer. Now, the environment should be safe. It's time to start stable development. This time, Klein didn't synthesize ordinary items, but took out 2 undead particles from his arms. After putting the undead particles into the synthesizer, the prompts obtained were different from those of ordinary items. Synthesized materials, undead particles, first order, plus undead particles, first order. Probability of obtaining first order or second order materials. Extremely low probability of obtaining special materials. Materials? The probability of first order and second order is the same. If the first order appears, it means failure. There is an extremely low probability of obtaining special materials. What are special materials? Synthesize. Synthesizing. Please wait. 5, 4, 3, 21. You have obtained a new item, undead crystal, second order. Fortunately, it is successful. The second order material should be much more expensive than the first order. Picking up the undead crystal. This is his second undead crystal. Klein took out another undead crystal in his arms for comparison. The synthesized undead crystal is fuller and darker. Obviously, the quality is better than Hector's. Sure enough, the function of the synthesizer is far more than just synthesizing strange objects. Looking at the undead crystal, Klein smiled with satisfaction and prepared to go downstairs to the store in the Royal Academy to spend some money. For the next practice, he needed to prepare some basic materials. Basic materials can be bought in the internal stores of the Academy, while high-level materials need to be found in various chambers of commerce in Telrilla. Psychic ink, magic paper, test stand. Almost. After a simple purchase, Klein returned to his dormitory with a large bag of materials. He knew how to make food and water, so even if he didn't go out, he wouldn't starve to death. So it was time to practice hard. Time flew by, and it was more than a month. In the past month, Klein has been studying the undead notes alone in the dormitory, and he has reached the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Although the arcane course was not left behind, it didn't take so much thought. His basic magic theory knowledge was very good, and he originally thought that practicing undead spells would be a natural thing. But when he actually practiced, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. In more than a month, he didn't succeed once. The materials consumed during this period were very huge. He had already consumed 4 bottles of psychic ink alone. This ink is the medium for psychic summoning. It is quite expensive. 1 bottle costs 25 thalers. Ordinary people can't afford it. To become a powerful professional, talent, effort, resources, mentality, and opportunity are all missing. To practice psychic summoning in more than a month is a dream in the eyes of many people. If the necromancer heard it, he would probably say that Klein was blaspheming the magic of the dead. However, Klein has made great progress in the past month. From the beginning when he couldn't even draw the magic pattern correctly, to now, the whole process has only failed due to a little flaw. He felt that he was about to succeed. After drawing the last stroke of the magic pattern on the palm, Klein clenched his hands and chanted the magic spell at the same time. Spiritual summoning. Klein's eyes were filled with gray energy, and this energy gathered in the whole room. Klein kept pouring magic power into the gathering point. Buzz! A door to the underworld opened in front of Klein's palm. Gray color. The breath of death. A white skeleton slowly walked out of the door. Stiff and weak. After the skeleton walked out, the door to the underworld closed again. A spiritual connection similar to the ingenious pen appeared between Klein and the skeleton. Finally, it succeeded. It took so much effort to summon an ordinary skeleton warrior. In the eyes of many necromancers, it is a loss-making approach, because the dead summoning is not only a kind of spiritual underworld, but also a corpse. which is much less difficult. Even if you don't choose to kill people, you can buy corpses from some official institutions. Although this practice has always been resisted by some righteous people, such as paladins. But this practice has always existed. Klein had no way to find corpses in school, and he didn't want people to know that he knew necromancy. So if he wanted a skeleton, he could only summon it through psychic summoning. This method of summoning skeletons is very expensive. Not only does it require psychic ink to draw a magic circle, and after summoning, the gate to the underworld, whether or not a skeleton is summoned, a dead particle must be sacrificed. The price of the dead particles is too expensive, 30 thurs per particle. But it's all worth it. Klein turned on the synthesizer and called up the soul extension interface, detected that there is an undead summon. Yes/no to strengthen the skeleton body, strengthen the skeleton body. Strengthening. Please wait. The skeleton in front of Klein, that was summoned with great difficulty, shattered into pieces of small bone fragments. These small bone fragments formed a floating bone line and drilled into Klein's spine from the back. At the same time, severe pain came, causing Klein to fall to the ground. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from Klein's forehead. He lay on the ground weakly, and the surrounding floor was already wet with his sweat. Huh? Klein tried to keep his voice down as much as possible. He didn't want to attract other people's attention. The reason for such pain was that Klein's physique was too weak. In a short period of time, he had to endure the physique that others could only cultivate for several months or even years. The process of strengthening the body is so painful. But he concentrated all the pain time. Skeleton warrior strengthening completed. Your constitution +2 increased to 2.8. Your strength +2 increased to 2.7. Your agility +1 increased to 1.8. Klein was awake, but he never moved. It has been a while since the strengthening was completed, but he is still lying on the ground. He was very happy with the greatly improved attributes, but Klein still wanted to lie on the ground. Not for anything else. He just felt that this way he would be a little more comfortable. After another 15 minutes, Klein quietly got up, and the new power flowed and spread in his body, which was incomparably wonderful. Chapter 36. Klein, the spectator. Now he feels like he can kill a cow with one punch. The entry-level skeleton has strengthened his physical fitness by 2 points, strength by 2 points, and agility by 1 point. According to his original physical fitness of only 0.8, his physical fitness has more than tripled. Klein wanted to laugh, but after the strengthening was completed, the lingering pain all over his body made it really hard for him to laugh. Reaching out to take the cup on the table, sizzle! Klein, who still couldn't accurately control his strength, accidentally crushed the glass. He had never encountered such a sudden increase in strength before, and he was really unable to adapt to it. Coupled with the pain, he was a little amused for a while. Finally, I'm not a weak chicken anymore. Klein stretched out a finger, and the fingertip was slightly painful. Suddenly, a section of white bone broke through the flesh and blood of the fingertip and stretched out. Under Klein's guidance, this section of white bone became longer and longer until it became a bone blade. This form was actually similar to the form that his fourth brother Joe had shown in the exam before. But Klein didn't know it. He suddenly pulled out his blade and chopped it on the bone that was extended from him. Crack! As expected, the bone blade was cut off by the blade. But Klein was not relaxed. With a strength of 2.8, even with such an extremely sharp weapon as the blade, it takes a full force to cut the bone blade, which is already strong enough. Moreover, these bones are regenerative. As long as he has magic power, he can grow these bones indefinitely. Klein stretched out the fingers of his other hand again, and a shadow flashed across his fingertips. Skeleton and shadow. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. These are the real hard power that does not rely on magic weapons or external objects. They belong to his own power. In the following days, Klein was either synthesizing items or studying magic. Canvas plus sponge. Obtained a sleep-aiding pillow, strange item with it. You can fall asleep quickly, this is quite useful. Stone plus wood. Obtained a stone and wood block, strange item, it is heavier than you can imagine. Isn't it amazing? What the hell is stone and wood? What is the use of this thing? Cup plus kettle. You obtained a thermos cup, strange item, the temperature of the liquid placed in the thermos cup is always constant. This thermos cup seems to have something. It seems to be waiting to be developed. It's a pity that there is no wolfberry. Because of the randomness and uncertainty of the synthesizer, Klein's otaku life has added a lot of fun. The The life of cultivation seems boring. But Klein also enjoys it. Klein hadn't been out for many days. When he opened the door this morning, the sunlight was particularly glaring, because he had been eating bread and water for more than a month without any other nutrients. Klein was very thin at this time. In addition, because of practicing the necromancy, the whole person looked a little gloomy. Today, he didn't plan to stay in the dormitory, and was ready to live a normal life for a day. He almost became a fool after practicing. No wonder there are so many psychopaths in this world. If he continues to practice, he will probably become a psychopath too. Klein came to the cafeteria of the college and ordered a bacon fried egg and soup as breakfast. The bacon is made of hyaenodon meat, and the eggs used for scrambled eggs are bird eggs. The price of this breakfast is 2.59 reals, and the taste is average, similar to spending more than 200 yuan in the previous life to eat a pork bacon fried egg, plus a bowl of egg-free egg drop soup. However, Klein has been eating bread for more than a month at this time, and this taste has made him very satisfied. Salt, pepper, sauce, grease, these are really wonderful things. After finishing breakfast happily, Klein began to go shopping in the college. After coming here, he has been practicing without stopping for a moment. He plans to take a good rest today and give himself a holiday. Wandering aimlessly in the college, Klein found that most people were rushing forward. Like in the previous life, the leisurely life of playing games and dating does not exist here. As a professional, you have to face the pressure of promotion, the pressure of warcraft, or the pressure of war at all times. These are real. If you are a step slower, you may be the one who dies in the next terrorist attack or armed conflict. Klein walked all the way to the public practice field before he stopped. He had no intention of practicing Hellfire Ball and spell extension here. He was a peace-loving arcane mage. Well, an excellent arcane mage. He came here just out of curiosity, and definitely had no intention of seeing the combat power of other professionals. Going deep into the practice field, Klein found that in addition to students practicing alone, there were many people who were actually fighting. The collision of swords and the impact of magic surrounded Klein's ears, and Klein watched with relish. Holding the cucumber bought from the cafeteria, Klein ate while watching. There were many people who had the same purpose as Klein, so there were usually many people watching the exciting or famous battles. And right in front of him, there was obviously such a battle. "You are annoying, do you know that?" Lilith scratched her green hair and said impatiently. Standing opposite her, a brown-haired girl, holding a big sword in her hand, threw a pair of gloves in front of Lilith. When Klein saw the two people fighting, he felt that life was full of encounters. Lilith will not say much. The other one is the girl on the carriage. "Do you think I am awesome? Come on. Let me see how awesome you are today, and whether you can beat Lilith." Klein hugged his arms with interest, waiting for the start of this battle. The students watching the battle around him have already started talking about the two people in the practice field. Both of them are freshmen in the night department. Why are there so many people? They are not ordinary freshmen. They are already formal professionals. It won't take them more than a few minutes to beat you. I heard that they have fought several times, and the green-haired beauty always won. Come on. Open the market. Open the market. The green-haired one is 1 to 1.1. The brown-haired one is 1 to 2. And the tie is 1 to 3. Buy it and leave it. Betsy raised her sword and said to Lilith, "Lilith, as a knight, you shouldn't refuse my challenge. Right?" Klein was slightly stunned. Lilith was actually a knight. He had always thought that Lilith was a warrior or an assassin. He clearly remembered that Lilith used the ability of stealth when attacking Hector. Of course, I will refuse. In fact, Becky had guessed correctly before. As a knight, Lilith generally would not refuse a challenge from the same level. Not to mention that she also liked fighting. But just when she was about to agree, she suddenly saw Klein eating melon on the sidelines, and immediately lost interest in dealing with Becky. "Don't you even want the honor of a knight? Don't say those high-sounding words. Even if I win you, there is no honor at all." After saying that, Lilith had already started walking towards Klein. Becky followed Lilith's gaze and naturally saw Klein eating melon. Her excellent memory allowed her to immediately recognize the guy who took her seat. "So you know each other." Lilith pointed at Becky and looked at Klein. "Eating melon? Do you know her?" "Not really. I ignored her." Chapter 37 Night and Night. What does it mean? It's about how powerful she is. Lilith frowned. She always felt that there was some ambiguity in Klein's words. but she didn't know the specific meaning. However, if it means how powerful she is, Lilith suddenly said to Klein, "Hey, ahem, this is not suitable for girls to say." Klein patted his chest and swallowed the melon. "So you want to see it?" Yes, that's what the boss said. "Go and beat her up." Klein was a little helpless. "You guys can duel. Why do you involve me? You can't even eat the melon?" Lilith nodded and looked at Becky. "Hey, Becky. Come on. Let him see if I'm awesome." Although Becky didn't know what it meant to see if I was awesome. At least Lilith had accepted her challenge. "Come on." Lilith's body suddenly accelerated, and Becky immediately sensed it and entered a fighting state. The sword in his hand swung forward, and the holy light cross sword technique slashed at Lilith, who was rushing towards him. Lilith's body jumped sideways in a weird posture, twisting the sword away. His left hand formed a claw, pinched Becky's wrist, and his right hand clenched into a fist, rushing straight to Becky's face. If this punch hit Becky's face, even if she didn't disfigure herself, her face would be swollen for a few weeks. Becky was also a young and beautiful girl, so naturally she couldn't let herself disfigure herself. She could only let go of the sword with her right hand and block Lilith's fist. "Pa!" The fist hit Becky's forearm. Becky's face looked a little ugly. Lilith's power was too great. Even if she blocked it with her arm, the severe pain was still a little unbearable for her. In Lilith's opinion, Becky, who had let go of the great sword, had lost the ability to threaten her. Whether it was a knight, a warrior, or a stealth fighter, they should not drop their weapons in battle. Next, Lilith's like attack. This time, she would not hold back, just to vent her anger on Klein. The slender fists attacked Becky from different angles. Becky, who was originally a beat slower, was increasingly unable to defend. Her stomach, thighs, and cheeks were all hit by Lilith's punches. Although she did not use fighting spirit, Lilith's strength was too great, and Becky could only grit her teeth and persist. "Why is the gap so big? I have no power to fight back at all. Was the previous battle a joke on me?" Becky guessed right. Lilith did not beat her too badly at once, just because she gave her the illusion that she could challenge Lilith. In this way, Lilith had a long-term sparring partner. So why not? It was just that her luck was not good today. She bumped into the muzzle of the gun for no reason, and was beaten up. What a good sandbag. Wasted. Lilith had decided to end the fight. She pushed Becky's defense away with her left hand and punched Becky in the chest. Bang! Cough! Becky spit out blood and fell to the ground. The severe pain made her pretty face distorted. Becky looked at the sky with a blank look. The gap between her and Lilith suddenly widened, making her feel desperate. Lilith retracted her fist and looked at Becky. At this point, it was almost enough. So she turned and walked towards Klein. Becky's gaze gradually changed from blank to critical. She looked at Lilith again and said very weakly and stubbornly, "I will catch up with you, Lilith." Lilith looked at her and said lightly, "Okay, if you can catch up." After Lilith defeated Becky, the momentum she exuded made the people watching the battle naturally retreat to both sides. Klein, who was on the sidelines, had already stood up and left when Becky was knocked down. He didn't want to stand there like a little white mouse and be watched by people. Lilith was smart enough and should understand what he meant. Just as Klein thought, Lilith didn't go to him immediately after the battle, but went around and met him in a corner where no one was. "How about it? I beat Becky. Do you think I'm awesome? I've already said that this kind of thing is not suitable for girls to say." "Huh? Why? Men can say it." Klein covered his face, not knowing how to explain it. "Forget it. Let's change the subject. How is your magic research going?" As a roommate, Lilith naturally knew that Klein had not been out. She did not bother him. It was normal for a mage to study in seclusion, and no mage likes to be disturbed when doing research. "Well, I have made some progress. I have been staying in the room for too long. I came out for a walk. If you stay in seclusion for a long time, it is easy to be blocked from information. You may not even know what happened recently. Tell me about it," Klein asked curiously. After more than a month, everyone has become familiar with each other, and those who should show their faces have performed well. There are also some so-called genius students in each department, such as Ariel from the Elemental Department, Cadeau from the Warlock Department, and Becky from the Knight Department. "Yes, that's the one I just abused." Klein nodded and shook his head. Does this have anything to do with me? Of course. These have nothing to do with you. But there are two people who have a greater relationship with you, Lilith said with a smile. Mir Alex and Joe Alex are respectively known as the strongest geniuses of the warrior department and the undead department of this year. Klein, your family members are really all treasures. But I still think more of you. I think you will be stronger and have more potential than them, Lilith said confidently. Klein looked indifferent. They are them. I am me. How powerful they are has nothing to do with me. Right? No. Of course it does. You are my chosen partner. If you don't work harder, won't it make me look short-sighted? Klein frowned. Lilith's words seemed to make sense. But he didn't seem to agree to be her partner? Has he been led astray? Also, if you are weak, what will you do if you are attacked, Klein? In the academy? Of course. Do you think the academy is safe? The mortality rate of graduates in the 4 years of the academy is about 40%. Each academy catches more than 2,000 spies every year. You don't think this is a junior college? Do you? It's like playing house. Going to the battlefield will only be more outrageous. If there weren't so many deaths, why would there be any birth control plan? Lilith's words broke through Klein's cognition. Because of his habitual thinking in his previous life, he thought that school should be a very safe place. School attacks, death, spies, originally thought that it was just a distant thing. But Klein thought about it very seriously. If it was in the previous life, he might call the police, or find someone to fight privately. But what about now? Klein froze. If you are attacked, you should fight back and find a way to kill the other party. Yes, that's right. It's a correct approach. But sometimes killing people is also very troublesome. Then what should we do? Destroy the body? Okay. After chatting and walking for a while, Lilith suddenly stopped and looked back. I found that someone seemed to be following you before. But I don't know what the purpose is. Klein frowned and ignored the person behind him. Don't look. Keep walking. They have been watching you for a while. Klein nodded. I know. But now? It seems that there is no good way to deal with it. Chapter 38 Potions and Enchantments. Behind Klein and Lilith, two stalkers were talking in low voices. They found us. This kid stays in the dormitory all day and doesn't come out. When he comes out, Lilith stays with him. It's really annoying. Go report first. Lilith's identity is too troublesome. We have so few people now. If we want to force a move in the academy, we still have to ask Master Jason's opinion first. Okay. Klein and Lilith came to the academy's lecture hall and prepared to expand his knowledge. The arcane department is more of a theoretical knowledge. After so many years, the arcane has not developed a few powerful combat magics. Klein is not that capable of improving the arcane in a few days. He has mastered a lot of necromancy spells that extend the will of the undead. At least there is no problem with self-protection. The rest is to accumulate magic power and impact formal professionals. After completing the basic necromancy, Klein had more time. So he planned to study professional courses to increase his income. There are no restrictions on all professional courses. As long as you have the energy, you can study all of them. But in the first year, you can only study 2 professional courses. The main reason is that we are afraid that the newly enrolled students will not be able to distinguish the primary and secondary, and spend too much energy on professional courses. Klein had done some homework on these professional courses before coming. Majors such as forging and machinery require a relatively strong physique, materials, and venues, which are indispensable, and are not suitable for him. Gathering majors such as collecting herbs and dissecting require frequent outdoor activities, which are too dangerous. After carefully selecting the majors that suit him, Klein summarized 3. Alchemy, using herbs or materials to refine strengthening, recovery, and mutation potions that can be taken, is a very popular major. Enchanting, permanently replicating some magic enhancements on weapons, equipment, and magic tools, turning ordinary weapons into extraordinary weapons. You can also make enchanting oils for temporary enchantment of weapons, or magic scrolls for temporary engraving of magic. Alchemy, using various materials to create strange objects. Even magic tools manufacturing industries. Almost all magic items are made by alchemists. Alchemy is what Klein has already determined, because this subject can make money most quickly and effectively, and can very intuitively improve combat strength. The rest is enchantment and alchemy. According to the ability of the synthesizer, alchemy can make strange objects, And the advantage is that you can use alchemy to hide your synthesizer. However, after Klein considered it again and again, he gave up alchemy and chose to practice enchantment first. The reason is very simple. His current amount of rare items is far from enough for takeout, and it is not enough for his own use. In addition to synthesizing rare items, he also needs to synthesize magic materials. His magic power recovery speed has been somewhat slow. Enchanting is different. The existence of the clever pen gave Klein a bold idea. If he can learn to enchant scrolls, then can the clever pen also draw magic patterns? If it can really be realized, then it is not automation. After thinking for a long time, Klein suddenly looked at Lilith. What? You look at me so lecherously. What do you think? Lilith lifted her hair charmingly and threw a wink at Klein. But Klein obviously didn't take her seriously and asked on his own. What is your major? Lilith's face froze. She put away her good face and snorted coldly. Collecting herbs and dissecting. Don't you have a strong background? Why did you choose such a migrant worker's major? Collecting herbs because I'm short of money, and dissecting because I want to eat meat. Do you understand? Lilith showed her white teeth, and suddenly these teeth began to become sharp, with a cold luster. Okay, then I'll choose potions and enchantment. Klein solemnly decided on his two majors. In the next few days, Klein basically studied potions and enchantment in the college library. There were open classes for 2 professional courses, so he went to listen to the lecturer's explanations. In the past few days, Lilith seemed to have noticed that the people following Klein were becoming more frequent and dense. She simply stopped going out on missions and stayed by Klein's side. Klein was a little surprised, but more grateful. Potionology is a very profound subject. It is not the kind of thing where you just put the herbs in a pot and boil them. Even if ordinary people get the ingredients for potions, without the guidance of magic power and precise energy infusion, these materials cannot become potions. Potions. First of all, magic, then herbs. Remember, this is the foundation of potionology. Next, I will show you a basic potion configuration. The Brute Force Potion. The Brute Force Potion is a potion made of snow bags, luoxin grass, living roots, and honeysuckle as the base material. After continuous guidance and fusion, it can be formed without energy infusion. It can be said to be one of the simplest potions. Its effect is to increase the strength by about 2 to 3 points within 1 minute. It is a very good temporary amplification potion, and the price is relatively cheap. Many warriors use it as a regular combat potion. Next, I will configure the Brute Force Potion for everyone. After finishing a day's class, Klein left the potion classroom. After returning to the dormitory, Klein found that there was a note on his door. I am out on a mission. Don't go out if you have nothing to do these days. It's not safe. Lilith. Klein naturally took Lilith's reminder to heart. The shadow power melted the note into powder, and Klein walked into his bedroom as if nothing had happened. Klein was also somewhat troubled by the stalkers, who had always been around. They were very cautious and did not threaten him, but such stalking always made him feel something was wrong. Is the target the Soul Stone? Klein's main problem now was that he had no clue at all. Lilith also had her own things to do in practice, and it was impossible for her to accompany him all the time. Many times, he needed to ensure his own safety. In the final analysis, it was because he was not strong enough. Thinking of this, although the result was a bit helpless, Klein was still very calm. Strength was something he could not do now, and it was what he needed most now. It's time. In a hotel outside the Royal Academy, Scarface was listening to the report given to him by his subordinates from the Skull and Bone Society. Master Jason. After Lilith left, Klein shrank in the dormitory again and refused to come out. What should we do? Wait for a while. Prometheus's magic addiction plan has already been implemented. Let's try to stabilize the Skull and Bone Society first. Master Jason. We are sandwiched between the Dark Crusade and the Skull and Bone Society. If we are not careful, we will die without a burial place. Many brothers can't hold on. Jason's scarred face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. In the end, it was Hector, that waste, who lost the Soul Stone and disrupted the plan. Let the brothers hold on for a while. If Klein doesn't come out, don't make any rash moves. Their dormitory manager, John Kahn, is not someone you can easily mess with. He doesn't like to play by the rules. What about the others? Mira has been ruled out as a suspect. Joe is a little suspicious. He was also on that train. He is also a necromancer, and can also use the banshee wail. There are many similarities. But no key information has been found. He doesn't fight with a knife, and doesn't have evil power. The only one who has not made any progress now is Klein. But Lilith has been interfering. Scarface nodded again, acknowledging the report of his subordinates. Lilith's identity is too troublesome. It's better to bypass her. If it doesn't work, we can postpone our own actions and complete Prometheus's mission first. Yes, sir. Chapter 39 Intelligence of the Organization and Successful Potion. In the public laboratory of the dormitory, Klein carefully prepared the brute force potion. Snow bag, Luoxing grass, living root, honeysuckle. Oh! Failed again. My head hurts. Forget it. Let's take a rest first. Klein shook his head helplessly, and fell on the sofa in the rest area. He took out a book about various clubs and organizations in the Empire, with some tiredness, and flipped through the contents. He found this in the library. He was too obsessed with magic research before, and forgot to read it. Now the progress of potion research is too slow. So he read a book and relaxed. Tarila Outstanding Talent Combat and Magic Research Cooperative. GS Society is a mysterious organization, famous for absorbing outstanding talents. Ordinary formal professionals cannot receive their invitations. They will only recruit truly outstanding talents, such as the elemental mages of GS Society. At least advanced elemental mages. For example, for a water mage, you must not only master the water system, but also the extension of the water system, such as steam or ice, or a dual-element mage. Unless there is a major research breakthrough, the GS Society will not recruit ordinary mages of a single element, because it has a large number of secret books. It is very attractive to warlocks, necromancers, and wizards, and is an organization that masters yearn for. The organization is relatively mysterious and there is less information. GS Society? Klein pondered for a while. Now that he has the necromancer notebook, magic is still enough. So the matter of GS Society should be put aside. Klein found the description of the black military uniform again. This organization is not a society, but a real official organization. Dark Crusaders, the Royal Special Forces in black uniforms, are responsible for the royal investigation, intelligence, assassination, espionage, and other work. Their actual powers are greater than described, and their methods are cruel and their actions are unscrupulous, which makes many people terrified. The Dark Crusaders are the shadow of the military, representing the side that cannot be seen in the light. There are 3 leaders, namely the source of the plague Cucasero, the Daedrin Carol, and the Beheader Khan. The book introduces a lot of them in bits and pieces. As an official organization, the Dark Crusaders always have to put something on the surface for everyone to see, and it can't be as mysterious as the GS Society. Klein continued to look through other organizations. There are certain introductions to the Skull Brotherhood and the Fire Blade Cult, and the official clearly stated that join the Fire Blade Cult. The Skull Brotherhood and other cult organizations is a capital crime and unforgivable. There are also some rewards for reporting these cult organizations, which opened Klein's eyes. Putting away the books, Klein returned his gaze to the lab table. The difficulty of potion science was somewhat difficult for him to accept. In comparison, enchantment was much easier. At this time, the clever pen in the bedroom was already rustling, drawing the basic magic pattern of the magic scroll. The probability of failure was very high. If Klein drew it by hand, the success rate was about 10%. But the clever pen could only achieve 8%. He didn't know the specific reason. Each drawing took about 1 hour, and the clever pen could provide Klein with a scroll of basic magic pattern every day. However, even with such a low success rate, Klein still made a lot of money, because he didn't have to draw the magic pattern himself, and he could get the finished scroll with a simple infusion. All he needs to pay is magic ink and magic paper. The cost of 20 times is only about 10 tires, and a scroll of basic magic pattern costs up to 30 tires. And this is just the basic one. The price of the Shadow Guardian scroll made by infusing shadow energy is about 50 tires, or by sacrificing undead particles. The price of the summoning skeleton scroll is even more outrageous, reaching 90 tires. After learning enchantment, he has successfully made 4 summoning skeleton scrolls and 1 Shadow Guardian scroll. The progress of enchantment can be said to be unimpeded, entering the rhythm of writing by the ingenious pen that Klein had already imagined. But potion learning is very sad. In the past month, there has been almost no progress. Except failure. It is still failure. You know. Klein first learned potion learning. And then learned enchantment learning. Now enchantment has a stable output. While potion learning has not even succeeded once. Don't I have any talent for learning potions? Closing his eyes, and smelling the potion residue on the table, Klein thought about the reason for his failure again. Even the simplest brute force potion. He has failed 330 times. And in addition, there is a lot of magic consumption. For Klein, magic is no longer just a simple energy. He has a synthesizer. And magic can be equated with money, resources, and even strange objects. But because of potion science, he has not used the synthesizer for a while. Every day when he wakes up, he enchants, then makes medicine, fails, makes medicine, fails, even without counting the consumption of magic power. Based on the cost of each potion of medicinal materials of 150 Rayla, he has wasted nearly 500 thalers. His total assets before were only 1,700 thalers. Although 1,700 thalers was a huge sum of money in the eyes of many freshmen. But even with so much reserve funds, if the practice of potion learning continues to be consumed at this rate and there is no progress, he can't afford it. He has also tried to use a synthesizer to synthesize potions. There are 4 kinds of medicinal materials in total. It would be very dangerous for him to use 3 items to synthesize now. Rashly using 4 items to synthesize is probably a dead end. And using 2 medicinal materials to synthesize, basically no effect can be seen. And another ordinary medicinal material is always synthesized. And the potion cannot be synthesized. What is the problem? After a month of practice, with Klein's research level, techniques, and rhythm, he has already mastered them. But he can't find the reason for the failure, which makes him a little impatient. Unlike practicing necromancy, failure in potions is completely unreasonable. This kind of unreasonable continuous failure has made him want to give up. I am too impatient. I should stay calm. If I try again, it will only be a little bit of setback. Why panic? Klein encouraged himself. Mentality is the most important factor in cultivation. Klein doesn't know if the inner demon is a kind of mental problem. But after this period of cultivation, he has understood that if the mentality is unstable, the effect of cultivation will be greatly reduced. Klein turned on the synthesizer. When he was not calm, he always liked to synthesize it. There is a slight element of gambling. Although the magic power is very tight now. Every bit of magic power plays an important role. But it is still necessary to relax. Klein casually threw 2 piles of failed medicine residues into the synthesizer. Medicine residue plus medicine residue. You have obtained brand new medicine residue, okay. I can eat a portion of the medicine residue. You can do it. Synthesizer. Continue. Medicine residue plus medicine residue. You have obtained the confusing potion, strange item. It has the effect of confusing people. Ha! It's a pity that I'm not a pervert. Klein packed the confusing potion. No matter whether it is useful or not, it is profitable to have a strange item. In a good mood, he returned to the potion table and continued to prepare it. Let the snow bag stand first. Then crush the luoxin grass. Mix it with the snow bag. And let the mixture solidify. Powder the living roots and add honeysuckle. Put the 2 liquid medicines into the reagent bottle. Add water. And heat it over a warm fire. This time, Klein felt that the operation was very smooth. He seemed to have an epiphany that this time it would be successful. All the materials have been mixed and started to heat. After 5 minutes, the red liquid in the reagent bottle gradually became clear and transparent. After extinguishing the flame, Klein picked up the reagent bottle and shook it gently. A trace of magic began to mix with the liquid medicine in the reagent bottle, which continued until the liquid medicine cooled down. This is a liquid that is not viscous, but very thick. It was originally a red paste, but now it has become red and transparent. Fuck, it really worked. Chapter 40. Wonderful item level potion. The liquid in the reagent bottle can fill about 5 bottles of potion bottles, and the cost is 150 Rela. The price of a bottle of brute force potion is about 2 tarels. If it succeeds once, the profit is about 6 times. If the magic potion can maintain a high success rate of making medicine, the income is simply crazy high. New material synthesis formula has been mastered. Brute force potion. Material synthesis formula can be used for cluster synthesis. Brute force potion set, snow bag, luoxin grass, living root, honeysuckle. After Klein listened quietly to the prompts of the synthesizer, the stone in his heart was finally put down. All the effort seemed to have paid off at this moment. You must configure it successfully once before you can use the formula. Without pausing for too long, Klein took action again. Cluster material. Take another snow bag. Luoxing grass. Living root. Honeysuckle. Put these herbs together. Start the synthesizer. And reach out. Synthetic materials. Brute force potion materials plus. Sure enough, the 4 materials can be put together and counted as one brute force potion material. But one item cannot be synthesized. What else is needed? Bottle. Klein tried to put the reagent bottle on it. Synthetic materials. Brute force potion materials plus bottle. High probability of getting a brute force potion. Extremely low probability of getting a special potion. Sure enough, the brute force potion can be synthesized. And there is no failure prompt. But this special potion? What is it? Klein pressed the synthesis button. It was meaningless to think too much now. Only when this special potion appeared, he could study it carefully. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained a special potion. Strength enhancing potion. Rare item. Ah, this is the special potion? Isn't it a very small probability? There is also a very small probability of obtaining special materials when synthesizing undead materials. But Klein has never synthesized it. A golden transparent bottle appeared in Klein's synthesizer. Isn't this a brute force potion? Using one medicinal material, you can synthesize a rare item. I haven't synthesized for a while. And a new rare item just appeared. Strength enhancing potion. Grade, rare item. Effect, slightly increase your strength. Introduction, this thing is permanent. But only the first bottle is effective. Permanent? Klein felt that his luck had suddenly improved. He had failed hundreds of times before. But this time, he not only succeeded in refining the potion, he also synthesized a rare item level potion. The amount of this large bottle should be enough to fill 5 standard potion bottles. This kind of thing that permanently increases strength should be worth it. But I don't know how much to add. Try one first. Klein carefully filled 5 bottles of strength-enhancing potion, took out one, and drank it all. Klein could feel a burning sensation flowing through his muscles. Clenching his fists, he could feel his strength becoming noticeably stronger. But this feeling came and went quickly. And before long, his body returned to normal. His strength attribute had increased from 2.7 to 2.9. Although it was only a 0.2 increase, it was already a significant increase for Klein, whose basic attribute was only 2.7. Something that directly increases strength can indeed be called a rare item. But I don't know how effective it is for other people. And I don't know whether the rare potion synthesized by the synthesizer can only be used by him. There are still 4 bottles of potion left. Klein is thinking, why not find someone to try the potion, but he is unfamiliar with the place. If Lilith is here, she should be fine. Now she is not here. Why not go to Mira? Forget it. I will definitely be bullied if I go. Joe, this guy is mysterious. So forget it. At this time, the door of 502 was opened. Because the potion area is a public area, there is no way to hide it. Fortunately, there is nothing important. Lilith's voice came from behind. Hey, you have mastered potion learning. How about it? Do you have any cheap potions? Give me 10 or 8 bottles. She walked in from the door with a limp. Klein looked at Lilith, and the sight scared him immediately. Lilith was almost wrapped in thick bandages all over her body, including her head, arms, thighs, and her abdomen, which was usually exposed. It was clear from the situation that Lilith had experienced a fierce battle. How did you get so badly injured? Is the school's mission so outrageous? Lilith took out a bottle of healing potion and sat on the sofa next to Klein. The school can only teach theory. The increase of fighting spirit and magic power depends on yourself. How can you improve your strength without going out? Do you think you can learn about the accumulation of combat experience from books and potions? Equipment. Materials. Which one doesn't cost money? That's right. You are an arcane mage. Just stay at home. Lilith was very resentful. And even if Klein was a tough guy, he could tell that she was in a bad mood. This kind of temper was the first time he had seen her. And it was a bit strange, because Lilith usually gave him the impression of being too generous and magnanimous. It's not that being generous is bad, but Klein is also a bit chauvinistic, and Lilith's generosity always made him feel that he didn't exist. Aren't you from a big family? Didn't your family give you money? Klein regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. because when Lilith heard him mention her family, her face had turned from pale to liver-colored. You think everyone is like you. A good baby waiting for pocket money from mom. But I have never taken money from home. Klein wanted to refute after hearing this, but he seemed to have taken pocket money from his mother. Oh, by the way, do me a favor. Lilith raised the bandage on her hand and said to Klein, help, look at me like this. What can I do for you? Of course you can help me with your condition. Klein took out a bottle of strength-enhancing potion. Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary potion. Its raw materials are all naturally bred. It is a nourishing product and the creator of a noble life. Stop. 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 I'm already in such a state. You have the nerve to lie to me? Can you speak human language? Brother, help me try a potion. At this time, Klein also retreated from his previous coldness, which also made Lilith laugh. It's not poison, right? Klein raised the corner of his mouth and threw a bottle of strength-enhancing potion to Lilith. Here, drink it. Lilith frowned slightly. This behavior of drinking an unknown potion is very dangerous in Tarila. She is an experienced warrior and has always been very cautious about what she puts into her mouth. But this time, Lilith didn't hesitate too much and drank Klein's potion. Watching Lilith drink the potion, Klein nodded secretly. Trust makes people feel comfortable. And this is true for everyone. He rarely communicates with others, even his younger brothers and sisters. Getting along with Lilith makes him feel more comfortable. After drinking the potion, Lilith's body twisted unnaturally for a few times, and then suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking at her palms in disbelief. She clenched her fists again, as if feeling the growth of her strength. As an excellent knight, the slightest flaw in physical fitness is under her control. You did it? Lilith stared at Klein. Her eyes seemed to want to eat him. Yes. Klein nodded directly. Chapter 41 Opportunity for a Breakthrough. Seeing Klein's calm appearance, Lilith looked suspicious. Oh, a newbie in the pharmacy industry has risen? The rising pharmacist star in Tarila has entered the royal family from now on. Won the beautiful, tall and powerful princess, and reached the pinnacle of life? Klein was confused. Where did you learn these words? Why did he feel that they were a bit similar to winning a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman in his previous life and reaching the pinnacle of life? It's written in the Imperial Constitution. Will these be written in the Imperial Constitution? Any questions? No problem. Klein was speechless. Tell me, how is the effect of the medicine? It's okay. It has increased my strength by about 0.3. Do you have any more? Give me a few more bottles. How about paying with my body? Lilith stared at Klein with a smile, which made Klein a little creepy. Then he took out another bottle and put it on the table. You really still have it? Lilith looked at the bottle of strength-enhancing potion that Klein threw over again, and was surprised. Klein shook his head, interrupting Lilith's wild thoughts. This kind of thing is indeed rare, and I got it by accident. But a person can only use it once, and the second bottle will have no practical effect. The efficacy is also very ordinary, and it cannot be mass-produced, so it doesn't make much sense. Lilith nodded. That's true. 0.2 to 0.3 strength, and only one bottle can be used, and it can't be mass-produced. It really doesn't make much sense. What about this bottle? This bottle is for you, just as a reward for protecting me during that period of time. Lilith blinked. Is it a gift? Well, I guess so. Lilith walked slowly to Klein's side and blew a breath in his ear. You've already given me a gift. Do you want some other reward? Although Klein, the dead otaku, was shocked on the spot, he still pretended to be calm. You can't give any reward in this state. Well, don't worry about rewards for now. At least we can't lose to women in terms of momentum. Lilith turned around him. Hee, Klein is so powerful now. How about this? I'm injured now. When I'm healed, we can talk about your reward. I won't run away. How about it? Lilith turned around and rubbed Klein's body. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Klein didn't say anything, but turned around and prepared to enter the room because he really couldn't hold back his gun. He said before entering the room, whatever you want. Lilith looked at the potion in her hand, showed a charming smile, and prepared to go back to her room. But Klein stopped her. Oh, by the way, Lilith, have you heard of the Dark Crusaders? Lilith paused and frowned slightly. Of course I have. I suspect that the people who have been following me are from the Dark Crusaders. Last time, I saw a guy in a black uniform. Is that so? Then you must protect yourself well. They are not a group of easy guys to deal with. After Lilith finished speaking, she returned to her room, leaving only her back to Klein. Does this guy know something? Klein looked at the door of room 502B, thinking. On the rooftop of dormitory building number 3. Looking down from this place, the 5th floor of building number 4 can be seen in full view. An assistant teacher was assigning tasks to 2 college students. Find a suitable opportunity and do it. Do it in the college? The risk is too great. He is an arcane mage. We are not going to kill him. We just want him to cooperate and answer some questions. Professor Esmond is not in the college. His mother is in the East Territory. Now is the best time. I will create conditions for you. The assistant teacher threw a paper bag to the student. Is this enough? The student who spoke paused and glanced at his companion, who nodded to him. Okay. The assistant teacher laughed. Don't be too anxious. After all, it's in the college. We have to find a suitable opportunity and wait for him to come out. They didn't expect Klein to be so cowardly, and waited for a month. 1 month later, Klein didn't feel anything unusual because he had been staying in the dormitory for a month. Lilith was injured, which made him feel a little threatened. So he continued to practice in seclusion to improve his strength. During this month, he stayed at home and his strength improved by leaps and bounds again. Skeleton armor. A skeleton in front of Klein shattered and turned into armor made of broken bones. He controlled the skeleton armor to the side, and a bone spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it out, and the bone spear and bone armor shattered at the same time. Klein stopped his action. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the bones turned back into skeletons. Check the properties. Host, Klein. Profession, none. Constitution, 2.8. Agility, 1.8. Strength, 2.9. Magic, 5.0. Arcane, food creation. Water creation. Arcane precision. Undead, shadow spell extension. Bone spell extension. Skeleton strengthening. The necromancy has made great progress. But the necromancy particles are almost used up. And I have to find a place to replenish them. The magic power has finally reached 5. And it is only 1 step away from the first level. In terms of magic power, it has been stuck at 5 for a few days, which is also what Klein expected. The magic power of a person in the particle state is only 5 at most. And only by tearing the mental space and recasting it can form a magic power pool. Magic power can continue to grow only when the magic power in the body is liquidized. To make magic power liquidized, the spirit must break through the limit. The method of breaking through the limit of the spirit is described in many textbooks of the Academy. Extreme pain, sadness, anger, and other emotions can tear the mental space. Of course, in addition to these abuses, there are also extreme breakthroughs in physical will, and battles that use the mental space to the extreme. If none of these can be done, you can also rely on the magic rising potion to break through. However, the potion has obvious side effects and is very expensive. After thinking about it, Klein decided to seek opportunities from the 2 ways of combat breakthrough and extreme emotions. It is the safety aspect that needs to be carefully considered. In addition to the significant improvement in strength, he also synthesized dozens of bottles of brute force potions. And he has no intention of selling these potions. First, it is not worth much. 50 bottles are only 100 ter. And second, there is no restriction on the use of brute force potions. He plans to use these potions as his regular combat potions first. In addition, these days of synthesis have allowed Klein to harvest another very useful rare item. Endurance slippers. Grade, rare item. Effect, reduce your physical consumption by 10% when walking. Introduction, lightweight and breathable. Dry and comfortable. Although it is not a foot stronger, you will be able to walk briskly when wearing it. Very practical. Although his physical fitness has increased significantly now, this kind of thing that reduces consumption by a percentage is still very valuable. If he goes out, a 10% reduction in physical consumption can keep his condition at a better level so that he can deal with various special situations. Chapter 42 Sudden Targeting. Putting several sets of potions in his backpack and putting on his endurance shoes, Klein left his room. He walked slowly to the door of 502B and wandered around Lilith's door for a while, hesitating whether to knock on the door. Klein hadn't seen Lilith since she was seriously injured last time, and he didn't know how she was doing now. He had no experience in making breakthrough choices, so he had to find someone reliable. Klein thought about his brother, sister, Mira, or Joe, but he thought Joe was not simple. And Mira, he didn't want to be angry with her. After thinking about it, only Lilith was more suitable. And Klein was actually more familiar with Lilith than his brother and sister. Just as Klein was struggling at the door creaked, opened. What are you wondering about? It's just a knock on the door. Is there a need to be so entangled? If you have anything to say, come in and tell me. Lilith was wearing pajamas. Her hair was not combed, and her straight long legs made Klein couldn't help but compare it to the characters in the comics in his previous life. Perhaps this is the legendary white skin, beautiful face, and long legs. It was the first time for Klein to enter a girl's bedroom, and he was still a little shy. Lilith was no longer wrapped in bandages, and it seemed that her last injury was almost healed. Why did you come to me? Could it be that you want the reward from a month ago? You really took the initiative for a while. Klein, come on. As she said that, Lilith buried her head in the bed again, lifted her hair, looked at Klein seductively, and hooked her finger. Klein shrugged, ignoring Lilith's charm. I'm looking for something serious. Lilith curled her lips. Isn't what I'm talking about serious things? The country encourages childbirth. What are you waiting for? By the time you realize it, Tarila will have unified the continent. Klein pinched his nose. It's hard to handle a female driver. Let's change the subject. Lilith obviously didn't want to let him go so easily. Don't you think I'm not good looking? I didn't realize that you have high standards. Klein. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. I have something to talk to you about. After the matter is completed, there will be a reward. Lilith swooped and stood up. I'm desperate for money. Tell me what's going on. Klein was stunned for a moment. Your attitude changed too quickly. I'm looking for a breakthrough now. I've read books about breakthroughs in the academy. This time, I came here to ask you, if you want a breakthrough, which one should you choose? Combat breakthrough or emotional stimulation? Lilith raised her eyebrows, leaned next to Klein, and touched her smooth chin. Yeah. Advancement. It's relatively simple when we advance. Two people fight, and the one who survives breaks through. Of course, you don't have to be so cruel. Just go out and experience a high-intensity battle. And that's basically it. One of you two will survive? Is it so cruel? What about mental stimulation? As for mental stimulation, I don't know much. I haven't been stimulated. But I heard that if your parents die, or you are cheated on by the person you like, you can break through. How about it, Klein? Or I will reluctantly have a relationship with you. Then I will find a pretty boy and dump you. Maybe you will break through. Klein ignored Lilith's irrelevant words. If the mental stimulation is really so outrageous, then this path can basically be abandoned. It is impossible to kill your father, and the reader will not agree to be cuckolded. What intensity of battle do you think you need to experience if you want to tear the mental space and break through the first level? This thing varies from person to person, but I think you can go to the mission hall of the academy first. Then, you have to adjust your mentality and be ready to fight at any time. Seeing Klein nod, Lilith actually changed her clothes in front of Klein. Klein turned his head quickly. You are so shy. Klein. What if I am your enemy? You can't turn your head during a fight. Right? Lilith's voice changed from playful to cold in an instant. Klein hadn't adapted to this change yet. As soon as he turned around, a scythe was already on his neck. Always be prepared for battle. Never leave your back to the enemy. Let's go! Lilith had changed her clothes in an instant. Klein felt a strong sense of oppression. Lilith's strength was so strong. It should be no problem to find her. The scythe disappeared in Lilith's hand. Klein saw this ability, and knew that this was definitely not an ordinary weapon. When Klein and Lilith went downstairs, two figures had already stared at them. Lilith paused. She noticed someone was following her. The target was still Klein. Lily looked at Klein and frowned slightly. These guys were just haunting her. She couldn't keep protecting Klein like this. These people would eventually take action when she was not around. Klein, someone is following you. Again? Klein's face looked a little ugly. Klein didn't know if Lilith hadn't been there. These people wouldn't have had to follow for so long, and would have taken action long ago. The hostility is obvious. But it seems that if I were here, they wouldn't take action. But if I left, the situation would be hard to say. Klein nodded. Dare to take action in the academy? Lilith smiled and told Klein a set of data. Last year, there were 191 murders in the academy, which is considered to be restrained. If we count the killings outside the academy, the killings among students exceeded 2,000. Among the children of high-ranking officials who died, there were the sons of the Minister of Finance and the sons of General Hong Tao. Even the second princess was assassinated, and she was almost successful. So don't be surprised. This world is not a peaceful world. As long as the interests are sufficient, there is nothing that they dare not do. Klein listened to this number. His pupils shrank slightly, and he sighed in his heart. It's so chaotic. And because of strong external pressure, they have to gather together. High-end military force is the foundation of the world. It's really a chaotic era. He thought for a while, and suddenly stopped. This time, I will solve it myself. Lilith nodded and reminded. Heh. Don't talk big and kill yourself. Go eat first. You're so thin that you look like a human. Klein has been eating bread and water these days, and his nutrition is not enough again. Now he is thinner than last time. Nodding, he followed Lilith to the cafeteria of the college. After arriving at the cafeteria, Lilith spoke. Wait here for a while. I'll go buy food. Be careful. Lilith left on purpose, and Klein understood what she meant. Okay. Watching Lilith walk away, Klein didn't feel anything wrong for a long time, but his nerves were always tense, waiting for possible danger. At this moment, a person suddenly sat opposite Klein, looking quite arrogant. Sorry, there's someone here, Klein said a little coldly, but found that the person opposite him didn't care about him at all. Just eating there. I said, there's someone here. Klein raised his voice a little, and his tone became a little colder. The man stuck his fork into the food and looked at Klein and said, What? Can't you sit in the seat of the college cafeteria? At the same time, a ball of cold air spewed out of his mouth, and his tone was full of provocation. It seemed to tell him, Why? Do you want to fight? Klein had never seen such a stupid behavior in the college. So this person was very strange. And if it was an attack on him, there was no need to do this. It seemed very stupid. Klein felt a sense of déjà vu with this sudden targeting. What a clumsy provocation. Chapter 43 Crisis is coming. Klein suddenly stood up, picked up the fork on the plate, and stabbed the man's backhand with his backhand. Ah! After drinking a bottle of brute force potion, Klein's strength has reached 4.9. Such physical strength is absolutely overwhelming among mages. While the opponent was still howling, Klein had already punched him in the face. The strength of 4.9 is close to the peak of the entry-level warrior system, and it is also only one step away from breaking through the first-level professional. This heavy punch immediately broke the face bones of the ice mage, and several teeth fell out. When the ice mage leaned back, Klein grabbed his hair and followed with another punch. Bang! The ice shield that had just condensed was broken by Klein's punch. In the past few months, Klein has been continuously investigated, followed, and harassed. It would be a lie to say that he was not angry. A kick in the stomach of the mage made him vomit all the food he had just eaten. Klein's performance was somewhat inconsistent with his frail appearance. The mage lay on the ground and looked at Klein, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not expected that he would be beaten so badly just for collecting some money to provoke the other party. Klein withdrew his hand and became puzzled. This person is not strong, and his behavior is too stupid. It is unlikely that he is the previous stalker, Klein thought to himself. At this moment, in his mental connection, he vaguely felt that the skeleton he placed in the dormitory attacked someone. Klein was stunned for a moment. Someone entered my room. He glanced at the guy on the ground. This guy was probably trying to delay time. He turned around and was about to leave when a senior student stopped him. Hey, if you hurt someone, you should report to the academic affairs office. Right? Don't you think so? However, his words were not echoed by others around him. How many people who can be admitted to the Royal College are fools? The ribs on the plate are not delicious? Why do you have to provoke Klein, who is obviously angry? He hit so hard. What if he gets angry because of his words? You can do it if you can. I'm fine watching the show anyway. The crowd watching the game all held this mentality and looked at the person who was talking. Klein also glanced at the senior student, and the bone blade had already emerged a sharp corner in his palm. What did you say? The man looked at Klein, and the cold breath spread all over his body. He swallowed unconsciously and slowly lowered his head. No, nothing. The crowd dispersed to both sides, making way for Klein. Klein passed the crowd, left the cafeteria, and ran towards the dormitory. The person who had stopped Klein before sat on a chair in the cafeteria and took a few breaths. Somehow, he felt that if he stopped the other party again, the other party might kill him. Lilith, holding 2 plates, looked at Klein, who was running out. Fighting is something that you always have to rely on yourself. She had protected Klein for 3 months. And when she was not around, the hidden danger would still appear. Some things still needed Klein to deal with himself. Lilith was not too worried. It was impossible to say that Klein's strength had not increased in a few months. I hope there won't be too much noise. Lilith curled her lips after looking at the ice mage on the ground. TSK. A second-year student was beaten like this by a freshman. It's too embarrassing. Klein quickly came to the downstairs of Building 4. He didn't rush up, but began to adjust his heart rate and state. Because the distance was close enough at this time. The connection between the skeleton and his spirit was very clear. The enemy had left, and he had to be careful of possible ambushes. Klein walked upstairs slowly. After opening the door, the skeleton had been broken into bones, but the soul fire had not been extinguished. The opponent's strength could easily crush the entry-level skeleton. Klein looked at his desk. Fortunately, the juicy pen was fine, but the blade next to it had been touched by someone. How did you get in? Klein was very confused. The door of the dormitory should only be entered with the corresponding door card. If it was so easy to enter, wouldn't this Royal Academy be in chaos? Dorm manager. Con John? Klein hurried to the dormitory room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Con sitting on his big chair. You didn't knock. Klein. Con didn't even look at him. My room was opened. I say again. You didn't knock. Klein. Con's tone became cold. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped back, and knocked on the door again. Well, please come in, Mr. Con. My door was opened by someone else. I know. And I gave them the key. What's wrong? Klein suppressed his anger and asked. Why? Con rubbed his nails. Nothing. I just don't like you. If there is anything else, it's that I particularly hate your father. Esmond Alex. Your father and I have a grudge. You can only blame him. Klein was a little surprised. He didn't think it was because of the previous generation. Hee. Do you want to seek revenge on me, classmate Klein? But you may not be my opponent now. Looking at the other person's expression, Klein finally left the dormitory management room. At this time, the anger in his heart could only be forcibly suppressed. Con's strength is strong, and he has a grudge against his father. It's completely an unprovoked disaster. But Klein finally confirmed his previous guess that these people's tracking of him has not achieved their purpose. They are not investigating, but seem to be looking for something. After thinking about it, Klein could only think of one reason. That is, he killed Hector. He was investigated by the black-clad man after killing Hector. What they were looking for should be the soul stone. Looking at Klein leaving, Con put on his white gloves and followed him. It seems that I can't win. It's not in my dignity to fight against 2 first-level students. With suspicion, Klein walked back to the cafeteria. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, there was no one in the corridor on the first floor of Building 4. Usually, it is not noisy here. Because it is on the first floor, there will be at least some students. But now not only is there no one, but even the sound seems to be stagnant. Klein was instantly alert and glanced around. There was no sign of any enemy. Just when he thought it was an illusion and relaxed his vigilance, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed Klein's feet, and pulled his legs into the ground. Earth Mage. With his legs stuck to the ground, Klein had no way to dodge. A tall and strong man appeared from the intersection ahead, slashing at Klein with a battle axe in his hand. Chapter 44, Battle of Transcendence. Looking at the approaching battle axe, Klein did not panic. Boom! A green fireball spell blasted at the sturdy man, and the evil flames instantly forced him back. Evil energy. It's you. Hearing this, Klein knew in his heart that these people really came because of the soul stone. Because he only used evil energy in the attack of the Fire Blade cult and Hector. Now there is no need to defend himself. These people don't look like they can have a good chat. The soul stone has been eaten by him. Even if he tells it, the other party will not believe it. Moreover, he is no longer the soft persimmon he used to be. Earth Spike. A ground spike appeared from Klein's back and pierced his back. Black energy appeared on Klein's back and blocked the attack for him. Shadow Guardian Barrier, the Earth Mage said in surprise. When he cast the spell again, a skeleton warrior suddenly appeared from behind him, and the iron sword in his hand interrupted the Earth Mage's action. Another skeleton's iron sword swept past his chest. You still have the ability to summon skeletons? Spells cast silently? When? The combined abilities of a warlock and a necromancer. Isn't his energy less than the first level? How could he still have these abilities? The sturdy man and the Earth Mage are both first-level formal professionals, and both of them have the qualifications to graduate from the Royal Academy. Two formal professionals, dealing with an entry-level Klein, and a carefully planned sneak attack, are completely enough even if Klein has some hidden means. But I didn't expect that Klein's strength would be so different from what he had learned from the intelligence. Don't worry about it. He can't move yet. I'll cripple his mobility first. Rock Shield. The stone shield summoned by the Earth Mage blocked the skeleton. He cast a spell again to lock the stones around Klein's legs. The pain only made Klein frown. The pain of improving his physical fitness before was much more outrageous than this. Klein drank another bottle of brute force potion and forcibly pulled one leg out of the rock. The friction between his skin and the rock left bloodstains all over his calf. In such a narrow corridor, the warrior had no way to dodge Klein's Hellfire Ball. He could only find a way to resist or retreat. 3 consecutive Hellfire Balls forced the strongman back again, and Klein gained some precious time. It gave him the opportunity to fight the Earth Mage alone. Taking this opportunity, Klein forcibly pulled out the other leg. Rock Fist, Earth Thrust. The Earth Mage saw that the situation was not good, and a fist made of rock flew towards Klein. He then used several ground spikes to pierce Klein's skull. Boom! The huge rock fist was melted by the Hellfire Ball, and the magma mixed with the evil flames scattered around the corridor. Klein drew out his blade and stabbed the Earth Mage in front of him. But at the same time, the warrior behind him had already jumped and slashed over. Klein ignored the warrior behind him, and at this moment, he only had eyes for the Earth Mage. The mage was fragile and controlled. In any battle, such a person should be killed first. The Earth Mage looked at Klein and smiled a little smugly. You are still a freshman. So naive. How can the defense of the Earth Mage be so easily broken? Rock Shield. The Rock Shield not only blocked Klein's steps, but also made the Earth Mage jump back a long distance. Klein's short blade could not pierce him, but Klein seemed to be completely unaware. The blade went straight through the Rock Shield, and the blade rubbed against the rock, making a sizzling sound. Klein's arm was stuck in the rock, and this attack was about to stop. But the smile of the Earth Mage froze on his face immediately. The blade actually broke through the Rock Shield and continued to stab him, while Klein's body was standing in front of the Rock Shield without moving. What happened? Puff! The blade of the blade pierced the chest of the Earth Mage. Before he died, the Earth Mage saw clearly what was holding the blade. What is this? A long bone. When the Earth Mage died, the warrior's leaping slash had already reached Klein's head. Bang! The axe blade accurately chopped on Klein's wrist, and the tip of the blade seemed to be blocked by several forces, and failed to cut off Klein's palm. It is impossible to block such a slash with one hand without any damage, and blood began to flow from Klein's wrist. But this was enough to surprise the warrior. One hand? How is it possible? The warrior simply couldn't imagine how a mage could use his flesh and one hand to block his heavy slash, even if he himself couldn't do it. In fact, Klein was not feeling well at this time, relying on the brute force potion amplification, bone strengthening, bone shield, bone extension, and shadow protection barrier. Only with the blessing of the 5th level amplification did he dare to take the warrior's jump slash head on. Even with so much amplification, his left hand still broke, and this attack consumed too much magic power, almost exhausting his magic power. Even so, Klein still felt it was worth it, as long as the controllability of the Earth Mage was solved. The warrior in front of him was no longer a threat. The warrior did not pause for too long because of his amazement. At this moment, how could he not understand that Klein was definitely not a weak chicken that could be slaughtered at will? His mission has changed from capturing Klein to a fight between life and death. Heavy chop. Dang! Klein's secondary blade has returned to his hand. Using the secondary blade to block the battle axe, Klein hit the warrior with a palm. There is no palm method in this world. The attack power of the palm is insufficient, and cannot cause the highest lethality to the enemy. When the warrior saw Klein's palm, there was no reason to dodge. He grinned and punched Klein's chest. He felt that his fighting spirit could break Klein's sternum with one punch. The fist and palm arrived at the same time. Boom! Klein flew backwards, while the warrior did not move at all. But the palm mark of Klein just now left a circle of black ripples. The corridor returned to peace again. Klein climbed up from the rubble with an expressionless face. His sternum had indeed been broken by the warrior, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth. The warrior standing in the same place looked at his chest in a daze. The position of the heart had been decayed into ash by the power of shadow, and some dust corrupted by the shadow was still floating from time to time. The strong physical fitness of the professional prevented him from dying immediately. Klein walked to the side of the warrior, showing a slightly listening expression. So, who asked you to come? The warrior sneered at first, but after a while, he suddenly shook his head. Why would there be a guy like you? Huh? Forget it. It's the Skull and Bones Society. After saying that, his body fell down with a bang. Klein stood up again and leaned against the wall to rest for a while. Many of his bones were broken. His calf was crushed. His sternum was broken. His arm was broken. And his bones were fractured. But it didn't matter. The broken bones, in addition to causing him pain, could not cause him more substantial damage. With the skeleton extension, even if the bones were completely broken, as long as the magic power was enough, they could be repaired in a short time. Although it was painful, Klein still moved the body of the Earth Mage to the side of the warrior. Using the Hellfire Ball, the bodies of the two were burned to ashes. Things like destroying the corpses and erasing the traces still need to be done. Looking at the green flames on the ground, Klein felt that all his magic particles were detonated by some kind of power. The mental space began to tear apart. Gather, tear apart again, and gather again. The mental space formed countless magic pools. But they were all torn apart by Klein again, until the last tear. Klein's mental space never formed a magic pool again. The mental power and magic power burned at the same time at this moment, as if to burn everything Klein had. When the mental power and magic power were all burned out, a ray of starlight appeared in Klein's mental world, which was something different from the magic pool. The feeling of the brain tearing made Klein a little numb. But even so, he still walked forward as if nothing had happened, leaving a messy walkway and slowly leaving. He walked a little slowly and unsteadily. Chapter 45 Burning Demon Heart. After Klein left, Khan appeared in the corridor and spread his hands helplessly. His strength is somewhat unexpected, but it's really careless to do such a thing as destroying corpses and covering up traces. Ah, he actually became a nani and had to help him clean up. I'm really impressed. Snap! With a snap of Khan's fingers, the damage caused by Klein's previous battle began to repair itself silently. Not long after, the corridor returned to its original state. I clearly felt his magic pool just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Young people's abilities are really strange. Khan left the corridor muttering to himself. This corridor seemed to have disappeared from the student's sight at a certain time point. But after Khan left, scattered people appeared in this corridor again, as if nothing had happened. Event: destroy the magic pool. Obtain the burning magic heart. Promotion completed. New synthesizer function enabled. Enhancement. Your magic power has broken through 5.0, and you have become a formal professional mage. Enhancement. Normal enhancement. Consume a small amount of materials to enhance your items. Advanced enhancement. Use fixed materials to improve the quality of your items. The previous breakthrough state was too trance, and Klein was not sober until this moment. Carefully check this series of synthesizer prompts. Burning magic heart? Destroy the magic pool. This is the information the synthesizer conveyed to him when he broke through. If other people heard about destroying the magic pool, they would definitely say that this person is crazy. But Klein didn't think much about it. If it weren't for the synthesizer, he would have died long ago. What's the point of hesitation about a mere magic pool? He tore and destroyed his magic pool countless times. His magic and mental power had long been burned out by the strange dust. In the end, the magic pool was no longer generated, and this small dot like starlight appeared in his mental space. This is the burning magic heart that replaces the magic pool. Burning magic heart. Effect star. Break through the upper limit of the magic pool that limits the magic power. Effect burning magic. Turn on the burning magic state, and increase the power of your spells as the total amount of magic you inject. Klein smiled. The synthesizer never let him down. The burning magic heart is much more powerful than an ordinary magic pool. The magic pool is not only the core and ammunition depot of the magic system, but also the shackles and cage of the mage. The size of the magic pool limits the upper limit of the magic power of the magic system. It can only be expanded every time a breakthrough occurs. If the magic pool is not established, it means that the foundation of this mage is unstable. The burning magic heart has no such restrictions. Perhaps this is the meaning of the stars. Even if your magic pool is as vast as the sea, it can never compare to the stars. There is also the burning magic state, which is so powerful that Klein doesn't know how to describe it. If the magic power is not exhausted now, his head will hurt like hell. He wants to try it now. When the burning magic form is activated, what kind of bread will be needed? Is it fragrant? Klein returned to his dormitory and changed his clothes. His pants had been torn before. His calves were covered with bloodstains. His sternum was sunken, and his arm bones were fractured. Going out like this would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble, so it would be better to clean up the wound. Taking this opportunity, Klein picked up the blade next to the table, put it into the synthesizer, and checked the enhancement function. Ordinary enhancement, iron weapon *2. Advanced enhancement, fine iron block *1. Any essence *1. Magic blood *1. Klein frowned. Ordinary enhancement is very simple, and the materials are very cheap. But he doesn't know what the actual effect is. Advanced enhancement is to increase the grade, and the materials are very expensive. Even he can't afford it. Essence is already a third-level material, and the price has reached 500-2000 tires per piece, even more than the price of some rare items. Lacking materials, Klein did not continue to study. Lilith was still waiting for him, so it was better not to let her wait too long. After tidying up his clothes, Klein went out. He returned to the cafeteria and sat next to Lilith. Lilith had already finished eating, and was just waiting for him with her chin in her hand. Klein hesitated slightly, but in the end, he did not tell Lilith that he had broken through. She pointed to another meal and said, "Eat quickly. It's cold." Klein wanted to say that he had no appetite, and the taste of burning magic had not yet subsided. But thinking that he had eaten too poorly, he should improve his food. So he sat down again. "Are you injured?" Lilith asked casually, but her tone was still concerned. "It's not a big problem." Klein was not lying. The skeleton extension was already repairing his injuries, and the pain in his body was not very serious. It was just that the sequelae of the burning of magic power gave him a headache. Or was it the kind of severe pain from bone repair that spread throughout his body? In short, the injury was not that serious, but the pain made Klein's scalp numb. But Klein was expressionless, as if he was not in any pain at all. And he insisted, "Just control the degree yourself." Lilith could see that Klein's body was unnatural, but she didn't say much. Klein ate his meal in small bites, and the pain made him lose his appetite. But he had to eat, because fighting consumed not only magic power, but also physical strength. Pain could also make him sober and let him figure out the key to these things. The reason why he had to come to the cafeteria in this state was because he felt that it would be safer to stay with Lilith. At least, safer than in the dormitory. The attack of the Skull and Bone Society, the Soul Stone, the black-clad soldiers, and John, who gave the key to the attacker. Are the Skull and Bone Society and the Dark Crusaders in the same group? Klein pondered the connection between these things. Military people and cults together? It's unlikely. The military of Telela is still very strong in its crackdown on black organizations. He ate very slowly, and Lilith didn't bother him, just sat quietly beside him. Lilith. Will the academy care about fights between students? Klein asked while eating. Lilith thought for a while before answering this question. If it's a small fight, basically we won't care. If it's a challenge between the same level in the training ground, if it's not a level 2 injury or above, the academy basically takes a laissez-faire attitude. Of course, if the fight happens elsewhere on campus, the academy will give a serious warning. If a high-level person actively attacks a low-level person, the punishment will be more severe, and the highest level of cultivation will be abolished. Klein stopped the spoon in his hand and turned his head to ask, "What if it's killed?" Lilith's eyes turned cold. She already understood what Klein meant. If someone is killed, it will be worse. It depends on how the scene is handled. Klein nodded. and did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he carefully ate the food on the plate before standing up. Let's go! I don't know how this scene was handled. Lilith nodded and followed Klein. Chapter 46. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave has arisen. The two came to the corridor where Klein had fought before. The endless flow of people, the intact ground and walls, did not look like a battle had taken place here at all. Are you sure it is here? Sure. Lilith nodded. She did not doubt Klein's meaning. She asked just to be sure. She strolled in the corridor, thinking about the reasons. There are two possibilities. Tell me about it. The first is that you enter the illusion mirror set up by the illusionist to fight. The actual battle site is not this place. Only by breaking the illusion can you return to reality. Klein thought for a while, and shook his head. No. After the battle, I dealt with it briefly. Then went upstairs, changed clothes, and went back to the cafeteria to find you. The whole process was very clear, without the feeling of illusion. What is the second possibility? The second is that there is a master who has smoothed it all out. Smoothed out? Klein was a little surprised, and a little unimaginable. Where is the place where you destroyed the terrain in the battle? Here. Here. And over there too. Klein pointed to the place where the spell had destroyed the terrain before. Lilith nodded, followed the direction Klein pointed, touched the wall and the ground, and carefully checked something. Sure enough, the hardness and dust are similar, but they are different. Klein, someone is helping you. Someone helped him smooth it all out. Klein didn't speak, and quickly thought about whether he knew a master. Father Esmond, out for research. Not in the academy now. Mother Katie? She has returned to the military. Too far from here. The world of Tarila is full of monsters, and the communication cost is too high. Klein has no way to contact his parents for a while. Even if he can contact them, they are unlikely to come back in a short time. Who else? After thinking about it, Klein suddenly thought of a guy. You are really rude. I hate your father very much. I don't think he is worthy of your mother. Precise and elegant. I gave them the key. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Dorm manager. John Kahn? Klein thought to himself. How could it be him? Didn't he give the key to the skull and bones? Is he helping me or hurting me? Klein thought of this and became more confused. Klein could only put aside the things he couldn't figure out. He didn't have the strength to pursue the truth yet. In a wizard tower in the academy, a man in a gray robe was playing with two magic balls and listening to the report of his subordinates. Joe's progress is okay, but Klein's progress is too slow. Or in other words, there is almost no progress. Sir, what should we do now? Send him a call for battle. He hasn't been on a mission for a few months, so it's reasonable to call him up. Do you need me to go? No. Arrange it and let Davis go. Yes. After arranging the mission, the gray-robed man sat back in his seat. Your second brother personally issued a call for you. You have to understand that public is public and private is private. Just after Klein and Lilith returned to room 502, there was a knock on the door. Klein and Lilith looked at each other. What was going on at this time? Lilith opened the door, and an assistant teacher from the academy came in. It was Klein's second brother, Davis Alex, looking at the face that he had some impression of in his memory. Klein hesitated for a moment before speaking. Second brother? Davis nodded at Klein. It's me. Klein could see that his second brother didn't seem to like talking, so he didn't want to chat anymore. What does second brother want to talk to me about? Davis took out a document, put it on the table beside him, and said solemnly, Klein Alex, you have been drafted. Drafted? Klein and Lilith looked at each other. Klein knew about the draft. If you join the academy, you don't have to fight on the front line. But if you are drafted, you must apply, without reason, without conditions, and without choice. Even if you are the son of a general, you are not exempt. The only exception is the royal family. Almost all academy students will receive several academy conscriptions during their years at the academy. A large part of the death rate of the Royal Academy is contributed by the academy conscription. This kind of thing sounds fine. But when it comes to me, it seems a bit sudden. In addition to being attacked by the Skull and Bone Society just now, Klein felt that he was really unlucky today. What is the specific mission? Davis opened the file next to him and handed it to Klein and Lilith. Mission 7-41. Help Lesha's city clean up the Fire Blade Sect stronghold. Mission difficulty estimate. Level 1 to 2. Mission details. The security department of Lesha's city lost a lot of personnel in the battle with the Skull and Bones Society, and is no longer able to clean up the Fireblade sect. It now requests military support from the Royal Academy. Mission members: 10 members of the combat department. Logistics call: 1 arcane mage. Latest time: 3 days. Completion reward: basic 500 telephone/person. The local security department will give additional rewards. After showing the task, the assistant teacher spoke again. There are more combat department task personnel, but there are basically no arcane mages willing to go on combat duty. You haven't carried out any tasks in the 3 months since you entered the school. So this time, I'm sorry, Klein. I chose you. Klein nodded. He had already broken through and no longer needed to go out on tasks and fight. But this call at this time disrupted Klein's original plan. Fortunately, it was a clearing mission, not a war mission. If it was a war mission, even a small-scale one, once the mission failed, the result would probably be the end of the book. Just when Klein was about to say something, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from the synthesizer, event suppressing the Rise's Fireblade cult. It was a bit interesting. This kind of long-distance triggering event was the first time he encountered it. It should give a magic weapon. Thinking of this, he looked at Davis. I understand. Second brother. I will rush there as soon as possible. Davis nodded. Klein, be careful. All clearing missions are dangerous. Thank you for your reminder. Brother, I will be careful. Lilith, can you help me? Lilith frowned and looked at Davis, but did not answer Klein in a hurry. Lilith, what are you looking at? It's okay. We will do the mission together. Thank you, Klein said sincerely. After agreeing to Klein, Lilith looked at Davis again, but her heart was in turmoil. Did he do this conscription? Davis seemed to feel Lilith's gaze and looked at her naturally. What's wrong, Miss Lilith? It's okay. Lilith retracted her gaze and looked at Klein. I hope it's just an ordinary conscription. I came to the mission hall of the academy with Lilith. It was crowded with people. It seems that all kinds of missions have launched conscriptions, and Klein is not the only one who has been conscripted. The half-graduation rate of the Royal Academy does not mean that half of the people are not strong enough and did not graduate. Being able to pass the Imperial Academy, with 4 years of teaching and atmosphere, most people can still be promoted to professionals, excluding those who are not hardworking enough, lack talent, and cannot be promoted. A large number of the remaining people died during the practice. They may die in the Battle of Warcraft, in dangerous magic research, or in the temporary recruitment of tasks. Davis has said before that the Academy is not short of combatants at present, but only lacks logistics personnel, so they will be recruited. Therefore, the purpose of the two is relatively clear. That is, to let Lilith take over the combat mission of the Fireblade cult. Soon, Lilith found this mission about the encirclement and suppression of the Fireblade cult. Mission number 7 to 41. Help Lesha's city to clean up the Fireblade cult stronghold. Mission difficulty estimation: 1 to 2 level. Mission details: the security department of Lesha City has lost a lot of personnel in the battle with the Skull and Bones Society, and is no longer able to clean up the Fireblade cult. Now requests military support from the Imperial Academy. Mission members: Combat Academy 6 out of 10. Mission reward: 500 telephones. Additional reward from Lesha's. Latest time: 3 days. Found it. Chapter 47. Go to the city of Lesha's. The two came to the task collection point and handed in their student certificates. The staff member who assigned the task frowned when he saw the student ID. First year Knight. Lilith Anna. First level. No problem. First year Arcane. Klein Alex. Entry level. Logistics call up. Can temporarily perform combat missions? The staff member was quite attentive. He looked at the two and reminded Klein in a very kind tone. Student Klein, you have already applied for logistics call-up. Combat missions are very dangerous. You have to think carefully. Although the Arcane Master is very important, his combat effectiveness is not very good. Thank you for your reminder. Ma'am. The fat woman nodded. It's good that you understand. The division of labor of each profession is different. Bread cannot be used as a weapon. Do you understand? Thank you for your concern. Klein nodded politely. After repeated instructions, the fat woman stamped the documents of the two. Have a safe trip. Young man. The fat woman watched the two leave and sighed. The death rate of the mission in the academy remained high. And even the logistics call-up was not so easy to deal with. The mission lasts for 3 days. Go to the store in Palomia and buy some necessary supplies. Okay. Since they were going out, the two naturally had to make some preparations. The basic shops in the academy could no longer meet the needs of Klein and Lilith. Getting on the carriage, the two came to a professional store called Challenger. Klein simply strolled around the store. There were only simple first-level materials, scrolls, potions, and ordinary weapons in the hall. There were no rare things, and there were only a few rare items. But this was normal. After he knew what was going on, Klein said to the salesperson at the counter, "I want 3 bottles of magic potions, 3 bottles of healing potions, 20 undead particles, and 2 ordinary iron swords." There was no way. Klein didn't have any undead particles in his hands. He only had undead crystals, which would be useful in the future. And he had a lot of money left, so he didn't plan to sell them. Klein still had a lot of scrolls. This thing was quite useful. It was a prop that could be immediately converted into combat power. It was very practical. Life potions and magic potions were both formal first-level potions. Klein couldn't make them yet, so he could only buy them. There were also 2 iron swords that Klein bought to strengthen the blades. He had to at least test the strengthening function to understand it. These things cost Klein nearly 900 thalers in total, which was far more than the basic reward for the task. This lavish way of spending money made Lilith's eyelids jump. Lilith only bought some dried meat, a knife, and some anti-worm ointment. Lilith thought that Klein's way of spending money was a waste. After a mission, he might even lose money. But Klein didn't think so. He thought that life was the most important thing. It was stupid to exchange life for money. Money is spent. Even if you save money, it is to spend it when it is useful. For Klein, now is the time to spend money. His main purpose of going out is to make a breakthrough, not to run out to make money. He can do things like making money by staying at home. He has too many ways to make money, and he doesn't even need to do it himself. The speed at which the two people make money is not at the same level. Let's go! Spring is almost over, and the temperature is very comfortable. But Klein still puts on a cloak to carry things. Lilith is wearing a refreshing single-piece dress. With her physique, the temperature is no longer a reason to affect her clothes. Lesches is not far. Should we take the train or walk? Lilith took out a map. Lesches is only more than 100 naili away from Palomia, and it can be reached even on foot. Klein hesitated and asked, "Are there other means of transportation?" After experiencing the transportation in this world, I realized how convenient the transportation in the previous world was. Long-distance travel can only be done by train and following a caravan, or walking on your own if you are strong. Carriages are only available in cities, and there are almost no other means of transportation. Klein felt that although his physique has improved, it would be quite hard to walk more than 100 kilometers in the wild in 3 days. He wanted to experience the journey in the wild, but he felt that walking was a bit hard, so he was a little entangled. Let's walk. The first step of a long journey is walking in the wild, which is an effective way to improve management ability in all aspects. Hee. Don't complain about being tired when the time comes. It's okay if you are tired. With a good attitude, Klein was ready to go. The two of them left Palomia together, in a hotel in Palomia. Jason, a scarred man wearing the uniform of the Dark Crusaders, stood with his hands behind his back. Where are Boris and Isaiah? Behind him was a wizard wearing a skull robe, which was the iconic robe of the Skull and Bone Society. Both have lost contact. Jason was a little helpless. 2 more brothers died, although they were first level. But our people are getting fewer and fewer. My lord. According to the last message left by Boris and Isaiah, it should be Klein. Jason nodded without saying anything, and took out a new soul stone in his hand. But this soul stone was much smaller than Hector's. What a beautiful thing. This time, you do it yourself. If you get the soul stone, just kill him. If you don't get it, just capture him alive. No one is better at interrogation than the Dark Crusaders. The mage nodded. What about Lilith? Don't worry about Lilith this time. Just do it. Don't stop. The skeleton mage nodded heavily. I understand. Chapter 48 Synthetic Cuisine. Outside the city, Klein followed Lilith and walked 25 kilometers quickly. He had persisted for nearly 4 hours. The main reason was that the road was too rugged, and he consumed a lot of physical strength. He had not rested during the period, even with a physical fitness of 2.8 and endurance shoes. His physical strength was a bit overwhelmed. Lilith looked back at Klein and said, "Your physical strength is pretty good. Take a break. Many mages need to rest after walking a few steps. You are much better than them." Klein sat down on a tree stump. He was really tired. After resting for a while, he felt that he had recovered some strength. So he took out the cup and rubbed a cup of water for himself. After drinking it all, he still felt very thirsty. So he rubbed another cup and stopped until the third cup. "Oh, I feel much better. Do you want to drink water?" Klein said to Lilith, holding the water cup. "My physique cannot use arcane substances. Those foods will make me weak and painful." Klein was stunned and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, because he remembered that Lilith had eaten the bread he made. What about the last time in the car? That time. How could I refuse Klein's first kindness? Well, okay. Lilith suddenly turned her head, and her face turned cold. When Klein was a little puzzled, Lilith raised her hand and made a forbidden gesture. "What's wrong?" "Here it comes." "What?" Lilith drew out the machete at her waist, twisted her body on one foot, and stepped on the ground to make a depression. A slash of lightning, breaking through the wind. The blade cut through the flesh of some unknown creature in the air. Puff! Blood gushed out of the air, and the monster hidden in the air appeared in front of Klein. It was invisible. Klein was a little surprised. This is a very strange-looking creature, with 4 legs and 2 tails, a head like a hound, and a long tongue. Of course, it is now in 2 pieces. What is this? This is called Yuan, which can be invisible and good at sneak attacks. Alas, it's a pity. It's poisonous and can't be eaten. Lilith had regained her previous relaxed look at this time, and said with some regret. Klein looked at Lilith. Women are creatures, and their demeanor in battle is indeed different from that in normal times. "Why are you looking at me? Is there any problem?" Lilith suddenly said. "No. If you can't use it, I think I can see if I can deal with this Yuan corpse." Lilith looked at him with some suspicion. "You handle it?" "Yes. But I need some privacy." "Be careful. Yunjuan's blood, teeth, and saliva are all poisonous. Don't touch them." "Got it." Before Lilith finished speaking, Klein had already taken Yunjuan's body and ran to a deserted corner. "So mysterious. What are you doing?" Lilith muttered. "Warcraft. This is a real Warcraft. And Klein has seen it for the first time." Klein has always wanted to obtain Warcraft as a synthetic material, but he has never done it. Now there is a fresh Warcraft corpse in front of him, and he can finally implement his previous idea. Synthesis materials: Yuan corpse, partial, plus Yuan corpse, partial. High probability of obtaining Warcraft cooking. Low probability of obtaining garbage. Extremely low probability of obtaining Warcraft essence. Huh? It's actually food? Klein doesn't know how to dissect corpses. And Yuan is highly toxic, so most corpses are discarded. If the corpse is directly synthesized, the finished product is cooking. Garbage and essence. Needless to say, essence is definitely the most valuable, just like synthesizing special potions. However, in Klein's cognition, the extremely low probability should be around 1%, which is very small and depends entirely on luck. The low probability is less than 50%, and the high probability is greater than 50%. This is the experience summed up by Klein after mini synthesis. As long as it is not garbage, it can be accepted. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. You have obtained a new item, Yuan barbecue. 2 servings, Yuan barbecue, first level cuisine, quality, ordinary. Effect: slightly improve physical fitness and strength. Introduction: the nutritional effect is 3 times that of uncooked, and it can maintain nutrition before it rots. Seeing the introduction of Yuan grilled meat, Klein was slightly stunned. It was 3 times the uncooked one. Does that mean that if you eat it raw, it will also have the effect of improving strength and physique? There is something. Klein had eaten monster meat before. Why didn't he have such an effect, with 2 portions of Yuan grilled meat in doubts? Klein found Lilith. He handed over one of the Yuan grilled meat. It's no longer poisonous. Lilith took the Yuan grilled meat and felt a little incredible. Detoxification? And it's cooked. How did you do it? Klein shrugged. This is what I discovered when I was studying potions. It's my unique ability. You can call it potion cooking. Potion cooking. You've only been studying potions for a few days? Lilith didn't believe it at all. But since Klein didn't plan to say it, she didn't plan to continue asking. She picked up the cloud roll roasted meat and took a bite. It was soft, tender and delicious. Delicious. How did you do it? It's amazing. It's really non-toxic. And Lilith can feel that this thing is more nutritious than the monster meat she usually processes simply. Klein looked at Lilith and shook his head. Poor kid. A cloud roll roasted meat is like this. Too unsophisticated. In his opinion, the taste of this cloud roll roasted meat can only be said to be average. Not as good as the $6 spicy hot pot in his hometown. Oh, by the way, I want to ask, does monster meat have the effect of strengthening the body? Klein asked while eating. Lilith frowned and looked at Klein. Shouldn't this be basic knowledge? The meat of monsters contains a special substance, which we generally call activated energy, which has the effect of strengthening the body. But this activated energy is difficult to preserve. Low-level monsters will generally lose it completely within 3 to 12 hours after the monsters die. High-level monsters can preserve this activated energy for longer, but generally not more than 7 days. Klein finally understood why the monster meat he had eaten before did not have the effect of strengthening his physique at all. In 3 to 12 hours, the cucumber dishes were cold, and it was impossible to eat high-level monsters. Otherwise, he had eaten so much monster meat before. How could his physique only have such an ugly data of 0.7? Klein also ate the cloud roll meat. He didn't have as good an appetite as Lilith, so he didn't eat as fast. After eating a large piece of cloud roll meat, Klein was basically in a state of holding on. However, in order to improve his attributes, he still ate the cloud roll meat. After eating, the strength and physique on the attribute board did not improve, which made him a little disappointed. Of course, it was not without other uses. After eating this roast meat, Klein felt hot all over, as if he had endless strength. The recovery speed of his injuries seemed to have improved. The bones had grown back, and the rest were all skin injuries. What's going on? Isn't it going to improve your physique? I don't feel that my strength has increased. Klein clenched his fists and asked Lilith. Logically, there should be no problem with the information from the synthesizer. Lilith rolled her eyes. If you can clearly feel the improvement of strength by eating a piece of meat, then why do you need to practice? After taking a few steps, Lilith stopped again. If there is still monster meat, can you still make this kind of food? Klein's so-called magic potion food is indeed unique, and the activation energy is increased by nearly 3 times or more. If it can really be eaten for a long time, maybe it can really become like Klein imagined, directly using eating to improve strength. There is a certain chance of failure, basically 1 in 2 times. And sometimes there is nothing you can do if you don't perform well. Klein didn't brag. His success rate is more than 50%. Lilith nodded. Very good. Let's go first. Chapter 49 Insect Swarm Tree Demon. During the long journey, Lilith began to teach Klein some field knowledge, from the most basic identification of directions, setting marks, to finding insect-repellent herbs, edible fruits, and water sources. Although Klein is an arcane mage and can make his own food and drink, he still carefully memorized it, because more skills are better. If the magic power is exhausted, these skills can be used. After a day of trekking, they encountered 2 monsters again, but they were easily solved by Lilith. 2 syntheses, 1 failed and 1 successful, have already entered the stomachs of the 2. At night, the sun had set for a while, and the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. When they walked to a big tree, Lilith signaled Klein to stop. It's a pity that we didn't find a cave. We could only camp here tonight. Klein looked at the weeds around them. They didn't have sleeping bags or tents. There were so many poisonous insects here. If they slept on the ground, wouldn't they be eaten by insects? Sleep on the ground? I hate mosquitoes. Can we change places? Klein was a little confused. Of course not. Sleeping on the ground is too dangerous. The tree is a relatively safe place. Lilith pointed to the big tree next to her. After saying that, Lilith jumped up and jumped onto the thickest branch. Klein looked at Lilith and jumped up with a leap. It was a bit awesome. He thought about jumping up and down. Well, in the rules of this world, gravity still exists. Hey, it's so high. How can I get up? I thought you didn't need my help. Lilith teased him and threw down a rope. Klein climbed up with the rope and stood on the branch, swaying left and right, as if he was about to fall down at any time. Lilith, this place is so small. How can you rest? Close your eyes and rest. Klein looked at the branch under his feet. Although it was very thick, the branch was round. How could he sleep on it? Lilith glanced at him and laid down on the branch directly. Lean on the tree trunk and sleep. It's you who want to walk to Leshes. I didn't force you. Lilith's physical fitness and balance are both excellent. Even if she lies on a round branch, there is no problem. But Klein can't do it. He first sat sideways on the branch, but he always felt that he would fall backwards. Then he changed to sitting astride. But when he was confused, he still felt swaying left and right. He secretly glanced at Lilith. She seemed to have fallen asleep, and Klein felt like crying, but had no tears. I have to walk on the road I have chosen even if I cry. Turning around awkwardly again, Klein dragged his butt backwards and wrapped his whole body around the tree trunk. This sleeping position barely gave him a sense of security. A day of running around made Klein very tired. Not long after he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the bright moonlight sprinkled in the woods, and the surroundings were surprisingly quiet. It was already the end of spring and the beginning of summer. Not only were there no monsters, but even the normal chirping of insects was gone, which was very strange. A cloud floated towards the moon, and the bright forest gradually darkened. In the shadows, the big tree under Klein and Lilith seemed to move. If you look from a distance, a wrinkle similar to a human face seems to appear in the middle of the trunk of the tree. There is no pupil, but it is filled with bright black like ink. Several black vines, hidden in the shadows under the moonlight, gradually approached Klein and Lilith. A vine first touched Lilith's ankle and rubbed Lilith's skin. Lilith suddenly opened her eyes and was slightly surprised. Klein? Is he so brave? This guy finally knows to take the initiative. Come on. Lilith immediately became interested and closed her eyes instead of resisting. But when the vines wrapped around her ankles, she realized something was wrong. This is not Klein's hand. At this time, the mouth of the human face in the middle of the trunk gradually opened, and a group of black insects flew out of the mouth and flew towards Klein and Lilith. Some hissing sounds were made. Klein also suddenly woke up from his sleep and thought to himself, there are still magic fluctuations? I just want to have a good sleep. Is it really that difficult? At this time, 2 or 3 vines were already wrapped around Klein's body. He immediately pulled out his blade, cut off the vines on his body with one knife, and stood up. Klein did not distract himself to check the task. In this case, if he was not focused enough, it would only bring danger. He may not be as sharp as Lilith, but Klein cherishes his life more than most people. Or you can say, he lives a delicate life. The environment in the wild is too dangerous, and he has not entered a deep sleep. So after slightly sensing the fluctuation of magic power, Klein's first reaction was to yell, Lilith, enemy attack. Awake, if you don't get up, you will probably be eaten by this tree. Lilith was already standing on the branch with a machete in her hand, staring at the flying insects in the air seriously. Why didn't you call me if you woke up early? If I die, you will still eat the shit of magic potion cooking. Klein looked at the shaking tree and couldn't help complaining. Didn't you wake up by yourself? Instead of saying these useless things, you might as well think about how to kill this strange tree. Lilith curled her lips, and the black fighting spirit had covered her whole body. This can protect the body from being bitten by these insects. While the two were talking, a group of black insects mixed in the dark night and began to approach them. In the dark night, only the buzzing sound could be heard, and the smaller individuals of the insects made it difficult to lock the target. It can only feel like a ball of black fog is rushing towards them. Lilith had already jumped off the branch, and Klein also slid down by grabbing the rope, leaving the swarm of insects empty-handed. When they reached the ground, the swarm of insects was still chasing them, and Lilith, holding a machete, tangled with the swarm of insects. Some insects fell to the ground, and Klein could see their appearance clearly. They looked a bit like locusts in his hometown, but they were black and had sharp mouthparts. There were too many insects to kill them all, so Klein took a few steps back and began to sense the direction of the magic fluctuations. As his mental power spread, Klein felt that the magic fluctuations came from the tree trunk. Now, if he wanted to win, he had to pull the tree first. If you disturb my sleep, I will burn you with fire. Klein thought angrily in his heart. The evil energy began to gather in Klein's hands, and when Lilith intercepted the insects, the hellfire ball had already flown towards the big tree. But all the insects immediately gave up attacking the two people, forming a bug net to block the hellfire ball. Ah! When the fireball devoured the bugs, a piercing scream came from the mouth of the tree-faced man. Klein stopped trying and fired 3 fireballs in a row. burning the bugs in front of him in an instant. Lilith also threw the iron knife in her hand aside, grasped the air, and a black scythe appeared in her hand. Chapter 50 The Elf in the Tree. Lilith held a black scythe, her body stagnant in the air. Dark-style devil slash. A flash of black light. The scythe blade easily pierced through the rough and hard tree trunk, and the tree that could only be hugged by 2 or 3 people was cut off by Lilith with one blow. Lilith did not forget to remind Klein. Fireball? I know. Klein had just released the Hellfire Ball to make up for the blow. But the tree trunk on the ground stood up. At the place where Lilith cut it in half, countless roots supported the tree trunk, and the roots extended to the ground, turning into a leg-like structure. Countless vines and branches were entangled together, like dozens of arms. The tree where the 2 rested had now turned into a standing tree demon. Second-level creature. Be careful. Lilith held the scythe, ready to go. Roar! The roar came from the mouth of the tree trunk, accompanied by an unbearable stench. This is a strong smell of rotting corpses. This tree demon has killed countless creatures around it. Spiritual summoning. After Klein opened the gate of the dead world and summoned 4 skeleton soldiers, he immediately drank a bottle of magic potion. The surging energy began to enter his whole body from the abdomen, and the energy generated in the potion quickly replenished his exhausted magic power. After reaching the first level, the power of his magic has been greatly improved. The entry-level ordinary skeleton has also become a first-level skeleton warrior. However, Klein has not had time to strengthen the first-level skeleton. After his breakthrough, he was summoned. He was too late to buy equipment, travel, and fight. Moreover, skeleton strengthening must ensure a certain degree of safety. Now is not the time to strengthen it. Skeleton shield. Pieces of broken bones floated up and gathered to help Klein block the scattered insects around him, while the skeleton warriors tried their best to chop and kill around Klein. Skeleton has no flesh and blood, so it is easier to deal with these insects than humans. Lilith, who was fighting with the tree demon, was a little surprised why Klein would use necromancy. But now it was obviously not the time to ask. The green evil flame was still burning on the body of the tree demon. Although it could not extinguish the evil flame, this little flame would not threaten its huge body. The tree demon stretched out its branches, and many vines entangled Lilith. Lilith cut off many vines with a knife. But unfortunately, there were too many vines, and some of them broke through her defense and entangled her ankles. When she was in danger, Klein's Hellfire Ball fell from the sky and burned these vines to ashes. Then, 4 more fireballs were fired in succession, bombarding the tree demon. The fierce flame suppressed the second-level tree demon for a while. Lilith would certainly not let go of the opportunity that Klein had worked hard to create for her. She dragged the scythe with one hand and rushed up in one step, with green evil energy sparks scattered around her cheeks. Facing the evil energy flames, Lilith did not dodge or avoid it. She was covered with fighting spirit, broke through the flames, attached the black fighting spirit to the sickle blade, and swung the scythe violently. Final style death harvest. A black light passed through the tree demon, and all the vitality of the tree demon seemed to be taken away by this black light. The dark green branches before gradually lost their vitality and vitality. The tree demon seemed to be dead. This battle, in the end, ended with the victory of Lilith and Klein. After a fierce battle, the sky had turned pale, and it would probably be bright soon. Is it solved? I don't know. I'll go over and take a look. Lilith walked forward slowly, with a sickle in her hand. When she touched the decayed body of the tree demon, the huge tree demon withered and dissipated in the air. A faint green light appeared from the position of the tree demon's human face. Lilith walked over, and Klein followed behind. The green light was a sphere wrapped in several leaves, floating in the air. What is this? Klein asked. Lilith observed it, and hesitated for a while before speaking. I'm not sure, but the current situation is very similar to the birth of the tree elves in the legend. Tree elves? Klein had never heard of such a thing. Well, the tree elf is a very magical beast. Or it is no longer a beast. Just like the name. It is a spirit. The tree elf has the ability to heal and entangle, which is very useful in both combat and recovery. Although it does not have strong combat power, it is very small and easy to hide, and has high survivability. If it can be tamed, it is a very useful auxiliary beast. Klein narrowed his eyes and nodded. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, the green leaves gradually opened, and a little elf with everything except a miniature body appeared in the center of the green light. Women were silent when they saw it, and men blushed and their hearts beat fast when they saw it. 2 pairs of wings like dragonflies grew on its back, like golden hair, and hands that still glowed green. It looked around in panic. First at Klein, and finally, it kept its eyes on Lilith. There was only some fear in its eyes, but more of it was curiosity. It floated in the air and fluttered its wings a few times, like a newborn baby. It seems to be a tree elf. Klein, we seem to be lucky. Catch it first and see if we can tame it. Klein didn't say anything, and Lilith's attention was focused on the tree elf. Hearing that Lilith wanted to catch it, the tree elf seemed to understand and began to flutter its wings, trying to fly away. No, she's going to run. Lilith saw the tree elf wanting to turn around and fly away, and immediately stepped forward and grabbed it. Perhaps because it was just born, its wings were still very soft. Klein didn't answer Lilith's words, not because of anything else, but because of the vibration from the synthesizer, which made him very confused. When the tree elf attacked them, this vibration had already started. This is the unique vibration when the synthesizer task is triggered. Temporary event. Kill the blood fairy, because he had been in a fierce battle. He had no time to check the synthesizer. He originally thought that he was asked to kill the tree fairy, but after killing the tree fairy, there was no prompt for the completion of the event, nor was there any reward. Klein took the time to take a look at the specific content of the event. The tree fairy is not the blood fairy mentioned in the task. What is the so-called blood fairy? He approached the tree fairy slightly, and his suspicion deepened. Klein might not be sharp enough, but he still smelled a hint of danger. The tree fairy in front of him looked weak, and it would die if it was pinched. Is it really an enemy? Klein hesitated. From Lilith's tone, the tree fairy is very valuable. If it is killed by mistake, wouldn't it be a big loss? What's wrong? Klein. Lilith looked at Klein strangely. He got such a good thing, and he didn't know what he was still struggling with. Lilith, let me see the tree fairy. Klein stretched out his hand, and he decided to give it a try. Even if he was wrong, he could afford the money for a tree fairy. Well, be careful. Don't let it run away. Lilith handed the tree elf in her hand to Klein, who took it and observed the tree elf. Chapter 51 Elf, or Evil Spirit. Her body curled up in Klein's palm. Her eyes revealed fear, making Klein seem to do something strange. The problem is that you are so small. Even if you have an idea, it seems that you can't implement it. Its wings have become wrinkled after being grabbed by Lilith before, and it seems that it has lost the ability to fly. It doesn't look dangerous at all. After observing for a long time, Klein didn't see even the slightest flaw. But Klein still felt that there was something wrong with this little thing. Klein didn't know if his intuition was accurate, but he chose to believe in it. Klein, what's wrong with you? Lilith was a little strange. Klein kept staring at this little thing. Could it be that this guy likes this little thing? Isn't the taste too light? Klein maintained his calm expression. If the thing in his hand was acting, then he couldn't show hostility now. The bones on his fingertips began to slowly wriggle, and Klein said to Lilith, because this is my first time seeing it, I feel a little strange. How do you tame this kind of elf? I don't know much, but I heard that elves are very proud. Be gentle. Yes, I will be very, very gentle. Klein's eyes became sharp, and he tightened his grip on the tree elf's hand. Lilith looked at Klein's actions and suddenly felt something was wrong. She wanted to stop Klein, but she held back, as if sensing Klein's murderous intention. The tree elf suddenly put away its pitiful look, turned around and stared at Klein, and looked him in the eye. Be careful. Lilith had already noticed something was wrong. Swoosh! A red spike pierced Klein's forehead, and the sharp spike seemed to cut through the air. If he was pierced by this attack, his brain would most likely burst. Fortunately, Klein was prepared and twisted his neck to avoid this fatal attack. While dodging the attack, Klein's bone blade had already chopped towards the fairy's head. Shaw! A tearing sound came from Klein's hand. The bone blade cut off the tree elf's wings, but was also broken by the tree elf's arm. Klein frowned slightly. He originally wanted to chop off the tree elf's head, but he failed to do so at such a close distance. In a flash, Klein's second attack had arrived. However, Klein's attack this time did not work. The tree elf's palm easily grabbed Klein's bone blade. Its power was too great, and its body began to expand rapidly in Klein's hand. Soon, the tree elf, which was only slightly larger than a thumb, became the size of a normal human. Now, Perhaps it should no longer be called a tree elf, but an evil spirit, a blood fairy. Lilith, who was standing by, had already slashed with a scythe, but the blood fairy raised her hand to block it. The attack that had been invincible against the tree fairy before was ineffective here. An invisible stand appeared in front of the blood fairy, and even Lilith could not cut through it. How did you find me? Little guy, am I not cute because I am green? The blood fairy suddenly spoke, speaking a paragraph of Tarila language. Klein and Lilith were a little surprised. Judging from its aura, the blood fairy should be a second-level monster. But it is only a second-level monster, and it can already master human language. This is a sign of an intelligent creature. If it is a 4th-level or 5th-level monster, it is not strange. But a second-level intelligent creature is enough to show its rarity. Green represents the color of forgiveness in my hometown. Most people don't like it, especially men. Besides, I smell the rotten smell on you that can't be hidden no matter how hard you try. It makes me sick. Of course, Klein couldn't say that he didn't notice it at all. He just relied on the prompts of the synthesizer and made up a random reason to deal with it. Lilith on the side looked at her green hair in confusion. So Klein didn't like this color? What a naughty little guy. If I hadn't just evolved, how could I give you the opportunity to get close to me? Be my snack, honestly. Isn't it good? I will make you very happy. Hee. While speaking, a bloodthorn suddenly pierced Lilith, but was cut off by Lilith. The goblin can also attack by surprise? You are quite despicable. Despicable? That's just what you humans say. Lilith stopped talking, tightly grasped the scythe, and slashed again. Buzz! The scythe blade was blocked by the stance again. Little girl, physical attacks are ineffective against me. It's just a static stance. Do you think I haven't seen it, Klein? Set him on fire. When Lilith called Klein, his hellfire ball was already ready. The evil fireball sprayed out, and the green flames flew past the side of the blood goblin. Although it was dodged, the high temperature at close range still burned off a few tufts of its hair. The blood fairy did not use the static stance again, because this stance was ineffective against magic. Klein had understood Lilith's intention. The blood fairy was very afraid of magic attacks. But compared to the huge and bulky body of the tree fairy, the blood fairy's speed was too fast. Only Lilith could keep up with its speed. Klein's current spells were difficult to lock on to such a fast enemy. Fortunately, the blood fairy's wings had been cut off by Klein. Otherwise, a very fast-flying enemy would be much more threatening to them. Lilith, wearing black fighting spirit, began to fight with the blood fairy. Klein began to summon skeletons to harass and think about how to kill the blood fairy. Dang! Lilith struggled to block the blood thorns of the blood fairy again. The extremely fast speed made the blood fairy's original power magnified again, and Lilith had some difficulty in resisting. The huge life attribute magic power had begun to suppress Lilith's black fighting spirit, and had the upper hand in the pure energy collision. The aftermath of the battle shook the surrounding woods, and Klein was a little helpless. This guy is just like a dog. Isn't he too fast? Not only Klein, but Lilith, who was fighting, was also a little helpless. Her physical attack would be blocked by the static stance of the fairy. The fighting spirit would also be suppressed by the opponent's magic power. And now she could only passively defend, even if she could barely resist now. As the fighting spirit was consumed, she would be defeated sooner or later. Lilith, who was in a hard fight, gradually became sharper. At this time, Klein drew out the blade and rushed over. He had already thought of a way to kill the blood fairy, but this method was a bit risky. Take my knife, Klein said it loudly, just to attract the attention of the blood fairy. Just as he went around the back of the blood fairy, a bloodthorn came towards him. ZZ! The bloodthorn was blocked by Klein with the blade of the blade, and the spike and the blade drew a metal spark. The strong shock made the blade vibrate violently. Klein had no fighting spirit, so he couldn't use it to strengthen the weapon. The blade was not a magic transmission weapon, and the power of shadow couldn't be injected. Although it was very strong, it was just an ordinary weapon. No matter how strong the ordinary weapon was, it couldn't compare to the weapon of rare items. If the blade was used to block the single-point burst attack of the second-level evil spirit like the blood fairy again, it might break. Lilith didn't know why Klein was in close combat with the blood fairy, but she still tried her best to cooperate with him. Chapter 52 Klein. The Cowardly Klein. With the addition of the skeleton and Klein, Lilith's battle pressure with the blood demon was reduced a lot. When the two sides confronted and competed in strength, Klein's short knife had already stabbed the Blood Fairy's back. Buzz! Sure enough, when the blade approached the Blood Fairy, she raised her hand to block it. Static stance. Humph. I've already said that physical attacks are useless to me. The Blood Fairy sneered and stretched out a blood thorn, which instantly shattered the skeleton armor on Klein's chest and pierced Klein's chest. Just when the Blood Fairy blocked Klein's blade, Lilith had already felt the weakening of her defensive stance. Klein's battle strategy can be said to be correct, because when the Blood Fairy defended Klein, Lilith's defense would inevitably weaken. Really? Then let's try it. The defensive stance that was completely unbreakable before has now clearly felt the weakening of strength. This is a great opportunity. Style 2 soul splitting. Using her fighting spirit to the extreme, the black scythe finally pierced through the battlefield and chopped towards the Blood Fairy. The Blood Fairy did not expect that the first level Lilith would be so powerful, and could only watch the scythe blade sweeping across her body. Tear. Blood splashed several meters away, and the Blood Fairy's left hand and left foot were cut off by Lilith's blow. Ah! The Blood Fairy screamed. Lilith took advantage of the victory to pursue, but the Blood Fairy's spikes had already pointed at Klein's throat. But what the Blood Fairy did not expect was that Klein actually took the initiative to get close, relying on the blocking of the skeleton shield, and the staggered spikes closed the distance with the Blood Fairy. Lilith knew that Klein needed cooperation at this time, so she swept the sickle again. At this angle, if the Blood Fairy didn't dodge, Lilith would be beheaded on the spot. The Blood Fairy didn't want to fight for his life here anymore. He pushed Klein away with all his strength, dodged the beheading sickle, and stabbed the blood thorn into Klein's body. But the attack didn't make Klein retreat, although his body twisted unnaturally because of the pain. He got closer to the Blood Fairy. Suddenly, Klein's face calmed down. At this moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Blood Fairy's neck. The shadow power began to erupt from his whole body, entering the fairy's body along the blood thorn. Close enough. What? The Blood Fairy didn't react. Close enough to kill you. The Blood Fairy's resistance to magic is almost zero. If the Blood Fairy was in an intact state, it would naturally be able to suppress the shadow power with its demonic power. But it is now seriously injured. The power of shadow began to destroy the Blood Fairy's flesh and bones. In a hurry, several blood thorns pierced Klein's body. Klein just groaned a few times. In an instant, he emptied his magic power and used a magic that only a formal necromancer could use, and turned on the burning magic state. Burning magic shadow shock. A ball of black light burst between him and the Blood Fairy, and the shock waves spread to the surroundings. The dark light flashed. Not long after, the forest returned to peace again. Klein? Are you okay? Lilith looked at Klein, who was covered in blood, and asked worriedly. Klein's current condition is indeed very bad. He can ignore the bone injuries, but he has been pierced by the Blood Fairy many times, which has caused him to lose too much blood. Blood loss is the biggest damage to him. But it's good to win. Klein smiled indifferently. Fighting depends not only on brute force, but also on wisdom and acting skills. It's worth the trip. Lilith's mouth twitched. You have acting skills? Klein's mouth was full of black blood foam, and he was holding the corpse of the Blood Fairy in his hand. He took out the healing potion and drank it in one gulp, and his injuries began to recover slowly. Lilith saw that Klein was fine, and she was relieved. This time, she was indeed negligent. But after a while, Lily's eyes began to shift, and her eyes were fixed on Klein's hand holding the Blood Fairy. How is it? Are her breasts big? Klein froze suddenly, and the position of his right hand moved slightly. What's the woman's brain circuit? I'm injured like this. What is she thinking? Klein secretly complained. Just as he was about to push the Blood Fairy's body away, the body of this evil spirit began to shrink again, and finally turned back to the appearance of an elf. Klein secretly said it was magical, and put away the Blood Fairy's body. Evil spirits are really hard to guard against. Opening the synthesizer. A new prompt came as Klein thought. Blood Fairy event completed. Reward. New synthesis formula Evil Spirit Gloves. Evil Spirit Gloves. Blood Fairy plus Warcraft Skin plus Man Star Grass plus Woman's Blood plus Man's Hair. Finally, a new fixed synthesis formula has appeared. It should be a magic weapon. Klein remained calm, turned off the synthesizer, and began to clean up the mess left by the battle. When cleaning the battlefield, Lilith said with some displeasure, Have you discovered that it is not right? Yes. I have never seen any tree elves. But I have seen a creature in a book that is very similar to it. It is called a blood fairy. It feeds on the flesh and blood of other creatures, and is good at disguising itself as a fairy and parasitizing the bodies of other monsters. Just like the tree fairy. This kind of thing is too rare. And I can't judge it accurately. Do you understand what I mean? It means that I am making it up. Do you think it is okay? Klein's ability to make up stories is not bad. After all, he is a generation that has been nurtured by self-media. Lilith has never seen a blood fairy. So she believed it. But just nodded a little dully. And was also skeptical about Klein's words. Next time, I will pay attention to you. Courage and decisiveness are good things. But they may also cost you your life. Klein nodded. I understand. But this time, I really have no choice. It must be much more vigilant to you than to me. If I hadn't attacked and cut off its wings, the outcome of this battle would be unknown. Klein said it as if it were true. And his expression even made him believe it. Lilith frowned. It seems to make sense. Really? Really? I have never been good at telling lies since I was a child. Klein patted his chest and said, Okay. Now, how to deal with the body of the blood fairy. It is a rare second-level evil spirit. Even if it is a corpse, it should be very valuable. The rare second-level evil spirit is worth a lot of money. Although the relationship between the two is very good, brothers still have to settle accounts clearly. And Lilith is very short of money now. If Klein wants to steal the body of the blood fairy, she will not agree. Deal with the body for me. And then help me collect some things. Lilith was stunned for a moment. She was asked to help collect things without sharing the money? There is such an operation? Shouldn't this thing be sold for money, and then divided equally? Of course not. Selling materials to the store is the lowest level of item processing. Give it to me, and I can maximize its value. Klein began to talk nonsense. Some things cannot stand scrutiny. The synthesizer cannot be exposed. Lilith nodded after hearing this. Tell me, what do you want to collect? Your blood, monster skin, and star grass. My blood? Lilith hesitated for a moment and continued. It's no problem to give it to you. But the monster skin and star grass depend on luck. Chapter 53, Blade +1 is also garbage. After discussing the battle and collecting items, Lilith sat down next to a tree and began to rest. Klein came to her side and first looked at the tree in front of him. He felt that it was also quite thick. He suddenly said, This thing is crooked. Could it be a tree demon? Are you out of your mind? There are not so many tree demons. Klein sat down with his butt. They didn't rest well last night. And they were both very tired after a hard battle with the tree demon and the corpse blood fairy. Lilith took out her jerky and ate it bit by bit. Are you a formal mage? Yeah. Not bad. Klein used the shadow impact of the burning magic form in the previous battle. The power was too great. And Lilith couldn't hide it, since Lilith thought he had broken through in this battle. Klein went with the flow and agreed. Klein looked at his personal attributes. Host, Klein. Profession, Mage. Constitution, 2.8. Agility, 1.9. Strength, 2.9. Spirit, 5.1. Talent, Arcane, Arcane Precision. Star, Burning Magic. Bone, Skeleton Strengthening. Skeleton Extension. Shadow, Shadow Extension. My personal attributes have changed a lot. After eating 2 meals of monster meat, my physique and strength have not changed. But my agility has inexplicably increased by 0.1. Skills have been transformed into talents. And all magic has disappeared from the personal attribute list. Only those extremely special talents are left, such as Arcane Precision, Skeleton Strengthening, Extension, Shadow Extension, Star, Burning Magic. Alas, the magic power grows too slowly, which not only restricts synthesis, but also restricts strength. After reaching the first level, Klein can extend more and stronger magic, such as the shadow impact that kills the corpse blood fairy. But even if he learns more magic, it is useless if he does not have enough mana. He is now in a situation where he has no mana after casting a few magics. I really don't know if the mages in this world all have light magic on their heads, and then raise their knives to attack. If you are a brother, come and cut me. Klein switched the synthesizer to the enhancement interface, and studied it carefully. Enhancement is a function that Klein is very much looking forward to. He wants to see if he can enhance his equipment. For example, The blade is very convenient and can still be used at present. But as his strength increases, the blade will soon be eliminated. Just now, when fighting against the corpse blood fairy, the blade was almost interrupted by the blood thorn. But if the blade is thrown into the synthesizer, it is not necessarily a new knife that is handy. What if it is combined into a big sword? A 9-ring knife or something like that? How can he use it? You can't really be Gandalf from another world. Right, so, if the original items can be kept unchanged, that would be the best. Klein, what are you daydreaming about? You haven't rested enough yet? Let's go to Leshes first. Mission failure is one thing. If we don't arrive within the mission time, our student ID will be directly downgraded. Lilith pushed Klein. Ah, well, okay. Let's go to Leshes. But I have to go to the toilet first. Hurry up and run to the jungle with a blade and the 2 iron swords he bought before. Lilith frowned. Why do you always go to the bathroom? Didn't you just go? Klein wanted to find a better excuse. But sometimes he was too lazy to think. Forget about it. Let's strengthen the secondary blade first. Klein came to a corner where Lilith couldn't see him, and put the secondary blade into the synthesizer. Secondary blade normal strengthening, iron weapon *2. Probability strengthening +1. Small probability failure. Small probability strengthening +2. Very small probability damage, hack it. It's just +1. There's a possibility of damage. Are you sure this thing isn't a Krypton scam? Although he complained, the probability of +1 was already the highest. And he had no reason to be timid here. Strengthening in progress. Please wait. Secondary blade strengthened successfully to +1. Klein hurriedly took out the secondary blade. Secondary blade +1. Grade, normal. Weapon damage, 16 to 26. Introduction. It's sharper and stronger. Is this the end? Added 1 point of attack power? Crap system. Give me back my hard-earned money? Klein took out the blade and threw it on the ground. Hey, let's make do with it for now. The price of the rare weapon was too expensive, and Klein couldn't put it together for a while, so he could only make do with the blade for now. Klein returned to Lilith and grinned. Excrete the toxins. Feel relaxed. Let's go! Lilith? The 2 of them didn't have much luggage, so after simply packing their equipment, they set off to continue to Leshes. They traveled all night until the evening of the 3rd day, when they finally arrived at this remote city. When they arrived in Leshes, Klein muttered to himself. It feels like the junction of urban and rural areas. Are you sure this is a city? Did we go the wrong way? This place is very rundown, and it doesn't look like a city at all. Not to mention Palomia. Even Hammerfall is far inferior. Why? Do you want to go back? Lilith turned her head and said, well, forget it. How about looking for a professional store here to see if there is any selling silvergrass? Lilith disagreed. Let's report to the local security department first. The mission time is almost up. Klein nodded. Okay. Let's go. 3 days of continuous travel made the 2 very tired. Although Klein could make a simple wash, the 2 still looked dusty. In the courtyard of the security department in Shah City to rest. The 8 students of the Royal Academy had assembled 2 days ago, because they applied for a 10-person mission. They were completely waiting for Klein and Lilith these 2 days. The deadline for the mission is not long, but the atmosphere among the 8 people is not very good. There is an inexplicable smell of gunpowder flowing among them. What time is it now? It seems that he will not come. It's really troublesome. I have waited for 2 days in vain. If it were you, I would not wait any longer. Just act now. Brule, the mission time has not arrived yet. Don't be so impatient. Boss, I am just telling the truth. It is only a 1 to 2 level mission. You deal with the 2nd level, and we can deal with the 1st level. If we acted 2 days ago, we might have returned to the academy by now. The person who spoke was Brule, a 3rd-year student of the Royal Academy. He was dark and strong, with a sword on his waist, and looked like a warrior. Hawkins, what Brule said is actually not a problem. A woman in a robe and holding a magic wand also echoed Brule. Her name is Athena, also a 3rd-year student of the academy. A dual-element mage of ice and earth. Athena, you too. Don't be so impatient. The leader of the 2 men was a man named Hawkins. Although he was wearing a robe, he had very strong muscles on his body, which looked strange. Hawkins turned his head to look at the brown-haired girl in the corner and handed the controversial issue to her. Miss Becky, what do you mean? Punctuality is the basic principle of a knight. The waiting time for the mission has not yet arrived. So I will continue to wait. Chapter 54. Kneel down. The Miss Becky mentioned by Hawkins is the Becky who was robbed of her seat by Klein and beaten by Lilith. At this time, she was wearing a set of iron light armor, and the aura she exuded was a little stronger than when Klein saw her in the training ground before. She carefully wiped her great sword, which was a rare weapon and a relic of their family. Although this rare sword did not even have a name, it was Becky's only valuable thing and had been well maintained. Becky was a very hard-working and diligent person, and had always abided by the knight's code that most knights no longer cared about. After entering the Royal Academy, Becky's strength has been in a state of rapid improvement. After nearly 4 months of rigorous training in the knight department, she has firmly established herself at the first level. But this is not enough. Whether she can retreat from her former innocence and transform into a true iron-blooded knight still needs to go through the test of life and death. Since the last time she was defeated by Lilith, Becky has been training harder in order to catch up with Lilith. She has not experienced the baptism of battle in blood. But that does not mean she is stupid. Becky naturally understood what Hawkins meant, but she had no intention of agreeing. The Fire Blade cult might have a second-level master, and there might be more than one. Although the combat effectiveness of the Fire Blade cult is generally weak, one more person means more strength. Experience is important, but personal safety is more important. The other few scattered people are all in a wait-and-see attitude. Their mission team lacks some close combat, and Becky's value is naturally needless to say. Even Hawkins has to consider it carefully. Now that Becky has chosen to continue waiting, others will definitely not have any objections. If there is one less knight, and a fight breaks out at the Fire Blade cult's base, who will fight in the front with so many rangeds? Seeing that Becky chose to wait, Hawkins nodded, then continued to wait. Although everyone was a little impatient, they had waited for so long, and there was no reason to make the team disharmonious because of 2 guys who had not arrived. The mission would start soon, and the stability of the team was the most important. Even if the Fire Blade cult had a second-level master, as long as he was not too strong, he would be able to deal with it alone. Not to mention that there was support from the Lesha security department, and their Captain DeWard was also a second-level warrior. Seeing that Hawkins had decided to continue waiting, Brewer and Athena also calmed down. They were Hawkins' partners, and Hawkins was able to convince the two, relying not only on personal charm. As night approached, the college students were ready to return to the temporary residence arranged for them in Shaw City. When everyone thought that the remaining 2 would not arrive, Lilith supported Klein and finally came to the Lesha security department. Lilith, who was exhausted from the journey, and Klein, who looked like a sickly person, did not look like a very strong combination. Becky also saw the 2 of them, and was slightly surprised. Lilith also noticed Becky's gaze, but Becky did not speak. The honor and sense of responsibility of a knight prevented her from bringing personal grudges into the collective mission, and it was worth fighting for money. Now that they had accepted the same mission, they were teammates. Klein looked at a group of people staring at them, and said a little embarrassedly, "Are you all here? We had some accidents on the way, so we shouldn't be late now." "Right." Klein's words were polite and inquiring. He didn't want to cause trouble. The long journey made him a little tired, so he wanted to find a place to rest first. "Not late." "Right," Hawkins said. Lilith saw that these people were dissatisfied with her and Klein, but she was not one to suffer. "What do you mean by not late?" "Right? I can't read. Can you tell me in detail? You obviously came early. How dare you blame us for being late? I really don't understand. With 3 days of travel time, why are you so active? The mission won't pay you a penny more. So why are you waiting for the college to give you a little red flower?" When Klein heard Lilith say this, and then looked at her face, he knew he was going to get into trouble. As expected, Lilith's words that added fuel to the fire made the college students who took the mission a little unacceptable, especially the hot-tempered Brule. He definitely couldn't stand it. In fact, even if he could, he had to pretend that he couldn't stand it. If he didn't show up, would Hawkins show up, as a younger brother? You must understand the boss's attitude. This is the self-cultivation of a lackey. Even if you have a brain, you have to pretend that you don't have one. Everyone is waiting for you too. You still have the nerve to make sarcastic remarks here? Lilith crossed her arms. What? Fine for making sarcastic remarks? Find someone to collect my money. You? Brule really didn't expect Lilith to be so arrogant. He originally just wanted to rely on the number of people and the pressure of the whole team to make the other party bow his head. This will ensure Hawkins' position as captain. And they don't want this position. But it is undeniable that becoming the captain of the task team can make the task more efficient, and the chance of accidents will be greatly reduced. This is the purpose of Brewer standing up. Unexpectedly, Lilith didn't buy it at all. This is difficult to deal with. If he doesn't continue to argue now, it will be embarrassing. If there is a conflict, what about the task? After thinking about it, Brewer decided to teach the other party a lesson. With Hawkins' support, it should be no problem. He rushed forward and was about to push Klein. But a slender arm grabbed his arm that was pushing Klein. Squeak, squeak. The sound of muscles squeezing bones came from Brewer's arm. At this time, he was already sweating. Lilith smiled contemptuously. Playing a show of strength? Bullying. Right, okay. One by one. Come together. Lilith's domineering attitude was not only difficult for Brewer, but also for others to accept for a while. Only Becky, who knew Lilith, knew that this was Lilith's temper. Becky didn't say anything. She didn't intend to stop the conflict between the two parties. On the one hand, she wanted to see if she could catch up with Lilith's current strength. On the other hand, she also wanted to see the level of Hawkins and his group. Hawkins was slightly surprised. He blocked the arm of the first-level warrior with one hand, and this posture made Brewer unable to move. This strength may have reached the second-level level. Brewer was really angry at this time. He couldn't tolerate himself. His arm was pinched by a very thin woman. Unable to move, he was furious and drew his knife to chop at Lilith. Lilith's smile was brighter than before, and she also drew out the iron knife with a curled blade to meet him. Dang! The tremor of metal collision echoed in the yard. Lilith's body did not move at all, and she suppressed Brewel's sword with one hand. The broken blade was covered with a layer of black fighting spirit to ensure that the iron knife would not break. Under the huge force, Brewel's body was pressed lower and lower, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Lilith raised her head slightly. I hate you bullying honest people the most. Klein? The other party was obviously bullying him just now. Lilith said that the other party bullied honest people, so he equals honest man. Honest man. Klein didn't like this title very much. Brewel on the opposite side gritted his teeth and pushed his fighting spirit to the extreme to prevent himself from kneeling on the ground. Chapter 55 Self-Introduction. In fact, Brewel's strength is not weak. He is in the middle of the first level. Otherwise, he would not have taken on such a dangerous task as clearing out the Fireblade cult. But his opponent is Lilith, a monster that can fight against the second-level rare evil spirits in terms of strength and speed. So it is natural that he is completely suppressed. Miss, please wait a moment. Please forgive my companion's rudeness. He is just waiting a little anxiously. Please forgive me if there is any offense. We are about to carry out the mission. For the sake of the overall situation. You don't want to start a civil war before the mission. Right? At this time, Hawkins naturally had to come forward to mediate. Brewel was his man, so he naturally had to protect him. Consider the overall situation? What a ridiculous statement. I heard that His Majesty never considers the overall situation. But Tyrella didn't destroy the country? Lilith's iron knife continued to press down, and Brewel could no longer resist, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Hawkins didn't expect Lilith to be so strong and not give him face. Even though he had already taken a step back, she was still so aggressive. His face looked a little ugly. Lilith didn't give him face at all, which made him look a little embarrassed. You apologized and still hit me. Sir, that's too much. Hawkins took a step forward, and the evil fire erupted. Lilith was about to fight back, but Klein pulled her behind him. Boom! The same evil energy, the same green flame. The high temperature spread in the yard, and the sparks flew across Klein and Lilith's cheeks. Everyone couldn't help but step back a few steps. But they didn't retreat. Hawkins stared at Klein, and Klein also stared at Hawkins. Warlock. Warlock. Of course, Hawkins is a real warlock, and Klein only occasionally plays the role of a warlock. Hawkins did not continue to attack the other side. The strength of the two opponents was beyond his imagination. A warlock and a warrior who suppressed Brewel with one hand. Even he himself was not sure of this strength. Brewel did not deserve to kneel. After weighing it, Hawkins decided to stop the matter and spoke again. You two are very strong. It is our fault. Now I solemnly apologize to you. After Hawkins finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Klein and Lilith. Lilith frowned. She didn't like the way Hawkins did things, but she still needed to take a warlock seriously. Lilith looked at Klein and asked him what he meant. Klein didn't want to conflict with the other side. He just took action because as a man, he couldn't always hide behind a woman. No need. You guys waited too long. And we were also wrong. After apologizing, the atmosphere between the two sides began to ease. Lilith stopped talking and took Klein a few steps back. This guy named Hawkins is a bit annoying. Why? I hate people who are particularly rational. Klein shrugged. Sometimes I am quite rational. Lilith shook her finger. No. When you stood in front of me just now, you looked very handsome. It's okay. Klein crossed his arms and changed the subject. You were too strong and seemed very confident, which made him feel unsure. So he ended the conflict immediately and prevented things from getting worse. This kind of person should like to control things at his own pace. And there is nothing wrong with doing so. However, I think that practicing is to change fate against the will of heaven. And it is impossible to control everything. Many times, I also prefer to do less than more. But some things need to be fought for. Speaking of this topic, Klein's eyes have a different look. Going against the will of heaven is really not just talk. In the past life, changing fate against the will of heaven was what the entire human race did. Following the long river of history, tracing back to ancient times, the lifespan of people at that time was simply incomparable to that of modern people. Just like ancient people could never imagine the brilliance of modern people. Most people work from sunrise to sunset and rest at sunset, which is the end of their lives. Many people think that it is a natural law for people to live 70 to 80 years. But the real natural law is really not like this. Without medical treatment, drugs, and a healthy diet, you are likely to die from a severe cold. Humans can live to 70 to 80 years old thanks to the wisdom accumulated by countless people. If you really follow the will of heaven, you can go to the wilderness alone. But you may die at 35. Our ancestors defeated countless viruses, various natural disasters, overcame smallpox that killed hundreds of millions of people, and controlled floods that plagued for thousands of years. It can be said that the entire history of human development is a history of changing fate against the will of heaven. Medicine, physics, chemistry, everything is changing the fate of mankind. The most basic change is to allow you to live from only 40 years old to 80 years old. Imagine that when you are 80 years old, you can still play games with a few old friends in a nursing home. Compare this to the fact that many people in ancient times had grass on their graves when they were 80 years old. You should be grateful. Grateful that our ancestors changed our fate. So Klein has always believed in things like changing fate against heaven. Lilith looked at Klein with some surprise, not knowing that this guy could actually say such a sentimental thing. What does it mean to change fate against heaven? I have never heard of this term. Well, it means to go against fate. The overall meaning is that the fate of practitioners can be changed. You can control it in your own hands, instead of following fate and doing nothing. Well, that makes sense. I practice to get rid of the shackles of fate. Klein, you are quite knowledgeable. Lilith praised him. Klein was a little embarrassed. He wanted to say this kind of thing, but it has been said too much in his hometown. It is everywhere in novels. So it is okay to fool you. There are similar sayings like my fate is up to me. 30 years XX. 30 years XX and so on. But it would be too embarrassing to say it in front of a girl. Hawkins withdrew his gaze from Klein and the other two and looked at the others again. Now that everyone is here, although some unpleasant things have happened, these problems can still be suppressed for now. When the task is completed, whether conflicts break out or we go our separate ways, that is a matter for the future. Since most people have arrived, then everyone should introduce themselves. After all, it is a collective task. More or less. We all need to know each other a little bit. Hawkins looked around. What he said was the routine before the team's mission. So no one would object, including Lilith. Well, I'll go first. My name is Hawkins, a top-level warlock of the First Order. Lilith curled her lips. So you're a top-level warlock of the First Order. No wonder you're so arrogant. Klein was a little speechless after hearing this. I feel like you're much more arrogant than him. Brule, a first-level berserker. Brule was a little silent at this time, and I don't know what he was thinking. Athena, first-level elemental mage. Denton, first-level earth mage. Inez, first-level fire mage. Jeremy, first-level hunter. Becky, first-level paladin. Belinda, First level Fire Mage. The difficulty of this mission is estimated to be 1 to 2 levels. And they don't even have a second level professional. Although he has the strength to fight against second level professionals. How does the Academy evaluate their strength? Hawkins looked at Klein and Lilith. Did they make up for the strength? The more Hawkins listened, the deeper his brows frowned. The strength of the team this time was not weak. But there were too many mages. The lineup was extremely unreasonable, which would affect the combat effectiveness of the team. There were only 2 melee players at present. One was Becky, and the other was Brule. The strength on his side was okay. He was a warlock. Brule was a berserker. And Athena was an elemental mage. All 3 of them could be said to be elite professions. But the other 3 mages were too bad. They were all single-element mages. Such mages generally had low combat effectiveness. Among them, Belinda and Inez were fire mages. You, a fire mage, came to participate in the clearing of the Fire Blade cult. Aren't you a jerk? How high is the fire resistance of the Fire Blade cult guys? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Jeremy is a hunter. Hunters are very strong in the wild. But if they go to clear other people's bases, they will mostly fight indoors. And the hunter's advantage will no longer exist. I don't know if Jeremy has done melee training. If he is not good at melee, it will be a very obvious disadvantage in the cave environment. Comprehensively speaking, only Becky is a strong teammate. She is a first-level paladin who can resist and fight. She is a tank profession they urgently need. Everyone focused their attention on Klein and Lilith. The overall strength of this team depends on the 2 of them. Lilith spoke first. Lilith, a first-level knight. Chapter 56 Delayed Mission. Hawkins' eyes lit up. Another knight. Very good. Although Lilith was not wearing armor, she had no problem judging from the strength she had just shown. He turned to look at Klein again. This guy had just released a fireball that was as bright as his. He must be a warlock. Klein, an arcane master. What, you said? What is your profession? The fell energy you just released was fake? Am I blind? Hawkins looked unconvinced. He felt that Klein was joking. I am really an arcane master. I was recruited for this mission. I am not only a combat member, but also the logistics of your mission. What? Is there a problem? Klein looked as if it was a matter of course. And he looked a little bit like he deserved a beating. An arcane master who can use fell energy? A dual professional warlock and arcane master? Hawkins began to fill in the blanks on his own. As long as you have the fighting power, there will be no problem. Your strength is enough to cope with this mission. The discussion between the teams did not mention anything like command. But most of the time, he was the one who spoke. As if he was a leader. This is a common problem of human beings. When there is no one to command, they will more or less listen to the opinions of a stronger person. This is what Hawkins had thought of a long time ago. It is much better to do this subtly than to say it directly. He originally thought that Klein and Lilith would have some opinions. But he didn't expect that the other parties seemed to have no intention of getting involved. So he was relieved. After a simple exchange, the students began to prepare. Since it was a clearing mission, the sooner the better. However, during their preparations, DeWard, the executive captain of the security department of Leshes, arrived. Everyone's eyes were on DeWard, who was tall and thin, looked a little tired, and one arm was still bandaged, looking like he was seriously injured and had not recovered. He was the deputy captain of the security department of Leshes before. In the Battle of the Skull and Bone Society, Captain Oak died, so he naturally took over. DeWard walked in front of Hawkins and stopped, as if he had regarded Hawkins as the leader of the college students. Hawkins, how are you preparing? Captain DeWard. Everyone is here and can set off at any time. DeWard hesitated. Well, the security department is short of manpower now. We lost too many brothers in the previous battle with the Skull and Bone Society. Now, many of them are still injured and have not recovered. So, for this mission, I want to wait for 2 more days, until the morning of the day after tomorrow, when the brothers' injuries are better, and then we can take action. We are all veterans. This time we go to the Fire Blade Church. I don't know which of them will not come back. Let them recover some of their injuries, and have more capital to survive. DeWard said very sincerely, even with some meaning of request. Hawkins frowned slightly, and didn't know whether he should agree for a while. Not only him, but others also frowned. The delay of the mission time will delay their practice. Captain DeWard, it stands to reason that tonight's night attack is a plan made before. But since you have made such a suggestion, we will also consider it carefully. The team is not my one-man show. Whether to agree or not, I still need to discuss with other students. DeWard nodded. Please, Hawkins. Hawkins also nodded at him, and turned to walk towards the other students. You also heard that Captain DeWard meant that the members of the security department are all injured and want to postpone the mission for 2 days. What do you think about this? The students looked at each other, and no one spoke at this time, because no one wanted to be the first to speak. Emotionally, DeWard and these veterans fought to this extent in order to come to shots. If they don't agree, it will seem too indifferent. Logically, as a student of the Royal Academy, it is reasonable to take care of the lives of the city security forces. Everyone understands the truth, but the first person to say it is usually the one to take the blame. But at this time, Hawkins stood up. He knew that although it was easy to take the blame at this time, it was also the time to win people's hearts. I think, since Captain DeWard has spoken, we should agree. Besides, too many wounded will affect the combat effectiveness. What do you think? The eyes of the other people also brightened. To be honest, everyone thought that DeWard's request should be agreed, but no one was willing to speak first. Since Hawkins was willing to take the blame, they naturally agreed to take the blame. With the first person to take the responsibility, everyone was naturally very happy to accept this matter. Well, what Hawkins said makes sense. I second it. Second. Agree. Hawkins' proposal was in line with people's hearts and was passed naturally. Since everyone agrees, I will talk to Captain DeWard and let them have a good rest these 2 days. Hawkins walked towards DeWard not far away, ready to explain that the student team had agreed to the extension of the mission. DeWard asked with some expectation. How is it, Captain DeWard? We agree to your proposal. Please let your team members have a good rest. Thank you very much. I thank you on behalf of those team members. DeWard nodded and thanked him. Don't be like this. We are all for the Empire. After the two exchanged greetings, DeWard left with gratitude. Other students have begun to leave the training ground in small groups. Some go to their dormitories, and some go out for a stroll. Chapter 57 Klein's Test. Klein and Lilith also left, walking in the corridor of the security department of Lesches. Lilith asked, "Why do you think he said that just now? Even if he didn't say it, someone else would say it. Or that DeWard would find a more obvious reason. They wanted a step, and Hawkins took the initiative to give them a step, so that others would obey Hawkins' simple orders, which was his purpose. Simple orders don't seem to be useful?" Klein shook his head. In fact, most of the time, simple orders are enough, because humans have thinking inertia. Lilith pouted. What does thinking inertia mean? She didn't know, and she was embarrassed to ask. Don't think about it. I'm really tired. Now I just want to have a good sleep. Where are we going to sleep now? Lesches should have arranged a place for us to stay. But before going to bed, I have to confirm some things. Klein walked quickly and had passed the other students. What do you want to confirm? In theory, night is the best time to attack, and the earlier the better. It's a bit strange that Captain DeWard postponed the time. Besides, if a group of people are seriously injured, how much better can they be after 2 more days of rest? Do you think there's something wrong with him? Klein smiled and shook his head. I'm not that amazing. I just came here, and I don't know anything about this place. Let's go and see. DeWard walked in the corridor of the security department. The new moonlight made his shadow very long. DeWard lowered his head, as if thinking about something. At this time, another shadow appeared beside the elongated shadow, which suddenly woke up DeWard, who was thinking about something. Klein's voice appeared in his ear. Excuse me, Captain DeWard. It was a false alarm. It turned out to be a mission student of the Royal Academy. DeWard breathed a sigh of relief. Well, what do you want to ask me for? There are some things I want to ask you for help. We are new here and are not familiar with Lesches. DeWard said enthusiastically after hearing this. What's the matter? Just tell me. I will definitely help if I can. After all, you are also on the mission of Lesches. Klein looked at DeWard with burning eyes, and then smiled. Thank you so much. I just want to ask if you have any OnStar grass and standard military swords. My partner and I were attacked by monsters on the road. Our weapons were broken and we were poisoned. We need some OnStar grass. Of course, we can pay for it. DeWard nodded. Most of the OnStar grass is used to make potions, but it does have the effect of detoxification. There should be a lot of it in the team's warehouse. It is not a very expensive herb. Not to mention swords, since a large number of fire mages have specialized in forging and refining. Ordinary iron weapons have never been lacking, and the price has been falling. Don't spend money. 2 swords and some on star grass are just worthless. I'll give them to you, Deward said generously. Thank you so much. I will definitely get better in chasse. I hope so, Deward said with a sigh. Klein bowed slightly to express his gratitude and followed Deward to the warehouse of the security department. Along the way, Klein and Deward talked a lot, mostly about the Skull and Bone Society, the Fire Blade Cult, and the security forces. Entering the warehouse, the topic of the two ended here. 2 standard sabers, a star grass. Take it. Thank you, Captain Deward. Looking at Klein and Lilith leaving, Deward narrowed his eyes. In the corridor, Lilith looked at Klein a little strangely. You've been tossing around for so long. Aren't you just for these things? Klein rolled his eyes. He used to think Lilith was very smart. Why is she getting more and more stupid recently? Is she growing up again? I'm asking you a question. Can you see it? Is there anything wrong with this guy? No, Klein said honestly. TSK. I thought you had some major discovery again. You took someone's things and didn't pay. Lilith hugged her chest and said with contempt. Klein ignored her and just looked at Deward, who was leaving. Thinking. He followed Deward, and the other party did not overreact when he was discovered. Not only that, there was nothing wrong with his expression, words and deeds. He was helping them sincerely. He was worried about the team members, and his expression was not fake. But Klein always felt something was wrong. Why did Deward put the mission time 2 days later? This always made Klein feel a little confused. Go back and rest first. Tomorrow, let's go to Rice's for a walk. Lilith shrugged and followed Ryan. When they arrived at the rest area, the guard told Klein that due to the large number of staff reductions in the security department, there were many empty dormitories for them to choose from. When they arrived at the dormitory door, Lilith stopped Klein. Sleep separately or in the same room? Klein looked at Lilith, who did not tease him, but was very serious. So he asked, any advice? When going on a mission, sleeping together with companions can ensure safety. Klein frowned. That's true. But you are a woman. And this is the security department of chasse. It's not dangerous. Right? Klein originally wanted to synthesize the evil spirit gloves, and also to perform the first-level skeleton enhancement. If they slept together, the synthesis would not make much noise. But the skeleton enhancement would definitely be exposed. He was not sure that this magic would not make any noise. This is not an academy. And even if it is an academy, it does not mean absolute safety. You have been attacked in the academy. Think about it carefully. When you are meditating or studying magic, you can't be distracted to be on guard. At this time, someone suddenly breaks in or attacks. What will you do? So, companions are the best defense. Lilith's words reminded Klein that this is not an academy, and the sound of strengthening the skeleton may be a bit loud. If you want to strengthen here, a companion as a guardian is indeed a very necessary thing. And Lilith is also more reassuring. Well, you reminded me. Okay, then we will sleep in the same room tonight. After saying that, Klein opened a door and walked in. Seeing Klein agreed, Lilith smiled and followed him in, thinking to herself, this idiot actually believed it. I will tease him slowly at night. In the corridor of the dormitory, there were other college students, and naturally saw Klein and Lilith entering the same room. Among them was Becky, who had been paying attention to Lilith. Lilith, this guy. Doesn't she have any sense of shame? She just entered the same room with a man like this, even if they are a couple. They should not be married yet. Having sex before marriage is completely against the code of chivalry. And what is so special about this arcane mage named Klein? Even if he is a warlock, he shouldn't be like this. Right? Why would a guy like Lilith always stick to him, even if she is looking for a man? She should find a sunny, handsome and powerful one. Holy light. Please forgive me for having such dirty thoughts. I am guilty, Becky kept muttering. But the figures of Klein and Lilith were always lingering in her mind. Chapter 58 Evil Spirit Gloves. After entering the dormitory, Klein took out all the things that could be used to synthesize the evil spirit gloves. Lilith naturally knew that Klein was collecting things, but she didn't know what he was going to do. Have you collected all the things you want? Give me some of your blood. Lilith frowned. Her blood was very corrosive and exclusive. which was something she had never told Klein. My blood is very corrosive and destructive. And it is completely insoluble. Really? Is it okay? Klein was slightly stunned. Very corrosive? How strong? Klein was embarrassed to ask. Because he felt that asking this question was a bit weird, and he would be beaten. So, he could only say, no problem. Klein came to the bathroom and closed the door. He still needed to avoid things like synthesis. He carefully took a bottle of blood in his hand. This was Lilith's blood. Lilith's blood was indeed very corrosive. Bubbles would come out from time to time. Holding it in his hand, there was a burning feeling. If it is left in the bottle, it will melt soon. So he is in a hurry. Klein put Lilith's blood into the synthesis tank number 4. As expected, after entering the synthesizer, Lilith's somewhat irritable blood also calmed down. He put in the corpse of the blood fairy, the monster skin, the star grass, Lilith's blood, and his own hair in turn, evil spirit gloves, blood fairy plus monster skin plus star grass plus woman's blood plus man's hair. Formula synthesis in progress. Please wait. You have obtained the evil spirit gloves, magic weapon, sure enough. It is a magic weapon. Although Klein had been mentally prepared. Obtaining another magic weapon again probably means an improvement in strength. Things like strength improvement are worth celebrating after all. Klein looked at the properties of the evil spirit gloves. Evil spirit gloves, grade, magic weapon. Effect 1. Consume magic power or fighting spirit to generate a bloody thorn. After stabbing the opponent, it will restore your life and store up to 3 blood thorns. Effect 2. Static stance. Consume a lot of magic power to form a static stance that defends against physical attacks. Effect 3. Chaos blood. All your attributes plus 1. Evil set, demon pendant. Evil spirit gloves. 2-piece set effect. All your evil magic and fighting spirit. Consumption is reduced by 20%. Evil energy. Shadow. Bones, introduction. Gloves cursed by chaotic blood and evil spirits. It is very powerful, but also very evil. The special effects of assassination plus blood sucking. The static defense force field of the evil spirit. And the attribute amplification of all attributes plus 1. None of them are useless. Not only that, it also triggered the set effect with the demon pendant. At present, except for the water-making spell and the food-making spell, all other magic you master can reduce the consumption by 20%, greatly improving the endurance. Klein didn't know if there was a third piece in this so-called evil set, but after getting the evil spirit gloves, this matter was worth looking forward to. Klein put on the evil spirit gloves silently, and after returning to the room, he looked at Lilith a little embarrassedly. What did you do in the bathroom? Why are you looking at me like that? Lilith asked curiously. Klein didn't know how to answer for a moment. Lilith, show me your weapon. What? Although Lilith had doubts, she still did as she was told, and handed the iron knife on her waist to Klein. Not this, but that. The scythe. Lilith frowned slightly. The scythe was very important to her, but out of trust in Klein, she still made a fist in the air and made the scythe appear in her hand. That was the sentence. She wanted Klein to be his true partner. Accomplice. So Lilith didn't want to reject Klein and didn't want to disappoint him. Klein wanted to pick up the scythe, but his body sank and thought to himself, it's so heavy. But the attributes of the scythe also appeared in the synthesizer's information. Harvester, grade, magic weapon. Attack, 0 to 115. Effect 1, in the form of a spirit. The Reaper can appear in your hand or disappear at will. Effect 2, shadow armor. Release the magic of the Reaper, and wear a set of shadow armor for you. Such a powerful weapon. No wonder Lilith, as a knight, has never worn armor. It turns out that as long as she holds the Reaper, she can wear a set of shadow armor attached to the Reaper. Normal enhancement Reaper, magic weapon dead crystal asterisk 3. Dead essence asterisk 1. Magic weapon fragment asterisk 2. Advanced enhancement Reaper, magic weapon dead crystal asterisk 10. Dead essence asterisk 3. Third level undying heart. Elemental heart. Hell heart. Choose one. Looking at this material, Klein's heart suddenly sank. The basic materials are not difficult to get. You can get them as long as you spend money. But what are the immortal heart, elemental heart, and hell heart? He had never heard of this kind of material, because the 4th level undead material is the core of the undead, which has nothing to do with the immortal heart. Seeing Klein kept his head down and didn't speak, Lilith couldn't help asking, "Why do you want my weapon?" If it was something else, Lilith could have ignored it. But this weapon meant a lot to her. So she couldn't help asking, "Lilith, have you ever heard of things like the immortal heart, elemental heart, and hell heart?" Klein's own knowledge reserve was not enough. So asking people was of course the fastest way. "Why are you asking this? Tell me about it," Klein asked. Lilith didn't know what Klein was doing mysteriously, but she still told him everything she knew in detail. The immortal heart is a special relic of the dead creatures. It is said that this material cannot appear in the dead spirits of the underworld. It must be a dead spirit transformed from the corpse of a living person with an obsession in his heart. The soul fire of this kind of dead spirit retains the obsession in his life. When it is destroyed again, the obsession in the heart cannot be dissipated, and the soul fire is always unwilling to extinguish. And finally, the immortal heart can be formed. As for the heart of elements and the heart of hell, I have never heard of them, so I can't give you an answer. Klein sighed secretly, and his plan to pretend to be cool in front of others was shattered. Chapter 59. A man and a woman alone in a room. Klein returned the Reaper to Lilith and said in a sour tone, "The weapon is good. Keep it well, and don't lose it." As he said this, he secretly thanked himself for not bragging just now. Otherwise it would be embarrassing to slap him in the face. Lilith looked at Klein with suspicion. "Lost this?" The Reaper's side disappeared in Lilith's hand. Reappeared, disappeared, and reappeared again. She looked at Klein. "Tell me, how did you lose it?" Klein covered his face. "Lilith, people who get to the bottom of things are especially annoying. I hope you won't become such a person in the future." Lilith pouted. "This guy sometimes seems quite capable, but sometimes he is like a retard. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you." Lilith put away the Reaper. Seeing Klein so serious, she thought there was really something important to tell her. "You say, during this period of time, you can collect more undead particles. 300 or 500 is not too much. 70 or 80 is not too little. Of course, this is all for your own good." Lilith looked at Klein with a frown, and the veins on her forehead were throbbing. "This is all for my own good, Klein. You are such a good person." She foolishly thought that Klein was a reliable partner. Such a guy should be killed on the train. Lilith clasped her hands together and pressed them, and her bones made a crackling sound. She said to Klein with a smile, "Okay, Klein classmate, do you need anything else?" Klein looked at the veins on Lilith's forehead. Why did he feel that she was angry? Why was she angry? "I did all this for your own good, but speaking of help." He really had something to ask Lilith for help. It was very important because it was about strengthening the skeleton. He had to ask Lilith to protect him. But looking at Lilith's expression, she didn't seem to want to help. Klein could only say timidly, "Well, there is one more thing." Klein's screams came from the room, attracting the attention of others. "How long have you been in there?" "It's already started, my holy light." Becky shook her head and continued to recite her knight's code to the moonlight. "Protector?" Lilith asked with some confusion. This was another new word she had never heard of. She didn't know how Klein made it up. Klein said, rubbing the back of his head, which was hit by Lilith. "The meaning of guardian is to protect me when I break through. I will use a more dangerous magic to break through my body, and I need your protection." Hearing this, Lilith's expression became serious. Klein said this to her, which means that they can trust each other, which is something to be happy about. "No problem. Then, let's get started." Klein drew the magic pattern, used psychic summoning, and opened the door to the underworld. A first-level skeleton walked out of the door to the underworld. Although Lilith was curious about why Klein had to summon a skeleton to break through, she did not disturb Klein. Klein took off his shirt and put his hands together. The skull in front of him shattered into pieces of tiny bone fragments. All the bone fragments floated in the surrounding air and began to move regularly. The next scene shocked Lilith. Unlike the last time, when all the bone fragments penetrated into Klein's spine, this time, after the bone fragments were broken, they not only entered the spine, but also entered Klein's back of the head and limbs. The bone fragments broke all of Klein's original bones, and then merged them again. The obvious sound of bone breaking continued to be heard on Klein's body. The pain of this process could not be expressed in words. Klein's face was twisted because of the pain. And at the same time, there was a heart-wrenching roar. Ah! Lilith, who was on the side, looked at Klein calmly, and was slightly surprised. Klein had told him before that this process would be painful and asked her not to interrupt. But Lilith didn't expect it to be so painful. You know, Klein was pierced by blood thorns several times in the battle with the blood goblin. But he was still smiling, looking at the screaming Klein. Lilith felt inexplicably irritated. Becky in the corridor frowned and returned to the room. It was too noisy. Klein and Lilith were too noisy. What did Lilith do to Klein to make the guy scream so miserably? Did he make an outrageous pose? Even a pig-killing beast wouldn't do this. Right, Becky, who returned to the room, still couldn't calm down, because Klein's voice was really too loud. Becky stood up and said fiercely, "You two are shameless guys. You don't know how to restrain yourself." As he said that, he pushed open the door and walked towards Klein and Lilith's room. Just as he reached the door of Klein's room, he didn't knock on the door, but the door opened by itself. Lilith was much taller than Becky, and she stared at Becky condescendingly. "Get lost. You?" Becky was furious and wanted to refute, but looking at Lilith's cold eyes, she hesitated and retreated. This feeling, "I will be killed." The Lilith in front of him was different from the previous few times of sparring. In the previous few times, even if Lilith defeated her, there was only teasing and playfulness in her eyes. But now Lilith's eyes were full of murderous intent. If he continued to entangle, he might really be killed. Humph. Then please pay attention to your nightlife. After leaving this sentence, Becky turned and left. At this time, her palms were sweaty. The oppression that Lilith had just given her was too strong. Becky paced back to the room somewhat frustrated. Becky, you are a knight. But you are afraid. It's so embarrassing. The gap between us has not been narrowed at all. Becky buried her face in the pillow. After entering the Royal Academy, she was called a genius in the knight department. She had been going smoothly for the first 10 days until she met Lilith. Arrogant, rude, and unruly. Becky didn't understand why such a person could become a knight. So, Becky, who had been promoted to a formal professional, challenged Lilith to a knight. And since then, Lilith has become her nightmare. The first challenge failed, but Becky felt that the gap between her and Lilith was really not big at that time. It seemed that after practicing hard for a period of time, she could catch up with the other party. So, Becky devoted herself to practice. And after practicing hard for a period of time, she found Lilith again and got the second failure as she wished. It was still the familiar feeling. Just a little bit away. Really just a little bit away. After that, it was the third, fourth, and fifth time. And each time he was beaten by Lilith. It was not until the last practice session, when Lilith attacked him seriously because of his rudeness to Klein, that Becky realized the real gap between them. Chapter 60. Brother, you are not in good health. The gap between her and Lilith made Becky a little desperate. But she still did not give up, but practiced harder. Not only practiced, but also looked for the Academy's outing mission to improve her strength. But she didn't expect to meet Lilith again in the mission. As if it was destined. Lilith was her calamity. It was not until the eye contact just now that she understood the horror of the other party. That kind of eyes is the eyes that have truly experienced the baptism of battle. Lilith must have experienced a lot of killing. I don't accept it. Is there any way to make me surpass Lilith? Sitting on the bed, Becky bit her lips, and her mentality changed slightly. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't think of the result. So Becky had to lie on the bed again. But the mind still couldn't help thinking about Lilith. And Lilith's companion, Klein. Klein lay on the ground like a dead dog. And the previous painful groan was gone. If he wasn't still breathing heavily, Lilith would really worry that he was about to die. Lilith looked at Klein on the ground. Speechless. She didn't know what she could do to help Klein. So she could only stand there and wait for Klein to recover. After Klein began to break through, Lilith knew that this was a very dangerous thing. Only now did she understand the importance of guardianship. If there was no one guarding just now, and Klein was disturbed, it would be really dangerous. She also didn't know what side effects Klein's skeleton spell would have if it was interrupted. After a long wait, Klein gradually calmed down. He first knelt on the ground, twisted his body, head, and limbs, and then stood up silently. Lilith didn't speak because Klein didn't speak, and she didn't know whether Klein's magic was over. It's okay. Klein's voice was a little hoarse. It's over. It's over. Lilith helped Klein sit on the bed, making Klein grin again. Inadvertently, Klein's twitching fingers touched the place he shouldn't touch. Klein was about to explain, but Lilith didn't seem to notice at all, and just praised him. Not bad. How does it feel? Klein stretched out his palm and shook it again. It feels great. Skeleton enhancement, level 1. Your strength plus 3 increases to 5.9. Your constitution plus 3 increases to 5.8. Your agility plus 2 increases to 3.9 after reaching the first level of skeleton enhancement. Klein's enhanced attributes have been explosively improved again. Although he is still as thin as before, Klein's strength and constitution are no longer the same as before. And he has reached the level of a true first-level warrior. Of course, a first-level warrior not only has strength and constitution of more than 5, but also has martial arts, fighting spirit enhancement. Just close combat can still crush Klein. Thanks, Lilith. Seeing that Klein was indeed safe, Lilith had the mind to recall the spell used by Klein. The process of this magic is not like necromancy. Lilith has seen many necromancers and can be said to be knowledgeable, but she has never seen anything like Klein. His spell was evil and self-mutilating, and it was more like some kind of sorcery. Klein, you don't believe in some evil god, do you? What are you thinking? This is orthodox necromancy, but it's an ancient spell and very rare. Klein lied again, but he didn't expect that this time he was right. Not only did he know how to strengthen and extend bones, his brother Joe also knew this kind of magic. This was the undead will magic before the catastrophe, when the world rules had not changed. And it was a real ancient spell. I'm so tired. Go to bed quickly. Klein was really tired. Usually, he would need to think about problems for a long time before falling asleep when lying in bed. But today he fell asleep in just a few seconds. Lilith looked at Klein's face, and her hand had already reached out. But Klein's tired look made Lilith lose the mood to tease him. She covered Klein with a quilt, returned to bed, and began to practice her fighting spirit. The next day, the two of them came out of the room one after the other, and the others who walked up cast strange looks at them from time to time. Oh, my back hurts. Klein rubbed his back. Well, this is the sequelae of the skeleton strengthening. His body has not yet adapted to this attribute strength. But when Klein said this, the men around him gave him a look of dude, you are not in good health. Klein felt strange and asked Lilith, why do they look at us in a strange way? A man? A woman? A room? You were so loud last night. What do you think they will think? Lilith shrugged, looking indifferent. Klein's face was a little stiff. It was unfair. I didn't even hold your hand. But thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have accidentally touched me last night. Oh, my body was in so much pain at that time that I didn't feel it carefully. What a pity. Klein thought with some regret. Forget it. Let's go to dinner. After dinner, there are still many things to do. After the skeleton was strengthened, Klein's injuries were basically fully recovered, and his strength was much stronger than before. Now he can consider practicing some close combat martial arts or self-defense skills. His magic power is not enough to use magic without limit. Close combat can save a lot of magic power. Martial arts, swordsmanship or knife skills can improve the efficiency of close combat. However, he did not intend to study martial arts too deeply, as long as he could be stronger than he was now, who could only slash randomly. The two had a street barbecue for breakfast. There was no other way. Lilith couldn't eat arcane food, and many breakfast shops were run by arcane masters. The barbecue was a bit greasy for breakfast, but Klein, who was in urgent need of nutrition, could eat it. What are you going to do today? Asked the civilians who came to Shas. There's nothing to do anyway. Beating children on a rainy day is just idle. Why beat children on a rainy day? Because it's very free on rainy days. After leaving the barbecue shop, Klein and Lilith went to another breakfast shop. It's just that this shop was opened at the entrance of the security department. It was an ordinary breakfast shop. Lilith wanted to ask something, but Klein made a hushed gesture to her. There were quite a lot of customers, some of whom were veterans of the security department. Klein observed for a while, and sat next to a veteran on the grounds that there were no seats. The veteran was about to say something, but Klein didn't give him a chance to speak. Boss, this table is on my table. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Soldier. I'm a student of the Imperial College. My name is Klein. I just want to ask, how are you recovering from your injuries? Looking at his trembling fingers, and the smell of alcohol on the old soldier at close range, Klein said to the boss again, oh, by the way, boss, another bottle of wine. A good one. People from the Imperial College are very wealthy. Thank you. The old soldier took the wine handed over by the boss, poured a glass for Klein first, and then filled his own glass. Chapter 61 Investigation and Departure. Klein did not mention the mission, and the veteran seemed to understand what he meant and shook his head. It's just 2 more days. What else can we do? We don't have enough manpower. And Leshes has become like this. Most of the young people have left, and we can only rely on the old bones who can't walk. Was your previous battle with the Skull and Bone Society fierce? Not only fierce, but even cruel. The veteran's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness and reminiscence. The Skull and Bone Society has been ravaging Leshes for many years. The veteran told Klein about the origins of Leshes and the Skull and Bone Society. The Skull and Bone Society has been entrenched in Leshes for more than 20 years. When this veteran just joined the army, the Skull and Bone Society already existed. For so many years, the Skull and Bone Society has been sucking the blood of Leshes City. They monopolized the economy, robbed women and children, and cultivated power, almost covering the sky with one hand here. Fortunately, the Skull and Bone Society in Leshes has been eradicated. Klein echoed. The old soldier nodded. Yes, all this is thanks to Captain DeWard. It is his constant struggle with the Skull and Bone Society that gives us hope. Klein drank the wine in the glass and suddenly said casually, "Do you know much about the Fire Blade cult?" "I don't know much about it. They came not long ago. I heard that they are a cult." Captain DeWard also said that if such evil forces are not eradicated in time, they will only become the second Skull and Bone Society. Thanks, old soldier. And good luck to you. Klein laughed. You didn't even ask my name. You're such an incompetent drinking buddy. The old soldier stopped looking at Klein and continued drinking. Klein's intention to get information was obvious. How could a man like him who had experienced decades of ups and downs not have any idea in his mind? After leaving the breakfast shop, Klein visited some civilian areas, vendors, and soldier family areas in the city of Lyses and asked many people. The Fire Blade cult. I heard Captain DeWard say that if it is not eradicated, the Fire Blade cult will become a cancer like the Skull and Bone Society. So, they contacted your Royal Academy and asked for professional support. When fighting the Skull and Bone Society, many righteous men came to help. Most of them were mercenaries, whose hometowns were in Leshes. Captain DeWard is a good man. He has a fiancée. But later, something seemed to have happened, and it seemed that the Skull and Bone Society did it. The Fire Blade cult is not the same as the Skull and Bone Society. The Skull and Bone Society is more like a blood-sucking maggot, and the people of the Fire Blade cult are a group of lunatics. It was not until the afternoon that this kind of questioning ended, and Lilith returned to the dormitory. After spending so much time, it seems that no useful information has been obtained. Lilith asked Klein with some curiosity. Of course, she knew that Klein was understanding the basic situation of Leshes. But this is only a task of a few days. If it were her, she would definitely not spend so much energy on these investigations. It's not like there's no useful information at all. Klein took out all his undead particles. Since he was going to help Lilith strengthen her weapons, he should prepare the basic materials. Tell me what you have discovered. Most of it makes sense. But there is one thing. The Skull and Bone Society, which has been entrenched in Shas for more than 20 years, should be very powerful. But they were destroyed in a somewhat unclear way, which is the biggest problem. I had previously guessed that DeWard was a member of the Skull and Bone Society. But then I thought about it, and it shouldn't be. Didn't it say that many mercenaries, heroes, and returning professionals helped the Skull and Bone Society in its battles? Is there a problem? Klein shook his head. I always feel that something is wrong. Because not long after the Skull and Bone Society was destroyed, the Fire Blade cult appeared. It's too coincidental. The next morning, the sky was already white, but the sun had not yet risen, and all the college students gathered at the entrance of the security department. Although many college students had made a lot of preparations, it was their first mission after all, and they were still a little nervous and excited. Not long after, DeWard brought 30 veterans and rode to the security department. For this operation, I applied for horses from the logistics department of Leshes, so that we can move faster. Why should we move faster? Are you waiting to be reborn? Klein looked at the horses and felt some resistance. DeWard heard Klein's muttering and looked at Klein calmly. Lilith beside him had already picked a horse and climbed on it. Klein looked at the others, who had already mounted their horses, and were ready to leave, and suddenly felt embarrassed, and said with his head down, "I can't ride a horse." Many people looked at Klein strangely. Isn't horsemanship a basic thing in the mercenary class? Doesn't the academy have free horsemanship courses at the beginning of the school? What have you been doing these past few months? Klein was somewhat helpless. He had been practicing for the past few months, and had only taken basic theory classes. He really had never taken the mercenary course, and he really couldn't ride a horse. So he had to admit it. "I'm sorry, but I really can't ride a horse." A group of college students began to laugh. Klein's performance was even worse than some rookies in the team. In Lilith's imagination, Klein was already her man. How could you laugh at the person she protected? He glared at the people around him. And the cold atmosphere spread, asking the people around him to shut up. Then he glared at Klein again, stretched out his hand helplessly, and said, "Stupid to death. Get up." Klein took Lilith's hand and sat behind her. This intimate distance made Klein a little bit restrained. It's not that he was distracted. I wrote it correctly. You can experience it yourself. And on the horse? He didn't know where to put his hands. Hold my waist. Oh! Klein held Lilith's waist, and the green hair scratched his face, making his whole mind a little rippled. The others looked at Klein holding Lilith, and showed an expression of all men understand. "Okay, let's go." DeWard saw that everything was almost ready, patted the horse's back, and the horse under him seemed to understand what he meant and began to move forward. 30 soldiers and 10 college students followed DeWard. "Captain DeWard, tell them more about the specific information of the Fireblade cult." Hawkins reminded that he and DeWard had already discussed the information of the Fireblade cult, but some people didn't know it yet. The base of the Fireblade cult is in a man-made cave in the east of the city. This information was sent back by our undercover informant in the security department. According to his information, the Fireblade cult has recently held a strange sacrifice. At least 15 first-level professionals participated in it. As for whether there are second-level professionals, I am not sure. A while ago, they captured many ordinary civilians and burned them in the altar for sacrifice. Such a cult must be eradicated. Otherwise, the threat in the future will be greater than that of the skeleton society. Klein, who was sitting behind Lilith, suddenly whispered something that only he and Lilith could hear. 15 wild people, even if they are formal professionals, are just a bunch of weak chickens. Didn't he say that he didn't have enough manpower? There are even undercover informants, making it like infernal affairs. What is infernal affairs? It means that you are in me, and I am in you. Lilith savored this sentence, and suddenly blushed. Chapter 62, Unusual Movement. After DeWard finished talking about the situation in Shas during this period, from the Skull and Bones Society to the Fireblade cult, he adjusted his mood and looked at Hawkins. Before coming to Shas, the security department had just fought to clean up the Skull and Bones Society. There was really no way to gather enough combat power. So the mayor asked for your support. Hawkins took over naturally. Don't worry, Captain DeWard. Cleaning up the Fireblade cult is what the Royal Academy students should do, compared to fighting on the front line. Such a mission is already very friendly. When the front line was mentioned, everyone was silent. Whether it was the Warcraft War or the border war with Grandok, the battlefield is the real harvester of professionals. Although the mortality rate of inland missions is high, it is still acceptable. But the battlefield is different. The mortality rate of Royal Academy students exceeds 40% or even 50%, which is basically caused by the battlefield deaths. DeWard did not answer, but raised the sword in his hand and continued to move forward. The other college students followed with thoughtful looks. Klein, who was sitting behind Lilith, was very embarrassed. He had never been so close to a girl in his previous life. Although he wanted to control his emotions, his little brother still betrayed him. With his chest against Lilith's back, Klein's breathing became heavier than before, and his mood was particularly irritable. Lilith naturally felt Klein's abnormality, but compared to Klein's embarrassing situation, Lilith looked calm. She tilted her head slightly and said calmly, "Calm down, Klein. If you're like this, you won't be able to make a calm judgment when a battle breaks out." Lilith's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Calming Klein down, the next action was to attack the Fireblade cult stronghold. This was not a game, and Klein was a little embarrassed about his performance. Sorry, Lilith. Lilith didn't say anything. Her face still had a calm expression, But she was laughing in her heart. Humph. Chick. Riding their horses at full speed, the group soon arrived at the outskirts of the east of the city. After going deep for a while, everyone dismounted to replenish supplies. Klein stood aside somewhat awkwardly, and Lilith's face was also somewhat flushed. It seems that the close-range friction on the horse was not completely insensitive. She quietly pulled her pants, but the specific reason was unclear. As the only logistics staff of this team, Klein had to make clean water and food for 40 people and 40 horses. Many of them were warriors. The food demand of warriors and horses was very large. It took Klein a lot of effort to knead bread and water by himself. When he finished kneading water and bread, before he had a rest, DeWard had already stood up. Let's go! The horses are too noisy in the distance ahead. We have to walk. DeWard walked in front, and the others followed behind him. Klein looked at the remaining bread in his hand. Damn it, Arcanists are really not human beings. The journey was very peaceful, until they reached the vicinity of the Fire Blade Cult Cave. Klein remembered something was wrong. He had paid too much attention to Lilith just now, and thus ignored many things. One very important and obvious problem is that DeWard is too familiar with the route to hear. Klein suddenly grabbed Lilith and whispered, "He is too familiar with this place." Lilith tilted her head. "You mean? He knows this place? He said he has an informant. So it should be normal to know this place?" Klein frowned, and Lilith's statement seemed to be correct. "No. If there is something wrong with this DeWard, he should have some goal. So we must be here." "Alas, Lilith, if I ask you to deal with a second-level Fireblade cult, are you sure?" Lilith guessed Klein's concerns. "You can rest assured about the combat power. Even if the combat power of the Fireblade cult is 5 times more, I am sure to bring you back safely." Looking at the confident Lilith, Klein felt that the other party's eyes were shining. His thought at this time was, when can I brag so naturally, with combat power guaranteed? Safety can be stable, and the events triggered by the synthesizer can be completed smoothly. Let's follow them. But before that, I'd better find a chance to remind Hawkins and the others. The two people's whispering was naturally seen by other people, and the one who paid the most attention to them was Becky. "The mission is about to start, and you are still kissing each other. You are really shameless," Becky complained and walked behind the two. At this time, there was only one Fire Blade cult guard at the entrance of the cave. He knelt on the ground devoutly and worshipped the cave. Only one guard. Hawkins frowned. This is their sacrificial action. They may be sacrificing. We have to go in quickly. Otherwise, many of the civilians they captured will die, DeWard said anxiously. Hawkins nodded and turned to Hunter Jeremy. "Jeremy, can you kill this guard with one shot?" "No problem." Jeremy bent his bow and put an arrow on it. Swish. The sharp arrow pierced through the heart and shot the Fire Blade cult at the door on the spot. Klein looked at the hunter. His arms were ridiculously strong. His chest muscles and back were very bulging, and his legs were relatively thin, which seemed a bit asymmetrical with his body. What a stunning shot. Follow me to rush in and rescue the captured civilians. Just as Jeremy killed the guard, DeWard held the sword in one hand, pointed at the entrance of the Fire Blade cult, and rushed up first. Hawkins on the side wanted to stop him, but it was too late. 30 veterans had already rushed down with DeWard. "Boss, what should we do now?" Not only Brewer, but everyone else also looked at Hawkins. Hawkins hesitated. He felt that something was wrong with DeWard's performance. "Let's go first. They are too excited now. I'm afraid we can't persuade them. This will only make things worse. We can't let them die in vain." The college students nodded and began to follow in an orderly manner. Klein and Lilith followed at the end, and Becky was in front of them. At this time, Lilith spoke. "Shall I go and inform Hawkins and the others now?" Klein looked at Becky behind him. "There is a better candidate." "Better candidate?" Lilith frowned. Following Klein's gaze, Lilith found that Becky was staring at them. "Better candidate? Me? What are they talking about?" Becky was a little strange. Lilith was in charge of the negotiation with Becky. After all, they were both knights. Although their relationship was not very good, Captain DeWard is too familiar with this place. He might be a member of the Fire Blade cult? Impossible? We are not sure either. We just want you to remind Hawkins to stay calm and not fall into the trap. After hearing Lilith's words, Becky was a little unbelievable. But after thinking about it carefully, Lilith seemed to have no reason to lie to her. She thought for a while, and hurriedly got up and accelerated, quickly passing the crowd and coming to Hawkins' side. Just as she was about to say something, Becky found that Hawkins was next to the ward, and in the depths of the cave, some wailing sounds could be faintly heard. "We have to go in and rescue them as soon as possible. Can't you hear their cries?" DeWard said anxiously. Hawkins could only try his best to explain to the impatient DeWard. "Captain DeWard, I know you are anxious, but we should make some battle plans. We know nothing about the situation inside." Chapter 63. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. When he heard Hawkins talking about the battle plan, DeWard seemed to be excited. Plan? Your home is not Lesha's. The life and death of people here has nothing to do with you. Of course you can say that. After that, DeWard led the team to the depths of the cave, looking at DeWard, who left angrily. Hawkins was also a little helpless. In this situation involving hometown and personal feelings, no one could judge right or wrong. He saw Becky, who suddenly came, thinking that she had something to do, and turned his head to say, "Miss Becky, what's the matter?" Becky looked at Hawkins, and then looked at DeWard, who had not walked far, and wanted to stop talking. Hawkins still had some observation skills, although the rhythm of the mission was interrupted. He clearly felt that Becky wanted to say something. "Miss Becky, time is running out. If you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible." "Hawkins, don't you think there is something wrong with Captain DeWard?" Hawkins paused at first. He looked at Becky with doubts in his eyes, but he didn't question it. He also felt that DeWard was a little abnormal, but he couldn't tell what was wrong now. "What did you find?" Becky was a little speechless and didn't know what to say specifically. But at this time, Lilith came over. "He is too familiar with this place. We have too many mages in our lineup. If Klein is counted, there are a total of 5 mages and 1 hunter. Such a lineup is not suitable for fighting indoors. If there is really something wrong with this DeWard, then he will definitely take us to a narrow room and ambush us." Lilith spoke in great detail. Hawkins thought for a while and nodded heavily. These words were summed up by Lilith based on Klein's discovery and her own combat experience. She was more convincing than Klein. The arcane mage. The Cave of the Fire Blade was built by a group of earth mages, and the internal structure was very close to that of ordinary buildings. In a hall deep in the cave, dozens of Fire Blade believers knelt on the ground and kept worshipping the altar in the center of the hall. "The one who can save the world is our Lord, and destruction is rebirth." At this time, a Fire Blade believer came to the center of the hall and said something in the ear of the chief priest. The chief priest's eyes lit up, and he spoke loudly to the believers. "The will of our Lord is the will of fire. If anyone dares to offend the will of our Lord, then what should we do? Let the flame purify everything." Hawkins remained vigilant and followed DeWard forward all the way, after killing several Fire Blade guards. Finally, they followed the wailing sound and came to the place where the hostages were held. Klein, Lilith and Hawkins kept a distance, while Becky stood beside Lilith with some entanglement. All the people held in this cell were women and children. Most of them were half naked. Some had dull eyes, and some were crying softly. The damage that the Fire Blade had inflicted on them was not limited to the body, but also destroyed their spirit. "These bastards, brothers, quickly find a way to rescue these women and children first," DeWard roared, leading the soldiers of the security department to disperse and find ways to destroy these cages. Looking at the soldiers who were rescuing, Brewer also wanted to help, but Hawkins stopped him. He listened to Lilith's words before, so he didn't rush in. This room, this environment, was exactly the same as Lilith's prediction before. Too narrow. They had too many mages, and there was also a hunter. Such an environment is indeed not suitable for them to fight. Not only is it not suitable for fighting, in such a room, if they are attacked, they can't even fight back with so many mages. DeWard turned his head and looked at the college students, frowning. "What are you doing? Why don't you come in to save people?" No one answered him. Hawkins narrowed his eyes vigilantly, raised his hand, and clenched his fist. "Everyone, back off." If it weren't for Lilith's reminder, he might not have observed so carefully. But some things, once reminded, many people will be more careful. Just now, when Hawkins was observing this prison room, he found one of the women who had been staring at DeWard. There was no gratitude in her eyes, only confusion, surprise, and then gradually turned into fear and despair. This was just a small detail, and if you don't look carefully, You can't find it at all. But just this one detail is enough. He repeated it for the second time. Everyone stepped back. The quality of the college students was reflected at this moment, and they began to slowly retreat backwards in an orderly manner. And DeWard finally changed his face. Really sharp. Hawkins. DeWard looked directly at Hawkins. He was no longer as impulsive and impatient as before. There was only calmness and indifference in his eyes, as if everything here had nothing to do with him. I should have discovered your problem long ago. You are too familiar with the route to get here. But your concern for the citizens, and the love of the soldiers and citizens for you, made me hesitate. It was not until the horrified look in that woman's eyes when she looked at you that I realized that I was wrong. You should have done things that hurt these civilians. Right? DeWard shook his head and laughed nervously. Hee. Hurt, Hawkins. You are still too young and have too little experience. You don't know what hurt is. They will all become the best. Before that, what's wrong with me enjoying them? You are excellent, Hawkins, but not excellent enough. You always like to play some tricks, which is unnecessary for a strong man. When I was young, I loved this country like you, loyal and brave. But what's the use of these? Leshes has been dominated by the Skull and Bone Society for more than 20 years. What did the Empire do? Female. Your Majesty, will you really see us? My lover was humiliated by the Skull and Bone Society, and my family was killed by them. I waited for the Empire to support Leshes. But what did I wait for? All I waited for was the endless demands of the Dark Crusaders after they came here. Those greedy guys were even more disgusting than the Skull and Bone Society. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. I vowed to wipe them out. And my lord welcomed me. After throwing myself into the arms of my lord, we wiped out the Skull and Bone Society that had been entrenched for more than 20 years. My revenge was finally avenged. From that moment on, I vowed to dedicate everything to my lord, whether it was honor, loyalty, or life. Hawkins listened to DeWard's story and wanted to refute something. But for a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Because there is such an ancient motto in the Royal Academy's motto. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. And stay away from those who advise you to be magnanimous. I have not experienced DeWard's pain. So naturally I am not qualified to evaluate his choice, let alone advise him to be magnanimous. But the positions of both parties are different. Maybe DeWard's experience is very tragic. But the Fireblade Church has always been the enemy of the Empire. And DeWard himself has not made any mistakes. I have no right to comment on your experience. But this is not a reason for you to bring pain to others. You are not without fault. At least this woman is proof of it. DeWard, maybe your experience is tragic. But other faults cannot cover up your own faults. Although Hawkins has many shortcomings, such as arrogance and sophistication, it is undeniable that he has more advantages: perseverance, seriousness, strength, and the courage to face hardships. Being able to become the leader of a team is not just a matter of strength. Hawkins, you are really lucky. I prepared so many traps for you, but none of them were used. But it doesn't matter. Even if the traps are not used, you will soon become the sacrifice of my lord. Chapter 64. The Second Choice. The students of the academy began to retreat quickly. But a large number of Fireblade cultists suddenly emerged from the direction they came from. This number was several times more than the number of tasks reported by the academy. At this point, this task seemed more like a conspiracy that the Fireblade cult had already designed. Fortunately, everyone had retreated to a relatively spacious hall, where they could at least exert their own strength. Try to catch them alive. DeWard pointed at the students of the academy, and the Fireblade cultists began to rush towards them frantically. Fireballs, explosions, and flashing swords made several students who were on their first mission feel a little overwhelmed. Such as one of the mages, Inez. He had been surrounded by several Fireblade cultists. With his strength, he should have been able to deal with it. But because he had no experience, he was already in a panic and at a loss. Save me. Save me. Hawkins. Save me. This state of facing death at any time almost made Inez collapse. Hawkins frowned slightly. And just as he was about to step forward, more than a dozen sharp arrows shot over. One of the arrows pierced Inez's throat. And Inez, whose throat was leaking, made a sound of ha. Ah! He looked at the arrow, and seemed a little unbelievable that a young man like him, a transcendent, would die so easily. Not only was he shot by the sharp arrows, but also a large number of soldiers. After a rain of arrows, the soldiers were dead or injured. The protection of a large number of fire blade cultists put Lesh's and the students' team into an absolute disadvantage. Almost in an instant, the team was on the verge of collapse. In desperate situations, someone always has to stand up, such as Hawkins standing in front of the rock. He exuded a resolute aura, and he stuck the sword in his hand into the ground, and the magic power on his body began to surge. Hellfire Ball. On the other side, Klein and Lilith looked at the passage they came from, which was already crowded with fire blade cultists, and they could not break through in this direction. He pointed to another door, and used 2 hellfire balls to blast away the fire blade cultists blocking the door, and shouted to Hawkins, "Hawkins, this way." Klein and Lilith took the lead in breaking through. Hawkins looked at the 3 people, then looked at the other teammates around him, and gritted his teeth. "You go first. I'll be there soon." The pressure on Hawkins' side was much greater than theirs. I think this was also what DeWard meant. Compared with him, DeWard thought Hawkins was more threatening. Looking at Hawkins, who was surrounded, Klein gave up the idea of rescuing them. If it was just Hawkins, it would be fine. But if we took the others, they would all be left here. He pointed to another passage and said, "Let's get out first." Lilith and Becky nodded and broke out in the direction Klein pointed. After running all the way, Klein and the other 2 finally got rid of the pursuit of the fire blade cultists and came to an uninhabited area. Just as Klein was about to speak, several fire blade cultists suddenly walked out of a room. The 2 sides stared at each other for a while, but did not take action. The fire blade cultists suddenly woke up and rushed towards the 3 people with scimitars in hand. Lilith naturally didn't need to say much about fighting. She came to Klein first and blocked the enemy for him. And Becky, who had a bad relationship with him, also took the initiative to come to Klein's side. Protecting the mage is what a knight should do. These were just the most ordinary fire blade cultists, and they couldn't resist a master like Lilith at all. Lilith quickly killed several fire blade cultists in front of her, and only the one in Becky's hand survived. Becky frowned slightly, as if she was dissatisfied with Lilith's approach. They have lost their combat effectiveness. Even if it is a capital crime, they should be brought back to Shas to let the security department deal with it. Ignorant and stupid. Are you afraid to kill people? Lilith sneered. Becky's face changed. She had indeed never killed anyone before. Before joining the Royal Academy, they were just ordinary students. Even Klein was the same. Klein shrugged. Things like killing people always have to experience the first time. Instead of killing them directly, you stay and watch them, or leave them here. Looking at the living fire blade cultists on the ground, Becky struggled in her heart. According to the laws of the Empire, these fire blade cultists are absolutely sentenced to death, and there is no possibility of forgiveness. At this time, Klein spoke again. Have you ever thought that they are now knocked unconscious by you? But when they wake up, what will happen to them if the fire blade cult is wiped out? Looking at Klein's somewhat strong eyes, Becky said with a hesitant look, "What will happen to them?" "Oh, they will definitely flee after they find out that the fire blade cult has been destroyed. Plus, they have committed a capital crime against the Empire, and it is impossible for them to return to their previous lives. In the end, these people will most likely continue to look for the fire blade cult, or join other evil organizations and continue to harm civilians. Of course, if the fire blade cult has not been destroyed and our mission has failed, then they will naturally continue to be fire blade cult members. No matter what they do, they will become criminals of the Empire. Do you understand?" Becky actually agreed with what Klein said in her heart, but it is still difficult to say so. The sword in his hand tightened, trying to overcome his resistance to killing. People, whether men or women, have their first time. Experience it a few more times, and you will get used to it in the future, Klein said with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him. Then classmate Klein is very experienced. "Come, tell me what you experienced for the first time." Looking at Lilith, Klein smiled awkwardly. "I'm talking about killing people. What are you thinking?" "Oh, nothing. I just saw you talking about men and women, and I felt that you were very experienced." Lilith turned and left, and Klein followed her, leaving only one sentence. "I've said what I said. The people are here. What to do is your business." Becky, who stayed where she was, struggled for a while, and finally, she resolutely raised the sword. In the Knight's Code, Protecting the weak is a knight's duty. But killing criminals and enemies is also the same. After wandering around the man-made cave for a long time, Klein and Lilith came to a place similar to a kitchen. The ground was covered with bloodstains and several corpses. The scene was a bit unbearable to watch, and Klein felt sick. Lilith touched the bloodstains on the ground and her face looked a bit ugly. Yes, some of it is human blood. There was a small notebook on the corner of the kitchen table. Klein picked up the notebook and flipped through it. Most of the records on it were about food reserves and some statistics on killings. It was not until the last night that Klein saw a useful piece of information. The day of sacrifice has been set on the 15th. When the first ray of sunlight shines in, the fire chaser will bring us a living sacrifice to welcome the arrival of our Lord's messenger, sacrifice. So this is why DeWard changed the time to the 15th. Klein thought for a while. That DeWard told a lot of lies. But if he is really a member of the Fire Blade cult, some of his lies should be true. For example, the Fire Blade cult is holding a sacrifice, and they need sacrifices. The living can be sacrificed, and the dead will be abandoned. Their purpose is to welcome the so-called messenger. But I don't know what this messenger is. Lilith nodded. I don't know how long Hawkins and the others can hold on. Then what should we do now? It was not Lilith who spoke, but Becky who came from behind. Klein and the others looked at Becky, whose armor was splattered with blood. There were still drops of blood on the tip of the sword. It seemed that she had overcome the first time she saw blood. Now, there are two choices. The first is to evacuate now. The Fire Blade cult's current focus is not on us. Evacuating now is the best choice. Becky interrupted Klein before he finished speaking. No, we can't abandon them. Lilith, where are your honor and code as a knight? Klein's face was a little ugly. He hated others interrupting him like this the most. And playing moral kidnapping. He hated such people the most in his previous life. Lilith glanced at Becky and said nothing, just motioning Klein to continue. She and Klein have fought together many times. Lilith knew that Klein had excellent analytical and temporary planning abilities. When she was on a mission with him, she only needed to complete the combat part, and Klein would do the rest. The second choice is for Lilith to conduct a stealth search and find Hawkins and the others. After confirming that they still have combat power, we will cooperate and restart the mission of clearing the Fire Blade cult. Lilith nodded and did not choose immediately. How do you think we can do it? The second one. Klein looked at his synthesizer with a cold look in his eyes. Important event, the violator of the world, the demon of fire. I'm sorry. I wanted to run away. But the important mission is here. And I have no choice. Klein's monologue. Chapter 65, the beginning of the fire sacrifice. In the depths of the Fire Blade cave, Hawkins and his 6 companions were guarding a room here. Although they were attacked and surrounded by the Fire Blade, they still rushed out with their strong strength. Boom! The oncoming fireball was blocked by the Void Walker in front of Hawkins again. Sparks flew everywhere. But the Void Walker did not retreat. His Void Walker played a decisive role in this channel battle. The Void Walker has extremely strong defense, and can absorb void energy for rapid recovery. It is a very effective meat shield summon. Much stronger than the skeleton. If it weren't for the Void Walker, as a meat shield to continuously block the opponent's magic and arrows, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, after blocking this fireball, the Fire Blade's attack seemed to stop. The cessation of the attack also gave everyone time to breathe. And Athena, who was bandaging Brule's wound, asked, Hawkins, what should we do now? Brule was seriously injured. And the others were also injured. They had overused their magic power, and were on the verge of collapse. Hawkins did not answer Athena, but only said to the Earth Mage Denton, Denton, build some defensive spikes. We can only hold on. Denton did not obey Hawkins' order. Magic power is the life of a mage, and the last trump card of a mage. If too much magic power is used to build defensive spikes, then his own combat effectiveness will drop sharply. I don't have much magic power left. Wait a minute. Sorry. Belinda was captured. I have to think about her. Hawkins's face was a little gloomy. Once the danger came, such a loose team would fight on their own. This was inevitable. He didn't say much. Nor would he blame Denton. At this time, this approach was meaningless. He could only continue to stand at the door of the room passage. Now, someone needed to stand up. Belinda was captured by the Fire Blade cult. And Brule was seriously injured. Now the only ones left with fighting power are me, Athena, Jeremy, And Denton. I don't know where Becky ran to. And there are also those two late guys. I don't know how long we can hold on. I hope they can bring support. Hawkins analyzed the current situation and made the worst plan. They don't seem to have the intention to continue the attack. Some Fire Blade cult members are already retreating. Jeremy, who has a strong eye, said to everyone. This information is good news for everyone. Hawkins also looked along the passage. And it was indeed as Jeremy said. Why did they retreat at this time? Athena only said half of the words. And everyone knew the other half. Because if the Fire Blade cult persists in attacking for a while longer, they will have almost exhausted their magic power, and can only wait for death on the spot. They should be going to perform a sacrifice. When the first ray of sunlight falls, it is the time for the arrival of the Lord's messenger. These are the original words of the Fire Blade cult. Dewart has always emphasized the matter of sacrifice since he came. It seems that this matter is for the sacrifice used in the sacrifice. They should need some specific sacrifices, such as the captured Belinda. The enemy retreated, and the strange atmosphere between the few people eased a little. Denton said to Hawkins, should we take this opportunity to rush out, if it is really for the sacrifice? Then Belinda should be in danger now. I need to save her. Hawkins shook his head, and directly rejected Denton. No. The personnel are scattered. The two knights are not here. And Brule is injured. We can only barely defend it with the Void Walker and this narrow passage. If we get to a more open place, we can't get out with our current combat power. Denton heard it, and said nothing more. He could only hammer the wall to vent his frustration. Does it mean that we can only wait to die here now? Jeremy said gloomily. No. There is still a chance. What chance? The person who said he would abide by the Knight's Code has not come yet. The Knight's Code is not to abandon teammates. Becky? Yes. Becky. Hawkins nodded. But he knew that relying on Becky alone was not enough. He hoped that another knight could abide by the Knight's Code like Becky. Several people nodded when they heard this. Instead of continuing to argue, it would be better to take a rest now, and recover some magic power. Hawkins did a good job in this battle to defend the channel. If he hadn't turned the tide, and repelled several Fire Blade professionals, the others would probably have become sacrifices of the Fire Blade. The chief priest of the Fire Blade patted Dewart on the shoulder, and was satisfied that he could bring this special sacrifice this time. Dewart, your plan is indeed effective. The sacrifice that can carry the will of our Lord has been found. Let's start the sacrifice. Let some people watch the students of the Royal Academy, and others should not be distracted. Before the first ray of sunlight comes, nothing can interrupt the sacrifice. Prepare to welcome the messenger of our Lord. Okay, Master Priest. Dewart glanced at the passage leading to Hawkins' room, and felt a little worried. The abilities shown by these college students were somewhat beyond his expectations. But it didn't matter. Now Hawkins and his team don't have much combat power. Two knights, even if they are formal knights, should not be able to make any waves. I just don't know where Klein and the other two are hiding now. Whether they have escaped or hidden in the cave. Belinda was tied to a red totem pole. The pattern on the totem was a pattern of a little man facing a five-headed dragon. There was already a lot of firewood under her feet, as if she was regarded as the main sacrifice by the Fire Blade cult. Around Belinda, there were still some women and children tied up, as well as living soldiers, as ancillary sacrifices for this sacrifice. The chief priest of the Fire Blade walked to the middle of the altar and raised his hands high. The will of the flame is about to come. Prepare to welcome the messenger of our Lord. Please ask the Apostle of Flame to come, and let the flame purify everything. All the members of the Fire Blade Church knelt down to pray, and the dry wood under Belinda's feet suddenly burned. Ah, no! Help! In the blazing flames, Belinda would call for help a few times at first. But soon, her voice was only a scream. And after a while, even the screams disappeared. The civilians around were also sacrificed by the Fire Blade Church. For a while, the Fire Blade altar looked like a human tragedy. On the other side, Lilith, who had been hiding beside the hall, sighed slightly and watched all this. Hiding in the shadows, she did not act rashly. The priests and believers here were not something she could handle alone. After leaving the hall, Lilith found the passage room where Hawkins and others were trapped. 5 Fire Blade cultists were guarding around, seemingly monitoring the actions of Hawkins and others. Lilith lowered her body and drew out her iron knife. The shadow began to approach the 5 Fire Blade cultists. Chapter 66 Lilith's Identity. Here at Klein Becky and he were waiting silently. Klein sat in meditation to keep himself in the best fighting state. And Becky looked at him with some curiosity, wanting to see what magic this man had. After a while, she finally couldn't help her curiosity about Lilith and asked Klein, "Your name is Klein, right? I remember this name. Why would Lilith listen to you? She is difficult to get along with. Proud and indifferent. Are you familiar with Lilith? Are you a couple? Why don't you answer me? Don't you have any gentlemanly manners?" Klein, who was annoyed, opened his eyes and stared at Becky with a somewhat ugly face. "Doesn't your night code say that it is best not to disturb a mage when he is meditating? You are a mage. We are teammates now. Okay. Relieve my pressure, so that I can protect you later," Becky said, as a matter of course. Klein opened his eyes wide. "Is this okay? I feel that what you said makes sense, but I am speechless." But he still stopped his meditation. "Lilith and I are partners and friends. What's wrong?" Becky's eyes lit up slightly. She felt that Klein should be able to satisfy her curiosity. That girl has a weird temper, and is so arrogant that she doesn't let anyone get close to her. We, the boys in the night department, who want to get close to her, are basically turned away. Speaking of this, Klein straightened up slightly. He was still somewhat interested in Lilith's situation. "You said that Lilith is very arrogant? Is it difficult for others to approach her?" In Klein's impression, Lilith is lively, enthusiastic, and sometimes funny. For example, she asked him to move boxes on the train. I guess he will never forget it in his life. The two of them are currently working well together. Lilith has never shown any arrogant attitude in front of him. The relationship between the two is equal. This feeling makes Klein feel very comfortable with Lilith, and the relationship is getting closer and closer. However, the Lilith he heard from Becky and the one he came into contact with seemed to be completely different. Yeah, that guy is so arrogant that even some second-level assistants can't stop her. She's too strong. During class, she looks like she doesn't want anyone to come in. She's always practicing and has basically never stopped. She can basically learn the basic martial arts taught in the academy after just one look. She's a real genius. But I really didn't expect that this guy would have the ability to shadow teleport, which is the secret skill of the Dark Crusaders. It's so surprising that she has a friend like you. Klein originally found it funny to listen to Becky's comments on Lilith, but he couldn't laugh anymore after hearing the end. "What did you say just now?" Klein's sudden change of expression made Becky a little at a loss. "She actually has a friend like you." The previous sentence. "Shadow teleport is the ability of the Dark Crusaders." "What's wrong?" Becky said timidly. For some reason, Klein felt inexplicably oppressed at this moment. "Isn't she using stealth?" Klein confirmed it again. "No. Stealth is stealth. Shadow evasion is shadow evasion. And shadow evasion is the ability to merge with the shadow. It is a high-end skill between magic and fighting spirit. In the Dark Crusade, only the core members are qualified to learn it." Klein clenched his fist. "How do you know? Aren't you a paladin?" Becky answered immediately. "Yes. It is because I am a paladin that I know more about the Dark Crusade. The Paladin's Code clearly states that paladins are not allowed to join the Dark Crusade. They act too extreme. Although they are official forces, their behavior is not acceptable to paladins at all." Klein lowered his head, his face a little ugly. "Only the core members can learn it." "Right. Yes. This is a very advanced ability, and ordinary people with low comprehension can't learn it." Klein thought of the first time he and Lilith teamed up to defeat the Necromancer. At that time, it should be her first time to use shadow evasion. And it turned out that it was not stealth as she had always thought. Klein forced a smile, suppressed the urge to continue asking, and changed the subject. "Is there anything wrong with her having a friend like me?" Becky glanced at Klein and hesitated for a while before speaking. "A knight's partner should be strong at least. Even if he is not handsome, how can you stand the night like this? Are you sure you are a paladin? Are the paladins taking the lead in driving now?" Just then, Lilith's voice came. "You don't know whether he is strong or not. Some things cannot be judged by appearance. You know, unless you are willing to try it yourself. It is best not to make random comments." The two knights are racing. Lilith's figure appeared from the aisle, and the iron knife in her hand was still dripping with blood. "Let's go." "Yeah." Klein followed, and he looked at Lilith's back. "Dark Crusaders?" Lilith suddenly turned around and looked at Klein. The tacit understanding that the two had cultivated for so long suddenly became a little strange. "Do you have something to say?" "Lilith, Are you hiding something from me? Klein's tone was a little stiff. He could accept concealment because he also concealed something. But the Dark Crusaders had obviously investigated him before. After that, the Skull and Bones Society targeted him, which was what he suspected and could not tolerate. Lilith's eyes flashed. Yes, I will tell you when this matter is over. Okay. The two talked briefly. Seeing the two people who had already left, Becky hurriedly followed them. Klein also put aside his doubts and walked into the depths of the cave with Lilith. Now is definitely not the time to worry about Lilith's identity. A few minutes ago, the trapped college students. Hawkins suddenly heard screams at the end of the passage, as if the fire blade cultists at the entrance of the passage had fought with others. The sound of fighting rekindled hope in his heart. Could it be Becky? Not long after, Lilith's figure appeared in the passage. I didn't expect it would be you. I can't take you out. Get ready. In 10 minutes, we will resume the clearing mission and rush straight to the hall. You go first. Lilith's voice was very cold, with a meaning that no one would refuse. Only us? And let us go first? Athena was the first to question. Their condition was too bad. Especially Brule, who had lost too much blood and his fighting spirit was exhausted. Her and Hawkins's magic power was almost exhausted. And the short recovery time just now was simply a drop in the bucket. You can only wait to die if you stay here. If you want to live, you have to fight. This is your only chance. After Lilith finished speaking, she left. Hawkins just pondered for a moment, then turned to the remaining people and said, Get ready. She is right. We can only wait to die here. If we want to live, we have to fight. Chapter 67 Altar Bloody Battle. The Sacrificial Hall of the Fire Blade Cult. All the Fire Blade Cult members knelt on the ground. Every time they chanted a prayer, the flames on the altar would become more vigorous. In the fire of the sacrificed civilians, every time the members prayed, a trace of red light would float to the center of the altar. The red light merged into the core flame, a bit like a burning blood. Klein and the other two had quietly hidden outside the door, waiting for Hawkins and his men to act. Soon, the time agreed by Lilith and Hawkins arrived. Boom! A hellfire ball exploded among the Fire Blade Cult members, and the Fire Blade Cult members, ignited by the evil energy, screamed and were swallowed by the evil energy. Brewer held a big knife and chopped the Fire Blade Cult member near the side door in half. The surprise attack was very accurate. The chief priest of the Fire Blade Cult looked at the flames burning in the center of the altar, frowned slightly, turned his head, and said loudly, Kill them all. Don't let anyone stop the arrival of our Lord's messenger. DeWard took the lead in drawing his long sword and rushed towards Hawkins. More than a dozen small fireballs were fired from the hands of the Fire Blade cultists and bombarded an ice wall one after another. Athena was struggling to hold the staff. As the magic power was exhausted, the ice wall melted quickly. It was too difficult for her to block more than a dozen small fireballs by herself. She took out a bottle of magic potion from her waist and drank it. Now was not the time to save money. At this moment, Klein and the other two suddenly appeared on the other side and rushed straight towards the Fire Blade cultists. Betsy, wearing armor, cut the two Fire Blade cultists in half with a holy light cross. After all, she was a paladin, and her combat power was definitely good. After overcoming her psychological barriers, the sword in Becky's hand became much calmer. Klein did not cast spells randomly, but relied more on his physique and strength to attack the relatively weaker Fire Blade cultists. He did not have much magic power, so he could not waste it at this time. Lilith's fighting style was much more fierce. Perhaps because there were so many enemies, she directly took out the Reaper and slashed. Every time she swept, she would take away the lives of several Fire Blade cultists, like a killing machine. On the other side, DeWard had also come to Hawkins, with his long sword raised. Hawkins, the fight between us is not over yet. Then come on. DeWard stabbed Hawkins with his long sword. Military swordsmanship, heavy pressure. The long sword was about to stab Hawkins, but was grabbed by the Void Walker, who suddenly appeared from the air. Caxton, control him. Hawkins ordered the Void Walker. Caxton. Yes, sir, the Void Walker said a little slowly, but his movements were not slow at all. The blue body of the Void Walker wrapped around DeWard's body. Then he began to squeeze with his body. This control method was so strong that even DeWard could not quickly break free. The Hellfire Ball was coming towards him. DeWard stimulated his fighting spirit to the extreme and cut off the arm of the Void Walker with a sword. He dodged sideways, trying to avoid the evil fire. Boom! The fireball exploded between the Void Walker and Deward. The Void Walker, who was already covered with wounds, began to dissipate in the air and returned to the void after enduring this heavy blow. Deward, who was standing aside, got up from the ground. The hellfire burned his skin, but it had been extinguished by his fighting spirit. Warlocks are really hard to deal with. They are only at the first level, but they have such powerful strength. If we fight one-on-one, I may not be your opponent. However, after fighting for so long, how much magic power do you have left? Deward spat out a mouthful of blood to the side, and the flames imprinted on his burned skin. Like a real demon, he walked towards Hawkins. It's enough to kill you. Hawkins raised his sword and rushed forward. Like Klein, he is also a magic system with strong melee ability. At low levels, when magic power is insufficient, melee ability can indeed make up for the gaps in the battle. Deward pierced Hawkins' stomach with a sword, but Hawkins' evil energy also pierced Deward's thigh. A desperate fight began between the two. This style great whirlpool. Lilith rushed into the crowd, and a whirlwind slash killed all the surrounding fire blade cultists. Even the two first-level professionals. Becky on the side also raised her sword and rushed forward to fight with other fire blade cultists. Klein pulled the blade out of the fire blade cultist's chest and said to Lilith, "Kill the priest." Okay. Simple words. Lilith already understood. Usually like this. Even more so in battle. Tacit understanding has made them accustomed to this way of communication. Lilith held the Reaper in her hand, and the shadows gathered under her feet, and the rolling shadows formed a black shadow armor on her body. A death helmet covered Lilith's face, and the dark, evil, and death-filled breath rushed to her face. This was the first time that Lilith showed her complete night form. Death Knight. Betsy paused and looked at Lilith in surprise. Lilith had never shown this form before, so she always thought that Lilith was just an ordinary knight. The chief priest's eyes were stern. Humph. So what about the Death Knight? No one can stop the arrival of our Lord's messenger. The chief priest chanted for a while, and a huge fireball appeared out of thin air, facing the Reaper's scythe. After Klein beheaded a fire blade cultist who rushed towards him, he observed the situation of the altar at this time. He could see that the flame in the center of the altar was absorbing something emitted by the surrounding flames, although he didn't know what this thing was. A cult like the Fire Blade cult would definitely not do anything good. After killing several Fire Blade cultists, Klein stopped. The close combat method was too inefficient. The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous the situation would be. He had to get rid of the trash here as soon as possible, and then deal with the situation on the altar. Klein jumped onto a high platform, and the hellfire ball gathered in his hands. Boom, boom, boom! The violent explosion stunned the Fire Blade cult members, and they all looked at Klein. Another warlock? With Klein's large-scale bombing, coupled with Becky and Brule's charge, Jamie's point kill, and Denton's cover, the elite quality of the college students was immediately reflected, and dozens of Fire Blade cult members were quickly wiped out by their cooperation. Only the chief priest, who was fighting fiercely with Lilith, and Deward, who was surrounded by several people, were left. Deward was covered in wounds and barely stood up. Hawkins in front of him was half kneeling on the ground, relying on the long sword to support his body. Uh-huh. I didn't expect that you could do this. You are not ordinary Royal College students. Deward coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and stuck the long sword into the ground. You lost, Deward, Hawkins said. No. You are the losers. The messenger has arrived. I can feel it. And I? I am going to follow the arms of my lord. Deward suddenly turned around and rushed into the flames in the center of the altar despite the injury from Becky's sword. As if destroyed by a special energy, Deward's body immediately turned into red ashes and merged into the flames when it touched the flames. In Deward's eyes, there was only the flames and the shadow of his former lover. Sarina, I'm coming. Chapter 68 The Demon of Flame. The flame in the center of the altar gradually began to shrink and eventually went out. But the extinguished fire gave off a flame like mist, and a figure slowly emerged from the mist in the altar. Just then, ZZ! A red line passed through the forehead of the chief priest of the Fire Blade cult, and the chief priest's eyes widened. Then, his body began to burn fiercely from where the red line passed. The red line disappeared, and the figure was finally seen clearly by everyone. Belinda, Hawkins said in surprise. Belinda stood in the center of the altar. The burnt flames attached to her body, turning into a magic pattern in the form of auspicious clouds. And she looked down at everyone. Hawkins, do you see the power? Hawkins? Only now do I understand why they call it the Fire Blade Cult instead of the Flame Cult. This feeling is really wonderful. After saying that, a red line appeared on Belinda's fingertips, and she casually swept towards Lilith, who was closest to her. The red line ran from top to bottom, like a silent flame blade. The places swept by the red line began to break one after another. After a few seconds, everything began to burn. Not only wood and other things were burning, but even steel and stone would be melted by the high temperature. Lilith glanced at the cut behind her. Her face became solemn. So powerful. Belinda? What happened to you? Denton looked straight at Belinda. Their relationship had always been very ambiguous. More than friends, but less than lovers. But now Belinda gave him an extremely strange feeling. Denton. What a pity. If you confess to me, maybe we would become lovers. Belinda stared at Denton. And Denton's eyes, which were originally evasive, suddenly became firm. Belinda, stay with me. I know you are innocent. Don't fight. When I return to the academy, I will report all this. You are also a victim, and they will definitely find a way to help you. After you recover, we will be together in the future. And don't chase after any ethereal things like power. Okay? Hearing Denton's confession at this time, Belinda smiled with some relief. She seemed to shed a tear, but the tear was immediately evaporated by the high temperature on her body. Belinda's expression began to change, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. What a touching speech. But unfortunately, you don't have the power to change all this. A flash of red light left a black spot on Denton's forehead, followed by a blazing flame. Belinda said, a little crazy? Poor little Denton. Died in an instant. Lilith looked at Belinda with a solemn expression. She has reached the 3rd level of strength. And it's not just the 3rd level. Klein, who was standing by, looked at Belinda, who had become the Apostle of Flame. Speechlessly, he didn't know what exactly this Apostle of Flame had violated. But it was a real fact that she had jumped directly from the 1st level to the 3rd level. But now it's not just a matter of synthesizer time. The gap in strength is so big that it's good that Belinda didn't kill them. It's almost impossible to kill Belinda. Belinda stepped out of the flames, and her whole body was wrapped in a layer of flame coat. The name of the Apostle of Flame was not called for nothing. She turned around and looked at Hawkins and his group. Then, let's continue. Looking at Belinda, who was staring at Hawkins, Brule immediately stood up. Boss, hurry up. Brule, come back. Brule had already swung his sword, but the red line just swept lightly, and the sword in his hand was cut in half by the fire blade. The gap between the 3rd level and the 1st level was like a natural barrier blocking everyone. Under the huge gap in strength, the 1st level professionals had no capital to fight against it. Athena, don't. Hawkins wanted to stop his partner, but it was too late. Ice ray. Athena shot an ice line at Belinda. The best way to deal with fire is frost. However, Athena obviously underestimated the power of the flame blade. The ice ray was melted and evaporated the moment it touched the red line. The frost stopped the flame blade for less than 1 second, and the red line swept across her 5 fingers and body. First, 5 fingers fell to the ground, and then, Athena's body was cut in half. Hawkins stared blankly at the burning Athena, his eyes full of disbelief. So easily, his partner and lover died just like that. His body began to twitch constantly. His mental space began to tear, and his magic began to boil. Belinda looked at Hawkins again. Her mouth curled up. Oh, breakthrough? Is this a big stimulation? Athena is the woman you like? I'm so sorry. She's too weak, and I killed her by accident. Since you like her so much, go down and accompany her. Belinda pointed at Hawkins, and the genius warlock was about to be killed by Belinda's flame blade. At the moment of desperation, Lilith's scythe had quietly reached Belinda's neck. Dark tombstone. Dang! The Reaper was blocked by Belinda's arm, but the sharp sickle still hurt her. However, Belinda did not bleed, but many sparks were scattered on her arm. Belinda's fire blade pointed at Lilith. The red line was blocked by the Reaper, and Lilith was also repelled by the flame blade. Death Knight. What a tough guy. Belinda did not continue to entangle with Lilith, but turned around and pointed at Hawkins again. She would not give this group of people any chance. The 2nd level warlock must die. when the flame blade shot directly at Hawkins. A white bone blocked the flame blade. The originally hard white bones could only resist for a moment when they encountered the fire blade, and they were burned into bone slag. However, this delay gave Klein the opportunity to kick Hawkins away and save him. Paw! Klein grabbed Hawkins from the ground and slapped him in the face. Hawkins' eyes were still dull, and Klein slapped him again. Paw! Hawkins' eyes finally came back to his senses after his face was swollen, and his will and spirit reappeared in him. He did not blame Klein for hitting him, but just looked at Belinda silently. A strong aura of death emanated from Hawkins' body, and Klein on the side was a little frightened. What was going on? What the hell is this? This is the sorcerer's evil magic. He sacrificed his life to the evil spirit. Back off, Klein. Klein quickly stepped back, and everything around Hawkins was decaying. The corpse turned into a mummy. The grass and trees withered instantly, and even the stones seemed to have lost some substance and began to become fragile. Belinda pointed at Hawkins for the third time, and the red line of the fire blade shot out. Hawkins also stretched out his finger, and a gray line intersected with the red line. There was no violent collision as expected. The red line passed through Hawkins' body, and the gray line also pierced through Belinda's chest on the altar. Hawkins, who had already made up his mind to die, was now on fire, and he laughed. I didn't expect to die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkins turned into a fireman, burning fiercely. Belinda was not feeling well either. A touch of gray began to spread from Belinda's chest, making her grit her teeth. One finger of death. Sacrifice all your life. Beg the evil god, in exchange for the power to take away all life. Hawkins, it seems that you also felt the pain before you died. Chapter 69: The Death of Belinda. After being hit by the finger of death, the flames on Belinda's body dimmed a lot. A large amount of flames entangled with the grayness at her chest, barely suppressing the spread of the grayness. At this time, it seemed that because of the loss of a lot of flame power, Belinda's mind became clearer. I can't say his name. When I accepted the sacrifice, my fate was already determined. I'm sorry. From the moment his will descended, I must kill all of you to get rid of it. What do you mean? Klein asked. But Belinda didn't answer him. The red line of the fire blade appeared again, and this time the target was Klein. Klein used bones to resist the fire blade again, and he took the opportunity to escape. But Jeremy behind him didn't have such good luck. Several consecutive flame blades easily penetrated his body and burned him to ashes. The first, second, and third red lines. Klein dodged 3 red lines in a row. But the fourth red line, his magic power was almost exhausted, and his physical strength was greatly reduced. He couldn't dodge it. Fortunately, Lilith rushed over and kicked Klein away, saving his life again. However, Lilith was hit in the shoulder by the flame blade, and the shadow armor was shattered all over the ground. Looking at Lilith being hit by the flame blade, Klein shrank in pain. The power of the flame blade can be seen from the dead bodies on the ground, regardless of whether Lilith is a Dark Crusader or not. At least for now, Lilith has never had any ill will towards him. This made Klein feel a little ashamed of his previous narrow-minded thinking. At this time, Lilith had already dispersed her armor, and the black mist enveloped her whole body, and began to gather towards Lilith's shoulders, gradually extinguishing the wounds ignited by the fire blade. The power of darkness began to wrap around Lilith's body, and she was gradually enveloped by the black mist. At the moment when the black mist covered Lilith's face, Lilith spoke. Klein, get stronger quickly. Klein stared at Lilith in front of him blankly, and then his eyes gradually turned into horror. Her bright green hair had turned dark green, and her skin had turned black with magic patterns. Her limbs had turned into claws, and the blood of chaos was fully activated. Lilith's beautiful face also became as ferocious as a monster, holding the Reaper in one hand. Lilith roared at Belinda. Ong! The strong wind swept, and Lilith's figure disappeared at the same time. Her speed was too fast, and Klein's current reaction ability could not keep up with her speed. Boom! The black side slashed at Belinda's chest. Although Belinda blocked it, the powerful impact also knocked her away. Lilith did not hesitate. She had little time, and had to fight quickly. Lilith chased Belinda. The speed suppression made the Reaper slash at Belinda's body continuously, taking away a large number of sparks. Belinda's body became darker and darker under Lilith's attack. Some of the cuts could already see the black marks inside. But Belinda was not a soft persimmon. Even in this state, several flame blades still pierced Lilith, making Lilith smell burnt every time the two of them collided. It was like some heavy stones hitting each other. The speed of both sides was too fast, and the destructive power was too strong. The whole cave was filled with deafening collision sounds. This was already a third-level battle, and Klein could not intervene at all. After several collisions, both sides stopped, as if waiting for the final blow of the other side. At this moment, Lilith moved. She jumped up again, dragged the scythe and forced through the flame blade, and came to Belinda in an instant. Klein also recognized the move she was going to use. This was the move she used to kill the tree demon, Death Harvest. The black light flashed and turned into a straight line segment. This was the line segment brought by Lilith's sickle. All the fighting spirit gathered towards the black line and instantly passed through Belinda. Half of Belinda's body was shattered by this blow, and countless sparks flew in the air. But she still didn't die. When Lilith chopped her, a red light hit Lilith's chest, and Lilith fell off the altar. Klein hurried forward and caught her. As soon as he touched Lilith's body, Klein's arm made a hiss sound. His brows were furrowed, and the palm and arm that touched Lilith had already emitted a burnt smell. Lilith's expression was very painful. Klein was not sure how high her body temperature was, but this temperature could easily burn Klein's skin, which was definitely not acceptable to normal people. The darkness on her body slowly receded, and the girl in his arms returned to her previous appearance. But her shining green hair before now became like dry grass and lost its luster. There were many wounds from the flame blades all over her body, and Klein didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Lilith didn't open her eyes. She was too badly injured, but she still tried her best to move her mouth. "How is it? Am I very powerful?" Klein nodded. "Very powerful." Lilith was defeated. But the battle was not over yet. He carefully put Lilith on the ground and turned his head to look at Belinda. Maybe he couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly just now, and couldn't intervene in the battle at all. But now it was different. At this time, the flames on Belinda's body were getting dimmer and dimmer, and the grayness on her chest began to spread outward. Having lost half of her body, her strength has dropped to a freezing point. But even so, a dying third level is still a third level, and a seriously injured Belinda can still kill them. Klein has made a decision in his heart about what to do. She's dying. Becky, come with me. Kill her. If we stand still, we will all die, Klein said loudly. He drank the brute force potion to make his strength reach a peak. His body jumped several times and rushed straight to Belinda. Now was their last chance. He did not look back at Becky. If Becky could not even distract the other party, then she was a piece of iron waste. Becky hesitated, and Belinda had already raised her hand to Klein. "Belinda, move. Why are you so scared? Move." Looking at Belinda's finger pointing at Klein, and then looking at her great sword, Becky gritted her teeth and threw the great sword in her hand. Revenge judgment. Holy light emanated from her arm and connected with the great sword. The great sword with holy light rotated at high speed and resisted the flame blade shot at Klein. But it was not over yet. The spinning blade turned back and pierced Belinda's abdomen with one blow, buying Klein a few seconds. Klein did not jump, but used the skeleton extension to let his feet begin to extend the bones, using the force to quickly extend him up. In midair, Klein cut off the bones on his feet, and used the force to jump up again. He turned twice in the air in a weird posture, dodged the flame blade again, and suddenly stretched out a skeleton with his left hand, nailed it to the ground, and jumped for the third time. After continuous advances, Klein finally came in front of Belinda. Brute force amplification, skeleton strengthening, skeleton extension, shadow extension, bloody stab, burning magic, all erupted in Klein's knife. This is Klein's strongest knife. Clang! The white bone extended the blade, wrapped in the shadow, and carried all of Klein's strength across Belinda's head. Chapter 70. It's really despairing. The knife was raised, and the head flew off. The knife was too strong, making his arm a little numb, but he knew that it was successful. Behind him, Belinda's head fell to the ground, and her body immediately lost all vitality and began to be rapidly eroded by the grayness. Not long after, Belinda's body floated in the air and turned into ashes. The big sword that Becky had inserted into her body also fell down. Klein frowned slightly, because on the ground, Belinda's head that he had cut off was not destroyed by the finger of death. but just lay quietly on the ground. Suddenly, the flame on the head burned again, burning everything that was left. A red light point slowly floated from the ashes to the sky. Klein hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the light point. A heat seemed to ignite his body. But soon, this feeling disappeared. Klein suddenly felt a huge will descending here. It was a pair of eyes. The eyes just glanced at him casually, as if they were just a little curious. But the terrifying pressure made Klein unable to take any action. After a while, it seemed that the other party had withdrawn his gaze, and the pressure on Klein disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what the other party was, and whether he was hostile, it was good that he didn't attack him. He looked at the thing in his hand, which was a red ball. Heart of Fire, Special Level 3. Is this the Heart of the Element of Fire attribute? Although he got a good trophy, Klein didn't have the heart to study it now. Lilith was seriously injured, and he had to take her back to the city for treatment. Otherwise she would die. Besides him and Lilith, Becky was the only one who survived. Becky touched her great sword with some distress. There were a lot of burn marks on the sword, which were left when she used the great sword to block the flame blade for Klein just now. This was her family heirloom. But now it has become like this. Putting away her thoughts, Becky looked at Klein, only to see that Klein had already hugged Lilith by the waist. Originally, Becky had many questions in her heart. Why Klein knew evil spells, why he also knew skeleton spells, and had such a strong physical fitness. But at this time, looking at the corpses all over the ground and Klein's expression, she could no longer ask. Moreover, now she may understand why Lilith valued Klein so much. Because there are only 3 of them who survived. At the same time when Lilith activated the blood of chaos, the palace of Palomia, a middle-aged man in a black coat was reporting to a black-haired woman in red. The man was very handsome, but he had 5 and 7 earrings on his ears, a total of 12, which looked a bit different. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and looked towards the direction of the altar of the Fire Blade cult in Leshes. What's wrong? The woman asked lazily, lying on the sofa. Your Majesty, I have some personal matters to deal with. It's rare to see you take a leave. You don't have to be so serious about work. Go ahead. The woman laughed and waved her hand casually. Yes, then I'll take my leave first. The middle-aged man took a few steps back and turned away. After leaving the side hall of the palace, the man's face became a little gloomy. You have aroused the blood of chaos so early. Lilith, you are so stupid that I can't tolerate it. His body began to dilute and fade, turning into a dark green gust of wind, flying towards Leshes. In the side hall of the palace, the woman in red lying on the sofa changed her posture and took out a photo from the table on the side. The photo looked like a group photo. A green-haired young man on the corner looked a bit like the man who had just left. And in the center of the photo, it was the woman lying on the sofa. Time flies so fast. This kid, unknowingly, has become so old. The woman pushed aside her long black hair, but her face was still the same as in the photo. Young and beautiful. And it seemed that there was no trace of time at all. Klein ran all the way with Lilith in his arms, rushing out of the cave of the Fire Blade cult. And Becky followed him all the time. It was still far from Leshes, but Lilith's breath was getting weaker and weaker. It began to drizzle, and the raindrops dripped on Lilith's body and were quickly evaporated by the high temperature. Klein bit his lip to cheer himself up. The continuous battles, the exhaustion of magic power, and the lack of physical strength, the burning heat of Lilith in his arms, everything made him feel very tired. He wanted to take a break, but the condition of Lilith in his arms did not allow him to do so. Becky behind him wanted to help Klein, but seeing Klein somewhat stubborn back, she finally did not say it out loud, because she felt that even if she said it out loud, Klein would definitely refuse him. Running in the wilderness of Leshes, suddenly, a bone spear flew out from the woods. Klein, who was almost out of strength, how could he avoid such a sneak attack? The bone spear easily pierced his chest. Klein seemed to have been taken away by this blow. He staggered and stopped. Blood mixed with rainwater quickly flowed from the place pierced by the bone spear. Klein gasped and forced himself not to fall. Klein stood straight in place, cursing in his mouth. If I survive, I will kill you all. This sentence seems to be said in anger, but in Klein's heart, it is really very serious. A guy wearing a skeleton robe slowly appeared at the end of the woods. Klein Alex, I finally found you. An arcane mage, who has been tossing and turning for so long. The soul stone is in your hands. Right, hand it over. And I won't turn you into skeletons. A dozen skeleton warriors appeared around Klein and Becky. These were real second-level undead creatures. Each one might require Klein to do his best to deal with. But now more than a dozen appeared at once. Hope was shattered. And despair spread. Becky behind her was already holding a big sword, ready to fight. But before she wanted to rush forward, a black shadow appeared from behind, kicked her calf and broke it, causing Becky to fall heavily to the ground. When Becky lay on the ground in pain. At this time, she could see clearly what the enemy who attacked her was. Black Warrior. 3rd level. The Skull and Bone Society mage ignored Becky and walked slowly towards Klein. Hurry up. Where is the soul stone? Klein's silence was the only response to the necromancer. As the necromancer approached, he waited for his chance to make the final blow. The burning demon had already been silently activated, and Klein's remaining magic began to burn. It seems that you are not going to say it without some tricks, although I hate to use tricks on living people. Today, I have to make an exception. Oh, your friend looks injured. Her name is Lilith. Right. Then, let's start with her. At the moment of desperation, the necromancer was about to attack, and Klein was about to fight back. Suddenly, everything around him froze. The surrounding rain and strong wind suddenly combined to form a man's figure in front of several people. The rain stopped, and the wind stopped. The black military coat, green hair, handsome face, and the terrifying aura like a natural disaster. Death, fear, disaster. Chapter 71 saved. The green-haired man just stood there, and the overwhelming sense of oppression rushed straight at him. Becky on the side could no longer bear the momentum and fainted on the spot. Klein, who was hit by the momentum first, stood up, his eyes slightly shining. Lilith was saved. The green-haired man looked very similar to Lilith, although he was wearing the Dark Crusader's uniform that Klein hated. Klein knew that this man was here to save Lilith. The man raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he thought more highly of him because of Klein's will. He did not attack Klein, but stretched out his hand. Give Lilith to me. Klein did not speak, but just looked at Lilith in his hand and finally nodded. He knew very well that this man had no ill will towards Lilith. But even if he did, he could not do anything. Klein was about to leave when his body suddenly staggered and Lilith in his arms almost fell to the ground. The man looked at the bone spear on Klein's chest and frowned slightly. His green hair began to flutter, and an energy between fighting spirit and magic emerged from his body. Dark green ripples began to spread outward from his body, and a necromancer who dared not move beside him screamed in horror. The death ripple of the Dark Crusaders. The source of the plague Cucasero. The effect of the death ripple is as terrifying as the death finger released by Hawkins. All the lives it touches are passing away rapidly. But the death finger is a life-threatening move that Hawkins sacrificed his life for. But releasing this death ripple is as simple as blinking an eye. And the attack range is larger and more outrageous than Hawkins' death finger. Whether it was the Black Warrior, the Skeleton Warrior, or the Necromancer of the Skull and Bone Society, they were all swallowed up by the power of death and annihilated in an instant. Facing the impending death wave, Klein's expression was somewhat wooden. He was too weak, and his reaction arc had been infinitely stretched. Is he going to die? Klein thought in confusion. Buzz! The death wave passed through Klein's body. But his strength, magic, and vitality were not lost, but were supplemented in some way, making his almost dried body come alive again. This healing made Klein's last tensile relax, and he fainted and fell to the ground. The death wave wrapped around Klein and Lilith's bodies, repairing their injuries. But at this moment, a blue-white light fell from the sky and dispelled the death wave. A gray-robed man blocked Klein. The iconic move of the death wave is naturally easy to be misunderstood. If it is said that the death wave is used for healing, it is estimated that few people will believe it. But Cucaselo would not explain anything, and he was not willing to explain. Looking at the man in the gray robe, Cucaselo said in a cold tone, "Is it you? I want to take Lilith away." "You? Are you going to fight me?" The gray-robed man shook his head. "Of course not. How can I stop a father who brings back his injured daughter? I just come to take Klein away." Cucaselo raised his head slightly. "His name is Klein. He has a good mind." "Of course." Cucaselo walked to Klein, picked up Lilith in his hand, and stopped when he was about to leave. You have been stretching your hands too far recently. You shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Dark Crusade. Besides, I don't want you to use Lilith. Especially, use Lilith to make your son, Esmond, under the grey cloak. It was Klein's father, the ordinary college arcane professor, Esmond. But this ordinary Professor Esmond in the mouths of his classmates. It seems that he didn't take the words of the Dark Crusade leader Cucacero to heart. But his tone was quite provocative. He. The leader of the Dark Crusade shouldn't say such weak words. But I want to tell you, Lilith seems to be a rebellious girl. Although she is your daughter, she is also my subordinate. Cucacero narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. But he did not act. Although Esmond is a 5th level arcane mage on the surface, his true strength has never been exposed in front of others. It can be seen from the fact that his magic can dispel his own death ripples. Esmond, at least, is not the kind of arcanist who only knows how to make bread. Lilith is now seriously injured, and he has no time to delay here. Cucacero said no more, and took Lilith with him, and his body disappeared into the woods with the strong wind. Esmond looked at Klein, then looked at Becky beside him, revealing a somewhat intriguing smile. This girl is not bad, except for her soft personality. Everything else is good. Weak will is a good shortcoming. As long as it is influenced, it should be useful. It is worth cultivating. Turning his head, the grey-robed man looked at Klein. I thought it was a 2nd-level flame demon, but I didn't expect a 3rd-level one. This is better than Linda's talent. But even if it's a 3rd-level one, your performance is too weak. Klein, if you don't have the strength, you can't even die decently. You are the relic I'm most looking forward to. This kind of performance doesn't match your status. 10 days later, Klein suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was awake, he didn't sit up immediately. Looking around and checking the surrounding environment, he felt a little strange. But the style of the building decoration was a little familiar, which was the style of the Royal Academy. At this time, Klein was relieved. Looking at the empty room, Klein sat on the bed and whispered, Lilith, was she taken away? After waking up, he was very calm. Too calm, as if he had not experienced that battle and felt like he had just woken up. No madness, no shouting, no extreme behavior, because he knew that doing so would have no other substantial use except to make himself look stupid. Most of the time, Klein is a silent and lonely person, and also a very passive person. If Lilith hadn't come to him often, he might have preferred to study magic alone in the dormitory. And in most cases, Klein is a calm person. Of course, he remembered the scene before he fell into a coma, although his spirit was almost collapsed at that time. But perhaps because of the burning demon heart, his memory has always been very clear. The suffocating strength, the same green hair, and the face very similar to Lilith. All these clearly show that the relationship between that man and Lilith is not ordinary. Should it be a brother? Uncle? Isn't Dad's words a little too young? This is why Klein didn't worry too much about Lilith. And what is he? Lilith's so-called accomplice in the crime? Don't joke. He was as fragile as a grass in front of that man. His strength and oppression were stronger than his mother Katie. If it weren't for the other party, the previous necromancer could have killed them all. Now that I think about it, I might really thank the other party. Unfortunately, the other party is from the Dark Crusaders, and he seems to have been targeted by the Dark Crusaders and the Skull Society. I don't know the other party's address, so it seems that there is no need to send him a thank you letter. Klein laughed dryly twice, but it didn't seem funny to tell a cold joke that he had heard. The other party's strength can kill him with just a flick of his finger. He is still too weak. That's not right. If the Dark Crusaders wanted to deal with me, I would have died if he had just moved his finger before. And this super boss should have no reason to target me. Right? Then where did those Dark Crusaders come from? Chapter 72 Eric. A great medical skill. Now thinking of Lilith's last words. Klein, get stronger quickly. He finally understood the real meaning. It's not the flame demon Belinda who is afraid. It's the parents, Tidal Strong. This woman, it turns out, has a really big background. The leader of the Dark Crusaders. The source of the plague Cucacero. Klein had some understanding of why Lilith could shadow escape, and why she didn't want to mention the Dark Crusaders. He had some guesses in his mind, and he buried these thoughts deep in his heart. Everyone is gone, and it's meaningless to think about these things now. Ah, it's hard to bear. Klein sighed. He hadn't sighed for a long time. This sigh seemed to make him feel better. He didn't blame himself for not being strong enough. Nor did he give up on himself. Such thoughts are meaningless. And people who give up on themselves are also stupid. He has been in this world for less than 6 months. Although he had a good foundation, the time he was given was still too short. He had almost no rest for training, magic, research, and fighting. The graduation requirement of the Royal Academy was only a first-level professional. It had only been a few months, and he was already qualified for graduation. If you insist on saying that the speed of his strength improvement was quite good. Unknowingly, Klein had surpassed many of his peers, but he did not comfort himself by saying that he was already very strong, because he knew that self-consolation was useless. After experiencing this mission, he understood a truth. That is, there was no point in surpassing most of his peers. What he really needs to do is to surpass all his peers, and then surpass those older than him. Surpass the people of the previous generation, and surpass everyone. Within the range, there are truths everywhere, and only those with big fists can speak with reason. And Klein wants to make his words become truth, with a new small goal. And this small goal is very challenging. Klein feels that he has some motivation again. Opening his personal attributes. Other attributes have not changed, but the magic value has reached 5.9. It seems that fierce battles can indeed make people improve their strength quickly and significantly. But this is not enough. It is still too weak. Far from enough. Klein forced a smile and gave himself a thumbs up. Improving strength is always something to be happy about. And you can't be too disappointed. He wanted to get up and move around, but the approaching footsteps interrupted him. It seems that you have recovered well. A man with black-framed glasses walked in, and his white coat and identity card on his chest indicated his identity as a doctor. How long have I been unconscious, doctor? This is what Klein wanted to know. Call me Eric. I'm also a student of the academy, but I was promoted quickly and have obtained the qualification of assistant physician. You were in a coma for 10 days. More than 9 days. Your injuries are quite serious. You have overdrawn your magic power, physical strength, spirit, and vitality. It's a bit troublesome. Klein nodded. It seems that this senior Eric is a talkative person. Then may I ask again? Who brought me back? The academy sent someone to bring you back. You didn't return from your mission for 48 hours. And Lai Shas had already notified the academy. So the academy sent someone to check, and only found the two of you. It was such a fierce battle. Klein listened to his words and pondered in his heart. 2 people? You said that the academy sent someone to bring us back. May I ask which 2 people they were? It's just you. And there's a girl from the night department. Well, I heard she's a paladin. Klein was silent for a while, and put Lilith's matter in his heart. He felt a little disappointed, but the stone in his heart was finally put down. Thank you, senior. Eric checked Klein's body and pointed to the cabinet next to him. Your physical fitness is not bad, but you are a little too thin. But your bone strength is very strong. Surprisingly strong. Which is a bit strange. Also, remember to supplement more nutrition after you are discharged from the hospital. A mage cannot be so thin. If the body is too weak, long-term experiments will cause overwork and death. And most of your previous personal belongings have been destroyed. There is a set of clothes in it, and some items you left behind, and the new certificate issued by the academy. By the way, the cost of this treatment was paid by the academy. You used 11 healing potions, 1 advanced healing potion, wound medicine, some detoxification potions, and 2,100 milliliters of blood. Well, it adds up to 2,200 thael, which is indeed a lot of money. However, the academy can accept your installment payment, which is divided into 12 installments over a year, without interest, and it is considered as a subsidy from the academy. It looks like a lot, but it's not much. Just over 100 a month. If you work hard, you will have it. Now, the bill is on the table for you. After listening to Eric's words, Klein was confused. He picked up the bill on the table. 2,200 tires. Even with his super earning ability, it would take a lot of effort to pay back such a sum of money. A healing potion for 46 tires? Are you kidding me? The most shady chamber of commerce in the imperial capital only sells for 25. It's not appropriate that the affiliated hospital of the college is so shady? And wasn't I injured because of the mission? Why doesn't the college reimburse me? Klein stopped Eric and asked, Reimbursement. Brother, you think too much. The Royal College is not a charity. Nor is it a place like a junior college where you can play house. The Royal College is the cruelest and most deadly institution in the world. Except for the regular army. This mission wipeout caused by intelligence errors is just a small drop in the many events in Tarila. And there is no wave at all. The price of the medicine is set by the college. It's useless to yell at me. Don't you find that there is no one in the college's affiliated hospital? It's because it's expensive. The college also calls it training students' independent survival ability. But in fact it's too lazy to care about us poor students. You were carried into the college hospital because you were too seriously injured and no one dared to treat you. Alas, I'll tell you secretly. Next time you are injured or have an injured friend, you can come to me for treatment. Here is my contact information and address. I'll give you 80% off the market price and a 10% rebate. How about it? Klein stared blankly at Eric in front of him. How did he become a salesman selling business to him? Is this okay? You are an assistant physician in the academy. How much money is paid for an assistant? What can I do with it? 1 month's salary is not enough to save a girl who has fallen into trouble. I am serious. My medical skills are very high. If you have clients, you can contact me, Eric said as a matter of course, as if he didn't care about his identity as an assistant in the academy at all. Klein got off the bed and put on the clothes next to him. Although they didn't fit well, they were better than nothing. Okay, I will pay you back as soon as possible. Klein walked out of the hospital in a daze, and medical assistant Eric didn't forget to shout behind him. Hey, Klein, remember to bring me clients. I'll give you a 20% discount, and there will be kickbacks, he shouted loudly, as if he didn't care about the hospital staff in the academy at all. Chapter 73 Mysterious Potion. Klein walked out of the hospital while complaining. This guy is a psychopath. He tightened his large coat. It was too loose not because the size was wrong, but because he was too thin. Looking at the sunlight that he hadn't seen for a long time, Klein felt that his body was alive again. He stretched out his hand, and the red bead lay quietly in his palm. The heart of flame. This thing should be one of the hearts of elements. I didn't expect that I had found the materials to strengthen Lilith's weapons. But Lilith was gone. I don't know if she will come back. Open the synthesizer. And the previous time has been completed. Completed event. The violator of the world killed the demon of flame. You have obtained a new synthesis formula. Mysterious potion, seeing that the reward was actually a formula for a potion. Klein was a little surprised, because the previous rewards were all magic weapons. Or get the reward formula first. Receive. Mysterious potion formula. Elemental heart, any grade, plus ordinary materials of the same grade plus magic dust of the same grade plus magic core of the same grade plus arcane crystal of the same grade. This formula is a fixed potion formula and can be synthesized repeatedly. Looking at this formula, Klein fell into deep thought. If we don't count the green-haired man Kikasero they met later, the Apostle of Flame Kalinda is definitely the strongest enemy they have ever encountered. Even the Necromancer of the Skull and Bone Society in the woods can never be compared with the Apostle of Flame. Such a powerful opponent is already a level above, or even 2 levels above. Klein was still looking forward to the reward formula for completing the achievement of the Fire Magician. However, the requirements for the formula of this mysterious potion seemed a bit complicated. He only had a 3rd level flame heart of any elemental heart. Ordinary materials of the same attribute and level should refer to 3rd level flame materials. Flame essence. Magic dust is relatively easy to collect. It is sold in stores, but the price is not clear, although it is a material made by enchanters. Klein, a half-baked enchanter, cannot make it, although the 3rd level flame magic core is the most common magic core. The price is still a bit unaffordable for Klein now. The last one, arcane crystal. This material is unheard of. However, when he saw the 4 words arcane crystal, Klein always felt familiar inexplicably. He himself had some vague guesses about whether the arcane would be a cube or a sphere after it was formed. Putting away the synthesizer in his thoughts, Klein came to the cafeteria of the college. His life in the past 6 months was too hard and too tiring. He wanted to change all of this. He wanted to develop himself more perfectly and comprehensively. One of the things was his appearance. If he wanted to develop himself comprehensively, appearance was a very important part. Appearance not only refers to looks, but also a well-proportioned figure. This thin body must be changed. If he wanted to make himself stronger, he had to start with eating. Klein bought several delicious steaks expensive seafood, and the nutritious soup provided by the college. After finishing this expensive lunch, Klein stretched his muscles. The weakness caused by not eating for 10 days seemed to have recovered a little. Leaving the cafeteria, Klein came to the financial office of the college to review his completed tasks. The person in charge of reviewing Klein's tasks was an old lady with an amazing figure. Not a good-looking figure, but an amazing fatness. She shook her head with the corners of her mouth downwards, looking at Klein with an expression that said, "My child, you have suffered. Oh, this is a really tragic mission. Only 2 people came back. It was really hard this time. The 5,000 tel mission bonus will be distributed in full, and you and Becky will share it. Here is 2,500 tel. Hey, don't leave in a hurry. Here are 500 telephones. It is the compensation given to you by the Academy on behalf of Lesha City. This money should have been paid by Lesha. There were huge problems with their mission intelligence and actions, and Becky has already reported them. But now Lesha has too much debt, and the economy is almost collapsed. So the Academy can only pay for it. Take it. Skinny little guy. Buy yourself something delicious." Klein calmly took his bonus and replied, "Thank you, ma'am. But I just ate." Poor guy. Leaving the finance office, Klein looked at the 3,000 telephones in his hand, and he had already made a decision in his heart. The mission reward for working so hard was only a little more than the debt owed to the hospital. The Academy really didn't lose anything. Klein had no intention of using the money to pay the medical expenses of the Academy. It was not that he did not want to pay it back, but that he could not pay it back now. He planned to use all the 3,000 thalers to collect the materials for the mysterious potion. This was something he decided after getting the money, and the money also solved his urgent need. He wanted to know what the achievement reward that almost wiped them out was. After leaving the Academy, Klein came to the Challenger Chamber of Commerce in Palomia alone. His purpose of buying things was very clear, so he didn't spend too much time. He bought the 3rd level Flame Magic Core and the 3rd level Magic Dust at the prices of 1,200 tires and 450 tires respectively. Then he used the remaining money to buy 40 flame particles, some necessities for enchantments and potions, and an ordinary iron knife. In this way, all 3,000 tires were spent, and there were probably a few dozen reals left for the bus. This amount of money was not enough to buy a good meal, and Klein's plan to strengthen his body was shelved again. He was ready to eat bread for a month. I hope that all he has done is worth it. Welcome to visit next time, Mr. Klein. The shopping guide waved at Klein with a smile. She thought Klein's bleak and thin back was particularly charming. Customers like Klein who are generous, straightforward, and don't like to bargain are the most popular. The blade has turned into a pile of scrap iron powder under the impact of the death ripple. Klein could only buy an iron knife to make do with it in order to deal with possible dangers. He didn't walk fast on the road. He hesitated for a long time. But he didn't wait for the skull and bones to show up. Perhaps this organization does not have the ability to openly attack him in Palomia. Or maybe the organization thought he was connected to a very powerful being, so they were scared. For example, the source of the plague who took Lilith away, Cucasero. I thought you thought I was a weakling, but you thought I was a big boss? After returning to the Academy, Klein went straight back to his dormitory and knocked on the door of 502B. Sure enough, no one responded for a long time. Klein was a little sad, but also a little relieved. He looked at room 502C again. He didn't know if there was anyone in this room, but he had never seen anyone living here. Klein gave up the idea of knocking on the door and returned to his bedroom. Now everything is ready, so let's get started. First, we need to synthesize a 3rd level flame material. Flame essence. Synthesized materials. Flame particles, 1st level, plus flame particles, 1st level. Probability of obtaining flame crystals or flame particles. Extremely small probability of obtaining special materials. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained the Heart of Flame, special 1st level. Chapter 74, a new beginning for the arcane. Klein was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Heart of Fire? He got what he had fought so hard for. And he got it just like that, although it was only a 1st level item. It was a genuine and valuable elemental heart. Exactly the same as the one left by Kalinda after her death. But it was much smaller. This was the special material that was obtained with a very low probability. The favor of the goddess of luck made Klein smile rarely. But the smile was still bitter. He laughed at himself. Is this good luck due to the sacrifice of so many teammates? Klein took the third-level Heart of Fire in his hand and thought about it. Now that he had a first-level Heart of Fire, should he buy a set of first-level materials? As soon as this idea came up, Klein felt it was very feasible. The third-level Heart of Fire was too precious. If something went wrong, he could not afford it. Now that he had a first-level substitute, he could naturally use the substitute for testing. Klein grabbed a handful of attributeless magic scrolls drawn with a pen on the table and walked downstairs quickly. He had no money left, so he could only sell some materials and whiteboard enchantment scrolls to make up some money for the time being. First-level magic materials were available for sale in the academy, and it wouldn't take much time to run over now. He hurriedly walked and hurriedly returned. And Klein returned to the dormitory with a first-level fire magic core and a first-level magic dust. He put the flame heart, flame particles, magic dust, and flame magic core into the synthesizer, and the 4 materials were ready. What is missing now is the final arcane crystal. Arcane crystal, Klein whispered, his thoughts becoming clearer. If he had an idea, he should put it into action. He sat on the bed in a more comfortable position, meditating slightly to put himself in a better state. Then, he stretched out a finger, and the bluish-white arcane light gathered at Klein's fingertips, like a bright lamp. But this time, he was not doing it to make bread. More and more condensed arcane energy began to reverberate and compress at Ryan's fingertips, continuously compressing. But even though Klein had been very focused, these arcane energies did not have any intention of forming, but were just reverberating regularly. For this situation, Klein had already prepared for it. To make arcane energy into crystals is not as simple as making bread. Klein did not know whether anyone had succeeded in all these years, but at least there was no record of any success in the textbooks of the Imperial Academy. Burning magic. But Klein is different from those people. He is burning magic. His magic power is always stronger than that of ordinary people, and much stronger. Klein ignited his magic power, and the light on his fingertips was shining like the white sun. Even if it was daytime, this light spot was still bright. The magic power burned quickly, and Klein's eyes lit up slightly. This time, it seemed to work. The arcane energy began to deform and gather little by little under the gathering of the burning magic state. The movement trajectory of the arcane particles was also irregular. They were in chaos, collision, and reorganization. These aggregated energy particles, under Klein's squeezing, seemed to have begun to become something completely different. This change made Klein somewhat happy, but his happiness did not last for a few seconds, and his face turned pale, because he did not have enough magic power, and the lack was obvious. Such a large amount of arcane energy was already very consuming, and with the activation of burning magic, Klein's 5.9 magic power would soon be exhausted. He just saw a little hope, and he must not stop at this time. He took out a bottle of magic potion he had just bought and drank it in one gulp. The almost exhausted magic power was immediately replenished, and the burning magic state was stabilized again, so the experiment could continue. Klein's magic power continued to burn, and the arcane energy began to liquefy and tighten. And then Klein felt something on his fingers. It was like some dust, and these dusts were slowly moving together and gathering. Klein knew that the things in his hands could not be as simple as dust. After a long time, until Klein's magic power was about to run out. This time the arcane crystal magic manufacturing was considered to be over. The brilliance dissipated, and a small particle appeared on Klein's fingertips, emitting a bluish-white brilliance. He had synthesized it once before, and with the recovery, he had about 5.2 mana left. With the mana restored by a bottle of mana potion, it was about 7. Let's say the lowest 6.5. A total of 11.7 mana, until 0.7 was consumed. This tiny arcane particle appeared in his hand. It took more than 11 points of mana to generate such a small particle. Looking at the particle, Klein was still a little excited. Actually, it really succeeded, and it was a success at once. Arcane particles, first order, this is a brand new material. Klein has never seen any material related to arcane in any book or record. If he publishes this research, it may cause a sensation among arcane masters, or even cause a revolution. But Klein is not an academic, so it is better to keep such things in his own hands. This particle is very small, but if you magnify it or look closely, you will clearly see that this particle is a very regular cube. In the existing magic, the form of arcane is stability and order. It also represents absoluteness and rules. Looking at the arcane crystal, Klein has already got the result of the question about the crystallization of arcane energy. If arcane energy is continuously injected, will it become a cube or a circle? At that time, Moore did not answer him directly, but Klein now has his own answer. That is, it is almost impossible in the hands of ordinary arcane masters. Ordinary mages don't have the burning magic heart. They don't have the stars to store pure magic. Nor do they have the burning magic super magic enhancement. The quality of ordinary mages' magic basically depends on whether the magic pool they build is good. In terms of magic enhancement, it has not appeared for many years. Without such conditions, no matter how much arcane energy is injected, it is impossible to turn into arcane particles. Just like rice, no matter how long it is left there, no matter how much it is still rice. At most it will go bad. Only when you eat the rice will it become. Okay, this example is not very good, but everyone should understand the meaning. This is a process, and the transformation of arcane crystals is also a process, and most people do not have the conditions for this transformation. Klein doesn't know whether Hermann, who teacher Moore mentioned, will develop arcane crystals. But at least he has seen no news about this kind of crystal in the masses and textbooks he has seen. This new knowledge point about arcane will be the starting point for Klein's development of arcane theory. Just as he once thought, arcane energy is really not as simple as kneading bread. Klein did not continue the synthesis. He was in a bad state now. He had very little magic power left and was very tired. So, what he had to do now was to have a good sleep. Chapter 75. This is a miracle. When I woke up, it was already night by the window. I looked and saw that it was already 2 a.m. At this time, I was full of energy and my mood had calmed down. But I also had expectations. Klein put the tiny particle he had been holding in his hand into the synthesizer. Everything was ready. Synthesis materials: heart of flame plus flame particles plus magic dust plus flame magic core plus arcane particles. High probability of obtaining a mysterious potion. Low probability of obtaining a mysterious potion. An extremely low probability of obtaining a potion of the fire demon. Klein paused. 2 probabilities of a mysterious potion? Maybe they are of different grades. What is the potion of the fire demon? Items with an extremely low probability of obtaining are generally good things. But I don't know what they do. The synthesis results given by the synthesizer are too vague. And there is no manual. Most of the time, Klein can only rely on his own guesses and judge by experience. But at present, it seems that the results of several syntheses are not too bad. So Klein is relieved. I have spent so much effort. If the synthesis fails again, my heart will be cold. Concentrate and calm down. Wash your hands and spray perfume. Then click the synthesis button, synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained the mysterious potion, first order, mysterious potion, first order, grade, miracle. Effect: increase magic power. Introduction: an item that is free from the restrictions of rules. In addition to the strong who transcend the rules, only those who truly master the arcane can see and use it. Klein was stunned for a long time. It was not that the item was bad, but that the item was too good, which made him speechless. Is this the fruit of victory? Miracle items? Although the fruit is sweet, the process always feels a bit bitter. Klein, you should be happy. Klein muttered to himself for a few words, and began to read the words on the item introduction. Get rid of the rules. Transcend the rules. And truly master the arcane. Arcane, as the most stable energy, has lost its ability to be used for fighting in the hands of most people. In the records of ancient magic, arcane can almost be an enhancer and accelerant for all magic. Not only that, the power of arcane itself is also very huge. Any magic will show a geometric improvement in power and effect when it is enhanced by arcane. This is very similar to Klein's burning magic state, both of which consume extra magic power and increase the power of spell energy. However, after the catastrophe, the current arcane energy seems to have lost this function of strengthening magic. From the introduction of the synthesizer, the evaluation of arcane is very high. It has already involved a level of rules. This also gave Klein some new ideas about arcane magic. Klein would not have thought about this before. But after experiencing the experience of making arcane crystals this time, Klein felt that he, who was in the burning magic state, might really be able to develop arcane magic. After turning on the burning magic state, the saying that arcane represents constancy is no longer absolute in front of him. I wonder if the former glory of arcane magic can be reproduced in his hands. Klein took out the mysterious potion from the synthesizer. This is something like jelly. Soft. And it is called a potion. But it is not liquid. Its effect is also very simple and straightforward. That is, to increase magic power. Not slightly. Not a small amount. But clearly increase magic power. Klein didn't know how much magic power this mysterious potion could increase. But it shouldn't be a fraction of a percent. Putting the mysterious potion in his hand, Klein hesitated for a while. After confirming that there were no side effects as described in the introduction, he swallowed the mysterious potion. It was quite a big piece, and Klein originally thought he would choke. But when he ate it, he realized that this thing explained what it meant to melt in the mouth. There was no big movement, and there was no obvious abnormal state. The expected riot of magic power, or the intense pain like the strengthening of bones, did not appear. The magic power was steadily increasing in Klein's body. 6.1, 7.1, 7.8. The upper limit of the magic value did not stop until it reached 7.8. It's a miracle. No. It's a miracle. For no reason. No logic. Ignoring the basic principles of magic power promotion, Klein's magic power was improved. Perhaps just like its grade. Only miracle can describe the effect of this item. The magic power increased by 1.9. If ordinary people want to increase this magic power simply by meditation, it may take several months, or even longer. According to the requirements of the magic textbook, ordinary mages can touch the threshold of second-level mages as long as their magic power reaches 10. He is now 7.8, and Klein is not ready to be promoted to the second level. You know, he still has an elemental flame heart in his hand. And this flame heart is a third-level one. This elemental heart, at least in terms of volume, is dozens of times larger than this first-order one. With the small goal of the third-order mysterious potion, Klein returned to his peaceful dormitory life, and his plan to gain weight was shelved again. It is very difficult to make arcane crystals. But fortunately, his magic power has increased significantly, and he has more magic power every day. But even so, if Klein wants to make an arcane crystal, he must drink at least a bottle of magic potion. Not only that, the synthesis progress of arcane crystals is not very ideal. To synthesize the first order into the second order, if 2 first-order arcane crystals are needed. If he fails once, then he will waste a whole day to recover his magic power. The probability of failure of arcane crystals is very high. In order to speed up the progress, a bottle of magic potion costs 30 Thur every day, which puts Klein under greater financial pressure. Before synthesizing the second bottle of mysterious potion, he has no extra magic power to synthesize items to make money. He can only rely on the clever pen to draw scrolls to barely make a living. After many failures, it was not until the 17th day that Klein finally succeeded in synthesizing a third-order arcane crystal. Finally. I'm so tired. It feels like I've been grinding for game items for 17 consecutive days. What a boring and tedious life. Arcane Essence, Level 3, it is a blue-white cube the size of a fingernail. Flat and smooth. Putting it in his hand, Klein couldn't feel its magic power at all. Its magic properties may be different from the original magic properties of this world. But Klein knew how much magic power was needed to synthesize such an arcane essence. Let's get started. Klein put in the mysterious potion materials he had prepared before one by one, and clicked to synthesize. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained the mysterious potion, Level 4, Klein's little hand trembled. And the mysterious potion he had just obtained almost fell to the ground. Calm down. There is a small chance of getting a higher level item, which is not low. It is more than 10%. The appearance of a 4th level mysterious potion can only be regarded as a normal operation in the synthesis. Although his tone was very calm, Klein's mouth was almost split with laughter. He originally expected a 3rd level mysterious potion, but now he was given a 4th level one, which made him a little panicked and a little surprised. It's getting better. This time, Klein swallowed the potion in his hand without any hesitation, walking to the window, quietly waiting for the magic power to increase. The starry sky tonight seems particularly beautiful. Chapter 76. People with intellectual talents won't say so many shits. 3 months later. It was already late autumn. Mr. Klein, do you still have the vitality potion and shadow resistance potion you prepared? A very sweet-looking girl patted Klein on the shoulder and asked shyly. Klein, who was eating, raised his head slightly, and his smile, as if bathed in spring breeze, and his white teeth made the girl in front of him even more shy. In 3 months, Klein got rid of his skinny image, with a reasonable diet and martial arts training. With physical exercise and sufficient nutrition, his originally tall and thin figure can already show some muscle lines. The special arcane energy has begun to nourish Klein's body, making his face, which was only good-looking, become particularly handsome. Now Klein goes to the cafeteria to eat every day, practices martial arts in the practice field, and then goes to the library to study theoretical knowledge. The evening time is used to synthesize materials, study potions and enchantment, and prepare and research for the breakthrough to the second level. That's right. Klein still hasn't broken through to the second level, although his magic power has reached more than 60, which is the level of a third-level peak mage. His level has not changed. He doesn't know why this is. His magic power can continue to grow, but he doesn't feel the so-called bottleneck, threshold, breakthrough, etc. at all. Klein knows that he may be missing some knowledge points that need to be supplemented. The existence of the burning demon heart makes him different from ordinary mages, and their breakthrough methods may also be very different. The extremely regular life, excellent potion science skills, and handsome appearance, all of these are naturally attractive in the eyes of female students. Especially Klein is a weak arcane mage, which makes many female combat students feel full of protective desire. Sorry, there is no more. I haven't prepared these potions recently. Klein put down the spoon in his hand, tilted his head slightly, and said with a smile. Although he was smiling, there was already some rejection in his tone. But it was not so obvious. Then can you help me prepare some? Obviously, the girl didn't want to leave like this, and asked again. Well, I'm afraid I don't have time recently. I'm sorry, Klein said again. Okay. The girl lowered her head and left. When she left, she didn't forget to look back at Klein a few times. Oh, it's so ruthless. If such a beautiful girl shows her affection to me, I will definitely develop a relationship with her. The person who spoke was Eric, the medical assistant of the academy, who was sitting opposite Klein. Although he did not bring him new customers, Klein still established a relationship with him. Because of the synthesizer, he had to prepare too many medicines, and he had to deal with them specially every time. Instead of selling them again and again, it would be better to hand them over to one person. So, because he was too lazy, or to save time, Klein found Eric. The overall price Eric paid for the medicine was a little higher than Klein paid directly to the college. Moreover, going directly to the door to get the medicine saved Klein a lot of time, which was what Klein was most satisfied with. Eric's medical skills were very good. He often used a lot of medicines in the private work he took, and he also got to know many students from the combat department. These students from the combat department consumed a lot of medicines when they went out on missions. The medicines made by Klein were very stable because of the synthesizer, and were deeply loved by users. He didn't like to socialize with too many people, and he was not very good at doing business. He could even say that he hated doing these things. Giving the things to Eric could help him deal with a large amount of synthetic medicines, and he didn't have to contact too many people. At least for Klein himself, it was a win-win situation. Such transactions were carried out steadily, and the relationship between the two began to become familiar with each other. Seeing that Klein didn't speak, Eric, the chatterbox, continued, I often see you in a daze. Klein, can you not look so melancholy all day long? You are so young. How big a thing can you do? What are you thinking about in your heart? Eric took a sip of wine and ate the sausage in his hand. Although the academy does not prohibit alcohol, alcohol has a very bad influence on magic practice. So almost no magician would drink, and Klein is no exception. But when he saw Eric, a doctor, drinking for the first time, Klein was still quite surprised, because Klein felt that there was a fluctuation of magic in Eric's body. Stirring the thick soup with a spoon, trying to make the soup cool faster, Klein looked at the spoon a little dully. I just wonder why there is so much sadness and suffering in this world. Newspapers and magic radios report it every day. But there are still so many people who can't feel it. They live so easily, as if this world is really peaceful. Klein's feelings are not a joke. He has experienced terrorist attacks, suffered raids by necromancers, assassinations by the Skull and Bone Society, and witnessed the cruel sacrifices of the Fire Blade cult and the completely twisted mind of DeWard. All these represent the cruelty and cruelty of this world. Most of the time, he really can't be happy. Such profound questions should be left to the superiors of this country to think about. I just want to make more money. Then find 10 blonde girls. And then? He. Looking at Eric's pig brother, Klein shook his head helplessly. Why are you shaking your head? I don't believe you won't get married in the future. If I live like an ascetic like you. What's the fun in life, hey? Klein, you look like you often reject girls. Right? What kind of woman can make your heart beat? Klein's eyes moved, as if he recalled something. Fuck, is there really such a thing? Eric learned the word hack from Klein. And he had to learn it very quickly. Didn't I tell you that only uneducated people would use hack to express surprise all day long? How could that be? Eric didn't believe it. Klein pointed to a black-haired girl not far away. She had a very rare oriental face. Or it was not rare anymore. And it was the first time Klein had seen it. He turned to Eric and said, Did you see that girl? Fuck. A beauty, ugh. Eric covered his mouth. At this moment, his cultural level was exposed. Just look. Although his level was exposed, Eric was still a little unconvinced. Humph. Then tell me, what should I say when I see a beautiful woman? Eric took it for granted that Klein was a magic man and a potion researcher all day long. So how could he know anything about describing girls? But, the next moment, he was defeated. As graceful as a startled swan. As graceful as a swimming dragon. Bright eyes and white teeth. Natural beauty. She is really charming with a smile. Klein stunned Eric as soon as he opened his mouth. There was something. This dull man. Oh no. This sultry man must be hiding so deeply. Not only did he stun him, but he also made Eric regret it. He regretted why he thought that a sultry man couldn't pick up girls. He is not only good at picking up girls, but also a technical player. Okay, should I have asked him for advice earlier? Eric was a little embarrassed and awkward. But there was still a little curiosity in his heart. Klein, are those you said poems? It feels good. Can you tell me more, like you said? I just want to improve my cultural literacy. Definitely not to pick up girls. Chapter 77, Ethereal Medicine. Looking at the mean Eric, Klein was speechless. Big brother, can you be more careful when you lie next time? But he still said a few lines of poetry to describe a beautiful woman. The woman beside the wine shop is like the moon, and her white wrists are like frost and snow. Which side is beside the wine shop? Klein glanced at Eric, and Eric had to shut up. There is a beauty in the north. Peerless and independent. Women in the north are too rough. And there are only monsters in the north. Klein's forehead had a few blue veins. And he ignored Eric and continued. One look can make a city fall. And another look can make a country fall. Do you mean to give away a city and a country? Our Majesty is a woman. She should not like women. Right? Klein's head was full of black lines. If there weren't so many people here, he would probably have hit Eric's face with more than a dozen hellfire balls. Are you angry? I just raised some questions to you. Why are you angry? Seeing Eric's innocent look, Klein wanted to slap him. Before Klein could answer him, the girl they just pointed out had come to them. Although your poems are beautiful, beautiful poems cannot beautify a person's heart. Do you know that discussing a girl so loudly, whether it is praising or belittling, it is very impolite? Klein looked at the person, who came with some surprise. It was the girl they just pointed out. Black hair, white clothes, and a particularly lively expression. It was not so clear at a distance just now. Now that the distance is close, Klein can feel the arrogance in the other's eyes. However, the familiar oriental face of the other party also made Klein stunned. The girl originally wanted to come over and talk for a few words because of Klein's poems. But when she saw Klein's expression, the intention to chat disappeared in her heart. When she turned and left, she left a sentence. It is very rude to stare at a girl's chest. Looking at the other party's back, Klein raised his hand slightly and wanted to say something, but he smiled with relief. Did he need to explain anything? There was no need at all. Eric on the side smacked his lips. TSK. Klein, staring at a woman's chest is really rude. Look at me. I only look at legs. Beauty or not. Look at thighs. It's an old saying. Klein curled his lips. It was completely because the club had been renovated too much. And the standard had been fixed. Okay? Klein put away his playfulness and lowered his voice to Eric. Today, I asked you to come here for some serious business. I have some medicine. See if you have any way to deal with it. Eric said indifferently. Hey, small problem. I can give you any potion you want. But you still don't trust my connections? Klein shook his index finger. No. This potion is a little different. If you don't keep your mouth shut, something might go wrong. Eric's eyes moved slightly, and he put away his nonchalant look and nodded. Klein took out a few bottles, placed them in front of Eric, pointed at one of them, and began to introduce them. This is called a strength-enhancing potion, which can increase the strength by about 0.2 to 0.3. This is an invisibility potion, which makes you invisible for 15 seconds. This body potion is similar to the strength potion, which can probably improve your body by 0.2 to 0.3. This is a floating potion, which allows you to reach a feather-like state for 1 minute. Of course, these are just small things, and only the last 2 bottles are the real good stuff. Mongoose potion increases 1 point of agility, increases jumping ability, and makes oneself more flexible. After drinking the ethereal potion, it will consume a lot of your magic power, and it will permanently take away some magic power, about 0.1 to 0.3. But its effect is that it allows you to have about 10 seconds to transform your magic pool. Klein spoke calmly, but Eric's spoon on the opposite side had already fallen to the ground. Fuck. Transform the magic pool? Are you kidding? You said hack again? Don't worry about these details. Klein shook his head. Of course not. Why would you ask that? The potion that directly improves ability can only be used once, so there is no need to be too surprised. These potions are all rare potions that appeared when Klein synthesized potions. The most precious one is naturally the Mongoose potion. The permanent increase of 1 point of agility is not only important to archers and stealth warriors, but also to warriors and knights. Mongoose potion and floating potion are both special synthesized with a very low probability of appearing in agility potion. The appearance of 2 special potions of the same kind made Klein realize that special potions also have different degrees of rarity. However, the last void potion is not a rare potion synthesized by Klein. The appearance of the void potion originated from a mistake in a magic experiment by Klein. In the past few months, he has made breakthrough progress in the development of new arcane. In an experiment to develop arcane energy, the magic power was overused. The generated arcane crystal accidentally dropped into an open bottle of magic potion. When he was preparing to deal with the possible accidents, something unexpected happened. After mixing with the arcane crystal, the blue magic potion began to boil and sublimate in the bottle. It turned into a blue mist state. After inhaling it, Klein would enter a state of magic excitement. The magic power would be very active, but it would not achieve the effect of burning magic. This situation aroused Klein's curiosity. He analyzed, studied, and improved the magic potion in this state. After many experiments and optimizations, he added some arcane magic stabilizers. He developed himself to the potion. Thus, he created his first potion, the ethereal potion. After drinking this potion, you can reach the ethereal state of tearing the spiritual space and transforming the magic pool in a short time. Ethereal potion recipe: arcane particles *10 plus magic potion plus arcane magic stabilizer. Effect: reduces mana by up to 0.3, allowing you to enter a magical ethereal state for 10 seconds. This recipe has even been recognized by the synthesizer. And as long as there are materials, you can synthesize the potion. It's just that the ethereal potion requires a lot of materials, and it's more laborious for Klein to make it. But everything is worth it. Klein doesn't have a magic pool, but it doesn't mean he doesn't understand the importance of the magic pool to the magic system. Poor mages need ethereal potions to improve their simple magic pools, so that they are no longer weak. Magicians with weak foundations also need ethereal potions to repair their unstable foundations, and stabilize their magic pools before they have a chance to go further. Powerful mages need to transform, optimize, and strengthen their magic pools to make themselves stronger. It can be said that this potion may even change the fate of a mage. No mage will think that his magic pool is already perfect. The appearance of the ethereal medicine will only drive all magic systems crazy. Chapter 78: A Bigger Platform. Eric showed an expression that made it hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. He said, while holding the ethereal medicine, "If we sell this thing publicly, we will break our heads, and there might even be accidents. Can it be mass-produced?" Klein looked at Eric with some surprise. He didn't expect this unreliable guy to think so far ahead and mass-produce it. "Is this thing wholesale?" "Of course not. Their appearance was also due to an accident. For these potions, I have spent all my savings from selling potions. You also said that this kind of thing is prone to accidents. If I wasn't in a hurry to use the money, I wouldn't take it out. Eric also narrowed his eyes and stared at Klein. His expression was as if he was saying, "Are you trying to trick me? It seems that you have your own ideas when you come to me. Tell me, what are you going to do?" Klein laughed. It was comfortable to talk to a smart person like Eric. This would save him a lot of effort. As for the relationship with Eric, the two have established initial trust in each other in a few months. Staying indoors and developing slowly may be a good way to ensure safety. But as time goes by, Klein finds that this approach also has many problems. He needs to raise funds and resources by himself, which will waste a lot of his time. And he often purchases a large number of materials. It's okay for a short time, but over time, some people will naturally wonder why a pharmacist buys so many materials every day. And some people will definitely wonder how Klein digests these materials. This kind of behavior of purchasing materials in large quantities is inherently dangerous. So, he needs to stand on the stage now. A young arcane mage, an excellent pharmacist, and an enchanter. Handsome, good at studying, and has potential. A good background. His father is a teacher, and his mother is a soldier. Klein doesn't believe that with such conditions, there will be no forces willing to train and support him. The Tarila Empire is large enough, and there are countless geniuses. There will be no room for a rookie like him who is unknown. His previous pattern was still too small, and his way of thinking about many things was still based on his previous life. But after a few months of precipitation, he has figured out a lot of things. For example, the source of the plague Kukasero. He is not only a titled strongman, he also has an identity that is more terrifying than the title of the source of the plague. That is, the leader of the Dark Crusade. So, Klein also needs power. It is too late to cultivate himself. So he can only show his ability and let others invite him to join. He needs to borrow power and a platform. A platform that is large enough and excellent enough. It's very simple. Help me make up a story. Students who have returned from missions often come to you for treatment. One team discovered ancient ruins in the wild of a city. In the ruins, they found these precious potions. And I, as one of the pharmacists, gave up the items in other ruins and chose these potions. Eric, what do you think of this script? Eric was a little confused. Klein was cautious and his explanation should not be so crude. Isn't this excuse too poor? Someone with a keen eye can easily find out that you have never been to any ruins, or even left the academy. Klein smiled with satisfaction. It has to be a little clumsy, that way they can find me. If the puzzle is too difficult, I'm afraid these people are too stupid to figure it out. You can feel the clumsiness and roughness, so there should be no problem. Eric was stunned for a moment. He already understood what Klein meant. Klein didn't want to stay behind the scenes anymore, but wanted to stand under the spotlight. However, Klein seemed to have blackened him just now. What does it mean that if he can feel it? There is no problem. Do you think my IQ is low? Eric looked at Klein angrily. Okay. You are the boss. I won't bother with you. Don't you want to hide anymore? It's not that I won't hide anymore, but there is no need to hide everything like before. It's too slow to improve if I always stay in one place. Now he is very lacking in knowledge, and the things in the academy can no longer meet his knowledge needs. And Klein's real secret is the synthesizer. Whether it is the pharmacist, the evil energy, or the necromancy, these are actually information that can be exposed. It's time for people to know some so-called secrets. Eric pondered for a while, wondering if there would be any danger if he took on Klein's job. Not only that, if Klein came to the fore, he would probably lose Klein. A good source of supply. Eric thought for a long time and finally decided to agree. Because even if he didn't find him, Klein could find someone else. How much are you going to give me? We are friends. I won't let my friends suffer. You help me deal with it, and I'll give you 30%. How about that? Klein said casually, and that nonchalant tone made Eric's breath stagnate. These medicines, Eric conservatively estimated, would cost at least tens of thousands of thalers, and he was really willing to give him 30% like this. Eric's math is not very good. He began to estimate how much money 30% would have, and how many fallen girls he could save. In the end, Eric concluded that the money might be more than 10,000 thalers. Even if it was the high-end goods of the Royal Capital Entertainment Club that cost 20 thalers per time, it could save 500 times. Wow, 500 times! If you help people treat minor injuries by yourself, You can only make 20 or 30. And you can make 100 or 200 for major injuries at most. Some people even owe money on credit. And they don't pay it back. Those who don't pay back the money they owe. And they run out to do missions, saying that they make money to pay him back. But sometimes if a person dies on a mission, he can't even get his capital back. 10,000 terabytes. I'm afraid I can't earn them much even if I work hard to treat illnesses and do brick moving for several months. And this is only 30%. Eric looked at Klein with complicated eyes. Are you pharmacists so good at making money? Klein, do you still need a driver? I'm very good at driving a carriage. It doesn't matter if there is no driver. I can even warm the bed. Get lost. Klein naturally knew how huge a figure 30% of the profit was. But for him, it was worth investing. Among this batch of potions, the ethereal potion with the most expensive predicted price can really be mass-produced by him. That's right. A potion that can be mass-produced and worth tens of thousands of terabytes. As long as he finds a stable and safe platform, the profit at that time will be an astronomical figure. When his magic power continues to grow, he can even use the ethereal potion as a regular material. I believe no one can refuse him the opportunity to change the magic pool. Eric has a wide range of connections, and it is more efficient and safer for him to do things than for Klein to do it himself. Klein didn't talk about feelings with Eric, because favors are the hardest thing to repay. Only those who don't want to give money will talk about feelings, ideals, and the future with the other party. The ideal of most people is to make enough money, and then lie at home as a comfortable dead otaku. So, realistically speaking, talking about money is the most effective. This money can be regarded as a ticket to a bigger platform. Chapter 79 looks easy to bully. Klein knocked on the table rhythmically, patiently waiting for Eric to give him a suitable plan. If everything goes well, this batch of medicines should be worth tens of thousands of telephones. If it's 30%, you should get 10,000. Think about how to arrange it. I'm not familiar with the outside world. This time, it's up to you to arrange it. Benefits can open anyone's heart. If it doesn't open, it means that the benefits are not enough. Eric nodded heavily. He began to think seriously about how to deal with this batch of medicines. A long time passed. Klein didn't bother Eric, but just waited quietly for the other party. Eric took off his black-framed glasses and said in a steady manner that Klein had never seen before. These medicines are of extraordinary value. I can't sell them by myself. Find a chamber of commerce to deal with them. Tell me. Klein smiled and pushed the medicine over. The cooperation has begun from this time. Eric put the medicine in his arms with a calm face. You Klein are generous. And I Eric am not a cabbage. I know the deputy manager of a pharmacy in Palomia. I have a very good relationship with him. A reliable one. Although it's not a big chamber of commerce. At least the safety should be no problem. What's the name of the chamber of commerce? Nolan Pharmacy Chamber of Commerce. Okay. Let's do it tomorrow morning. You don't want to ask for specific information or something? Eric didn't expect Klein to be a hands-off manager like this. You mean I should investigate these pharmacy chambers one by one? Then analyze their pros and cons. And then choose one of them? Hee hee. It doesn't matter which business will take the deal. To me, be mature. Eric, my time is more valuable than you think. Be finished pretending. I'm leaving. Klein stood up. He tidied his clothes and hair, and left under the gaze of some female students. Eric took out a bottle of mongoose medicine and gently turned it in his hand. Klein, do you really have no fighting power? After leaving the cafeteria, Klein prepared to go to the college's shop to buy some low-level materials, and then return to the dormitory. As the magic power increased exponentially, Klein consumed materials faster and faster. Even the most common first-level materials require 20 to 30 terals. And the higher the synthesis, the lower the success rate. If you want to synthesize a third-level material, if you are not possessed by the Emperor of Europe, it often takes more than a dozen first-level materials. The cost is very high, and the output value is also very high. The third-level materials are about 25 times that of the first level. This also makes him now need to find a balance between making money and spending money. He purchased a large number of low-level materials just to bet on the extremely small probability of the elemental heart appearing in the synthesizer. Everything Klein does now is for the service of the elemental heart. After 3 months of continuous synthesis, he gradually discovered that the term extremely small probability is also floating. The extremely small probability of special potions is about 0.5% to 2%. And he has not been able to calculate the extremely small probability of the elemental heart appearing well, not counting the first flame heart. It took 3 months before and after. Klein almost never kept his magic power at full value. He synthesized all the time. Almost whenever he had magic power and materials, he synthesized. He synthesized elemental materials about 4,000 times, but only succeeded 4 times. And all 4 times were first level. 1 frost heart, 1 earth heart, and 2 air hearts. This probability, including the fire heart obtained by the first burst of luck, is only 5. The overall probability has been as low as 1 in 800. And this low success rate makes Klein a little helpless. And the number is too small. And he has not yet accurately defined the specific probability of the appearance of the elemental heart. But even so, Klein did not slack off at all. The effect of the mysterious potion was too strong. Just 5 first-level elemental hearts increased Klein's magic power by about 8.5. If he spent all 3 months meditating, how much magic power could he increase with his ordinary basic meditation method? 1 point. Or 2 points? The gap is too big. Synthesizing the heart of elements and turning it into a mysterious potion is what he should do most now. Mysterious potion equals magic power. And enough magic power equals strength. Which is the real reason why Klein dares to step into the limelight now. After completing the purchase, Klein slowly walked towards the number 4 dormitory building with a large pile of magic materials in his hand. As for why he walked so slowly, an arcane mage must look like an arcane mage. If he walks faster than a stealth stalker, is he still a weak arcane mage? When he arrived at the 5th floor of building number 4, 2 people stopped in front of Klein. Klein raised his eyebrows slightly and looked around. There were no other students in the empty and quiet corridor. As expected, in a place like the Royal Academy, arcane mages seem to be easier to bully. The 2 people in front of him, one is a very strong warrior, and the other is a paralyzed face. Needless to say, Klein also understood that they were coming for him. A member of the Skull and Bone Society, it doesn't look like it. And the second level one is a bit too contemptuous of me. Klein's muttering was heard by the person on the other side. And the strongman said to Klein, "What do you mean by contempt? You are Klein Atrox." "Right. It's Alex. Not Atrox. Classmate. You can even say such a simple word wrong. Your cultural level is really not good. I guess it's about the same as Eric." "Oh. Maybe I overestimated you. You may not be as good as him." Klein accurately pointed out the other party's word choice and criticized him. The muscular man was stunned and a little puzzled. Isn't this guy an arcane mage? He is quite calm. Is Eric some powerful character he knows? He asked his companions in a low voice. "Who is Eric? How do I know?" The muscular man frowned, feeling as if he was led astray by the boy in front of him. "Are you kidding me?" "Yeah. You figured it out. You're really smart." Klein praised him without hesitation. But the muscular man listened to Klein's words. And although the other party praised him for being smart, he always felt something was wrong. He couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. So he was a little annoyed. "Okay. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. We came here today to tell you to stay away from Agatha. The waters of the academy are very deep. And there are some people you shouldn't touch." This time it was Klein's turn to be a little confused. Flirting with women? Agatha? Brother. I'm going to become a Buddha in these 3 months. Okay. May I ask, who is the Agatha you're talking about? Chapter 80. You are actually a bootlicker? The muscular man was about to get angry. But the paralyzed man beside him stopped him and turned to Klein. "Mr. Klein, Miss Agatha's full name is Agatha Plotini. The girl who asked you about the potion in the cafeteria. And I? Queedy. He? Joseph. We are already Plotini's retainers, responsible for protecting Miss Agatha's safety. Let's be clear with you. Miss Agatha is the daughter of Lord Zangil. The Plotini family has made reasonable arrangements for her future. She has contacted you 3 times and has a clear liking for you, which is something we don't want to foresee. And we have already investigated your identity. Your father is just a famous good-for-nothing professor in the college. Your mother is a bit famous, but she is only a colonel in the security department. With such an identity, it is better to respect yourself. So, this time we come here to ask you to keep a certain distance from Miss Agatha." Klein narrowed his eyes, seemingly smiling, but his eyes did not move. If Lilith were here, she would have guessed that Klein was a little angry. "Retainer? Haha. A nice title. But you are overreaching. My parents' affairs. Forget it. I don't know much about them. So I won't talk about them. As for your lady coming to see me, you asked me to keep my distance. Are you kidding? How to keep it? Queenie seemed to be completely unaware of the sarcasm in Klein's tone, and continued. It's very simple. If you see or meet Miss Agatha, please leave on your own. Where she is, you can stagger your time, or simply not set foot there. Klein curled his lips. What a powerful family. What they say is what they say. And the common people can only tremble, and dare not say a word. There are no nobles in Tellerila. If there are, there is only one noble. The royal family. Since there are no nobles, then everyone is an ordinary citizen. And this request is even more rude. Queenie seemed to not care about what Klein said at all, and continued to talk to himself. Of course, as compensation, we will also give you 2,000 telephones. This is not a small amount of money. It should be enough. It's so arrogant. And even lackeys can have such an inexplicable sense of superiority. These people are really boring. But 2,000 telephones is really not a small amount. For ordinary people, it is indeed a huge sum of money. If you just want others not to meet, you will be embarrassed to say that they are not sincere after taking out this money. So Klein is ready. Test the other party. Where's the money? Take it out and have a look. What if there is counterfeit money? Counterfeit money? Queenie was stunned for a moment. Making counterfeit money is probably one of the most suicidal behaviors in Terila. The Dark Crusaders will come from all over to dig up your ancestral graves. But it's good that Klein agreed. They don't want to cause trouble. Queenie took out 2,000 tires from his arms, and handed it to Klein. Klein looked at the 2,000 tires and nodded. He didn't take the money, but picked up the magic materials on the ground and turned to leave. Okay. I feel your sincerity. I won't take the money. I don't want to have anything to do with your Miss Agatha. Please tell her not to bother me again. Klein had just taken 2 steps when everything around him suddenly stopped. The paralyzed Queenie and the muscular man Joseph stood there motionless. The expression and posture seemed to be locked by some force. Klein could even see the other party's painted stars, frozen in the air. The space was frozen. It seemed that he was the only one who was fine in this corridor. Student Klein, you have been offended. A figure appeared from behind Klein. But Klein was completely unaware. But he knew the voice. Con John, mister? Klein added the word mister in a somewhat stiff voice. Well, not bad. More polite than last time. Such a spatial ability is really amazing. Mr. Con, what do you want to talk to me about? Klein looked at the corridor in the frozen space, and his estimate of Con's strength was raised again. He had only met Con 3 times. But the relationship between them was a little subtle. They are so rude to you. And you are going to let them go? They have shown their sincerity. What else can I do? And Mr. Con, I am just an ordinary arcane mage. You won't let me kill anyone. Right? Oh! Esmond is also an ordinary arcane mage. But I can't seem to beat him. Are you trying to tell me that an ordinary arcane mage, Esmond, has an ordinary arcane mage son? Klein's pupil shrank suddenly. Con is no match for his father. He really doesn't know much about his parents. And because of his sensitive identity as a time traveler, he didn't dare to have too much communication with them. Mother Katie had clearly said that they should develop on their own. As for father, he had heard of Esmond's name several times in the academy. Comments such as a mediocre arcanist, the most useless professor in the academy, and a person who could not teach students well were everywhere. The last time Klein saw Con, he felt his undisguised hostility towards Esmond. But he did not expect that in Con's mouth. His father, the most useless professor, was so strong. Putting these things behind, the current matter was to find out Con's intention. Then what do you say? Kill these 2 people? That makes no sense. Mr. Dormatory Manager? Con chuckled. Then you didn't hesitate when you killed the Earth Mage and the Warrior last time. Why did you choose to avoid it this time? Sure enough, Con helped him eliminate the traces of the battle last time. Only with such a spatial freezing ability can such traces of battle be eliminated. But how exactly was it repaired? Klein suddenly imagined it. Freeze the space, and then Con himself pay cement to repair the wall? The style of the painting is wrong. Last time, they attacked me first, and I would naturally fight back if they wanted to kill me. This time is different. Okay, you are a principled guy. It seems that we are not the same kind of people. In my dictionary, there are only 2 kinds of people: enemies and non-enemies. There are also relatives, lovers, men, women, middle-aged people, and elderly people. Klein curled his lips. In addition to these, there are also hermaphrodites, such as you. But I can't beat you, so I won't say anything. Kahn chuckled, and continued to speak without commenting on Klein's rebuttal. Klein, you have not been out of the academy for too long, and you have not yet understood the rules of this world. You are different from them, and you are different from everyone else. I think your father should think highly of you. My father thinks highly of me. I haven't seen my cheap father for a few months. Are you criticizing him? Kahn did not notice the strange color on Klein's face, but continued to speak. So, what you need is not hiding, but the fear of others. The rules of the strong, offense, need to be punished. And one last thing. Klein, feel your true heart. Have you been suppressed for a long time? You want to kill, right? The desire to kill needs to be restrained, but it also needs to be released. If you hold it back for too long, there will be problems here. Kahn pointed at Klein's head. Klein didn't quite know what Kahn meant by these words, but he still had no intention of taking action. Restraining desire is the most basic quality of a person. Mr. Kahn. Besides, if I kill them, the so-called Platini family will not let me go. And such killing is meaningless. No. Of course they will let you go. Because you can put the blame on me. Two ignorant guys offended me, and I wiped them out. Which is reasonable. Mr. Kahn, you said so much just to make me kill these two people, but why do you have to go to such great lengths? Can't you just do it yourself? Klein's repeated rejections made Kahn a little angry. I'm just helping you to clear the obstacles you should have. Some dangers should be nipped in the bud. What a radical guy. Is there something wrong with his brain? We have just agreed that there will be no more harassment and danger. Besides, why do you want to give me this so-called help? Kahn suddenly laughed. The reason why I help you is very simple. Although I hate your father, I also like your mother. This answer stunned Klein. Brother, I thought you were going to tell me some shocking secret, but I didn't expect that the secret was, you are actually a licking dog, and an old licking dog, sure enough. This kind of licking dog usually won't be favored by the goddess. Mom's choice was correct.